What kind of sick joke is this? Jiang Yuan glared fixedly at the young girl in the mirror, his teeth grinding so hard they creaked. He reached out and pinched his own cheek, and the delicate velvety touch made a wave of revulsion crawl over his skin. In the mirror, the girl's silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall, while her ice-blue eyes shimmered with anger and confusion. That face was so exquisitely beautiful it bordered on the demonic, yet it felt unbearably familiar to him, because it was clearly a female version of himself. All I did was pull an all-nighter playing a game, and I end up like this, eh? He ground his teeth and tugged viciously at the lace night dress on his body. The featherlight fabric made him feel horribly ill at ease. Last night's memories were still crystal clear. As the #1 assassin of Blue Star, Jiang Yuan's name resounded like thunder throughout the underworld. His code name, Night Owl, was a lethal omen in the dark. He had once infiltrated the federal parliament building alone, killing his target under countless watchful eyes, then vanishing like a ghost without leaving a single trace. Every one of his missions had been the very picture of perfection. His targets always fell at the most unexpected moment, and he never left behind the slightest flaw. Only half a year ago, he had suddenly withdrawn from the scene. The reason was in truth quite simple. Jiang Yuan had inadvertently come across a game called Magic Continent. The game was brilliantly entertaining and had an enormous player base. Most importantly, its characters were vivid and distinctive, perfectly suited to Jiang Yuan's tastes. From then on, he, like any other game-addicted youth, buried himself in the virtual world, unable to extricate himself. Whenever his funds ran low, he would simply take on a commission or two. Last night, he had just completed a particularly thorny assignment. The target was a human trafficking kingpin. After the mission, he returned home, and just as always, impatiently launched the game, immersing himself in its virtual world in search of a different kind of thrill. Just as he was on the verge of clearing the game, his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had already become what he was now, and a chattering presence had appeared in his mind at the same time. Ding! Emotional fluctuation detected in host. Gentle reminder from the system: your current appearance has been proportionally adjusted based on your original looks. The system's mechanical voice carried a faintly obsequious tone. You call this no different? At those words, heat rushed straight to Jiang Yuan's head. You turned me into a woman. What's the meaning of that? And more importantly, why this frail, weak little girl? The female version of you ought to look just like this. Also, your name at the moment should be Kyre. You are now the youngest daughter of the Seeklum family. Though you may not match the in-game model perfectly, that's fine. Everyone will treat you as Kyre. The system's voice remained light and cheery. And look at this bust, this waist-to-hip ratio. Everything is in golden proportion. Far cuter than the original host. Cut the crap. Kyre slammed a fist against the mirror. The glass did not so much as tremble, but pain shot through her knuckles. What the hell is going on here? How could she be this weak and delicate? In her mind, that punch should have shattered the mirror and triggered some kind of berserk buff. Yet now she could not even break a mirror. What kind of sick joke was this? Here's the thing. The system's voice suddenly dropped, becoming uncharacteristically subdued. I am the worst performing system in the company, so I could only invite Blue Star's top assassin to lend a hand. And I also couldn't manage to transfer you into a good character, so you turned me into this. Kyre let out a cold laugh. She did remember this character somewhat. After all, she was the scum rich girl who was killed by the main villain Vino right at the start of the game. The backstory said she had subjected Vino to all manner of torment, becoming the very reason Vino completely fell into darkness. In the prologue, she only received a single static death illustration. Then with just one brief line of text, she was declared dead. Her death illustration was grotesquely tragic, her head neatly severed in one clean stroke. At that time, Vino killed her as casually as one would kick aside a stray dog on the roadside, snuffing her out with a flick of the foot. With this pathetic status panel, how am I supposed to help you boost your performance metrics, eh? She summoned the attribute panel name Kyre Seeklum, level LV 1 magic, 20 magic apprentice, level strength 5 average adult, 10 agility 4 average adult, 10 skill quick sleep, equipment lace night dress, defense 1, trash stats paired with a trash system. What a perfect match. Kyre rolled her eyes, but after thinking it over repeatedly, she still decided to go along with it. Truth be told, she was deeply fond of this game's world, otherwise she would never have abandoned work to drown herself in it. One could say she did not resent being brought into this world at all. She was even a little excited. After a while, Kyre finally calmed down. All right, tell me, how do you want me to help you? As long as you can defeat this world's final boss, Vino, my performance metrics will increase tenfold. The system's voice suddenly turned excited. Its assessment had been correct. This person truly had grown weary of her original world. At the very least, she did not reject the fact that she had come to this world. And don't worry, it added. Even though you're a weakling right now, I will provide you with the most professional strategy guidance. Wait. Kyre suddenly narrowed her eyes. Did you just say? Final boss. Vino Kleist, the strongest and most brutal villain of the work. In 3 years, she will bathe the entire continent in blood. And right now, she is not far from your side. Hearing this, Kai'er's whole being seized up. Fight Wei-Nu. Seriously. With these pitiful attributes of hers. Kai'er knew this boss far too well. Wei-Nu was a pure stat monster. In the game, she was an NPC guarding the royal throne in the imperial capital one who killed every single challenger that approached. 2 weeks after that boss was released, not a single player had managed to defeat her. Just last night, Kai'er's own control had been razor sharp. Her stats nearly reaching 3/4 of Wei-Nu's, and she had almost brought her down. And now she had actually crossed over into the game world itself. It was all a bit too fantastical. Kai'er had pulled multiple all-nighters and still failed to clear this boss. In the imperial capital, she had run into the stat monster Wei-Nu again and again. Her invincible magic was monstrously strong, and even when Kai'er fought with everything she could not win. Wei-Nu's 3 primary stats were simply absurd. Her magic alone was at 1 million, and her strength and agility were at least 1,000 times what Kai'er now possessed. Yes, in her past life, she had been Blue Star's strongest killer, but how was someone with 5 points of strength supposed to fight an opponent with 5,000? And raw strength was far from Wei-Nu's only terror. Magic was where her true power lay. This was like asking a skillful ant to solo kill a human being. Kai'er fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What year is it now in the magic calendar?" Host, it is currently year 1563 of the magic calendar. If you follow the original host's timeline, you will be killed by her 3 years from now. But don't worry, I'm still somewhat useful. I can provide you with a bit of assistance, the system added, sounding distinctly guilty. Kai'er's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, she had a system, didn't she? A golden cheat. This was the plugin every transmigrator into a game world dreamed of obtaining. Hurry up and tell me what kind of quests you can issue and what rewards you can give then. I'm sorry, I can't do that. The only thing I can do is help you escape when you're getting beaten up. In addition, I can check your opponent's level and strength so you can decide whether to run. The system's voice carried a trace of apology, but there was nothing to be done. Its poor performance meant it could not provide too powerful a cheat for its host. It had to find a powerful host to help it improve its performance. That was precisely why it had sought out Blue Star's #1 assassin. Hearing this, Kai'er fell into deep contemplation. Everyone else got some kind of super system as a cheat, so why was her cheat this pathetic thing? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Kai'er was lost in thought, a gentle knocking sounded from outside the door. "Miss Kai'er, the banquet is about to begin. Madam requests that you make ready at once." The maid's voice drifted through the crack of the door, tinged with respect and a hint of urgency. "Host, you must attend this banquet as soon as possible. At this time, Wei-Nu will meet you for the very first time. Hurry over." Kai'er drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The current point on the timeline was magic calendar year 1563. There were still 3 years left before the original host was killed by Wei-Nu in the prologue. "Understood. I'll be right there," Kai'er replied, but the soft, slightly milky tone of her own voice made her deeply uncomfortable. She lowered her head to look at her slender fingers, the corners of her mouth curving into a bitter smile. "Will I really win? With this body?" Kai'er stood before the mirror, drawing in a deep breath as she tried to steady the turbulence within her heart. She studied the girl in the mirror, that exquisite face, the silver-white hair, the ice-blue eyes. Everything about it felt so unfamiliar. She reached out and brushed her fingertips across her own cheek. The smooth, delicate touch filled her with discomfort. She had never imagined that one day she would become like this. "So this is what I look like now, eh?" Kai'er murmured to herself, her voice tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. She had never thought she would appear in this world in such a guise. She had once been Blue Star's strongest assassin, and now she had become a fragile, feeble girl. Kai'er took a deep breath, doing her utmost to regain her composure. She knew this was no time for complaints. She had to adapt to this new identity as quickly as possible and find a way to survive in this world. Inside the Seeklam family residence, the splendid hall glittered with gold and jade. The place was packed with distinguished guests bathed in brilliant light. The crystal chandeliers scattered dazzling radiance that spilled over the guests' luxurious formal attire, making it shine all the more brilliantly. At the center of the hall stood Duke Seeklam, a portly middle-aged man holding a glass of red wine, his face wreathed in smiles as he warmly received his guests. "Your Grace, today is your daughter's comingafage ceremony. Why don't we see Miss Kai'er yet?" A nobleman in a dark formal suit asked with a laugh, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Ha ha, mister. Lays you jest." Duke Seeklam laughed heartily, his eyes full of doting affection. "My little girl is a bit shy. I've already sent someone to fetch her. She is the shining pearl of our Seeklam family, and today she must properly meet all of you." Beside the Duke, the head maid also nodded with a smile and added, "Indeed, Kai'er has been shy since she was little, but today is her special day. I am sure she will give everyone a pleasant surprise." The guests all nodded in agreement, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. Just then someone suddenly asked in a mocking sing-song tone, "By the way, Your Grace, I heard today is also the comingafage ceremony of the daughter of Count Kalaside's household." Why hasn't she shown herself? At the mention of Count Kalasite, Duke Seeklem's smile suddenly froze, an awkward expression tugging at his lips. He truly had not expected his own daughter's comingafage ceremony to fall on the very same day as that fellow's daughter. Yet the Seeklem duchy had long held a tradition: the children of titled nobles were required to come to the duchy for their comingafage rites. It was a rule set down by the late duke. Even he could not defy it. Well, the young lady of Count Kalasite's house, Miss Wainua, will also be having her comingafage ceremony today. Duke Seeklem barely managed to squeeze out a hint of a smile, while inwardly heaved a silent sigh. He knew that Wainua's appearance would inevitably stir up whispers and unease among the guests. At that moment, the side door of the hall slowly opened, and a girl in a pale black gown stepped in timidly. Her light blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, veiling half her face and revealing only one of her mismatched eyes. One as deep and blue as the ocean, the other burning crimson like flame. Her appearance immediately stirred murmurs among the guests. So that is Wainua Kalasite. I heard those mismatched eyes of hers are an ominous sign. Yes, they say she consorts with witches and will bring calamity. Look, even Count Kalasite himself didn't come today. He must be ashamed. Wainua lowered her head, her hands clutching tightly at the hem of her dress, her heart filled with fear and unease. She knew she was different from ordinary people. From childhood, she had been treated as an ill omen, even her own parents keeping her at arm's length. Today she had not wanted to appear here at all, yet the duchy's rules left her no way to escape. Why must I bear all of this? Wainua is silently questioned, in her heart a sheen of tears flashing in her eyes. How she wished she could be just an ordinary girl, able to receive her parents' affection and the companionship of friends like everyone else. Yet fate had treated her with such cruelty. Seeing her, Duke Seeklem felt a trace of helplessness as well. He waved his hand, signaling for Wainua to step onto the central platform in the hall. Wainua drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm as she slowly walked before the crowd. Everyone, this is the young lady of Count Kalasite's house, Miss Wainua. Duke Seeklem managed to pull a smile onto his face and tried to ease the tension. Today is the comingafage ceremony for both her and Kair. I hope you will offer them your blessings. Thank you all for coming today, Wainua said, summoning her courage. Yet the guests only glanced at one another. Though wary of Wainua in their hearts, they still forced themselves to clap out of regard for the duke's face. The sparse applause sounded particularly grating. Standing at the center, Wainua kept her head bowed, her hands clutching her skirt as if she wished she could shrink into the shadows. Under the lights, her mismatched eyes seemed even more glaring, as if constantly reminding everyone of her so-called ominous nature. Just then the main doors of the hall opened once more and a graceful figure stepped in. It was a young girl in a white gown, her silver-white hair falling like moonlight, and her ice-blue eyes gleaming with self-assured light. Her arrival immediately drew every gaze in the hall. Miss Kair, the guests exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with astonishment. Was Miss Kair always this beautiful? Someone whispered. Of course, Miss Kair has always been this elegant and captivating, another replied. Was Miss Kair always white-haired? Oh yes. Her silver hair is the hallmark of the Seeklem family. Kair smiled faintly and offered the crowd a graceful curtsy. Inwardly, however, she secretly let out a breath of relief. Apparently what the system had said about altering perception was no lie. Though she shared no resemblance at all in appearance with Duke Seeklem, everyone naturally assumed she was his daughter. Thank you, dear friends and kin, for attending my comingafage ceremony, Kair said, her voice clear and melodious. Yet when her gaze swept across the hall and fell upon the girl standing on the staircase platform, her heart suddenly sank. Her pupils contracted slightly as a nameless tension surged up within her. That was Wainua Kalasite. In the game, Kair had fought the girl before her tens of thousands of times, and lost just as many. Every clash between them was etched deeply in her memory, to the point that she had developed a faint PTSD toward Wainua. She remembered the game's background stating that today Wainua would arrive at the banquet after her, and then be cruelly humiliated by her. Yet reality was entirely reversed. Wainua had appeared earlier than she did. How did she get here before me? Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Kair asked the system urgently in her mind. You spent half the time just now struggling with that dress, so it is entirely normal that she arrived first. I don't even know how to wear a dress. Kair cursed inwardly, then hastily added, pull up her status panel for me. Name Wainua Kalasite, level LV2, mana 100 sealed. Currently usable mana 50, strength 500 sealed. Currently usable strength 8, agility 400 sealed. Currently usable agility 16, skills unconscious experience growth, other sealed equipment, formal dress, defense, 1 note, strong stimulation, may cause early loosening of the seals. Staring at the panel before her eyes, Kair was left speechless. Even sealed, how could Wainua's stats still be so much higher than her own? And what on earth was with all those sealed states? Host, given your current strength, I estimate you have absolutely no chance of defeating her, the system replied. You are presently unarmed, and with so many eyes upon you, you have no way of attacking her. My recommendation, run. If her seals loosen, everyone here may be killed by her. The system's voice remained calm, but it sent a chill down Kai's spine. She drew a long breath, forcing herself to steady. She knew that under no circumstances could she provoke Wenhua right now. So she braced herself, walked forward, and with a gentle smile, said softly, "Miss Wenhua, welcome." Hearing Kai's voice, Wenhua lifted her head, surprise and yearning flickering through her eyes. She had never imagined that a girl as perfect as Kai would take the initiative to speak to her. Kai before her was elegant and self-fashioned, as if born to be the center of attention. She herself, however, could only hide in the shadows, enduring everyone's loathing and fear. I want to be like her too. Wenhua thought silently, a spark of longing glimmering in her eyes. But she quickly lowered her head again and said in a faint voice, "Thank you, Miss Kai." Seeing Wenhua's reaction, Kai quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She gently took Wenhua's hand and said in a soft tone, "Today is our shared comingafage ceremony. I hope we can spend this beautiful evening together." Wenhua's hand trembled slightly, but she did not pull away. Feeling the warmth of Kai's palm, a gentle current welled up in her heart. It was the first time she had ever felt such kindness from another person. However, when the others, and Duke Sequem, saw this scene, they could not help but frown. Wenhua was the harbinger of disaster, someone everyone instinctively shunned. How could Kai, the pearl of the Sequem family, allow herself to be so close to her? Duke Sequem's expression darkened, but he could not forcibly separate the two before the assembled crowd. He could only twist his face into a smile and say to the guests, "Everyone, please enjoy tonight's banquet to your heart's content." He then hastily conducted the comingafage rites for both of them. Each girl was given a badge to signify adulthood, and Duke Sequem promptly urged them to step down from the platform. Seeing this, the guests nodded and voiced their approval, yet their gazes still drifted now and then toward Kai and Wenhua, the whispering never quite ceasing. Feeling the looks around her, Kai sighed inwardly. She knew she had to tread carefully. She could not allow Wenhua to be provoked, nor could she let anyone notice that there was anything unusual about her. Smiling, she said, "Miss Wenhua, why don't we take a walk in the garden? It's very quiet there and perfect for talking." All right," Wenhua replied softly. Hearing Wenhua's agreement, Kai also felt a wave of relief. She needed to use this opportunity to leave the crowd with her. She would think of a way to deal with Wenhua later after she herself had grown stronger. For now, provoking Wenhua was absolutely out of the question. The two distanced themselves from the bustling guests in the palace, traversing a long corridor until they arrived at the Sequem family's back garden. The garden at night was tranquil, and beautiful moonlight spilling over the blooming flowers as if draping them in a silver veil. A gentle breeze passed, carrying waves of floral fragrance that lifted the spirits. Kai held Vino's hand tightly until they reached the depths of the garden. Only then did he finally stop. She let out a sigh of relief, having escaped from those bothersome guests. She turned to glance at Vino, noticing her head was lowered, her eyes stealing glances at herself. However, when their gazes met, Vino quickly lowered her head again, like a startled deer, her cheeks flushing crimson. Kai raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh within. This future tyrant was now acting like a shy little girl, which was rather amusing. However, she soon realized a problem. The seal on Vino seemed to be loosening. If she continued to stay by her side, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Vino. Kai let go of her hand, feigning nonchalance as she said, "I suddenly need to go to the restroom. Can you wait for me here for a moment?" Vino was taken aback, lifting her head to reveal a hint of disappointment in her heterochromatic eyes. Her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she merely nodded gently. Okay. Sure enough, Kyle is still afraid of me." A wave of bitterness surged in her heart, as if the warmth that had just ignited was cruelly extinguished. As Kyle turned to leave, the system's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Warning. Vino's emotions are extremely low. The seal's status may fluctuate. Kyle paused, cursing inwardly. This system was truly annoying. She merely wanted to avoid Vino, yet it made her feel as though she had done something wrong. With a resigned sigh, she turned back to Vino. "Forget it, I suddenly don't want to go anymore." Kyle shrugged, trying to act casual. "The garden is so large, let's just stroll around." Upon hearing this, Vino's eyes lit up, a shy smile curling her lips upward. Okay. Once again, hope ignited in her heart, as if every word from Kyle pulled her back from the abyss. Soon a patch of lilies appeared before them. Kyle stopped, bending down to pick a lily, saying to Vino, "Look, the petals of this lily are pure white, looking silvered under the moonlight. Come closer and smell it. The fragrance is delicate and refreshing, bringing a sense of tranquility." Lilies symbolize purity and are often used to convey good wishes. Vino leaned in, closing her eyes to inhale deeply, filled with ecstasy. "Miss Kyle." After passing the lily patch, Vino suddenly spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a thread. "Thank you." Kyle glanced at her, a smile tugging at her lips. "Thank me for what? You've been thanking me since earlier. Why? It was my suggestion to come out. Thank you for being willing to accompany me." Vino shook her head vigorously, then slowly lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting her skirt. "No one has ever wanted to be with me before." Kyle was taken aback, a complex emotion suddenly welling up within her. She carefully studied Vino's cautious demeanor, suddenly realizing that this future tyrant was merely a lonely little girl. Kyle looked at Vino once more, unable to deny that this girl was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. The most striking feature was her almond-shaped eyes, bright and clear as if filled with starlight, slightly upturned at the corners, innocent yet mischievous. Her nose was delicate and her lips were naturally rosy. What was most remarkable was that despite possessing such exquisite features at this moment, she was nervously gripping Kyle's sleeve, her eyelashes gently fluttering, resembling a frightened little deer, evoking a desire to protect her. Having seen this in the game, she had long grown numb to it, but the feeling now was entirely different. Staring at Vino's face up close, unlike the cold expression she always bore in the game, this face held shyness, timidity, and its own thoughts and emotions. The heterochromatic eyes were considered an ominous sign in this world, yet to Kyle they were rather endearing. Under Kyle's unwavering gaze, Vino's face had already turned half red. Her heart raced faster, as if it were about to leap from her chest. She had never been stared at so closely by anyone, especially not by someone as dazzling as Kyle. Her heterochromatic eyes appeared particularly striking in the moonlight, as if reminding her of her own ominousness. "I'm sorry." Kyle quickly pulled back her head, which had nearly pressed against Vino's face. She realized that her actions might have made Vino uncomfortable, feeling a bit frustrated. Vino inhaled the alluring scent emanating from Kyle, her heart racing even faster, her cheeks becoming even rosier. She raised her head to sneak a glance at Kyle, a warmth surging within her that she had never felt before. But she quickly realized something and hurriedly lowered her head. "I'm sorry. Did I scare you? My eyes are scary, right?" Vino spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly. Her fingers tightly clutched her skirt, as if wanting to shrink into the shadows. Detected that Vino's emotions have dropped again. "Host, please quickly use your invincible brain to think of a way." The system's voice rang out again with an urgency. "Useless system, can you do something useful? All you do is push the mess onto me." Kyle roared inwardly, yet felt helpless, knowing she must do something now. It seemed she could only use everything she had learned. Taking a deep breath, she tried to make her voice sound sincere and gentle. "Scary. How could that be? You are the most beautiful, magical girl I've ever seen, and it seems like there are stars in your eyes. These eyes are a treasure bestowed upon you by heaven." Kyle's voice was soft yet firm, as if stating a fact so natural. Vino was taken aback, lifting her head, her heterochromatic eyes filled with disbelief. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but unable to produce a sound. Throughout her life, she had never heard anyone praise her eyes in this manner. The strange gazes and piercing ridicule had long conditioned her to look down and avoid. But at this moment, Kyle's words were like a ray of light, illuminating the deepest darkness within her heart. Kyle continued, "Perhaps we can discuss some more beautiful things." Her tone was light and casual, as if merely discussing the weather. Yet this sentence acted like a stone tossed into the calm lake of Vino's heart, creating ripples upon ripples. Seeing the shock on Vino's face, Kyle chuckled. This was a trick she often employed when she needed to disguise herself as a master of romance in her past life. With this, winning over the pure-hearted Vino was as easy as pie. However, just as she was feeling smug, the system's voice suddenly exploded in her mind. "Warning! Warning! Vino is currently in a very strange state. The seal's status is extremely unstable. The host is advised to take immediate action." Kyle's heart lurched, and before she could respond, she saw Vino's body suddenly sway and then slump down. "Hey, Vino." Kyle quickly reached out to support her, only to find that Vino had already fainted. A faint smile lingered on her lips, as if lost in some beautiful dream. Kyle immediately panicked, cursing herself for being too forceful. She had not expected that her few casual romantic words could actually make Vino faint. "System, what's going on?" Kyle asked urgently. Host Vino's emotional fluctuations were too great, causing the seal to temporarily lose control. Her body could not withstand such intense emotional impact, which is why she fainted. The system's voice carried a hint of helplessness, "But don't worry, she will wake up soon." Kyle sighed in relief, but then furrowed her brow. "Will her seal be okay?" "For now it will be fine, but it is advised that the host pay attention to controlling her emotional fluctuations in the future to avoid a recurrence of this situation." Kyle rolled her eyes, secretly complaining. "How am I supposed to control that? Who knew she was so sensitive to compliments?" She lowered her head to look at the unconscious Vino, finding her breathing steady and her complexion rosy. It seemed she was not in any serious trouble. With a resigned sigh, Kyle gently picked her up and headed towards the lounge outside the garden. "What a troublesome girl. You are just as tricky as you were in the game," Kyle muttered softly. In the depths of Vino's consciousness, the world was a monotonous gray, as if shrouded in a thick fog. There was no concept of time here, only endless silence and solitude. However, at this moment the silence was broken. A girl's voice echoed in the void, carrying a hint of coldness and detachment. "It was about a year ago, wasn't it?" The voice of another girl responded, tinged with hesitation. This time our meeting is somewhat special. The first girl's figure gradually became clearer. Her appearance was identical to Vino's, but her crimson eyes seemed to burn with endless fury. Have we developed feelings for Miss Kyle? In my view, that's unnecessary, as she may just want to use us. Have we forgotten how our brother deceived us a year ago, intending to kill us? The crimson-eyed Vino continued, her tone laced with deep resentment. If it weren't for your soft heart, he would have been dead long ago. You always do the stopping us. Another figure of Vino also appeared. Her eyes were a deep blue resembling calm lake waters, exuding gentleness and kindness. She gently shook her head, her voice soft yet firm. No, Kyle is different, we should trust her. We like her, don't you feel it too? The crimson-eyed Vino scoffed, a trace of disdain flashing in her blood-red gaze. Like, that's merely her disguise. This world has never shown us kindness. Why should we have expectations of others? The blue-eyed Vino did not refute, but quietly gazed at her counterpart. Her gaze contained a hint of pity and understanding. I know you're afraid of being hurt again. But Kyle's eyes are sincere and her smile is warm. We shouldn't refuse all possibilities because of the shadows of the past. The crimson-eyed Vino fell silent, her gaze flickering as if lost in thought. After a moment she spoke softly. You've persuaded me many times, but you should know that each time we suppress our emotions, it weakens your control over me. Perhaps after a few more times I will take charge of us. At that time I will show no mercy. Then their figures gradually faded and the world returned to its gray state. However, at this moment a faint light flickered, as if heralding some change. When Vino opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a soft bed. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, a blend of sunshine and floral scents, warm and comforting. She slightly turned her head and saw a bouquet of fresh white roses on the bedside, their petals glistening with dew. Where's this? Vino whispered softly, her voice a bit hoarse. Her memories were hazy, as she only remembered walking in the garden with Kyle, then feeling dizzy and losing consciousness. She slowly sat up, realizing she was covered with a soft blanket and the bed sheets and pillows still held a familiar scent, Kyle's scent. Vino's cheeks flushed slightly, and an inexplicable flutter surged within her. She knew it was wrong to do this, but she couldn't help but bury her face into the pillow, greedily inhaling that fragrance as if it would bring her closer to Kyle. Miss Kyle, Vino whispered repeatedly, her heart filled with complicated emotions. She had never imagined she would have a chance to be so close to Kyle, even lying on her bed. This warmth and security were experiences she had never encountered before. Just then the door of the room was gently pushed open. Kyle entered holding a cup of hot milk. Seeing that Vino had awakened, a gentle smile appeared on her face. You're awake. How do you feel? Vino suddenly looked up, her heart racing as she saw Kyle standing at the door, her cheeks turning even redder. She quickly sat up straight, flustered as she said, Kyle, how did I end up here? Kyle approached the bedside, handing the hot milk to Vino, speaking softly. You fainted suddenly in the garden, so I had to bring you back to rest. The doctor came and said you were just fatigued. Our resting for a bit will be fine. Vino took the milk, her hands trembling slightly. She dared not meet Kyle's gaze, only murmured, thank you. Miss Kyle, I troubled you again. Kyle shook her head, her tone gentle. Don't say that. We're friends, aren't we? It's only natural for friends to take care of each other. Friends. Vino repeated the word softly. She had never imagined that one day Kyle would refer to her as a friend. This warmth felt somewhat unreal, as if she might wake up from a dream at any moment. Seeing that Vino had stabilized, Kyle smiled faintly and gently patted the back of Vino's hand. Rest well, I will stay here with you. Vino nodded, her feelings of unease and loneliness seemingly dissipating considerably at that moment. She took a gentle sip of the hot milk, the warmth spreading from her throat to her heart. However, in contrast to Vino's relaxation, Kyle's heart was tense. Just now she feared saying something wrong that would cause Vino's seal to loosen. She silently spoke to the system in her heart. System, what is Vino's current state? Only then did Kyle realize, his heart sinking immediately. Indeed, this world is not a game for her. There are no players to share the burden. The boss from the first 3 chapters, those enemies she easily defeated in the game, now became threats she had to face alone. The boss of the first chapter is the Frost Dragon, which is lurking in the Northern Territory and will invade the Principality of Seacrim, where she resides. The boss of the second chapter is the Shadow Council, hiding in the Abyss, intent on overthrowing the entire Grester Kingdom. The boss of the third chapter is the Void Messenger from another realm, whose power is capable of tearing space apart and devouring everything, threatening the entire magical continent. And Vino is merely the antagonist of the final chapter. Although her power is formidable, it pales in comparison to the first 3 bosses, appearing less lethal. She is just a numerical monster, posing no greater threat to the continent than they do. System, are you trying to screw me over? Kyle couldn't help but complain. As a weakling, how can I deal with those monsters? Don't worry, host. As long as you follow the system's guidance and gradually enhance your strength, everything is possible. The system's voice carried a hint of encouragement. Besides, haven't you already found a powerful ally? Kyle was taken aback for a moment before realizing, are you talking about Vino? Exactly, although Vino's power is sealed, her potential is limitless. As long as you can break her seal, she will become your most powerful support. The system's voice carried a tinge of cunning. Of course, the premise is that you can earn her trust. Kyle fell silent for a moment, secretly calculating. Although the system's suggestion sounded good, she felt something was amiss. However, it seemed there were no better options at the moment. All right, I'll give it a try. Kyle sighed, her tone tinged with helplessness. But you must promise not to set any more traps for me. Rest assured the system's goals align with yours. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. As long as you complete tasks, the system will also achieve results benefiting both parties. Kyle secretly scoffed. I would be a fool to trust you. If her calculations were correct, it was now April 17, 1563 in the magical calendar, with exactly 7 months until the Frost Dragon's first attack. Initially, the Frost Dragon would not personally launch an attack, and there were no reports of Frost Fairies attacking from the border at this time. This chapter is divided into 3 phases. The first phase involves small monsters attacking from the Northern Territory, specifically the Frost Fairies. The game setting is such that the Frost Dragon will send minions to help players gain experience. These small monsters aren't tough. Even with her currently weak body, Kyle could still manage to take down a few. The second phase will see Frost Barbarians who serve as small bosses launching attacks. Players must hold their positions to fend them off to achieve victory. The third phase features the Frost Dragon leading its dragon kin in a collective assault. The first chapter isn't overly difficult, but it's not something Kyle can handle at this point. Kyle brought up the Frost Dragon's attribute panel. Name: Frost Dragon. Level LV 20. Magic 10,000, a powerful magical creature. Strength 800. Agility 450. Skills: Frost Breath, capable of unleashing frigid frost to deal massive ice damage and inflict freeze effects on enemies within range. Frost Domain creates a cold domain centered on itself, reducing enemy movement and attack speed. Equipment: Dragon Scale Armor, Defense 50, effectively resisting various physical and magical attacks. Facing it now would be like striking a stone with an egg, and this is the first crisis she will soon encounter in this world. Of course, if Vino were to unlock her seal, defeating these lesser beings would be effortless. But the problem is unlocking Vino's seal too early would still plunge this world into crisis, and she wouldn't survive. Driving away the tiger only to face the wolf while eliminating the wolf is beneficial. How would she deal with the remaining tiger? This is a deadlock. Perhaps Kyle must rely on herself to turn the tide. So how can she turn the tide? Kyle thought for a moment and quickly came up with a plan. Take the initiative. Based on her experience during her previous playthrough of the game, the Northern Territory wasn't a sealed area before the Frost Dragon appeared. There was no system prompt saying, the area ahead will be explored later. She did see many players exploring the Northern Territory, acquiring a lot of treasures, but most players perished at the hands of the frost snow monsters at the entrance. Similar to a certain game's Great Tree Guardian, it wasn't meant to be defeated by players, but had a special evasion mechanism. Later, everyone learned that it relied on a type of sleepberry pie. By putting the snow monsters to sleep, one could venture into the Northern Territory. If she could eliminate the Frost Dragon in advance, she could avert this crisis. This would also complete the system's first task, allowing many of the system's restrictions to be lifted. If I slay the Frost Dragon, what kind of rewards can you provide afterward? If the host completes the first chapter boss task and slays a certain number of monsters as your level increases, I will naturally be able to play a significant role. For instance, once you reach level 5, I can unlock an unconscious experience boost buff for you and open the system shop. However, this is not game currency, it is based on your kill count. Hearing the system's words, Kyle made up her mind. The next question is how to get to the Northern Territory and what preparations are needed for the journey. But this isn't a major issue. Now, as the daughter of a duke, she possesses ample funds, making it easy to procure basic supplies. Thus, the next step is to step out. Kyle sat in a chair in her room, her brows furrowed as she continuously calculated her plans ahead. The Frost Dragon in the Northern Territory is a threat she must face, and eliminating it in advance is the only feasible plan. She needs to prepare sufficient supplies, devise a detailed plan, and may even need to recruit some helpers. Although she is merely a waste with 20 magic power, now she believes that with her past experience and her identity as a duke's daughter, she can find a breakthrough. As Kyle sat in her room, deep in thought, Vino quietly sat at the edge of the bed, her gaze furtively resting on Kyle. In her heterochromatic eyes sparkled complex emotions, a mix of reliance on Kyle and a deep-seated inferiority regarding her own identity. She dared not disturb Kyle, merely watching her quietly, as if this alone could bring her comfort. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. The door to the room was suddenly flung open, and Duke Seacrum strode in. His face originally bore a smile, clearly having come to summon Kyle to meet guests. However, upon seeing Vino lying on Kyle's bed, his expression darkened in an instant. Kyle, what is the meaning of this? The Duke's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Why have you brought this cursed girl back home? Do you realize the trouble her identity could bring to our family? Vino's body trembled violently, her face turning pale in an instant. She hurriedly got off the bed, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper. Sorry, my lord. He'll leave right away. Her voice was filled with deep shame and pain, and a glimmer of tears sparkled in her heterochromatic eyes as she stumbled toward the door. However, just as she passed by Kyle suddenly stood up and grabbed her hand. Father Vino is my guest. Kyle's voice was exceptionally calm, her gaze fixed on Duke Seacrum as she shielded Vino behind her. She is not a cursed girl, she is my friend. Duke Seacrum was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Kyle to directly contradict him. His expression darkened further, and his tone held a hint of warning. Kyle, do you know what you are doing? Her heterochromatic eyes are an omen the entire principality knows. Getting too close to her will only bring trouble upon our family. Kyle smiled lightly. Father, when did you also start believing in such nonsense? Her heterochromatic eyes are merely a natural trait. What does it have to do with curses? Are you like those ignorant people harming an innocent girl out of prejudice? Duke Seacrum was momentarily speechless, his face alternating between shades of blue and white. He took a deep breath, attempting to soften his tone. Kyle, I know you have a kind heart, but even if you accept this girl, others will still harbor prejudice against her. That cannot be changed. Therefore, our Seacrum family absolutely cannot allow such an existence. With that, a faint glow began to emanate from his hands, magic gathering in his palms, forming a weak halo. His eyes turned stern, and his tone carried the authority of a duke. Miss Vino, I hope you will not force me to take action to remove you, or things may turn unpleasant. As he watched his father about to strike Vino, Kyle's heart tightened. If he truly acted with Vino's seal lifted, wouldn't she be done for on the spot? Kyle couldn't take that risk. She immediately called out to the system in her mind. System, quickly bring up my father's panel. Name Tate Seacrum, level LV, 25 in magic power, 4000 intermediate, mage level in strength 30 in agility, 20 in skills, mastery of intermediate earth magic, intermediate earth defense technique. Earth control, earth spike. In equipment, formal attire, defense 1. Kyle quickly glanced at the panel and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although his magic power reached 4000, his strength and agility were not particularly high, and clearly his combat experience was inferior to hers, a former top assassin. Though her current physical stats were pitifully low, with skill and experience there might still be a chance to turn the tables. She couldn't let Tate harm Vino so. Father, do you really have to do this? Kyle's voice carried a hint of disappointment while she subtly signaled Vino to get ready. Although unsure of Kyle's intentions, Vino nonetheless nodded obediently for some reason. Kyle, this is for the family. Duke Tate's voice held a touch of helplessness, yet the magical aura in his hand grew even brighter. Kyle ceased her chatter. She suddenly stepped forward, pretending to push her father away. Duke Tate instinctively took a step back, his body slightly losing balance. Now's the time. Anyone would instinctively evade something that intended to harm them. Even if they knew it was harmless, it wouldn't be any different. Seizing this moment, Kyle quickly crouched down, relying on her assassin experience, and with a precise sweep struck Duke Tate's ankle. Bang! Duke Tate was caught off guard and fell heavily to the ground, the magic light in his hand dissipating as well. System run, Kyle shouted in her heart. Initiating emergency teleportation. The system's voice swiftly responded. A flash of white light appeared, and Kyle and Vino's figures instantly vanished from the room. Duke Tate lay on the ground, completely dazed. He never expected that his daughter, who had never learned magic or combat skills, could take him down in an instant. His mind was blank until a few seconds later he suddenly reacted and shouted loudly, "Someone! Quick, someone! Stop them!" The guards outside rushed in upon hearing the Duke's shout. However, the room was left with only Duke Tate sitting helplessly on the ground. Quick, pursue! Kyle and that girl with the different colored eyes must not be allowed to leave the mansion. Duke Tate roared. The guards did not dare to be negligent, immediately scattering in pursuit of every exit of the mansion. Meanwhile, Kyle and Vino had already been teleported by the system to the front door of the Duke's mansion. The cold night wind hit them, carrying a piercing chill. Kyle turned her head to look at Vino beside her, her tone filled with concern. Are you all right? Vino's face was still slightly pale, but her different colored eyes sparkled with determination. She gently shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. I'm fine. Miss Kyle, you're really amazing. But it's not worth it for you to fall out with the Duke because of me. Whether it's worth it or not depends on oneself. Kyle interrupted Vino, her tone firm and unyielding. If I think it's worth it, then it is worth it. This is a matter that comes from the heart. She took Vino's hand again, leading her outward. If you feel guilty every time you're with me, then I'm sorry, we might not be suited to be friends. Kyle's voice carried a hint of a faint warning. Hearing Kyle's words, Vino frantically shook her head, a flash of panic crossing her different colored eyes. She absolutely didn't want to part ways with Kyle. Being with Kyle always gave her an inexplicable sense of security, as if standing beside her could dispel all fear and unease. No, Miss Kyle, that's not what I meant. Vino's voice was tinged with urgency, as if afraid Kyle would leave her because of this. Then just obediently listen to me. Kyle smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of fondness. She stopped, gently placing her index finger on Vino's lips, signaling her to be quiet. Then she leaned her head slightly forward, her lips close to Vino's ear, whispering softly, "Being obedient is what makes a good child." A warm breath brushed against Vino's earlobe, causing her body to tremble suddenly, her cheeks instantly flushed. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Okay, I will definitely listen to you." Kyle was very satisfied with Vino's reaction. In fact, she was quite nervous just now. To put it mildly, she was very anxious. She admitted that her actions were somewhat of a gamble. But it seemed she had gambled correctly, as she had seen someone with a personality similar to Vino's in her past life. The traits were also remarkably similar. The gamble was that Vino's current personality was one of insecurity, extremely lacking in a sense of security. Such individuals are most easily moved by the kindness of others, thus forming a dependent personality. Kyle's goal was clear. She wanted Vino to rely on her, thereby gaining control over her. It sounded more like a villainous approach from Kyle, but it was the only course of action available to her at the moment. She could not confidently hand Vino over to anyone else, as she was the only one who understood how terrifying Vino's seal was. "That's a good child." Kyle spoke with a hint of joy, lightly pinching Vino's little face, her actions gentle and affectionate. "A good child will be rewarded." Vino's cheeks puffed slightly as Kyle pinched them, her different-colored eyes glimmered with a hint of shyness, but even more so with joy. Her heart told her that she liked Kyle's affectionate gestures, as if they proved that she was special in Kyle's heart. Seeing Vino's reaction, Kyle secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her plan was gradually coming to fruition. Vino's dependence on her would become her greatest support in the future. Then while walking, Kyle asked, "It's certain that I can't go home now. Do you still want to go back to your home? Shall I take you to the magic train?" She said so, but her feet showed no intention of heading towards the train station. The train station was to the left, yet Kyle led Vino straight to the right. If she remembered correctly, the right led to the shopping street. Hearing the words, "Go home," Vino shook her head desperately, her voice tinged with panic. "No, I don't want to go home." Kyle chuckled inwardly. It was as she had guessed. Vino clearly did not want to go back. Her father, Count Cluster, didn't even personally bring her to such an important occasion as this comingafage ceremony, clearly filled with discrimination and indifference towards Vino, just like everyone else. Vino was taken aback by Kale's question, her entire being frozen in place, her mind blank, as if even her breath had paused for a moment. Her lips quivered slightly, yet she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long while. I don't know either. How could she possibly say that? To say that she actually wanted to be with Miss Kale. They had only just met, and Vino was afraid that being too proactive would trouble Kale. Although Kale had previously stated they were friends, was that not set out of the circumstances at that moment? Vino couldn't be sure. She didn't want Kale to think of her as overly familiar, nor did she want Kale to dislike her because of it. Kale looked at Vino's flustered appearance, a slight smile creeping up her lips, revealing an expression of, "I have seen through you." This reaction was unmistakable, but she still pretended to sigh in disappointment, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness. "Is there nothing you wish to hold on to?" "Indeed, I was just being sentimental." She lowered her head, her voice laced with self-mockery. "I thought I had made myself clear enough." Upon hearing Kale's words, a wave of intense guilt surged within Vino. Panic flickered in her heterochromatic eyes as she quickly shook her head to explain, "And no, it's not. Miss Kale, I just..." Before she could finish her sentence, Kale had already lifted her head, revealing a gentle smile once more. "It's all right if you don't want to go back. You can stay with me for as long as you like." Vino's heart raced, her cheeks instantly flushing with a rosy hue. She felt both guilty and unable to contain her excitement. Kale seemed to have a favorable impression of her, yet it felt as if she had just said something wrong that disappointed Kale. This emotional tug-of-war left Vino utterly confused about Kale's true feelings. One moment disappointed, the next teasing her. "Miss Kale, I didn't mean it like that." Vino's voice was tinged with urgency, yet she was at a loss for how to explain. Kale chuckled softly, reaching out to gently ruffle Vino's hair. "All right, don't think too much. Let's go to the shopping street and buy some things." She took Vino's hand and led her toward the shopping street. The night market remained brightly lit, with shops lining the streets, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that sparkled enticingly in the windows. Kale brought Vino into a clothing store, casually picking up a light blue dress and holding it up against Vino. "How about this one? It suits you well. It matches your hair color perfectly." Vino was momentarily stunned, her gaze sweeping over the price tag of the dress. €5 bic. Clearly this was a magical item, and the price left her in shock. She had never seen so much money in her life. Ever since she was young, her father had never given her pocket money, and he would only buy her new clothes when she had outgrown the old ones. Moreover, any clothes she wore would be thrown into the incinerator by her father, burned to a crisp. She quickly waved her hands, her voice tinged with panic. "And no, Miss Kale, that's too extravagant." Kale, however, unceremoniously pressed the dress into her hands, her tone resolute and firm. "This is a gift from me to you, no refusals allowed." She added in a mock-angry tone, "And misbehaving children will have to face my punishment." Wayno's cheeks instantly flushed a deeper shade of red. "Oh, okay, Miss Kale. Thank you." Kale raised an eyebrow, deliberately prolonging her tone. Wayno quickly corrected herself, her voice shy. I really like it." "Yes, that's more like it," Kale said with satisfaction, nodding her head, reaching out to pinch Wayno's small face, her actions intimate and natural. "Host, why do I feel like you are having a great time?" The system's voice suddenly echoed in Kale's mind, tinged with teasing. Kale casually responded in her mind, "Don't worry, with a girl like this I knew exactly how to handle her from the moment I laid eyes on her. In future battles I might need her assistance, how could I not control her? Be careful not to get burned, Host. Wayno's power is not something you can control." The system's voice carried a hint of warning. "You talk too much," Kale replied, displeased. "If she loses control, I won't need your help, believe it or not. If I can't handle a naive girl like her, I don't deserve to be an assassin." "Well, Host, you said that yourself. If anything happens to her, I won't help you." The system's voice carried a note of helplessness. "Let's go. Hearing your voice annoys me, useless thing," Kale retorted without reservation. It must be said Kale felt a strange excitement at that moment. In the game she had endured so many blows from Wayno, yet now she had her completely in her grasp, and this contrast brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Moreover, the touch of Wayno's cheeks was indeed somewhat addictive. Unlike the women she had encountered in her past tasks, Wayno was more pure, devoid of any falsehood. Kale had always interacted with those women only for the sake of the mission. Some liked money, others craved power. After understanding their preferences, she relied on the psychological knowledge she had learned to manipulate them, discarding them once they had no further use. She had been an assassin for 10 years, never making a mistake. Even the most cunning women could not see through her. This was the confidence and assurance of Kale. She did not believe that she would falter with a girl like this. Having enjoyed herself, Kale teased Wayno again. "As long as you behave, I will give you even greater rewards in the future." Wayno's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, panic and shyness flickering in her heterochromatic eyes. She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress, her voice barely audible. I will be obedient." Kale smiled with satisfaction and then continued to stroll through the shopping street with Wayno. This time Kale brought Wayno not just to buy clothes. She had something more important to purchase. Soon Kale led Wayno into a shop specializing in adventurer equipment. Her gaze swept across the shelves, finally resting on a set of black stealth gear. This stealth gear was exclusive for assassins, not only lightweight and comfortable, but also increased agility by 20 with even greater effects at night. This was exactly what she needed as an assassin. Such items were completely unaffordable for a new player at the start of the game. However, Kale did not need to worry about money right now. "I want this set of stealth gear," Kale said, pointing at the outfit, her tone undeniably firm. The shop assistant glanced at Kale, immediately recognizing her identity, and hurriedly said respectfully, "Of course, Miss Kale. The price for this stealth gear is 200,000 BIC. Would you like me to charge it to the Duke's account?" Kale nodded. 200,000 BIC was something she wouldn't earn even after toiling for a year in the game. But since it wasn't her money being spent, she felt no pain at all. Next, she picked out several pure silver daggers. Although these daggers were expensive, they were essential equipment for her impending journey to the north. She needed these to kill a low-level demon first and obtain the demon's heart that it would drop. The demon's heart was nearly a graduation item for the early to mid-game, and that demon was located not far from the Duke's residence. With the agility boost from the stealth gear, she was confident she could complete the task in a short amount of time. Finally, Kale's gaze fell upon a magical mask. This mask could cover the eyes, but would not block the field of vision, making it perfect for Wayno. She picked up the mask and handed it to Wayno. "This is for you. Wear it, and no one will be able to see your heterochromatic eyes. You are going to live with me now, so you mustn't be discovered by my father. You need to pretend to be one of my maids." Wayno received the mask, a flicker of gratitude in her heterochromatic eyes. I really like it." Kale smiled, ruffling her hair. "As long as you are obedient, there will be more rewards in the future." Wayno's cheeks flushed once more as she lowered her head and gently hummed in response. Kale observed her reaction, feeling secretly pleased. She knew she had completely grasped Wayno's psychology. From now on, as long as she continued to solidify this dependence, Wayno would become her most reliable ally. "All right, let's go." Kale took Wayno's hand, speaking lightly. "Next, we have a lot of things to do." As midnight approached, the mansion of the Seacrum family remained brightly lit. The knights in the house had searched for most of the day, turning every corner upside down, yet they could not find even a shadow of Kyle. Duke Tart sat in Kyle's room, his face dark, feeling anxious and restless. He waited impatiently, while muttering under his breath, "Damn, you cursed girl, how could you take my precious daughter away?" If anything happens to Kyle, KLYST you dog, just wait to die? Just then a gentle knock on the door sounded. Dad, I'm back. Duke Tart suddenly raised his head and looked toward the door. There stood Kyle leaning against the door frame, her silver hair shimmering softly in the light, and a playful smile in her ice blue eyes. Behind her was a bowing maid holding several shopping bags. Seeing his daughter return safely, Duke Tart felt the heavy stone in his heart finally lift, but then anger surged again. He stood up, his tone filled with reproach. Kyle, you naughty girl. You do know how to come home. I thought your soul had been taken away by that Vino. Kyle stuck out her tongue, her face showing a hint of innocence. Isn't it? Because you wanted to drive my friend away. I had no choice but to take action. But it's fine, I just sent her to the station. Duke Tart looked at his daughter's playful demeanor, and his anger dissipated by more than half. He sighed, shook his head, and spoke helplessly. It's not that I don't want you to be friends with others. I wouldn't care who you made friends with. But that Vino, she is. Kyle quickly interrupted him, hurrying over to Duke Tart's side, hugging his arm, and acting coy. Dad. Her voice was sweet and soft, like it was mixed with honey, which softened Duke Tart's heart. Kyle's appearance was already exquisite to the point of being enchanting. Her silver hair, ice blue eyes, and her pitiful expression made it impossible to refuse. If Kyle remembered correctly, Duke Tart was a complete daughter slave in the game, and after Kyle was killed by Vino, he used all means to confront Vino for a few minutes. Unfortunately, it was like trying to stop a cart with a mantis, and he was easily defeated by Vino. Therefore, he had absolutely no resistance to Kyle's act of acting cute. He sighed helplessly and reached out to ruffle Kyle's hair. You girl, I really can't do anything with you. Kyle saw this and immediately seized the opportunity, continuing to act cute. Dad is the best. I knew Dad wouldn't be mad at me. Duke Tart shook his head, his tone filled with a hint of indulgence. All right, fine, this time I'll let it go. But you can't do this again, next time, understand? Kyle nodded vigorously, a radiant smile on her face. I promise. Duke Tart looked at his daughter's obedient demeanor, and the last trace of his anger vanished, even feeling a bit pleased. He stood up, prepared to leave the room, but before he left he glanced at the maid standing behind Kyle, slightly furrowing his brows. How come? I've never seen you before. Kyle's heart tightened, and she hurriedly covered up. Oh, she's a new maid we hired. It's normal that you don't recognize her, Dad. Although Duke Tart found it a bit strange, he didn't ask further. After all, there were many servants in the house, and it was normal for him not to remember a few. He nodded and turned to leave the room. Once Duke Tart's footsteps faded away, Kyle finally let out a sigh of relief. She closed the door, turned to the maid, and gently removed her eye mask. Vino, you scared me to death. Kyle's voice contained a hint of helplessness, but more so it was filled with laughter. Vino's heterochromatic eyes sparkled faintly under the light, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her voice as delicate as a whisper. I'm sorry, Miss Kyle. I was really scared just now. Kyle smiled, reaching out to ruffle Vino's hair. It's okay, I'm here. However, you should thank me for this maid outfit, or else I really wouldn't have been able to fool my dad. Vino lowered her head, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Kyle. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. All right, stop thinking too much. Kyle pulled Vino's hand, speaking casually. Tonight you can rest in my room. We can discuss our plans tomorrow. Seeing that everything had been resolved, Kyle's tense nerves finally relaxed. She stretched and then began to undress without hesitation. After experiencing so much today, she indeed needed a good rest. Soon Kyle's outer garments slipped off one by one onto the floor, her body fully exposed to the air. Her skin was as white as jade with smooth and beautiful lines. Although her figure seemed slightly slender, the overall proportions were nearly perfect. Kyle glanced down at herself, nodding in satisfaction. No doubt it's the female version of me, ooh, truly beautiful. However, this scene left Vino completely flustered. Her heterochromatic eyes widened in shock, and then as if burned, she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, stammering, wait a second. Kyle, you. How can you? Kyle turned her head in confusion, looking at Vino's flustered expression, her tone teasing. What's wrong with me? We're both girls, what's there to be shy about? I am still in the room. Don't you feel shy? Vino's cheeks had turned as red as ripe apples, her voice mixed with panic and embarrassment. Kyle tilted her head slightly, a sly smile, curving her lips. So, don't you want to see? Then I won't show you next time. As she spoke, she walked up to Vino, gently cradling the back of her head with her hands, her tone laced with temptation. So what are your true thoughts? Only honest children are good children. Vino, startled by Kyle's actions, froze, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. Her lips trembled slightly. Did she want to see? Surely she did. Just now she had many impure thoughts about Kyle's body. But could she say that out loud? However, Kyle had told her to be honest. After much thought, Vino decided to stick to her true feelings, but just as she made up her mind, she heard Kyle's lazy voice. Okay, I've put on my pajamas. I'm going to sleep now. Vino was taken aback, opening her eyes to find that Kyle had already changed into loose pajamas and was lazily lying on the bed. Her silver hair spread out on the pillow, and there was a hint of playful amusement in her ice blue eyes. Vino's mind briefly crashed, completely unable to comprehend what Kyle was trying to do. One moment this way, the next that way, it left her unprepared, and she felt like she had been played by this girl. What are you standing there for? Kyle patted the bed beside her, her tone lazy. Come over and sleep. We have serious business to attend to tomorrow. Vino's cheeks were still burning. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously walked to the bedside and lay down next to Kyle. Her body was as stiff as a wooden board, afraid to breathe too loudly. Kyle turned to look at Vino's nervous expression and couldn't help but laugh. Relax, I'm not going to eat you. Vino's face turned even redder. She murmured softly, Miss Kyle, you are so cunning. Kyle smiled, reaching out to ruffle Vino's little face. All right, go to sleep. Do I still need to sing you a lullaby? Vino originally wanted to shake her head, but instead nodded, closed her eyes, and tried to relax. Vino, you really are a child. Kyle chuckled lightly, then began humming an unknown tune. As the song played, Vino felt a wave of peace and gradually fell into a dream. After Vino fell asleep, the smile on Kyle's face slowly faded. Junior Demon. LV 5. Magic Power 100. Strength 12. Agility 25. Skill Desire Corruption. Digging into the deepest desires of the heart, who once affected the victim, will be manipulated by the demon. Equipment none. Indeed, it's exactly like the game settings. Kyle stared at the data on the system panel, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This demon is a hidden Easter egg boss in the game with a triggering condition that is extremely ridiculous. Players must run around the house 3 times and then perform 3 squats at the entrance. Although this setting seems silly, Kyle clearly remembers that once this Easter egg is triggered, the demon will drag the player into the house and instantly deduct 80 of their health. If the healing potions are not sufficient, even a level 20 player would find it difficult to escape unscathed. But things are different now. Kyle's fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill, his ice blue eyes glinting dangerously in the moonlight. In the game, that house was designated as an inaccessible area, but now she had completely integrated into this world. The codes restricting players meant nothing to her. She could enter and exit anywhere freely. Post, to be frank, even with the enhancement of the night outfit, you are not a match for this demon, are you? The system couldn't help but say, its mechanical voice tinged with obvious concern. Kyle lazily stretched her silk nightgown, sliding down with her movement, revealing her fair shoulders. She shrugged indifferently. I can go tomorrow. Now I am a duke's daughter, isn't it only natural to bring a few bodyguards? She turned towards the 4-poster bed draped in velvet blankets, her silver hair swaying gently behind her. Moreover, the lower the level, the better the effect of obtaining the demon heart, isn't it? But before the system could say anything else, Kyle had already buried her face into the soft pillow. She deliberately buried her face in the covers and muttered, "Good night." The system fell silent for a moment, ultimately only able to mutter helplessly, "What a terrible personality." Moonlight spilled through the sheer curtains onto the bed, and Kyle curled up, resembling a lazy cat. Her breathing gradually steadied, and her long eyelashes cast shadows on her face. In her sleep, she unconsciously rubbed against the warm source beside her. That was the sleeping Vino. How ironic. The system quietly observed this scene, clearly mortal enemies in the game, yet now cuddling together like small animals. Kyle frowned in her dream, seemingly sensing the system's thoughts. She suddenly rolled over, throwing her leg over Vino, treating her as a human-shaped pillow. This action caused her nightgown to ride up to her thighs, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. The system decided to temporarily go into sleep mode for the night. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Kyle's biological clock woke her up on time. She abruptly opened her eyes, her body almost instinctively bouncing off the bed, only to find herself tangled around Vino like an octopus. Her silver hair was messily spread across the pillow, one leg unceremoniously pressed against Vino's waist, and her arm tightly wrapped around the other's shoulder, resembling a sloth hugging a tree trunk. And Vino's expression could only be described as an utter pain. Her brows were tightly knitted, her breathing slightly hurried, and even a fine sheen of sweat formed on her fair forehead, clearly suffocating from the pressure. Only after Kyle sheepishly loosened her grip was she finally able to catch her breath, her tightly furrowed brow relaxing slightly, and her breathing gradually stabilizing. TSK. Kyle sheepishly averted her gaze, carefully climbing down from the bed, fearful of disturbing Vino again. Last night, Vino's sleep quality must not have been very good. She had just opened the door to wash up when a row of maids had already lined up neatly on both sides of the corridor, bowing in unison. "Miss Kyle, good morning." Kyle's eyes twitched. She was used to being solitary in her previous life, and suddenly being surrounded by so many people attending to her made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Especially when the maids reached out to help her change clothes, as she instinctively took a half step back, warily staring at them. "I'll do it myself." However, the maids clearly did not take her protest seriously. "Miss, please raise your arms. Your hair needs to be styled first. This sheer dress is perfect for today's breakfast meeting." They smiled, their movements practiced, giving her no chance to resist. Kyle felt like a delicate doll being dressed and groomed by them. brushes gently gliding through her silver hair, her tresses braided into elegant styles. Her slender waist was gently cinched, even though she scoffed at the idea. Finally, a light blue sheer dress was draped over her, the hem flowing gracefully, making her appear like a fairy from a fairy tale. Isn't this dress a bit too extravagant? Kyle looked down and tugged at the hem, her face full of disdain. How could it be? You look good in anything, miss. The maids answered with beaming smiles, seemingly accustomed to her little temper. Just as Kyle was considering whether to secretly change out of this troublesome outfit, an older maid stepped forward and respectfully curtsied. Miss, the lady is already waiting for you in the dining room. Please hurry and join her for breakfast. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Lady? Yes, your mother, the maid added with a smile. She specifically requested that you have breakfast on time today. Kyle's lips twitched. She almost forgot that she now had a mother. All right. She sighed resignedly, stepping toward the dining room, silently calculating how to deal with this mother later. What a hassle, she thought as she walked, but at least breakfast shouldn't be too hard to eat. Pushing open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door of the dining room, Kyle looked up to see a silver-haired beauty tiptoeing by the sideboard, humming a cheerful tune. Mom, Kyle called out tentatively. Little Kyle. Sina spun around suddenly, her silver hair creating a shining arc in the air. She flew to Kyle like a cheerful little bird, cupping her daughter's face in her hands and rubbing it vigorously. My darling has finally woken up. The maids beside her seemed to be used to Sina's demeanor, their expressions showing no change. But Kyle was not accustomed to it. Her cheeks were squashed, and she stared wide-eyed at her overly lively mother. Sina looked at most 20, her skin as fair and radiant as freshly fallen snow. It was hard to imagine that she was nearly 40 and had given birth to Kyle. If Kyle and Sina stood together, surely no one would think they were mother and daughter. They looked more like sisters. When you sneaked out last night, Mommy's heart almost broke. Sina exaggeratedly clutched her chest, then suddenly leaned in mysteriously. But, did you go out with Miss Vino? Oh my little Kyle has finally made a friend. Kyle's lips twitched at how did this mother think so differently. On the other hand, her father seemed to be in a panic. After all, that was a cursed girl. Yet her mother seemed to not worry about her at all. Come, Mommy specially prepared a super delicious breakfast. Sina pulled Kyle to sit down without giving her a chance to refuse, snapping her fingers. The silver lid on the serving platter flew open automatically, revealing magical dishes emitting colorful mist. Look at this. Sina proudly held up a piece of golden pancake that seemed to bounce on its own. Made with singing lark eggs, taking a bite will let you hear the morning song. Kyle skeptically took a bite, and the pancake indeed vibrated gently in her mouth, a cheerful melody ringing in her mind. Even more astonishing was that with the music, all her fatigue vanished without a trace. And this? Sina pushed over a cup of bubbling purple drink, starfruit juice brewed with moonlight dew. Drinking it will let you see shooting stars. As soon as Kyle took a sip, a dazzling galaxy exploded before her eyes, nearly choking her in surprise. Sina giggled beside her like a girl who had successfully pulled off a prank. Madam, the older maid reminded helplessly, you promised not to make overly extravagant magical dishes. Oh, it's just a small issue. The magical dishes I prepare are generally not available to ordinary folks. Hina, hearing the maid's advice, pouted with her hands on her hips and said, What's wrong with me feeding my cutest little Kyle? She then turned around to serve a plate of color-changing jelly, the translucent dessert shifting through a spectrum of rainbow colors with her movements. With those big, seemingly innocent eyes, Hina smiled sweetly and said, Come on, try this one. Kyle looked at the plate of food, obviously infused with excessive magic, a chill running down his back. This seemingly simple noblewoman seemed more and more like a dangerous magic experiment enthusiast the more he looked at her. Kyle called out in his mind, Has the Hina in the game always been like this? Host, you can treat her as your real mother. The system responded calmly. Real mother? Hey, clarify what you mean. Kyle frowned, but the system fell silent again. To his surprise, the following breakfast time turned out to be exceedingly pleasant. Hina chattered on about Kyle's childhood mishaps, how she had once eaten a magical crystal thinking it was candy at 3 and chased a flying broom around the castle at 5. Although Kyle had no recollection of these childhood memories, he felt inexplicably warm inside. As breakfast was about to conclude, Kyle set down his knife and fork and said seriously, Mother, I need to. Oh, right. Hina suddenly clapped her hands, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Should we invite Vino to breakfast too? Aren't you two good friends? She winked playfully. Don't worry, your dad just left, he won't know. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, nearly dropping the fork he was holding. She forced herself to calm down and said, What Vino? I sent her home last night. Hina suddenly fell silent, her always smiling eyes narrowing into slits. She gently stirred her teacup, the liquid automatically swirling into a mini galaxy. Little Kyle. Hina's voice suddenly turned exceptionally clear, a stark contrast to her earlier lively demeanor. Do you know why Tart just so happens to leave at this time? Kyle's breath caught. The mother who had just been acting cute and playful now emanated an undeniable authority. Hina elegantly sipped her tea and continued, every single event that happens in this palace does not escape my eyes. She suddenly flashed a naive and innocent smile, including the little rascal who secretly hid the injured girl in his room last night. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Kyle's back. I guess Vino is still resting, right? Kyle, go wake her up. Hina elegantly sipped her black tea, the silver spoon lightly tapping the cup's rim, producing a crisp sound. Kyle nodded stiffly, just about to turn when he was called back. Last night, I already paid off your debts from the shopping street. If you want to hide your good friend, make sure not to charge it to the Duke's account next time. It can be easily discovered. If you need money. Hina revealed a mischievous smile. If you make mommy happy, mommy will buy you things. Okay. After hearing Hina's words, it would be a lie to say Kyle wasn't sweating profusely. Unlike Tart, Hina completely frightened him. She was like a worm in Kyle's belly. When he returned to his room, Vino was already awake, dressed neatly. She stood at the bedside in a fluster. Upon seeing Kyle, she hurried over and said, Miss Kyle. Should I? My mother wants to see you. She already knows you are here, Kyle interrupted. She knows I'm here. Vino's pupils dilated suddenly, her whole body freezing as if struck by lightning. She instinctively took a half step back, her voice as soft as a whisper, my eyes will scare her. Kyle suddenly grabbed her wrist, his ice blue gaze fixed on her. My mother is different. As Vino timidly followed Kyle into the dining room, she kept her head down, her mismatched eyes fixated on her shoe-tips, as if there was something worth studying there. Until a warm hand suddenly cupped her face. Oh my, are you Vino? Hina's voice was as bright as the morning sun. She gently removed Vino's mask, leaning in to examine her mismatched eyes, which were regarded as ominous. Instead of showing disgust, she exclaimed in delight, what beautiful eyes! They are like a blend of the starry sky and auroras. Vino was completely stunned. There was no trace of insincerity in Hina's eyes. Her genuine admiration left Vino at a loss. Come sit here. Hina affectionately took Vino's hand and seated her beside herself, moving as naturally as if she were treating her own daughter. She turned to the standing maids and waved her hand. You all may leave. I want to have a private talk with the children. After the dining room door closed, Hina suddenly lowered her voice mysteriously. Actually, when I was young, I also knew a witch with mismatched eyes. She playfully winked. Her gold and silver eyes were even more exaggerated than Vino's, but the strawberry cake she made was the most delicious in the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Vino secretly raised her eyes and found Hina looking at her with the gaze of a mother-in-law judging her son-in-law. Eyes sparkling with smiles, lips curved up as if admiring some rare treasure. So little Vino. Hina suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice mysteriously. What is your relationship with my Kyle? Mom. Kyle suddenly choked on a mouthful of red tea. Vino's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, her mismatched eyes darting around in panic, her lips moving, but unable to form complete sentences. Seeing this, Hina burst into laughter, her silver bell-like laughter echoing in the dining room. Oh dear, young people are so easily shy. Hina elegantly rose, her skirt rippling like water waves. She walked to the sideboard, her slender fingers gently pressed a hidden latch, revealing a delicate enamel box. The surface of the box shimmered with a faint magical glow, clearly not an ordinary item. Here, this is a welcome gift. Hina smiled gently as she handed the box to Vino. As the lid opened, a hairpin inlaid with two colored gemstones lay quietly on the velvet lining. Vino carefully took the gift, her eyes slightly reddening. Besides Kyle, this was the first time someone had accepted her mismatched eyes so naturally. If you don't want to go back, then don't. Hina's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. She gently stroked Vino's hair and softly said, I know all about your experiences. Poor child, you must have had a very hard time these years, right? This sentence seemed to touch the most fragile part of Vino's heart. Her shoulders trembled slightly, tears uncontrollably spilling out as she clutched Hina's clothing tightly. Hina allowed her tears to soak her luxurious dress, gently patting her back as if soothing a frightened little animal. Kyle silently watched this warm scene, unfazed. Since Vino's emotions were calmed, her pressing goal now was to learn more about Hina. She quickly called out to the system in her mind. Immediately display Hina's detailed panel. Warning, target level 2 high, system permissions insufficient, only displaying basic information. Hina Secrum LV49. This data made Kyle's pupils constrict. Level 49. Almost double her father's level of 25. It's known that even the strongest royal mage of the kingdom is only level 45. With Hina's strength, she could easily establish her own power or even a country anywhere. Why would she submit to the Secrum family? Even more alarming was that the system couldn't display complete information due to the significant level disparity. This meant Hina's true power might far exceed the system's current detection limit. Little Kyle, what are you thinking? Hina suddenly turned her head, a glint of mischief flashing in her violet eyes. You aren't secretly speaking ill of your mother, are you? Kyle snapped back to reality, meeting Hina's teasing gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. She forced herself to remain calm, lifting her teacup. It's nothing, just thinking about some things. Hina looked at her meaningfully, not pressing further. She elegantly snapped her fingers, and an exquisite dessert tower appeared on the table. The top layer of starry macarons shimmered, as if the galaxy had been infused into the dessert. Here, try this. Hina pushed a piece of macaron towards Vino, gently wiping away the tears on her face. Do you know? You are the first friend Kyle has brought home. She turned to Kyle and winked. Our Kyle has never liked interacting with others since childhood. Bringing you home indicates you are truly special to her. Really? Is that true? Vino looked up, her mismatched eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hina nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. Under the gentle comfort of Xena, Vino also broke into a smile. The three quickly concluded their breakfast amidst laughter and joy. However, after the meal, Kale did not forget the important matter at hand and said to Xena with a serious expression, Mom, I need some help today. There's something important to handle. Xena's originally gentle smile instantly froze. She pouted, glaring at Kale like a little girl. Oh dear, our little Kale has grown up, even hiding things from his mommy now? Saying this, she unexpectedly produced a handkerchief from somewhere and pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Kale broke into a cold sweat. No, I just... Wah, Mama is so sad. Xena's wailing suddenly rose an octave, the handkerchief swaying in front of her. You used to tell Mommy everything when you were little, and now... Vino looked helplessly at the mother-daughter duo, completely at a loss for what to do. After Xena fussed for a while, Kale took a deep breath, finally yielding. All right. I just want to go hunt a weak demon, and a few ordinary guards from home will be enough. A demon? Vino exclaimed, her heterochromatic eyes filled with fear. In the stories she heard since childhood, demons were extremely terrifying beings. Xena's wailing abruptly stopped. She put down the handkerchief and her expression turned serious, a sharp glint flashing in her violet eyes. The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly became tense. A demon? Xena's voice dropped a few tones. Where? At the abandoned manor in the northern outskirts. Kale answered truthfully. It's just a low-level demon, it won't be too dangerous. Xena fell silent for a moment, then suddenly returned to her innocent and carefree demeanor. Oh, so that's how it is, she patted Kale's shoulder. Go on, remember to come back before dinner. Kale and Vino were both stunned. Was the speed of this change too fast? However, Xena suddenly put on a stern face. You don't need the guards at home. She smiled mysteriously. Mom has prepared a better helper for you. A better helper? Suddenly, a blue halo surrounded Xena, her lips moving as she recited a few incantations, smiling as she said, he should be here soon. Now, she suddenly leaned close to Kale, her gaze sharp as a knife. Tell Mommy, why do you want to hunt that demon? Kale felt an invisible pressure. Before those eyes that seemed to see through everything, any lie appeared to be utterly transparent. I read in an ancient book that the heart of a demon is extremely effective for magical cultivation. Kale forced himself to fabricate. I want to prepare for my future magical studies. The heart of a demon. Xena and Vino exclaimed in unison. Even with Xena's knowledge, she had never heard of such a thing. A hint of doubt flickered in her violet eyes. That doesn't sound like. Just then, heavy footsteps approached from outside the door. Accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, a towering figure appeared at the doorway. The newcomer was covered in grotesque scars, and his fierce countenance could silence a crying child. But when he saw Xena, a trace of undeniable fear flashed in his fierce eyes. He knelt on one knee, his voice trembling involuntarily. Madam, you called for me. Black Tower, you arrived just in time. You should be able to handle the task I just assigned to you, right? Xena said with a smile, but her smile made the hulking man instinctively shrink his neck. Yes. Yes, madam. Black Tower's voice was deep as thunder, but carried a noticeable tremor. I will ensure the arrangements for the young lad's schedule today are perfect. After saying this, he turned to Kale, kneeling smoothly and firmly, causing the floor to tremble. When he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes sparkled with fervent loyalty. Young lady, please give your orders. Even if it means carving out a bloody path through the depths of hell, I, Black Tower, will do it for you. Kale sized up the fierce-looking giant before him and called out to the system in his mind. Bring up his panel. Warning, target level 2 high, system permissions insufficient. Only displaying Black Tower LV 43. This data made Kale's pupils contract. Level 43. That's already close to the standard of a Royal Knight Commander. Where did Xena find so many powerful subordinates? At this moment, Black Tower suddenly lowered his voice and said to Xena, Madam, there are some situations over there that need your attention. Xena nodded in understanding, lightly tracing her slender finger, a translucent magical barrier instantly enveloping the two. Through the distorted screen, Kale could only see Xena still maintaining that innocent and carefree smile, while Black Tower's expression grew increasingly grave. Inside the barrier, Black Tower's rough voice was kept extremely low. Some blind fools from Blood Rose are causing trouble. It seems they want to test our limits. Xena's smile remained unchanged, yet a chilling coldness flickered in her violet eyes. As usual, twist their heads off. She spoke the most gruesome words in the sweetest tone. Remember to chop their bodies into pieces and feed them to those monsters in the dungeon. No one dares to provoke my authority like this. Black Tower swallowed hard, respectfully bowing his head. As you command, my queen. When the barrier was lifted, Xena returned to her gentle, motherly demeanor, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. She clapped her hands cheerily. All right, brother, Black Tower will protect you well. Remember to come back before dinner. It'll make you something delicious. Kale felt that the conversation between his mother and Black Tower was somewhat strange, but for now, obtaining the heart of the demon was the priority. This taboo item, deemed extremely evil in the eyes of NPCs, was in reality one of the most extraordinary existences in the game. It was not a magical item, but a special ingredient. Guide to consuming the heart of a demon. Game setting. Properties: the heartbeat of a demon's heart is 7 times that of a human, providing an unimaginable supply of blood. Effects: activates overload mode with a theoretical amplification limit of up to 700 actual effects, limited by constitution. Current compatibility: based on Kale's existing constitution, the maximum amplification he can endure is 1. 2 times, lasting less than 10 minutes. Risk warning: insufficient constitution may lead to heart rupture, commonly referred to as instant death. Growth characteristics: the lower the level, the better the effects of consumption, forming a virtuous cycle of constitution enhancement, higher amplification, further strengthening of constitution. Miss, the carriage is ready. Black Tower's rough voice interrupted Kale's thoughts. This scarred giant now resembled a respectful butler, carefully opening the carriage door for the 2 young ladies. As the carriage slowly drove out of the castle, Kale questioned the system in his mind. Explain to me clearly, what is Xena's situation? There was no introduction about this character in the game, right? Host, please be aware, the system's mechanical voice carried a hint of flattery. There are only 6 words describing Xena in the original game: the prematurely deceased Duchess. So she transformed into this after you crossed over. Kale glanced at the castle, gradually fading into the distance outside the carriage window. Even if she looks like me, why does her personality? Isn't this perfect? The system interrupted. The mother-daughter setting of silver hair and blue eyes is so appealing. And don't you think Lady Xena's contrastive charm is amazing? Contrastive charm, my foot. Kale nearly shouted, quickly glancing at Vino, who was teasing the crystal bird perched on the carriage window, and seeing she was unresponsive, he breathed a sigh of relief. I mean, her terrifying insight. I feel like a rookie in front of her. This is the legendary bloodline suppression, host, the system said gleefully. No matter what kind of top assassin you were in your past life, you still have to obediently listen in front of your mother. This is a conceptual level of suppression belonging to a rules-based ability. Kale ground his teeth in anger, and at that moment the carriage suddenly jolted. Black Tower immediately leaned in from the driver's position, his fierce face contorting into a horrifyingly gentle expression. Is the young lady all right? Do you want me to take out the stone workers on this stretch of road? No, that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, Vino curiously gazed at the scenery rushing by outside the window, the rising morning sun reflecting in her heterochromatic eyes. She softly asked, Little Kale, is that demon really dangerous? Hearing this, Black Tower immediately patted his chest in assurance. Miss Vino, rest assured. Even if a mere low-level demon is involved, if a Lord of the Abyss comes, I will still be able to tear it in half. He boasted, demonstrating his arm that was thicker than Kale's waist. Brother Black Tower, you must be careful. I've read in books that demons have extremely terrifying skills. Don't underestimate them. Vino said with a worried expression. Hearing her words, Kale felt like laughing. She had already started mourning for that demon in her heart. Level 5 against level 43. A challenge to hold back laughter. I lost. The abandoned manor. This is the place. Kyle carefully examined the abandoned manor before him. Although it differed slightly from the modeling in the game, the overall structure was basically the same. She pointed to the main house and said, The demon should be hiding in there. Haida immediately perked up at her words, jumping down from the carriage with 2 large boxes like an excited dog. Ladies, put this on first. With a loud clang, he opened the boxes to reveal 2 sets of heavy full-body armor. Vino blinked, her mismatched eyes cautiously touching the armor. This is so heavy. Don't worry. I specifically chose the lightest material. Haida proudly patted his chest, just a little over 200 kilograms. Kyle's mouth twitched as she looked at the lightweight armor. Before she could refuse, Haida had already dressed them in the armor, as if dressing dolls. Vino was wrapped up like a walking medallion, struggling to turn her head. Perfect. Haida clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now the ladies are absolutely safe. Having said that, the burly man turned to face the manor, his fists beginning to gather a terrifying wave of magical energy. Kyle suddenly realized what Haida was about to do. She quickly covered her eyes with one hand and swiftly covered Vino's eyes with the other. Boom! A blinding light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion, and the entire manor was instantly reduced to ashes. Amidst the crashing sounds of collapsing buildings, a blood-curdling scream from the demon pierced the sky, its sound painfully piercing to the ears. Then came a muffled pop reminiscent of a water balloon being smashed. Clearly the poor demon had gone to meet its end. The shockwave sent the two armored girls flying like bowling pins, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Vino's helmet was askew, revealing her shocked, mismatched eyes. After the dust settled, Kyle eagerly removed her armor and quickly rushed toward the center of the rubble. Amidst the debris, she found the demon's heart floating in midair, a fist-sized dark red crystal covered in writhing black veins, occasionally twitching and emitting a nauseating gurgling sound. Ugh! Haida the towering man actually covered his mouth and gagged. Miss, this thing looks even more disgusting than a rotting corpse in a dungeon. Vino hid behind Haida, revealing only one eye. Little Kyle, are you sure you want to touch that? But Kyle's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together. Perfect. Even more standard than the modeling in the game. She carefully cradled the stilt-witching, disgusting crystal in her hands, her face beaming with joy. On the way back in the carriage, Haida and Vino were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. Suddenly, the sound of crunching broke the silence. The two turned their heads stiffly, only to see Kyle happily munching on the demon's heart like an apple. Black juice dripped from the corner of her mouth, and she seemed oblivious, her eyes closing in satisfaction. Miss, Haida's voice trembled. Have you been possessed? Vino was so frightened, she burst into tears. Little Kyle, spit it out. You can't eat that. Kyle swallowed the last mouthful and licked her lips, not quite done yet. It's crunchier than I expected, just a bit fishy. Seeing the petrified expressions on the two, she tilted her head and added, What's wrong? Do you want to try some too? Ugh, this time Haida truly vomited. Haida trembled as he pulled out the holy water. He carried his face serious as he said, I think we need to find a radiation mage. System prompt: successfully consumed. Demon's heart physical limit increased by 120. Current overload mode can now be activated. Kyle looked at the terrified expressions on the two, shrugging nonchalantly. They had no idea what it meant to consume a demon's heart at level 1. This was the perfect start that even the top players in the game dreamed of. In this magical continent, the distribution of magical talent is extremely uneven. On average, only 1 in every 100 people would nurture a magic core within gaining the qualification to wield magical power. These fortunate individuals generally follow 2 development paths. The first category is known as reinforced warriors, who use magical power to enhance their physical bodies. They have strong melee explosive power and a stable growth curve. In battle, they can unleash formidable combat strength thanks to their enhanced physical bodies. Common branches include heavily armored knights who utilize magical power to strengthen their defenses, possessing indestructible shields and formidable defensive capabilities. While swift swordsmen focus on enhancing speed, berserkers enhance their strength with magical power. The other type of mage channels magical power externally to cast spells requiring higher magical affinity and control compared to warriors. They have various branch systems, with battle mages using staffs as mediums, excelling in elemental magic capable of controlling flames, frost, lightning, and other elemental forces to inflict tremendous damage on enemies. Another type, healing mages, possess light affinity and serve as core units on the battlefield. Their healing light can instantly dispel pain, reviving warriors on the brink of death, playing a crucial role in the team. Moreover, in today's peaceful era, healing mages and clinics are even more crucial resources compared to other mages. Thus, the status of light mages is far above that of ordinary mages. The last type is known as barrier masters, who specialize in spatial magic and are rare professions, typically constructing powerful barriers to guard cities and repel foreign invaders, their barriers being incredibly sturdy and difficult for ordinary magic to shake. Although there are supposed to be 2 pathways, in reality mages hold a status far above that of reinforced warriors on this continent. With their exquisite control over magical power, mages can unleash various powerful spells that play irreplaceable roles in attack, defense, and support. Compared to reinforced warriors, they hold a more important strategic position. In major factions, mages are always highly esteemed. Their every word and action can even influence the course of wars. Kyle had already deeply experienced this in the game. The story quests led by those powerful mages seemed to rewrite the fate of the world with every spell cast. In a key battle against the invasion of ice dragons, a mass banishment spell unleashed by a top mage could instantly obliterate a large number of enemies, turning the tide of battle. However, despite their bravery and fearlessness charging into battle, reinforced warriors often find themselves relegated to support roles in the face of the mage's powerful magic. Thus, normally most choose the mage path, even though it might be considerably more difficult than that of reinforced warriors. But with the demon's heart in hand, Kyle could not settle for just that. In the game, the dual cultivation path was absolutely impossible. Various limitations and rules acted like invisible shackles binding players tightly. The training paths of reinforced warriors and mages were strictly separated with clear boundaries in resource allocation, skill learning, and so on. Players could only advance along a single road, with the idea of balancing both being nothing but a dream. However, at this moment, Kyle had already entered the real game world. Here, all the rules seemed to become blurred, no longer so absolute. Because she had already seen someone do just that, or rather an NPC. Kyle gazed into Vino's mismatched eyes and softly asked, "Vino, have you practiced magic?" Vino was taken aback and then shook her head sadly. I've never even touched a magic book since I was little." This answer was within Kyle's expectations. After all, Vino had just come of age, and her family's attitude towards her was not one that would allow her to come into contact with such things. But Kyle knew that this seemingly weak girl before her would become a terrifying existence, proficient in both magic and martial arts in the future. By the endgame, Vino would be capable of bombarding the battlefield with banishment spells while simultaneously cleaving enemies with a great sword. "System," Kyle asked in her mind, "is it possible for me to take the dual cultivation path?" Theoretically feasible, the system's mechanical voice carried a hint of amusement. But does the host really want to challenge hell difficulty? Less chatter, get to the point. Dual cultivation of magic warriors and mages requires meeting the following conditions. Base magical energy storage must reach 3 times that of an ordinary mage, while mastering both internal circulation and external casting techniques, and most importantly, a doubled or even greater consumption of magical resources. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. In the game, such unconventional gameplay would be forcibly prohibited by the system. But in this real world, since Vino could achieve it, there was no reason she as a transmigrator couldn't. "Little Kyle." Vino timidly tugged at her sleeve. "Are you asking this because you want to teach me magic?" Kyle turned her head, looking at Vino's expectant yet anxious expression, unable to help but smile. "Not at all." Vino's eyes dimmed instantly. In this magic-dominated world, who wouldn't long to become a noble mage? She had hidden countless times in the corner of the attic, secretly perusing those incomplete magic tomes, fantasizing about wielding the power of elements. Seeing Vino's disappointed expression, Kyle suddenly held her hands and gently pressed them against her chest. The strong and powerful heartbeat of the demon's heart resonated through her palms, causing Vino's eyes to widen. "Fool." Kyle leaned closer to Vino's ear, her warm breath causing Vino's ears to instantly flush. "I'm not here to teach you magic." She deliberately paused, watching Vino hold her breath in tension. "I want you to teach me." "Madame." Vino's mismatched eyes widened, her cheeks turning visibly red at a rapid pace. "But I really don't know how." Kyle's fingertips gently pressed against Vino's soft lips. Sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps, dancing on her silvery eyelashes, making her ice blue eyes appear especially gentle. At this moment, Kyle wore a reassuring smile. "You should say I'll do my best." Vino's heart skipped a beat. Throughout her life, she had never seen anyone gaze at her with such gentle yet firm eyes, as if viewing a precious treasure. "I don't need you to become powerful enough to protect anyone." Kyle's voice was as light as a feather brushing across. "I just hope you can protect yourself." Her gaze suddenly dimmed for a moment. "Because I can't be by your side forever." This sentence felt like a small knife, gently slicing across Vino's heart. Memories of discrimination surged like a tide. Her father's cold gaze, the hushed whispers of servants avoiding her, the stones thrown by children on the street, and the insults of monster and cursed girl were etched into her very bones. But Kyle's words made her suddenly realize that this person who offered her warmth could leave at any moment, just like everyone else. Yet unlike others, Kyle wasn't leaving her. She was worried for her safety. I will do my best." Vino suddenly clutched Kyle's sleeve tightly, determination igniting in her mismatched eyes. "I will definitely." Haida scratched his head, looking confused at the two ladies suddenly embracing. "Ladies, are we still going?" The system whistled in Kyle's mind. The host truly knows how to manipulate hearts. Does the system need to retrieve the PUA speech handbook for your reference? The system teased her in her mind. Kyle chuckled lightly in her mind. "I never forced her." She looked at the determined light in Vino's eyes, pleased to add, "This is just a little guidance." After successfully obtaining the heart of the demon, the three quickly returned to the Duke's palace. Haida respectfully bowed to Xena, and after a few whispered exchanges, a faint blue magical glow emanated from the tip of Xena's finger, sketching out several complex runes in the air. Haida nodded gravely, and the two hurriedly departed. The vast palace was soon left with only Kyle and Vino. Kyle let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the pressure on her shoulders dissipate instantly. Before Xena, she always felt completely exposed, but now she could finally act freely. Throughout the journey in the carriage, aside from occasionally twirling Vino's hair with her fingers, which made Vino blush, Kyle spent most of her time engaging in deep conversations with the system. Through these dialogues, she gained a revolutionary understanding of the power system in this world. Contrary to the game's setting, there was no crude experience point system here. In the real world, leveling up completely depended on the accumulation and mastery of magical power. The orthodox cultivation method on the continent involved guiding mages to gradually absorb magic power through ancient texts passed down through generations. Magical power. Kyle closed her eyes, feeling the energy fluctuations flowing through the air. This wondrous force was everywhere, though its concentration varied from place to place. She could clearly sense that the magical power concentration in the Duke's mansion was at least twice that of the outskirts. This was evidently the result of generations of noble management gathering stray magical energy through complex magical arrays. But what concerned Kyle the most was the magical crystal known as Experience Stone in the game. This crystal, nurtured by natural magical veins, contained highly concentrated magical essence. In the game, players often jokingly said, "Spending money can make you stronger." Dropping hundreds of experience stones could easily elevate a level 1 novice to level 20. But now, Kyle gently stroked her chin, falling into deep thought. This shortcut in reality clearly had its drawbacks. The lack of practical training led to uneven growth in attributes. However, with the heart of the demon, she didn't need to worry about these issues for the time being. The immediate priority was to quickly raise her basic level. Only she truly didn't know how to acquire experience stones apart from completing quests in the game. It seemed she could only wait for Xena or Tart to return to resolve this issue. While contemplating her next steps, Kyle led Vino to the study in the palace, preparing to search for some magical books to understand the mechanisms of these spells. As she pushed open the ornate wooden door, Kyle was taken aback. Xena's personal maid Erin was seated gracefully in the armchair at the center of the study, as elegant as a classical oil painting. Having served Xena for many years, she had been in the Duke's mansion since Kyle's birth and had essentially watched the young lady grow up. Before her, a crystal tea table displayed a dazzling array of magical tools, a set of introductory magical texts emitting a soft glow, a property measuring device inlaid with 7 colored gems, 7 advanced magical books classified by elements, and even a precious spatial magic notebook sealed with mithril. "You arrived just in time, miss." Erin seemed to have anticipated the visitor's identity and elegantly stood up to greet. Remarkably, even with such a large movement, her skirt remained perfectly still, showcasing an almost flawless control of posture. She slightly inclined her body, her voice smooth as silk. "The lady specifically instructed me to prepare these for you." Her sharp amber eyes caught the surprise flashing across Kyle's face and added, "The lady said that regardless of what magical talent you awaken, everything is prepared here." Kyle's mouth twitched slightly but quickly regained the dignified composure expected of a noble lady. "Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now." "I'm afraid not, miss." Erin's smile remained perfect, but her voice carried an undeniable firmness. "The lady specifically instructed that I must witness the results of your talent assessment." She picked up the crystal ball shimmering with rainbow hues from the tea table. "This is related to your subsequent cultivation direction, whether to further your studies at the Magic Academy or stay in the family's secret magic tower for further training." Kyle gritted her teeth internally, but felt helpless. Xena seemed to know her every move, as if she had a worm in her stomach predicting exactly what she would do next. However, thinking it over, it didn't matter, as Xena was certainly considering her best interests. Moreover, she truly needed to know her current magical attributes to determine her future direction. In this world, magical attributes were divided into 7 fundamental categories: fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, light, and darkness. Attribute talent almost determined a mage's growth path. The vast majority of people could only master a single attribute throughout their lives, as it was an innate talent. The dominance of one attribute would naturally suppress the development of others. Unless exceptionally gifted individuals could achieve a perfect balance between 2 attributes which had been nearly non-existent in history. "Please place your hand on the measuring device." Erin cradled the crystal ball with both hands, her voice gentle yet unyielding. "Relax, and let the magical power flow naturally." Kyle sighed in resignation, extending her delicate fingers to lightly touch the radiant crystal ball. As magical energy flowed and strange glowing mist began to surge within the crystal ball. The ice blue water element glimmered briefly before quickly dimming, followed by the crimson fire element, which also only appeared momentarily. Various hues flowed in succession, but none could last. Just as Kyle thought the assessment was about to fail, buzz! A brilliant golden beam suddenly shot up from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire study like daylight. That pure and sacred light even penetrated the thick walls, causing the magical plants in the courtyard to turn towards the study in unison. "By the light goddess." Erin, usually composed, rarely lost her voice in surprise as the recording board in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She trembled as she held the crystal ball, her voice quivering with excitement. Pure light, attribute talent. And the intensity of this light. Kyle squinted against the sudden brightness. She saw Aaron becoming so excited that she was practically incoherent. Miss, do you know? Light attribute mages of this caliber exist in no more than 10 across the continent. The last time such intensity of light appeared was during the awakening of the Holy Light Sage 300 years ago. She fumbled to pull a communication crystal from her bosom. I must notify the lady immediately. Light attribute mages can directly enter the temple as candidates for the Holy Maiden. Even the royal family must show them respect. In stark contrast to Aaron's elation, Kyle frowned upon hearing the result. Light attribute. That pure support attribute jokingly referred to in the game as a mobile healing station. How was she supposed to fight against the next wave of frost giants with such an attribute? In other words, before she even started to make a name for herself in this world, her growth potential was capped by her attribute talent. Would she be relegated to a supporting role? System. She roared in her mind, what is going on? The system's mechanical voice rarely stuttered. Theoretically, the light attribute talent should completely contradict the host's former killer personality. Unless the system suddenly paused, unless it is a side effect of the heart of the demon. It may have triggered the deepest essence of the host's being while transforming her body. Kyle almost laughed in anger. Are you saying that deep down I am a saint? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Kyle shook her head and sighed lightly. Even if the light attribute talent was not conducive to direct combat, it didn't matter. She still had another path to take, strengthening the warrior route. If she could successfully transition, the light attribute's powerful healing abilities would be a great support for a warrior. Meanwhile, Aaron had been fiddling with the communication crystal for quite some time, but had failed to contact Xena. However, she was not surprised. Every time Haida and Xena went out together, it was for important matters that required the lattice attention. Otherwise, for such a critical task as assessing the young lattice attributes, the lady would definitely be present. Seeing Aaron's ecstatic expression, Kyle also wore a poised smile, as if she too was pleased with her talent. Vino, needless to say, looked at Kyle with eyes full of admiration. Only then did Aaron notice the girl standing next to Kyle. She hesitated, glancing at the crystal ball. This was an invaluable treasure, usually reserved for noble offspring. But considering that Vino was a guest brought by the young lady, and that Lady Xena also liked Vino, she nodded, since she is the young lattice friend. Vino nervously wrung her fingers, her heterochromatic eyes flickering with unease. Can I really? Of course. Kyle gently took her hand, guiding her to touch the crystal ball. No one noticed the faint smile at the corner of Kyle's mouth. She was already well aware of what attributes Vino possessed. The top-tier attributes of water and fire. This combination of attributes was something Kyle could never forget. These two were completely opposite, making countering one another extremely difficult, though otherwise Kyle wouldn't have been stuck for so long. The crystal ball first glowed with a crimson light, the blazing fire element surging within the sphere. Aaron couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Such strong fire attribute talent. Before she could finish her sentence, a burst of ice blue energy suddenly separated from the red light, and the two completely opposite elements formed a perfect balance within the crystal ball. This is impossible, Aaron exclaimed, her recording pen dropping to the ground with a thud. Dual attributes. And they are the conflicting water and fire attributes. The scene within the crystal ball was nothing short of spectacular. Half was a raging fire, and the other half was a surging wave, both distinct, yet harmoniously coexisting. Such talent was exceedingly rare throughout the history of the continent. Aaron couldn't help but be astonished as she looked at the two girls before her. At this moment, Aaron's usually calm eyes widened in disbelief. She opened her mouth but could not produce a sound. This was simply too incredible. A top-tier light affinity and a rare dual-element attribute appeared before her at the same time. Seeing this, Kyle lightly coughed and then gently patted Vino on the shoulder. That's wonderful, Vino. You're a genius. I am a genius, Vino repeated in a daze, her heterochromatic eyes shimmering with disbelief. Throughout her life, all she had ever heard were words like monster and curse, never once imagining that one day she would be called a genius. She looked down at her hands, those hands that had always trembled in hiding, which now appeared so different under the reflection of the crystal ball. Different. The fiery red and icy blue lights swirled at her fingertips like a dreamlike dance. Vino lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, yet a radiance like never before blossomed within them. Can I really do it? Kyle responded with a warm smile, one that shone brighter in Vino's eyes than the holy light in the crystal ball. Of course, you are the one who will teach me magic. In that moment, Vino felt her heart filled with something warm. She quietly clenched her fists and vowed in her heart she would become strong enough to deserve Kyle's trust. Coughing lightly, Aaron finally regained her voice, hurriedly picking up the fallen notepad and striving to restore her professional demeanor as a stewardess. I apologize for the interruption. She respectfully handed Kyle a gilded cover book titled Fundamentals of Light Magic, saying, "Miss, this is the introductory material specially prepared for you by the lady." As Kyle took the book, the golden patterns on the cover suddenly lit up and the dark golden magic within her surged, indicating a high affinity with this book. It seemed that this was indeed the perfect magic book for her, at least for a beginner. Aaron then handed Vino 2 books on fire and water magic. However, she hesitated for a moment, then took down a heavy book titled Theory of Elemental Balance from the shelf. Although this is not specifically for dual element attributes, it should provide you with some insights. Vino, taken aback, took the book carefully, as if it were a rare treasure. She sneaked a glance at Kyle, discovering that he was smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush as she hurriedly looked down. System prompt detected target's favorability has exceeded the critical value. It is recommended that the host seize the opportunity to establish a deeper bond. Kyle chuckled inwardly. Of course, if I can make her someone related to me, that would be even better. But don't rush, time is long. Quick feelings often dissipate quickly, don't you know? Seeing that the magic books had been distributed, Aaron cleared her throat again, respectfully saying, "Miss, since the tasks assigned by the lady have been completed, and given your high talent, I cannot make a decision. Let's wait for the lady to return to decide." After speaking, she left the study directly. Kyle did not continue to ask questions, as she did indeed need some time to study the fundamentals of magic. Once Aaron left, the study fell silent. Kyle opened the gilded cover book titled Fundamentals of Light Magic, where the title page elegantly stated, "First Step of Light Magic, Constructing the Basic Magic Circuit." The book detailed the fundamental principles of magic practice, activating the magic core within through specific meditation postures, drawing basic absorption arrays externally, and guiding external magic into a cycle within. Kyle assumed the meditation posture according to the illustrations, attempting to sense the flow of magic within her body. She could feel the heart of the demon beating strongly in her chest, but she was unable to guide the magic outside to form the array. Kyle furrowed her brows repeatedly, comparing the illustrations in the book. She had tried 7 different meditation postures, yet the magic within her was like an untamed wild horse, never flowing as she wished. This shouldn't be. She murmured, her fingers unconsciously tapping the pages of the book. "I can clearly sense the magic." Just then a gentle singing voice floated from beside her. "Fiery spirit, please respond to my call." Kyle turned abruptly, only to see a small, orange-red fireball slowly forming above Vino's palm. Though the fireball was small, it emitted an astonishing heat, illuminating the girl's blue hair like a burning ocean. Did she succeed? Kyle's eyes widened, almost dropping the magic book in her hands. She hadn't even completed the most basic magic guidance, yet Vino was already able to release elemental magic. Vino seemed startled by her own achievement, and the fireball dissipated with a poof into the air. She turned her head, excitement flashing in her heterochromatic eyes. "Kyle, I think I can really." Ding! Vino's panel updated. Name Vino, KLYSD, age 16, level LV2, magic value 500, strength 810, for an average adult male, agility 1610, for an average adult male, talent skills, elemental affinity firewater, can simultaneously control fire and water magic, newly unlocked skills, fireball, beginner condenses fire elements to form an offensive fireball, ice shield, beginner forms a protective ice element for 3 seconds. Kyle's heart surged with waves of astonishment. This value far exceeded the standard of an ordinary magic apprentice, especially that dual element affinity talent, which is indeed a rarity even in the original game setup. Kyle took a deep breath, striving to suppress her feelings of frustration. It seemed that Vino's talents in the game were indeed genuine. It was only natural for her to grow to that level. She truly seemed to possess an unparalleled affinity for magic. Although her abilities in strengthening warrior direction had yet to be displayed, they were already quite formidable. Hesitating for a moment, Kyle finally spoke. "Vino, could you teach me?" For the next 2 hours, the study played host to a hilariously absurd teaching scene. No, the flow of magic should be as natural as breathing. Vino knelt behind Kyle, gently placing her hands on her back. "Feel the light elements in the air. They are actually quite gentle." Kyle's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. She could feel Vino's magic swirling within her body as a demonstration, but she simply couldn't replicate that smooth feeling. Once more, Vino said patiently, "Imagine your magic as a small stream." Finally, after continuous attempts, a warm light flowed from Kyle's hands, slowly outlining a golden array in front of her. "I've done it." Vino clapped in surprise, nearly jumping up. "Kyle, look." Kyle stared in astonishment at the gradually forming golden array before her, feeling magic circulate smoothly within her body for the first time. The light elements in the air surged in response, continuously flowing into the array, gathering within her as a warm stream of energy. Ding! System prompt, beginner light magic array construction successful. Vino leaned in excitedly, her heterochromatic eyes full of joy. I knew Kyle would pull it off. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly flipped open Fundamentals of Light Magic. Next we can try the first light magic. Kyle looked at this girl who had been timid just a short while ago, now bustling with excitement like a little teacher, and couldn't help but smile. The first one is the Holy Light spell, which is a very simple magic used to heal a specified target. Kyle stared at the incantation for the Holy Light spell recorded on the page lightly, tracing her fingertip over the ancient words. This time she did not rely on Vino's guidance, but decided to try on her own. She closed her eyes, feeling the newly constructed magic circuit within her. The golden array slowly rotated deep within her consciousness, creating a remarkable resonance with the flowing dark golden magic inside her. She could clearly sense that the light elements in the surrounding air were joyfully dancing, as if waiting for her summons. Pure light healing breath. As she softly recited the incantation, Kyle felt a warm current surge from her chest to her palms. To her surprise, the flow of magic felt so natural and smooth, this time instinctive like breathing. In the name of light. She slowly raised her hand, and a gentle golden light began to glow in her palm. The brightness intensified, ultimately coalescing into a small light sphere hovering above her palm and radiating warm, pure energy. Vino's heterochromatic eyes widened, her mouth agape. Kyle, did you succeed on your first try? Kyle also looked at the light sphere in her hand in disbelief. Is this the power of a top-tier light affinity? Though it was merely the most basic holy light spell, succeeding on the first attempt already surpassed the standards of ordinary people. Hee. Kyle suddenly grinned, reaching out to ruffle Vino's blue hair. If you're this amazing, I would be dragging you down if I didn't have some talent myself. Vino was taken aback by this sudden display of affection, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. I don't. While teasing Vino, the heart of the demon began to beat violently. Then a tremendous force surged into her body from all directions. An unprecedented energy coursed through her limbs and bones. Kyle instinctively clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking softly. System prompt level increased to LV2. Current status updated. Name Kyle Seacrum, age 16, level LV2, magic value 300, strength 5, 2510 for an average adult male, agility 431 for an average adult male, talent skills light affinity max, can effortlessly control all light magic, newly unlocked skills Holy Light spell, beginner basic healing magic that can heal a single target with limited effect. Kyle stared in astonishment at the translucent panel that appeared before her. This comprehensive boost far exceeded her expectations. Her strength had nearly skyrocketed, and her agility had reached 3 times that of an average person. This was simply impossible. Even her other 2 attributes were steadily increasing. What is going on with the system? I don't know either. Just as Kyle basked in the joy of her attribute increase, a gentle knock sounded at the study door. Miss, Aaron's voice came from outside. The Duke has returned early and is waiting for you in the living room. The twilight draped over the spires of the Supreme Manor like silk as Kyle stood in the shadows of the corridor, his fingertips gently tracing the exquisite carvings on the window frame. In the distance, the last rays of the setting sun were slowly descending. Vino, you should head back to your room to rest. Kyle turned around, gently squeezing the palm of the blue-haired girl, his voice soft, as if comforting a child. I'm going to see father. Vino obediently nodded, her skirt sweeping across the carpet of the corridor, making a soft rustling sound like a startled little animal hurrying away. Kyle watched her leave before adjusting her skirt. The fingers beneath the lace gloves tightened slightly, then slowly relaxed. She took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy oak door to the living room. Father, a sweet voice echoed in the vast living room, and Kyle flitted toward the tall figure like a cheerful lark. Duke Tart turned around, his stern expression instantly melting as he opened his arms to embrace his daughter. My little princess. His voice was filled with affection, the neatly trimmed beard brushing against Kyle's cheek. I heard you gave everyone a big surprise today. Kyle nestled against him, her nose enveloped in the familiar scent of cedar from her father. She took a step back, palms facing upward, a warm golden orb of light slowly materializing. The soft glow illuminated the faces of the father and daughter, casting a flickering shadow on the wall embedded with the family crest. The high priest of the temple personally delivered the message. Duke Tart's voice trembled with excitement, saying this is the purest light affinity talent in nearly 1,000 years. He suddenly lowered his voice as if afraid of being overheard, but I've already politely declined their invitation for you. How could my little princess become a saint? Hearing this, Kyle secretly let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Eileen had only reported her talent and said nothing about Vino. This headmaid's loyalty was even more reliable than she had imagined. You're the best father. Kyle linked her arm with Tart's, shaking it like when she was a child. She keenly noticed the ink stains on her father's cuff. This workaholic Duke must have rushed back from his duties. Just then a clear sound of a bell broke the warm atmosphere. Duke Tart, is this how your Supreme family treats guests? A haughty voice accompanied by the tinkling of silver bells invaded the living room. A girl dressed in a luxurious silk gown strode in, followed by several seemingly ordinary yet sharp-eyed attendants. With every step she took, the silver bells on her skirt rang out announcing her arrival. Kyle discreetly scrutinized the unexpected guest. The girl's golden curls cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a honey-like luster under the candlelight. Yet the green eyes held an unmistakable arrogance. "Miss Sophia, my apologies." Tart stepped forward slightly, bowing, his posture respectful, yet not servile. "I was just with my daughter. I have no interest in your explanations." Sophia waved her hand impatiently, the jewels on her pearl hairpin clinking with her movement. "I have been waiting in the reception room for a full 15 minutes. She deliberately elongated her tone, as if emphasizing that every minute was a tremendous offense. Kyle noticed a flicker of displeasure in her father's eyes, but he quickly regained his politician's smile. "This is my daughter, Kyle. Miss Sophia, good day." Kyle performed a standard courtly bow, her silver hair cascading down like moonlight. She deliberately slowed her movements, ensuring that every detail was flawless. Sophia's gaze lingered on Kyle for a moment. When she saw the other girl's face untouched by makeup, yet still exquisite as porcelain, a hint of shadow flickered in her eyes. She instinctively touched her meticulously decorated cheek, her tone turning sharper. "Duke, please refrain from entertaining such unrealistic fantasies." She emphasized the word fantasies, her red lips curling into a mocking smile. Kyle maintained a perfect smile, neither humble nor arrogant. "I've heard much about you, Miss Sophia. May I ask which family you hail from?" Upon hearing this, Sophia's delicate brows shot up, and she arrogantly lifted her chin, revealing a priceless sapphire necklace on her long neck. "That is not a question for you to ask." She turned to Tart, her voice suddenly rising. "Duke Tart, is my room ready? I want the suite in the easternmost corner that overlooks the garden. It must be the sunniest room." For the next quarter, Sophia listed a long string of demands like reading a menu. With each item, she raised a finger painted with coral. The sheets must be made of genuine silk imported from the East. Every day, fresh blue roses must be provided. Kyle noticed one of the older guards among the attendants, showing a troubled expression. He quietly leaned closer to Tart, whispering, "My lord, I sincerely apologize. She usually—" "I understand." Tart barely maintained his smile, turning to Kyle with an apologetic look. "Kyle, could you? Why should she take me?" Sophia suddenly raised her voice, her hands on her hips, making her look like a puffed-up cat. "I want the head made to come personally. And it must be that one named Eileen." She pointedly glanced at Kyle, adding, "Especially certain self-important country noble ladies." Kyle narrowed her eyes slightly. This was their first meeting. Why was the hostility so apparent? Just then Eileen appeared at the door at the perfect moment. She bowed respectfully, her gaze lingering on Sophia's waist for a moment. "The emerald suite is ready." Only then did Sophia hum in satisfaction, and before leaving she cast a contemptuous glance at Kyle, as if inspecting an unworthy item. As the footsteps faded away, Tart let out a long sigh, turning to gently pat Kyle's shoulder. "Sweetheart, don't take it to heart. This special guest won't stay long." Kyle feigned ignorance, nodding. "Father, what is the background of Miss Sophia? Why is she so—" "Shoo." Tart nervously glanced around, lowering his voice. "She is here to participate in next week's special admission exam for the Magic Academy. This must not be made public. Her identity is quite special." Kyle appropriately revealed a surprised expression. "The Magic Academy exam. Then she will be staying at our home for a while. No more than 2 weeks." Tart sighed. Ironically, she originally came for this year's light affinity talent test at the temple, but then he suddenly realized he had said too much and quickly stopped. In any case, during this time, just let her have her way out after all. After all, she is an esteemed guest. Kyle nodded obediently. "I understand, father." She lowered her eyelids, concealing the sharp glint in her eyes. In truth, Kyle nearly burst into laughter. This princess clearly saw herself as a rival. From the moment she stepped through the door, Kyle had already seen through her identity. The griffin emblem subtly visible at her waist was unmistakably the symbol of her country, the royal family of the Crow Empire. As a seasoned player, she could recognize that emblem even with her eyes closed. It's truly impressive that she even thought to change her name, Kyle mused. But even without seeing the emblem, one could guess her status just by her demeanor. The Crow Empire has 3 duchies under its command, and the Supreme family, which holds immense power within the duchies, has a guest whom even the head of the family, Tart, must respect. Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. Kyle was almost certain that this spoiled young lady was the 3rd princess, FIA Kristen, from the game. System prompt: target identity confirmed. FIA Kristen, 3rd princess of the Crow Empire. Current status: participating in the temple's saint selection. Kyle's lips curled slightly. According to the original game plot, FIA would indeed become the next saint of the temple. Her talent test indicated a level 9 light affinity, which in the eyes of most was already a rare genius. How annoying. Kyle chuckled bitterly in her heart. This time I'm afraid this little girl considers me a rival. Though Eileen hadn't explicitly stated it, Kyle was well aware that her test result would undoubtedly be a level 10 talent. Those with this level of talent are referred to as elemental chosen ones, and the gap between level 9 and level 10 is even greater than that between level 1 and level 9. This was probably the reason for Fias' overt hostility towards her. However, in reality, Kyle had far more important matters to attend to, and she had no interest in this same position. The Frost Dragon of the North is no joke. In the game, if it weren't for the player's help, it could easily decimate the Supreme Duchy with its lineage and terrifying magical power. Kyle found it extremely difficult to handle everything on her own, as she would definitely need to rely on Vino's strength. Ding. The system prompt interrupted her thoughts. FIA Kristen Detailed Panel Age 17, Level LV 10 Magic Power 2000 Strength 8 Normal Adult Female is 10, Agility 7 Normal Adult Female is 10 Talent Skills Blessing of Light, Beginner Holy Light Spell Intermediate Small Area, Holy Light Spell Beginner Equipment Royal Mithril Necklace Magic Recovery 30. Kyle casually scanned through the data. The stats were indeed high, but these were merely sheltered flowers nurtured by royal resources, and their practical combat abilities probably wouldn't even reach half of the data. The image of the magical brilliance dancing in Vino's heterochromatic eyes flashed through her mind. That was true talent. Father, I shall return to my room now. Kyle elegantly performed a bow, and as she turned her silver hair, traced a beautiful arc in the air. In the shadows of the corridor, a cold glint suddenly flickered between Kyle's slender fingers. The mithril dagger flew like a living thing between her fingers, sometimes fluttering like a butterfly through flowers, sometimes resembling a serpent flicking its tongue. The blade light weaved a silver net in the dim corridor, finally resting steadily in her palm. What shall I do tonight? Kyle murmured softly, her icy blue eyes glimmering with a dangerous light in the darkness. Suddenly, she flicked the dagger backward, the blade snatching and nailing itself into the window frame 10 steps away, precisely piercing through a moth that had wandered indoors. Kyle strolled over to retrieve the dagger, her fingertips gently brushing against the blade's edge, gazing at the clean dagger as she spoke to herself. I should go out for a while. The Trixie Tavern, a top-tier luxurious social venue within the territory of the Seacrum Duchy, stands prominently in the bustling heart of Seacrum City. This grand establishment is not only a gathering place for wealthy merchants and nobles, but it also belongs to the renowned trading family of the entire continent, the Celis family. In this magical realm filled with mystery and fantasy, when it comes to wealth, no family can rival the Celis family. The foundation of this enigmatic family remains an unsolved mystery. Their movements are elusive, yet they are everywhere. According to ancient records, the influence of the Celis family spreads across the continent, like a web penetrating the power cores of every nation. The Celis Tavern they operate has become a vital venue for merchants and influential figures scattered throughout the magical continent. The Trixie Tavern not only offers exquisite cuisine and fine wines, but also stands as a synonym for extravagant entertainment. Deep underground, a secret and opulent fighting arena awaits its esteemed guests. This is not a commonplace establishment. Only the affluent or powerful mages have the right to step inside. For those mages and enhanced warriors seeking overnight riches, this place is a land of dreams. With just a code name registered, one can enter the arena and become a fighter of renown. Some wealthy merchants take it upon themselves to cultivate formidable fighters, placing their bets on the champions they select. The Trixie Tavern has established strict commission rules, taking half or even a greater share of the ticket earnings won by the fighters. Even so, this seemingly harsh condition is never questioned. The power of the Celis family spans countless nations, intertwining with forces across various domains. Rumors circulate that they control the armies of several nations. Under such powerful protection, even with a staggering commission rate, no one dares to openly complain. Waiter, could you please bring a few more servings of this dish? Kyle waved at the male elf who was serving other guests, pointing at the empty plate on the table, his tone carrying a natural command. The male elf server paused slightly, the professional smile on his face almost stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He approached quickly, slightly bowing, his voice gentle, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Dear miss, this is already the third serving. Are you sure you want to order more? Of course. Kyle nodded without hesitation, her gaze curiously sizing him up. The elf race truly is the most favored among all races on the magical continent. Even as a mere servant, their every gesture carries elegance and ease, and their handsome features are a delight to behold. She secretly admired him, and her regard for the Trixie Tavern rose a notch. Having the elf race willingly serve here, the influence of the Celis family is indeed formidable. Once the food was served, Kyle was completely immersed in the enjoyment of the meal, oblivious to the many astonished looks directed at her gluttonous manner. When the third plate of the special magical roast meat was brought to the table, her eyes sparkled as her silver fork precisely pierced the golden crispy rib. With a crisp sound, the charred skin cracked open, revealing the tender and juicy meat inside. Kyle took a gentle bite, and instantly the rich aroma from the magical flames and the thick special sauce burst on her tongue, with the meat juice mingling with a unique sweetness filling her mouth. She couldn't help but squint her eyes. This flavor was 100 times more wonderful than any 3 Michelin-star meal she had tasted in her past life on Blue Star. Little Kyle, this golden fruit is so sweet. Vino whispered, her fork spearing a piece of the glowing sun fruit. She tasted it cautiously, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. In the Cluster family, her meals consisted solely of cold hard bread and bland soup delivered by the butler. Moreover, the sun fruit is a food rich in fire-type magical energy which not only tastes good, but also brings her immense pleasure. Kyle suddenly leaned closer, whispering in Vino's ear, "Vino, you've got juice on your lips." "Oh, really?" Vino's little face flushed red, feeling embarrassed. She gently wiped her thumb across the corner of Vino's mouth, and in response to Vino's startled expression, she deliberately licked her fingertip by her lips. "It's indeed very sweet." Vino's face instantly flushed bright red, nearly dropping her fork. "Little Kyle, this is too what?" Kyle grinned mischievously, leaning in closer. "Vino, don't you like me this way?" Vino lowered her head in a fluster, her ears turning bright red. "No, it's not. It's just..." "Then that's settled," Kyle said casually, continuing to eat, leaving Vino flustered and speechless in her seat. After several more dishes were served, Kyle seemed to finally be full, putting down her knife and fork. Vino wiped her mouth softly, asking, "Shouldn't we head back?" Kyle lazily leaned back in her chair, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "I didn't bring any money this time." "What?" Vino panicked, her heterochromatic eyes widening in horror. What should we do?" "Two don't have any either." "Oh dear, it seems I can only pawn Vino here as a dishwasher." Kyle pretended to be distressed, grinning at Vino. Vino's eyes turned red with anxiety. "No. Little Kyle, don't joke like that. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. Even my father can't control this place." Just as Vino was at a loss, a tall figure appeared at their table. Black Tower managed to force a respectful smile on his fierce face. "Miss Lord Hina sent me to be your guard tonight." Kyle nodded at Black Tower, then proudly winked at Vino. "Look, the one paying has arrived." She turned to Black Tower. "By the way, let's settle the bill first." Vino finally sighed in relief, softly reproaching, "Little Kyle, you're so bad. Always teasing me like this." Kyle chuckled as she pinched Vino's flushed cheek. "Vino, your blushing face is so cute, like an apple." Black Tower accepted the order, turning to walk towards the front desk, his heavy footsteps barely audible on the elven tapestry carpet. His figure moved like a shadow, causing the servers in his path to hold their breath unconsciously. "Be Black Tower." "Sir." Upon seeing Black Tower, the male elf server Isel's voice caught in his throat. His pupils constricted suddenly, and his long fingers unconsciously tightened around the order book. As a veteran employee who had worked at Trixie for 3 years, he was well aware of the identity of the man before him, the true master of the underground arena, the power behind the fighters who bled on the stage. It was said that last month a reckless, noble young master caused trouble in the arena, and the next day he was found floating in the city moat. Black Tower's rough hand covered his mouth, the leather glove still carrying a faint scent of blood. The server could feel his pointed ears trembling uncontrollably. "Isel, you don't need to settle the bill for that table." Black Tower's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the earth, each word carrying an undeniable weight. "This is the Queen's order." Asel's expression instantly froze. His gaze passed over Black Tower's broad shoulders, landing on the two seemingly ordinary young girls. The silver-haired one was lazily poking at the remaining fruits on her plate, while the other girl nervously twisted her napkin. The Queen. That title exploded in Asel's mind. During the onboarding training, the supervisor had warned them that there were certain names that should never be mentioned within Trixie, and the Queen was the most taboo of all. It was said she controlled the Celis family's dark network across the entire eastern continent. Even the royal families of various nations had to give her some face. Asel's Adam's apple bobbed. He recalled overhearing a conversation in the employee lounge last week. Someone saw Black Tower personally driving a woman wearing a silver mask. At the time, he thought it was just drunken talk from the bartenders. Now it seemed. "Do you need me to repeat that?" Black Tower's voice snapped him back to reality. "No, I wouldn't dare." Isel hurriedly lowered his head, his pointed ears flushing with shame. He fumbled to make a special mark in the account book, the rarely used golden seal standing out vividly on the parchment. When he stole another glance at the silver-haired girl, she happened to look up, a trace of doubt flashing in her sapphire-like eyes. Isel immediately dropped his gaze, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He finally understood why that girl had been so reckless when ordering. There was an intricate connection between the Queen and that girl. Yet in reality, Kyle knew nothing. She simply felt hungry since she hadn't eaten dinner, so she ordered a bit more food. What she was quite aware of was that Black Tower was very strong at level 40, and she couldn't think of anyone in the Seacrim Duchy who could defeat him. Moreover, the most important thing was that he completely obeyed Hina's orders. Tonight, Black Tower was the one she had asked Hina to guard her, and she felt still quite weak, realizing it wouldn't be good to go out without a bodyguard in case some bad person took notice of her. Black Tower returned to the table, respectfully bowing. "Miss, it has been taken care of." Kyle nodded in satisfaction, her fingertips lightly tapping on the table. She appeared to casually survey the luxurious decor around her, but in her heart, she was already calculating her true purpose for tonight. "Brother Black Tower," she suddenly elongated her tone, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. "The late-night snack is done, but I still feel so bored." Vino blinked in confusion, not understanding why Kyle was suddenly acting cutesy. Black Tower, however, immediately understood, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "What does the miss mean?" "I heard." Kyle pretended to innocently tilt her head. "There's a very interesting place underground in Trixie." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Black Tower's eyes. He should have guessed long ago that this little ancestor insisting on coming to the tavern at night was not simply for a meal. Like the queen, this mother-daughter duo should not be assessed solely on appearances. The underground arena indeed has some entertainment options. Black Tower carefully chose his words. "However, the environment there is noisy and may not be suitable." "Didn't you say you needed to guard me? If I complain to Mom later, you won't have it easy." After spending a moment with Vino, Black Tower handed each of them a pure silver mask. Kale, of course, understood his unspoken meaning. Her identity was extraordinary. The attendees inside were all nobles and dignitaries of the Seacrim Duchy. Her appearance would surely incite chaos. Once the masks were secured, a maid swiftly led Kale and Vino through a concealed door in the tavern. As the maid pushed open the heavy oak door, a thunderous wave of sound crashed over them. Instinctively, Kale narrowed her eyes. The sight before her surpassed even her wildest expectations in sheer grandeur. "Ladies and gentlemen," a blinding beam of magical light suddenly struck the center of the arena, illuminating a floating magic carpet suspended midair. The host wore a crimson cloak studded with glittering gems, arms spread wide in theatrical flourish, the hem rippling fiercely in the currents of enchanted air. His crystal voice amplifier magnified his voice to deafening intensity. "Are you ready to witness blood and glory?" Roar! A near-hysterical roar erupted in reply. Kale squinted, watching as the impeccably dressed nobles in the stands had already cast aside their veneer of decorum. Noble women clutched jeweled fans so tightly their knuckles whitened. Gentlemen loosened their cravats, eyes blazing with raw, unvarnished hunger. Vino's fingers dug unconsciously into Kale's arm. The air hung thick with a cloying, nauseating scent. The metallic tang of fresh blood mingled with expensive perfume. Kale's gaze swept across dark, dried stains marring the floor, and a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corner of her lips. Under the shimmering glow of enchanted light, those congealed traces of blood resembled abstract paintings, revealing with brutal honesty the true face of this subterranean world. "Still exactly as I remember," she murmured inwardly, her fingertips idly tracing the silver thread embroidery along her sleeve. Every brick, every stone, even the faint metallic scent of rust lingering in the air, mirrored the game's setting with uncanny fidelity. Vino tugged nervously at Kale's sleeve. "Little Kale, this place is terrifying." Kale gently patted her hand in reassurance, yet her gaze remained fixed on the arena's heart. Tonight she had deliberately chosen this deep blue gown, to blend seamlessly into the audience, unseen and unremarkable. Yet who could have guessed that the Duchess's daughter had come for no mere spectacle? "Mistress, shall I secure you a seat?" Black Tower's voice came from behind. "No need." Kale raised a hand to halt him, her eyes sharp as forged steel. "I'm only here to watch the match. If nothing worth watching unfolds, I'll simply leave." She was lying, of course. Midnight snacks and boredom were mere pretexts. From the moment she crossed the threshold of the Trishoe Tavern, her sole objective had been one person within this underground coliseum. Suddenly the crowd's roar surged, an octave higher. Kale's eyes pierced through the clamoring throng, locking onto the shadowed entrance tunnel where fighters emerged. According to the game's timeline, she should appear within these very days. Winnie von Klein. Kale whispered the name silently. The last scion of the Royal Knight Order, hailed as the heart of combat, a prodigious enhanced warrior, and 3 years hence the most formidable Grand Commander of the Knights. Though in the game's later chapters she met her end, unceremoniously kicked to oblivion by Vino while defending the kingdom. Yet Kale knew better than anyone Wendy's true potential ran far deeper. Flowing within her veins was the untainted bloodline of the first Saint Knight, granting perfect compatibility with any enhancement elixir. Within the game's lore, Wendy could even withstand tenfold the standard magical infusion for brief, explosive intervals. Yet this secret remained buried until her death. Next bout: the rising challenger Silver Wing versus Iron Wall Hawk. The announcer's cry yanked Kale back to reality. Her fists clenched violently, nails biting deep into her palms. No, the timing is wrong. Per the game's chronology, tonight should have been Wendy's legendary debut. Her crushing victory over Grell the Butcher, an undefeated peer who'd claimed 7 consecutive wins. Wendy's codename should be White Rose. Just as disappointment flickered in Kale's eyes, commotion erupted at the side entrance. "Make way. All of you move aside." A red-haired girl shoved past staff members with brusque force, striding purposefully toward the registration desk. She wore ill-fitting knight's armor, shoulder guards too broad-hemmed, dragging slightly, clearly borrowed or hastily procured. Yet none of it obscured her innate nobility, her upright bearing, her confident, if recklessly bold, gait all betrayed exalted lineage. Most arresting was the fresh scar across her right eye, a nascent rose still unfurled. It slashed diagonally from her temple to the outer corner of her eye, nearly 2 fingers wide, its edges flushed faint pink, vivid proof of its recent origin stark against her youthful face. Her crimson hair, loosely bound behind her head, escaped in rebellious strands, framing her delicate cheeks, enhancing her doll-like charm. To any observer, she was simply an adorable girl. Yet her actions stood in jarring contrast to that sweet exterior. She shoved staff aside without hesitation, her tone brimming with impatience and fury, heedless of onlookers, utterly self-absorbed, as if the world itself must revolve around her will. She argued loudly, unmasking her anger and disdain without restraint, a fiery, almost vulgar demeanor sharply at odds with her cherubic appearance. Kale's breath froze mid-inhalation. There she was, Wendy von Klein, standing less than 20 meters away. Fervor burned across the girl's face, but Kale saw past it, straight into the hunger burning beneath the thirst for battle. If Kale's timeline held, this visit was no whim. It was a mandate from her family: seize the crown of the Colosseum. She would spend roughly 3 years conquering this arena, fighting relentlessly until victory was absolute. For Kale, this was the perfect opportunity to bring her under control. To let such a talent slip through her fingers would be nothing short of tragic waste. The Frost Dragon of the North, originally Sheena, would never intervene. Even with minor alterations to the game's framework, the original protagonist's power level remained unchanged. In other words, Sheena possessed this strength all along, but per canon, she would not lift a finger to quell the Frost Dragon's cataclysm. Thus, Kale needed allies, no a powerful adventuring company. And Wendy was her first and foremost choice, a peerless, enhanced warrior. Vino's awakening yesterday had not altered her level, but her mana surged dramatically to 500. Her strength and agility, however, remained unchanged. Kale's most immediate transformation was her own mana, now elevated to 300, alongside marked increases in both agility and strength. Tonight, Wendy had just entered, facing no truly formidable opponents. And Kale's plan was simple: beat her senseless, until she sought Kale out herself. A system interface materialized before her eyes. Name: Wendy von Klein, age 16, level LV. 3 mana, 210 strength, 45 agility, 15 magic skills, none warrior skills, basic knight, swordsmanship novice, innate talent, unyielding spirit. When nearing death, unleashes a surge of overwhelming power. Equipment: knights, sword, standard knight armor. Having reviewed the profile, Kale exhaled softly. Clearly Wendy's power had yet to explode. Still a newly minted adult, her level remained modest, much like Kale's own. She studied the fiery-haired girl arguing with staff from a distance, a subtle, knowing smile lifting her lips. "Didn't I say I'm fighting tonight?" Wendy's voice rang out across the registration area, her rose-shaped scar glowing with eerie crimson light under the enchanted lamps. "Apologies, Miss von Klein," the attendant replied, bowing slightly, but standing firm. "Due to exceptional circumstances, we regret that your participation tonight is not permitted." "What exceptional circumstances?" Wendy scoffed. "Afraid I'll win too decisively and disrupt your arrangements. Or perhaps someone wishes to manipulate the match results covertly." Kale edged closer unnoticed. She noted how Wendy's gaze cut like a blade, not the look of an ordinary noblewoman. Clearly this future Grand Commander was no easy mark. Black Tower frowned faintly, a sliver of unease stirring within him. He sensed something unusual. Kale's attention remained riveted on Wendy while the staged exhibition match beside them elicited not a flicker of interest. More tellingly, he himself had issued the order to cancel tonight's official matches and meticulously orchestrated a dazzling exhibition tailored exclusively for Kale's amusement. After all, witnessing carnage would hardly suit the young mistress. Yet now a spontaneous, unauthorized duel threatened to erupt before their eyes. "Arrangements?" Wendy's voice sharpened, her eyes blazing with indignation as she pressed the issue. "Does the Saint Knight Order no longer merit your respect? Not even a modicum of courtesy? Who then is the great figure hiding tonight? Too cowardly to show their face, yet eager to pull strings from the shadows." The attendant's face paled. Beads of cold sweat broke across his brow. He took a half-step back, voice dropping lower, yet remained resolute. "This directive comes from above. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Kindly comply with the Colosseum's regulations." "Comply?" Wendy trembled with fury, chest heaving. She loathed nothing more than bullying cloaked in authority. "I've trained for 2 weeks for tonight's debut. It's my family's trial, my chance to prove myself. By what right do you cancel it on a whim?" The commotion drew the entire arena's attention, though most reactions leaned toward irritation. What nonsense is this? A portly merchant slammed his fist onto the table, his gem-encrusted belt gleaming under the chandeliers. I paid 100,000 bik for this private box. His outburst ignited the crowd like gunpowder. Refund our money. We're here for combat, not bickering. Is this Trishu Tavern's standard of service? Noble women shrieked, snapping peacock feather fans impatiently against their seats. Several young aristocrats leapt to their feet, hurling crystal goblets toward the arena floor. Crash! The goblet shattered at Wendy's feet, wine splashing across her worn boots. Scram, little girl. A burly mercenary captain whistled mockingly. This isn't your nursery. Get lost, you milk-teeth brat. Sweat beaded on the host's forehead as he darted between rows on his magic carpet, voice growing hoarse. Esteemed guests, please remain calm. We shall resolve this momentarily. Momentarily? Bah. An alchemist in gold-rimmed spectacles cut him off. I traveled all the way from the capital to see the butcher growl, and you serve me this. Just as chaos threatened to consume the arena, a cool, sardonic voice sliced through the din, shouting so loudly. Do you imagine yourself impressive? Though soft, the voice seized every ear. Heads turned. There stood Kale, gliding forward with unhurried elegance, halting beside Wendy. She wore a deep blue gown whose skirt swayed with regal grace at every step, each fold sculpted to perfection, exuding quiet, unassailable nobility. Exquisite embroidery shimmered under the enchanted lights like captured starlight. Her posture was statuesque, her aura aloof and commanding, instilling involuntary reverence. A faint mocking smile played upon her flawless features, her deep-set eyes held nothing but icy disdain. Mistress, where do you think you're going? Black Tower's voice shot up, nearly breaking. Kale's sudden advance sent ice flooding down his spine. Panic flooded his mind. The queen had entrusted Kale to his protection, a burden of unimaginable weight. He knew full well her station, how uniquely revered she was in the queen's heart. Should even the slightest misstep occur at the Trishu Tavern, should Kale suffer so much as a scratch, the queen's wrath would be swift, absolute, and inescapable. This is the Trishu Tavern, not the Saint Knight Order's training yard. Ignoring Black Tower entirely, Kale tilted her chin slightly toward Winnie, her tone laced with glacial contempt. Who precisely do you imagine you are? A fledgling novice throwing tantrums in public. Do you truly believe yourself significant? The Saint Knight Order. At the name, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Whispers exploded beneath the crystal chandeliers. Someone slammed a goblet onto an ornately carved table, amber wine spilling over the rim. The Saint Knight Order. That elite corps sworn directly to the crown. Is this ginger-haired girl really? An elder beside him trembled, white beard, quivering eyes suddenly alight. No wonder she wears the silver moon insignia. I saw it once in my youth. That's the mark of a Saint Knight cadet. Wait, tonight's debut was supposed to feature her, and Trishu Tavern canceled it. Startled, Wendy turned. Her gaze locked onto Kale's, fierce and unblinking. Born defiant, she flared with renewed fury at Kale's haughty demeanor. And who might you be? Wendy challenged, meeting Kale's stare without flinching. Your tongue is sharp. Do you speak for them? Or are you merely another bully hiding behind privilege? Kale laughed, a crystalline, piercing chime cutting through the arena's noise. Oh, I'm simply here for the spectacle. She spoke slowly, twirling a silvery strand of hair around her fingertip, her cerulean eyes brimming with condescending amusement. Though, judging by your appearance. She deliberately paused, her gaze sweeping dismissively over Wendy's scarred armor and poorly maintained sword. One wonders whether the Saint Knight Order trains nothing but reckless fools. Her crimson lips parted, each word a poisoned needle. You hide behind ancestral glory, yet cannot even perceive the gulf between your strength and true mastery. What, pray tell, do you imagine you could possibly defeat? The murmurs in the stands fell silent for a heartbeat. Many recognized the Von Klein crest embossed on Wendy's sword hilt, and their expressions grew complex, layered with intrigue. Wendy's face flushed crimson, the rose-shaped scar twisted grotesquely in her fury. Her fists clenched, knuckles cracking audibly. What do you know? Her voice trembled with suppressed rage. Stay silent if you understand nothing. I will fight tonight. No one dares stop me. A silent, satisfied curve lifted Kale's lips. Excellent. The bait has taken hold. With deliberate, audible nonchalance, she sighed and folded her arms, tapping her slender fingers lightly against her forearm. Her voice rose dangerously melodic, a novice who can't even hold a sword steady. Laughter erupted across the stands. A few drunken men jeered, "Go home and embroider, little miss." Kale raised a single elegant finger. Then, lowering her voice to a whisper only Wendy could hear, "Give me 60 seconds. I'll drop you effortlessly." The words struck like a spark in oil. Wendy wrenched her sword free, the blade trembling violently in the enchanted light. "You may insult me, but never my family." "Fight!" someone roared from the stands. "Let the noble lady taste real steel." "Bets are open." The roar swallowed Wendy's retort. The host's eyes gleamed. He glided his magic carpet between them. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight brings an unexpected bonus match. Black Tower's face drained of color. He gripped the balcony railing so hard the wood splintered beneath his palms. It was already too late to intervene. The arena's roar was a physical force threatening to shatter the vaulted ceiling. Brother Black Tower, why did little Kale suddenly? Vino stared dumbfounded. She knew Kale was a light element mage. However gifted, she possessed no combat training whatsoever. Black Tower was beyond despair. He was drafting his final testament. Returning to Sheena meant certain execution. Ordering intervention would destroy the Colosseum. Refusing would doom himself. He stood quite literally on burning coals. What do the two young ladies think? The host rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting back and forth between the two like a greedy merchant. This performance will certainly offer you a satisfactory price. He sneaked between the two, lowering his voice. Winner takes all. How about that? Kyle didn't even spare him a glance, his gaze locked onto Wendy. Are you scared? Admitting defeat now would still be timely. Huh. Wendy ripped off her tattered coat, revealing the worn armor beneath. I will smash that pretty face of yours so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. I'm looking forward to it. Kyle elongated her tone, her silver hair gleaming dangerously under the lights. The host wiped the sweat from his forehead. The atmosphere was tenser than the Ogre versus Goblin match he hosted last month. He nervously turned to Kyle. What is this young lattice name? Night Owl. Kyle casually tossed out the alias she had used for a long time. As she turned, her skirt swept gracefully. I need to change into something else. She deliberately glanced at Wendy's attire. After all, not everyone is used to fighting in rags. Wendy's sword unsheathed with a sharp clang, causing the host to nearly topple off his flying carpet. Lead the way. Kyle snapped her fingers at the dazed attendant, turning back for a parting shot. Remember to prepare the medical expenses, Miss Paladin. The host trembled in excitement as he watched Kyle leave. This is going to be a massive profit. A noble lady underground brawl, and against a descendant of the Paladin family. Tomorrow's tickets could triple in price. No 5 times. Lord Black Tower will surely praise my capabilities. He thought, happily envisioning his promotion and pay raise. Perhaps the Queen would even personally commend him. After all, such a spectacular performance is not something one witnesses every day. Meanwhile, Black Tower stood beside Vino, his usually fearsome face reddening like a boiled crab. With his hands clasped behind his back, his knuckles cracked as he struggled to maintain a respectful demeanor in front of Vino. Brother Black Tower, are you all right? Vino tilted her head with concern. Why is your face so red? No problem. Black Tower forced out a few words through clenched teeth, his mouth twitching into a smile more painful than a frown. It's a bit hot. He glared fiercely at the host below, as if his gaze could bore holes into that guy. If looks could kill, that oblivious host would have already been tortured to death. Vino nodded, half understanding, then turned to the arena. Is little Kyle really okay? That red-haired girl looks quite formidable. Black Tower's temples throbbed. This is a serious problem. If anything happens to her hair, the Queen would absolutely have him torn apart and fed to hellhounds. At this thought, he instinctively touched his neck, already feeling phantom pains. Don't worry. Black Tower's voice emerged like it was squeezed from the depths of hell. Miss She is very measured. He didn't even believe his own words. Below, Kyle had already changed into her black stealth outfit. She began her warm-up exercises. Her provocative demeanor seemed designed to irritate her opponent. Vino suddenly whispered, Mr. Black Tower, why do you keep grinding your teeth? To have an old habit. Black Tower squeezed out an answer, internally cursing the host's ancestors. Meanwhile, the host was blissfully unaware that he had one foot in the underworld, still passionately stirring up the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, this century's duel is about to begin. Black Tower's pupils narrowed sharply. Century duel. More like a century funeral. His own funeral. Now, the host jumped high on his magic carpet, his cloak billowing under the spotlight. Let us welcome tonight's special challenger, the mysterious Miss Night Owl. The magical lights flashed onto Kyle. She wore a black stealth outfit, her silver hair tied up high, with a half-masked, exquisite silver mask covering her face, revealing only her icy blue eyes. The audience erupted in awe. This noble lady's aura was on par with any professional fighter. And her opponent is, the host dragged out his tone, from the Paladin family, the White Rose, Wendy Von Klein. Another spotlight illuminated Wendy. Her fiery red hair flared like flames, the rose-shaped scar on her right eye looked particularly sinister under the bright light, her delicate face filled with the desire for battle. She brandished her knight's sword, pointing the tip at Kyle. Are you ready to cry, young lady? Wendy's provocation echoed throughout the arena, the sword tip gleaming with a cold light under the magical illumination. But Kyle appeared unfazed as she slowly raised the dagger in her hand, her icy blue eyes narrowing slightly. Overload mode activated. In that instant, Kyle's heart thundered like a war drum. She felt her blood boiling in her veins, every muscle brimming with explosive power. The dagger in her hand seemed to lose weight. The entire world around her slowed down. This is the price of overload. Kyle felt her body temperature rising sharply, the strain on her heart, making her breaths quicken. This state could last at most 3 minutes. Are you ready? Kyle suddenly asked, her voice frighteningly calm. Wendy was taken aback, her sword tip drooping slightly, when, before she could finish, Kyle's figure suddenly blurred. What a... Wendy's pupils constricted. In her vision, Kyle seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving only an afterimage. The audience erupted in gasps. Several nobles even stood up from their seats. Behind you. Instincts of battle made Wendy spin around abruptly, her knight's sword raised in a hasty block. But it was too late. 2 silver flashes darted past, like venomous snakes. The dagger sliced precisely across Wendy's right arm, blood instantly staining her sleeve. Wendy stumbled back 2 steps, her eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't even seen how the opponent struck. First blood. Kyle's voice came from all directions, elusive like a ghost. Is that all the Paladin family can do? Wendy gritted her teeth, the searing pain in her right arm igniting both her anger and shock. This seemingly delicate noble lattice speed and explosive power far exceeded her expectations. Vino in the audience gripped the railing tightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. She had thought Kyle, being a light mage, would be no match for Wendy in close combat. But at this moment, her trust in Kyle was even more solidified. Little Kyle never does things without confidence. My lord. The guard beside Black Tower stammered, is this really Miss Kyle? Black Tower's mouth hung open as if he could fit a dragon egg inside. As the actual controller of the underground arena, he had seen countless strong fighters, but he had never witnessed anyone display such terrifying speed right from the start. Does the queen know her daughter is this formidable? On the stage, Wendy forced herself to calm down. She tore off a strip of her sleeve to hastily bandage her wound, pointing her sword back at Kyle. Interesting. It seems I've underestimated you. Kyle didn't respond, merely lowering her stance slightly. The audience held their breath. The entire arena fell into silence. Everyone realized this duel was far more thrilling than they had imagined. Having learned from her earlier setback, Wendy quickly adopted a defensive posture. She had already realized that agility was not something she could compete with Kyle in. She could only wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Even if she could only passively endure the hits, she would grit her teeth and persevere. She absolutely had to win the first match. This was the pride of the Klein family. Kyle's figure reappeared, the silver gleam of her dagger flashing once more. Wendy, fully prepared this time, did not let her guard down, swiftly swinging her sword to block Kyle's dagger. The sword and dagger sparked as they clashed. Wendy's sword swung powerfully outward, aided by her strength of 45, coupled with the force of holding the sword with both hands. Kyle felt a jolt through her hands. Even with the overload and the boost from her stealth outfit, she could not match Wendy's strength. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing exploded in the arena. Wendy wielded her sword with both hands, her 45 strength attribute fully unleashed, the blade and dagger sparking violently. Kyle felt her hands go numb. The dagger was knocked away by that powerful strike. Good opportunity. Wendy's eyes widened with excitement just as she was about to press the attack. Kyle lightly tapped her toes, using the momentum from Wendy's sword swing to leap into the air. In midair, her black outfit traced a beautiful arc as Kyle gracefully landed on the blade of Wendy's sword. What? Before Wendy could be shocked, another cold gleam was already at her throat. In a life-or-death moment, the instincts of the Paladin bloodline made Wendy lean back sharply. Sizzle. The dagger grazed her collarbone, tearing a bloody gash on her shoulder. The intense pain caused Wendy to stagger back, but Kyle was right on her heels. Her long legs swept through like a battle axe, delivering a heavy kick to Wendy's abdomen. Cough. Wendy spat out a mouthful of bile, falling flat on her back. Before she could struggle, a light frame was already perched on her waist. The icy dagger pressed against her throat, Kyle's silver hair cascading down, resembling a banner of victory under the spotlight. You lost. Night Owl. Night Owl. Night Owl. The audience's cheers surged through the arena like a tidal wave, the nobles waving their handkerchiefs in excitement, the merchants loudly placing bets, and even the usually elegant and restrained noblewomen stood up, wildly cheering for the mysterious female fighter. This match ended in an instant, with Night Owl defeating Wendy, the dark horse from the Royal Knights, with an overwhelming advantage. It's not over yet. However, Wendy, pinned firmly to the ground, refused to yield. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, her crimson eyes burning with unyielding rage. She was the pride of the Klein family, the genius whom her father had called the last hope of the family as he held her hands tightly before his death. At the end of every training session, the servants would bow their heads and praise her with utmost respect. Miss is indeed the bloodline of the Paladin, a born warrior. But now, this was her first battle. She was being trampled by a spoiled noble girl, a dagger pressed against her throat, leaving no room for struggle. Humiliated tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her face away, refusing to let Kyle see her weakness. Even as the dagger sliced her skin, even as the chilling sensation of death crawled up her spine, she refused to admit defeat. She would rather die than acknowledge her total defeat. Kyle narrowed her eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in her blue gaze beneath the mask. Are you sure you want to be stubborn? She leaned down, her silver hair cascading beside Wendy's cheek, her voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable threat. There are no rules here. The dagger pressed deeper, and Wendy could clearly feel the sting of the blade cutting through her skin, warm blood trickling down her neck, staining her collar. Logically, if you don't admit defeat. Kyle tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping toward the host, her right hand raised, making a gesture for execution. There should be a rule that allows for execution if one doesn't admit defeat, right? The host immediately nodded, bowing and smiling obsequiously. Of course. Of course. Miss Night Owl has the right to deal with the loser. Laughter and jeers erupted from the audience. Huh. A genius from the Paladin family. Is this it? Can't even defeat a noble girl and still dare to talk tough. Hurry up and admit defeat, don't embarrass yourself. The mocking words pierced into Wendy's ears like daggers, her fingers digging into the ground, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She was unwilling. Kyle's dagger slowly rose, glinting coldly under the spotlight, and then it plunged down fiercely. I admit defeat. Wendy's scream erupted just as the dagger was about to pierce her throat, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. She had thought she could face death calmly, but when it truly approached, Wendy subconsciously admitted defeat. Kyle's blade stopped just an inch from her throat. A wise choice. She withdrew her dagger, standing elegantly, her silver hair flowing like a victorious banner under the lights. Night Owl! Night Owl! Night Owl! The audience's cheers surged like a tidal wave. Everyone went wild for Kyle's victory. As for Wendy, she was ignored. The arena was that cruel. The victor could bask in applause and joy, while the loser could only leave alone. She trembled as she propped herself up, her right shoulder throbbing with pain, the blood from her neck still seeping. She lowered her head, her long red hair falling messily, concealing her distressed expression. She lost. Thoroughly lost. No one looked at her again. No one remembered who she was. Gritting her teeth, she stumbled to her feet, dragging her aching body, heading alone towards the shadowy passage for contestants. Like an abandoned, defeated dog. In the audience, Black Tower involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. She had worried for nothing. Like the queen, the young lady would not undertake actions without assurance. Vino cheered even more. Brother Black Tower. Little Kyle won. That's amazing. Vino jumped excitedly, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling with adoration as if the victory was hers. Kyle seemed to sense something in the arena, looking up towards Vino's direction. She elegantly raised her hand, giving Vino a relaxed gesture. After enjoying the roaring applause and calmly accepting her due reward, Kyle quietly exited, changing back into her luxurious gown, removing her mask, and transforming back into the elegant Duke's daughter. However, this calm shattered the moment she stepped into the VIP room. Every muscle in Kyle's body protested violently, the pain throbbing at her temples, nearly causing her to stagger. The side effects of overload mode were more intense than she had imagined. While theoretically sustainable for 3 minutes in practice, even 1 minute made her legs tremble. If she forced herself to last the limit, she had no doubt she would faint on the spot. This price is too high. Kyle secretly gritted her teeth, swearing never to use this ability unless absolutely necessary. Little Kyle, are you tired? Vino asked, unable to help but notice Kyle's fatigued appearance. Just a moment ago, Kyle seemed to have won effortlessly, her opponent unable to counter. Of course I'm tired. I'm just a light magic user, and I gave it my all in this battle. Kyle replied nonchalantly, then flopped onto the velvet sofa like a lazy cat, her silver hair cascading naturally onto Vino's lap. As she looked up with her delicate little face, the mischievous light in her icy blue eyes and the proud curve of her lips were a stark contrast to the cold-hearted killer from the arena. So how about it? Am I amazing? She deliberately elongated her tone like a little fox seeking praise. Now I can protect you properly. Vino's heart skipped a beat, her face filled with disbelief. Her slender fingers unconsciously brushed against that soft cheek, her voice so light it seemed to dissolve in the air. All for this. In her heterochromatic eyes, the gentle smile concealed an undeniable affection. I've clearly always been much stronger than you. Don't forget, all your magic was taught by me. Of course not. If Vino truly broke the seal, everyone in the arena wouldn't survive. But Kyle would never say that. Instead, like a spoiled kitten, she nuzzled against Vino, her silver hair brushing against Vino's wrist, sending a tingling sensation. I won't let you stand in front of me. She suddenly pressed that hand against her heart, letting Vino feel the powerful beating within her chest, her voice light enough to almost dissolve in the air. If you get hurt, it will hurt here. Vino's face instantly turned scarlet, even the tips of her ears flushed. The vibrant heartbeat beneath her palm made her breath quicken. Little Kyle, you're such an idiot. Hearing this, Black Tower, who had been eavesdropping outside, almost stumbled, and collided with the door. This isn't right. After resting for a moment, Kyle lazily stretched her body and, linking arms with Vino, pushed open the door to the private room. Outside the door, Haida, who was eavesdropping against the door, straightened up instantly and crashed into the frame of a decorative painting with a bang. Miss. His voice trembled like a student called upon by the teacher. Do you have any instructions? Kyle cast a suspicious glance at him. What instructions could there be? We have already been to the arena. Take us home. Haida quickly nodded and bowed, but couldn't help turning back as he said, Miss. What are you planning for tonight? Before he could finish, Kyle frowned slightly. Haida, brother, her deliberately elongated tone sent a chill down Haida's back. You just need to remember that I know how to handle things. Her ice blue eyes narrowed meaningfully. As for the purpose, you should be able to guess a bit, right? Yes, Miss. Haida immediately fell silent, but inwardly he was puzzled. It was obvious to anyone that this little ancestor had not focused on the competition all night. She was clearly looking for someone. But after finding that little girl from the Paladin family, she just planned to hit her and then head home. That completely contradicted the young lad's usual style. Haida scratched his head, utterly confused. Forget it, let this little ancestor be happy, as long as she didn't cause any major trouble, that was enough. When the carriage stopped in front of the Duke's residence, the eastern sky was already tinged with fishbelly white. In the morning mist, the peaks of the residence appeared faintly, and smoke was curling up from the kitchen's chimney. Just in time for breakfast. Kyle cheerfully jumped down from the carriage, her silver hair shining in the morning light. She turned around and waved at Haida. Thank you for your hard work. You should rest now. As she entered the dining room, Zena was elegantly enjoying her morning tea. Upon seeing the two girls, she put down her teacup, her red lips curling into a meaningful smile. Did you have fun, my little nightingale? Kyle lazily shrugged, pulling out a chair to sit down. It was okay. Oh, I finished everything I wanted to do. She casually picked up a scone. Although she was already full from the late-night snack, she couldn't resist taking a small bite. She really enjoyed these little snacks. Oh. Zena's slender fingers gently tapped the table, her violet eyes sparkling with curiosity. What interesting things did you do? Well, we had a late-night snack. Kyle spoke vaguely, her gaze wandering as she avoided her mother's eyes. Vino, noticing the situation, immediately chimed in. We went to the Trishu restaurant. The secret grilled meat there is indeed as good as they say. She elegantly poured a cup of black tea for Kyle, her heterochromatic eyes gleaming with mischief. After the meal, we also strolled through the night market and bought quite a few interesting little things. Zena's gaze swept back and forth between the two, ultimately only giving a meaningful "oh," lifting her teacup to take a sip without further questioning. The dining table fell into a brief silence with only the crisp sound of silver utensils clinking. Kyle secretly sighed in relief, focusing on the fried egg in front of her. By the way, Zena suddenly spoke, her long fingers gently tapping the table. Miss Sophia is going to participate in the temple selection next week. She looked at Kyle meaningfully. You have the purest light attribute talent in history. Why not give it a try? Kyle calmly took a sip of black tea and then waved her hand. I won't go. I'm not interested in becoming a saintess. Zena was not surprised by Kyle's answer, but continued to sip her black tea. This selection is quite special. She elegantly placed her teacup down the onsonaticated light of the sacred selection, will simultaneously select a holy son and a holy daughter. Seeing that Kyle still seemed uninterested, Zena continued. The selection is divided into 3 stages. First is the talent trial, testing magical purity at the temple's morning star altar. Then comes the trial of light, facing inner demons in an illusion, and lastly one might even receive the blessing of the holy light. Moreover, the saintess will receive the eternal morning light staff. Zena's fingertip lightly tapped, and a magical image appeared showing a completely crystal clear staff, an artifact crafted from the core of stars by the first saintess capable of doubling the power of light magic. This opportunity cannot be missed. Are you sure you want to consider it? Zena's fingers gently tapped the edge of her teacup, her violet eyes shining with confidence. Such treasures are rarely brought out by those old folks at the temple during major selections. With such a reward, she wasn't worried that Kyle wouldn't be tempted. In the magical image her fingertip conjured, the eternal morning light staff emitted a soft and sacred glow with runes swirling on its shaft barely visible. Kyle casually glanced at the magical image, the silver fork spinning in her fingertips with a graceful arc. I don't need such a high-level staff right now. At this moment, she was still contemplating her plan for the night. Another trip to the underground arena, and waiting for Wendy to come looking for her. Based on Wendy's character setting in the game, that proud paladin would definitely come looking for her after being humiliated in public. Moreover, the prize tonight truly surprised her. Earning 40,000 BIC from just one match was after the cut. Kyle secretly calculated the uses for this money, procuring equipment in the north, gathering intelligence, recruiting personnel. She didn't want to overly rely on Zena's financial support. After all, the plan regarding the ice dragon in the north must remain absolutely confidential. As for her father, Tart, she could easily ask for pocket money by acting cute, which was a resource that could be utilized. Seeing that even this staff couldn't sway Kyle, Zena's smile gradually froze, and the exquisite porcelain cup was placed heavily on the gilded saucer with a clack. Her slender fingers tightened slightly. Kyle, her voice suddenly became low and serious like the calm before a storm. Mom and Dad can't protect you forever. Becoming a saintess is the best way out. You are wasting your talent. The air in the dining room seemed to freeze instantly. This was the first time Zena called her by her full name. Seeing the displeasure on Zena's face, Kyle couldn't help but shrink her neck, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. But Dad said he doesn't want me to go. What does he know? Zena rarely raised her voice, then forced herself to calm down, taking a deep breath and saying the people of the temple would love to take you as their disciple. She stood elegantly, her skirt flowing like water. Mom knows you're still young, but this time you must listen to me. Kyle certainly understood the weight of the temple. This top organization located in the heart of the Tuban Empire, with its magnificent white spires serving as the faith center of the entire magical continent. The temple gathered the most powerful light magicians from across the continent, with a full 10 magic masters above level 80 revered as the 10 sages. Each sage is a living legend, their magical prowess capable of altering the course of a war. Not to mention the temple's vast intelligence network and resource reserves. Every saintess and holy son has the opportunity to take one of the sages as their master and gain access to the temple's restricted area of forbidden books. With her nearly perfect pure light talent, she would likely attract the competition of the 10 sages. As long as she joins the temple, honor, wealth, and status would all be beckoning to Kyle. This was also the path Zena considered best for Kyle after much thought. Yet Kyle still spoke up. Mom. Kyle raised her head, her ice blue eyes glinting with determination, the same stubbornness reflected in her gaze as in Zena's. I have my own plans. This matter, please let me decide for myself, all right? Zena's fingertips trembled slightly, and the disappointment in her eyes was nearly overflowing. Her meticulously cared for nails left a faint scratch on the table. Beside her, Vino quickly urged softly, little Kyle, why don't you reconsider? I have thought it through clearly. Zena sighed, deeply, pulling out a roll of gilded parchment from her spatial ring and throwing it onto the table. The parchment slowly unfolded on the table, revealing exquisite golden embossed text and magical seals. This is the detailed information about the selection. Her voice carried fatigue. Mom hopes you can think it over again. She stood up, her skirt tracing an elegant arc. Remember, the registration deadline is before sunrise tomorrow. After Zena left the dining room, fell silent. Kyle let out a long breath, collapsing into her chair. System, I'm glad I held up under the pressure. She whispered in her mind, it's just that I disappointed Mom. What's wrong? Host, are you starting to recognize her as your mother? The system's voice carried a teasing tone. Kyle did not immediately refute. She looked down at her hands, which should have been stained with blood, but were now clean and slender, her nails trimmed into rounded, lovely shapes. A person who always thinks of you, someone who wants to protect you. Kyle's voice was soft, as if she were talking to herself. So this is what it feels like. Her thoughts drifted back to her past life. The child who grew up in an orphanage after being adopted by an assassin organization was left with only missions and killings in her life. Even though her master cared for her dearly, they passed away when she came of age. The title of the first assassin, boundless wealth. These meant nothing to her at that time. You know, system, Kyle said with a bitter smile, in my past life, I could do nothing but kill. No hobbies, no relatives, no lovers. I only played games to escape that hollow world. The system's voice softened a bit. Kyle did not deny or affirm it. She merely shook her head gently, as if trying to shake off those memories. Let's not talk about this. She perked up, picking up the gilded scroll on the table. Scan the contents of this scroll for me. I'm feeling incredibly tired right now, and I have to get up early tonight. She turned to the quietly standing Vino and took her hand. Let's go, we should rest now. We have to go out again tonight. Vino rubbed her sore eyes, fighting the impulse to yawn. Having stayed awake all night last night, the moment she finished breakfast, drowsiness crashed over her like a tide, making her walk a bit unsteady. Just as Vino was about to nod, she suddenly felt Kyle's hand stiffen. She looked up in confusion, finding Kyle's brow tightly furrowed, a flicker of surprise flashing in her ice blue eyes. What's wrong? Vino asked softly. Kyle did not answer immediately. In her mind, the system's voice was urgently ringing, warning. Rescanning key information. This selection has rewards that will definitely interest the host. Is it a staff? I've said several times that I'm not interested at all. Kyle replied to the system in her mind. It's not a staff. The system's voice was unusually urgent. Host, do you not remember that the selection is for one saintess and one holy son? The saintess reward is a staff, while the holy son's reward is what you need. You mean, you want me to become the holy son? The reward for the saint's son is a treasure from the holy temple. This time, they brought a total of 10 items, while the others are merely magical enhancement tools which are of little use to you for now. Among them is an ancient artifact, a sacred object passed down from the ancient holy temple. System prompt: this object is highly likely to be the key item that can activate the combat power of light mages. Kyle was lazily leaning on the soft couch, absently playing with a strand of silvery hair. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, she raised her brow, slightly a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Light mages. Healers. This is almost a universally acknowledged truth throughout the magical continent. Her fingertips involuntarily tightened, the knuckles turning slightly pale from the pressure. A storm surged within her heart, thoughts tumbling in a chaotic wave. She had already seen initial success in strengthening her warrior path, yet her capabilities as a mage still remained feeble, limited to mere healing. What if her identity as a light mage could also possess combat power? Wouldn't she then be able to achieve a true balance of offense and defense? I understand now. Kyle took a deep breath, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. She looked up at Vino, a sly smile emerging at the corner of her mouth. Help me with something, Vino. Once you're done, you can go rest. I still need to register for this grand election. Vino blinked in confusion, about to speak, but saw Kyle already turning to leave. Before her words could finish, Kyle returned with a set of men's formal, wear in hand, the silvery fabric shimmering subtly under the candlelight. A little Kyle. Vino cautiously approached, her gaze landing on the obviously oversized coat in Kyle's hand, instantly realizing what was happening. I just took it from Dad's room. It should be the suit he wore when he was young. Come on, help me see if I look like a man. Kyle casually draped the coat over her shoulders, tilting her head with an expectant expression. Vino instantly understood what Kyle intended to do. Are you saying you want to register to run for the Saint's Son? Vino's tone was filled with disbelief. Kyle nodded, having quickly changed into the outfit. Standing in front of the dressing mirror, her silvery hair was skillfully tied up into a neat ponytail. A dark silver headband intertwined with her hair, exuding a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the light. Moreover, her greatest advantage was that there was hardly any curve visible on her chest, making it impossible for anyone to think she was a woman. All right, Vino, help me with my makeup. Make me look more like a man. Kyle turned around, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. To be honest, Kyle had no clue about makeup, and presently she still looked quite far from resembling a man. Her face was rosy and tender, lacking any masculine features in her eyes. Vino let out an exaggerated, "Oh," intentionally dragging out the sound, so the young lady doesn't know how to apply makeup. Oh, stop, it'll learn in the future. Kyle turned her face away, feeling a bit embarrassed, though her ears were secretly turning red. Don't move, okay? Vino said softly, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. Saying this, she picked up a special makeup pen and began to gently draw on Kyle's face. Kyle could feel the cool tip of the pen gliding over her brow bone, while Vino's warm breath brushed against her cheek, carrying a faint jasmine scent. She couldn't help but hold her breath, fearful of disturbing this focused moment. Done. Vino suddenly stepped back, clapping her hands in satisfaction. The youth in the mirror stunned Kyle momentarily. The originally soft brow shape was rendered sharply defined, the deep eyeliner outlining a fierce contour, and the shadows on both sides of the nose enhanced the overall facial structure. The most wonderful part was that Vino had added a subtle beauty mark on Kyle's forehead, adding an air of roguish charm. Is this really me? Kyle reached out to gently touch her face, the sensation under her fingertips feeling both unfamiliar and novel. The him in the mirror had sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome to the point of being almost demonic, exuding an air of noble elegance and arrogance with every gesture. Those deep blue eyes sparkled under the light, as if filled with stars. Vino's face suddenly flushed, her fingers twisting nervously, her voice growing softer. A little Kyle. No, you should be called young master now. Her gaze unconsciously drifted between the mirror and Kyle. You look too good. Kyle grinned mischievously, leaning closer and deliberately lowering her voice, husky. Just right. What? Are you mesmerized by this young master? Vino gasped, retreating 2 steps like a startled rabbit, only to accidentally bump into the vanity. The clinking of bottles and jars echoed, crisply mirroring her currently flustered heartbeat. Kyle chuckled lightly, steadying her, her silvery hair gently swaying behind her, a few playful strands falling before her eyes. She took one last glance at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Now no one should be able to recognize me. Vino, you go rest. He'll just step out to register and come right back. On the broad seculum square, the sun blazed down, casting dazzling reflections on the stone pavement. Hundreds of young men and women stood there, some whispering in groups, while others nervously adjusted their attire alone in corners. The ebb and flow of chatter echoed like a tide across the square, the air thick with a mix of excitement and anxiety. In the center of the square, in front of 2 towering stone pillars, 2 disciples dressed in special holy temple attire stood behind a registration desk. They appeared weary, beads of sweat already trickling down their foreheads, yet they tirelessly attended to the stream of young men and women coming to register. One disciple boredly flipped through the registration forms in his hand, while the other kept yawning incessantly. I say, one disciple lowered his voice, complaining in a tone only the 2 could hear. What are the higher-ups really planning? They clearly know that the Duke of Seculum has already refused to let his daughter become a saintess. Why are they still so persistent? The originally prepared competition location was in the capital of the Crow Empire, but it was suddenly changed to this desolate Seculum principality. The other disciple hearing this displayed a look of sympathy. Isn't it all because of that high-grade staff? I heard that's an ancient relic enough to stir the hearts of any light mage. They just want to use it to lure that young lady to participate. The first disciple scoffed coldly. What's ridiculous is that we've been baking under this scorching sun for an entire morning, and we haven't even seen a shadow of that young lady from the Seculum family. Who knows? The second disciple shrugged, but I think we'll definitely be working in vain today. Those higher-ups surely wouldn't have expected their plans to fall through. Who cares? We can earn quite a bit for showing up this time. Why should we think so much as workers? True. Standing at the entrance of the Seacrum Square, Kyle crossed her arms and slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping across the bustling scene, unable to help but gently shake her head in astonishment. The allure of the temple is indeed terrifying, Kyle mused silently. The perception abilities awakened by her magical power allowed her to clearly see that among the surging crowd in the square, the vast majority emitted pure waves of light magic. These magical energies flickered in her perception like countless stars, roughly estimating that at least 100 light mages had gathered here. She quietly observed her surroundings. These young mages were clustered together in groups, some nervously adjusting their robes, while others pretended to be composed, straightening their backs. From their magical fluctuations and behaviors, most appeared to be adolescents in their teens. It should be noted that light mages are already rare, being a true gem among all mages. This time the temple's selection had attracted nearly all the young light mages from within the Seacrum Duchy and neighboring territories. Kyle's gaze swept over the towering temple flag at the center of the square, the white banner embroidered with a golden sun pattern fluttering in the morning breeze. The titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter are indeed worthy of such eagerness from these young people. She stepped towards the registration desk, the soles of her boots making crisp sounds on the bluestone road. It was nearly noon, and most people had completed their registration, leaving the rest engaged in conversation. Kyle noticed several elegantly dressed older individuals weaving through the crowd, adorned with the emblems of their respective families, clearly on the lookout for suitable talents. A third-level talent. Just barely acceptable, I suppose. A middle-aged man with a mustache was appraising a frail young boy. Our Earl's house can offer generous treatment. A smile crept onto Kyle's lips. She keenly sensed that many of the registrants had pitifully low talent levels. Some even had only a first-level talent. With such qualifications, passing the preliminary selection was nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet even so, no one wanted to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, in this peaceful era, even the lowest-level light mages were highly sought after. They could not only start clinics to make a living, but also potentially be recruited by nobles, thereby changing their fates. Kyle even noticed a few individuals who were clearly not light mages mingling among the crowd, moving between the young mages with shrewd calculations glinting in their eyes. Two disciples at the registration desk were idly yawning. The younger one was doodling on parchment with a finger dipped in ink, while the older one rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly. But as Kyle approached, both straightened their backs immediately. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating Kyle's upright figure. She wore a deep blue gown, the stiff fabric outlining her perfect silhouette. This was a masterpiece carefully maintained by Tart, with every stitch reflecting meticulous craftsmanship. Coupled with the noble aura enchantment applied by Vino, she seemed like a young noble from a prominent family. Hello, is this the registration point for the temple selection? Kyle stepped forward and deliberately lowered her voice to ask. Her voice was deep and elegant, carrying a hint of nobility entirely different from her usual tone. Her training in voice disguise as an assassin in her past life proved useful at this moment. This gentleman, please fill out the registration form first. The young disciple, struggling not to doze off, nodded off repeatedly, nearly knocking over the ink bottle. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and casually grabbed a crumpled registration form from the table to hand over, not even glancing at Kyle. Kyle gracefully accepted the registration form, her slender fingers gently smoothing out the creases on the paper. She lowered her gaze to read it carefully, yet a glint of calculation flashed in her eyes. The handwriting on the registration form had become somewhat blurred with stains from tea on the edges. This inefficiency of the temple reminded her of the bureaucrats from her past life, who merely went through the motions. She dipped her pen in ink and slowly wrote the two characters Night Owl in the name field. The strokes were sharp yet elegant, with the final stroke slightly rising, resembling a secret signal. Beneath her name, she unhesitatingly filled in 9th level light talent, a figure sufficient to make any elder of the temple take notice. 9th level light talent. The older disciple suddenly exclaimed, the feather pen in his hand falling with a thud onto the table. Ink splattered onto his sleeve, yet he remained oblivious, his wide eyes staring like copper bells. This is simply. The younger disciple leaned over only to trip over the hem of his own robe, nearly tumbling headfirst into the registration desk. He fumbled to steady himself on the table, leaning closer to the registration form, his nose almost touching the paper. By the divine, we've seen the highest talent of only 7th level this morning. Young sir, you must be joking. Kyle's lips slightly curled up, revealing a perfectly humble smile. She gently raised her hand, drawing a graceful arc over the table. The magic flowing from her fingertips condensed in the air, forming a light sphere the size of a fingernail, like the brightest star in the night sky. She deliberately let the light sphere flicker twice before quietly dissipating under the astonished gazes of the two. You're too kind. Kyle retracted her hand, feigning nonchalance as a glimmer of victorious delight flashed in her eyes. I still have much to learn. The two disciples exchanged excited glances. The older disciple fumbled to pull out a handkerchief, but forgot to wipe the ink off his sleeve. The younger disciple straightened up, as if energized, his previously crooked collar miraculously becoming neat. From the initial laziness to the current utmost respect, the transformation in their attitudes was astonishingly rapid. They dared not show any signs of negligence, hastily presenting the finest ink, the smoothest parchment, and even polishing the registration desk until it shone. Though aware that Night Owl was not her real name, who in this place did not have a few secrets. Please allow me to register your details. The older disciple respectfully presented a gold-embossed form. The temple offers additional privileges for those with exceptional talents. At that moment, a clear ringing sound of bells echoed from behind. Hello, I'm here to participate in the Holy Daughter selection. Hearing that familiar voice, Kyle turned to look. When she recognized the visitor, her pupils contracted sharply and her fingers instinctively clenched. It was Sophia. The royal member was dressed in splendid attire today, a moon-white gown embroidered with exquisite silver patterns, and silver bells tied at her waist chimed with her graceful steps. Sunlight spilled over her golden hair, as if coated in a layer of divine light. Kyle felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach. This young lady who constantly opposed her at home was now pretending to be so noble and elegant. Noticing Kyle's gaze, Sophia slightly tilted her head. Unlike the usual hostility they shared, she displayed a perfect smile towards the noble young man before her, even elegantly performing a standard royal greeting. Damn! Kyle cursed inwardly. Her first reaction was to turn and leave. But reason told her that fleeing in such a panic would only expose her identity. She suppressed her displeasure and forced herself to return a flawless noble salute. At the very least, this proved her disguise was successful. The two disciples were completely captivated by Sophia. The older one was so excited that he knocked over the ink bottle, deep blue ink spreading across the parchment. You must be the one. He stammered, his eyes fixated on the sapphire, emitting magical fluctuations on Sophia's chest, the rumored candidate for the Holy Daughter of Light. This noble aura and extravagant attire could only belong to local aristocrats. Seeing this, the older disciple was even more convinced of his thoughts. The younger disciple exaggeratedly knelt on one knee. We have been waiting for you. A genius girl with 10th level light talent. Miss Kyle. Kyle's foot, which had just stepped forward, abruptly stopped. Did these people actually mistake Sophia for herself? Sophia's exquisite face instantly froze. She opened her mouth, her cheeks turning visibly red at a rapid pace. You have mistaken the person. She quietly defended herself, but her voice was completely drowned out by the excited shouts of the two disciples. Please accept our apologies. The older disciple frantically rummaged for the highest grade registration form. We actually made you wait in line. No, I really am not. Sophia awkwardly stepped back, the sapphire necklace swaying violently with her movements. This young lady, who usually held her head high, now wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Please just follow us. The position of Holy Daughter has long been reserved for you by the elders. The two disciples were extremely enthusiastic, insisting on taking Sophia away. At that moment, Sophia's guard helplessly approached. Dear temple envoys, this young lady is not the Kyle you speak of. Her name is Sophia, and she is here to participate in the Holy Daughter selection. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two disciples instantly fell. The eager anticipation in their eyes retreated like the tide, replaced by undeniable disappointment. The older disciple even instinctively pulled back the gold-embossed registration form he had just taken out. His fingers fumbled around in the drawer, finally pulling out a crumpled, ordinary registration form, as if tossing away a hot potato, slapping it down on the table. Please fill out the form. The two disciples instantly reverted to their lazy demeanor, one yawning, the other scratching his head, resembling two sunbathing salted fish. The speed of this transformation was so swift that even the air could not keep up. Princess Sophia, hidden aside, gritted her silver teeth in anger. After all, she was a princess of the Crow Empire. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? The action of retracting the gold-embossed form felt like a resounding slap, stinging her face. At that moment, a hand clad in a black leather glove gently rested on her shoulder. Sophia looked up and met the night owl's fierce gaze. This young lady, I believe you are far superior to that, Kyle. Upon hearing the words of night owl, a ripple of emotion stirred within Sophia. She had thought that the suddenly appearing noble young master would ignore her like everyone else, but unexpectedly he stood up for her. The two disciples straightened their backs like pine trees upon seeing Night Owl. The older one scoffed dismissively, Mr. Night Owl, you may not be aware since you are new here. That Miss Kyle is a level 10 light system talent. Night Owl lightly shook his head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The sunlight danced on his silver hair, casting a hazy glow on his handsome profile. The two froze, simultaneously exchanging a look of uncertainty. It was only then that they realized this seemingly easygoing, noble young master appeared to know quite a bit about the Holy Temple selection process. Of course not. The older disciple hurriedly waved his hand, sweat beads forming on his forehead, however. That Miss Kyle is indeed quite special. Night Owl suddenly chuckled lightly, his fingers accidentally tapping on the table, producing a crisp sound. The sound stood out starkly in the silence of the registration area. Since we cannot attract talents like Miss Kyle, dismissing someone like this young lady here with such quality resources. He leaned slightly, elegantly pointing at Sophia with his long fingers. What would the other genius mages think of your holy temple with your attitude? The air suddenly grew thick. Sophia felt something in her chest explode with a bang. This mysterious guy in front of so many people, right at the Holy Temple's registration area, actually stood up for her. She secretly glanced at Night Owl, meeting his gaze, which seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling. That look seemed to say, what's this? Are you captivated by my charm? Sophia's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly turned away, only to catch a glimpse of the two disciples drenched in cold sweat. Night Owl's words were not without reason. The strength of this year's Holy Maiden applicants was pitifully low, while on the side of the Holy Sun, there was already a genius like Night Owl in play. If they drove away such an elegant girl, they would have no way to explain to their superiors. Thinking of this, the older disciple scrambled to pull out the gilded registration form again, his voice cracking noble. Mr. Night Owl and Miss Sophia, please register over here. After Sophia's simple registration, the two disciples were utterly astonished. Miss Sophia, you are also a level 9 talent. That's wonderful. Today was indeed worth the wait, as we have such geniuses as you two. Their voices were filled with flattery, starkly contrasting their earlier indifference. However, Sophia scoffed at their sudden change in attitude. She glanced at her name, just written on the registration form, turned, and walked away without looking back. As she exited the registration area, Sophia finally couldn't help but glance back. In Sophia's eyes, the sunlight outlined the perfect contours of Night Owl's profile, as if he were enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. This guy clearly could have ignored me. Why did he help me? Sophia bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She recalled those determined eyes from earlier. Now that she thought about it, there was clearly a hint of mockery and cunning in that gaze. This made her feel both embarrassed and strangely reassured, like a lost child suddenly finding a support, even though she wasn't sure how reliable that support was. However, this guy seems to be much more interesting than I imagined. At this moment, Kyle was still unaware of what Sophia was thinking. She was chatting affably with the two disciples, her smile, so radiant it seemed to sparkle. Gentlemen, she suddenly lowered her voice, I just resolved a little trouble for you regarding that earlier incident. The older disciple took a cautious step back, sweat increasing on his forehead. Mr. Night Owl, you were too polite. Oh. Kyle tilted her head, a glint of mischief flashing in her innocent eyes. So what do you think would happen if Miss Sophia were to storm off? How would the Holy Temple view your work attitude today? Don't. Absolutely don't. The two hurriedly waved their hands, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads like two small streams. Kyle suddenly smiled, even brighter, lowering her voice, but I do know a little. The Holy Temple is paying great attention to the candidates for Holy Sun this year. A genius like me will surely be a focus of the Holy Temple. She paused meaningfully, so 200,000 bix for your respectful service to me today. What? 200,000? The older disciple nearly bit his own tongue. Mr. Night Owl, this is robbery. Robbery. Kyle feigned innocence, tilting her head with a naive expression. I'm clearly helping you. Just think if what happened earlier reached some adults' ears. She said, gently patting the older disciple's shoulder. This was a blatant threat. We understand. We understand. The two quickly pulled out money, moving as quickly as if afraid they would be struck by lightning if they were slow. Looking at the heavy bags of money, Kyle nodded in satisfaction. This is more like it. Once I become the Holy Sun, I will take good care of you. The two disciples slumped in their chairs, wanting to cry, but having no tears. This is even more terrifying than a direct threat. In the future, if we see this young master, we should take a detour. Kyle didn't care about anything else, humming a little tune as she walked out of the registration area in a good mood. Just now, she had helped Sophia out of trouble, genuinely fearing that Sophia might get too upset and not participate in the Holy Temple selection. Sophia must join the Holy Temple. That was Kyle's decision. If there weren't enough candidates of the quality of past holy maidens this year, the Holy Temple might have some dire thoughts about her. Kyle couldn't bear such disturbances. Moreover, this unexpected fortune could be used to prepare for her journey to the northern border. As for those two unfortunate souls, while the Holy Temple had plenty of resources, they would eventually recover. Just as she was contemplating how to spend this money, a commotion arose ahead. She saw Sophia surrounded by several guards standing in the center of the square, seemingly waiting for someone. Oh no! A sense of foreboding surged in Kyle's heart, thinking it was bad news and wanting to take a detour to leave. But she heard a clear call, "Mr. Night Owl." Sophia's voice was an octave higher than usual, attracting the attention of passers-by. She seemed to realize this, immediately blushing and lowering her head, her slender fingers nervously twisting her skirt, making her look shy and flustered. Kyle forced himself to turn around, putting on a stiff smile. "Miss Sophia, what a coincidence." "No, it's not a coincidence," Sophia hurriedly said, then realized her slip of tongue, her face turning even redder. Thank you for earlier." The guards exchanged shocked glances. They had never seen the third princess in such a flustered state, let alone actively approaching a strange man. The captain even pinched himself secretly to confirm he wasn't dreaming. It was just a small favor. Kyle chuckled dryly, her heart already in a flutter. She absolutely did not want to be associated with Sophia, as she had seen this guy's temperament before. But was the shy girl in front of her really Sophia? Strange. Too strange. If there's nothing else, Sophia mustered her courage to look up. "I was wondering if Mr. Night Owl has time. Two would like to invite you for afternoon tea to express my gratitude." The captain almost stumbled, nearly falling over. The other guards widened their eyes, looking like they had seen a ghost. How could their noble princess be inviting a man for tea? This was a privilege even the imperial princes had not enjoyed. Kyle's mouth twitched, her mind screaming, "I just want to go home and sleep. Vino is still waiting for me." But on the surface she maintained an elegant smile. "It would be an honor, but I still have some. I know a great tea house." Sophia completely gave him no chance to refuse, her eyes sparkling. "It's right next to the central square." Without allowing Kyle to refuse, the guards had already skillfully surrounded him like a human wall, inviting him to Sophia's side. "This is..." Kyle looked in shock at this sudden development, about to protest, but saw Sophia already linking his arm like a cheerful little bird. Let's go, let's go." The girl excitedly shook his arm, completely ignoring his stiff expression. "It's afternoon tea time. We should go queue up early." Kyle helplessly looked at her arm firmly fixed beside Sophia, feeling like a hapless victim being forcibly abducted. She quietly called out to the system, "Where are you? Help me out, teleport me away." "Damn it." Kyle cursed silently in her heart. She looked up at the central square, which was crowded with guards, and then at the Princess Sophia, beside her, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, clearly determined to cling to her today. "What kind of sin did I commit today?" She sighed deeply, resignedly, allowing Sophia to pull her toward that tea house that was said to be wonderful. Kale stared at the steaming cup of black tea before her, her expression strained. She felt utterly wretched. She hadn't slept a wink the previous night. Now she had been forcibly brought to this tea house by Sophia. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. "I was truly foolish," she murmured, "truly. I should have fled the moment I saw her. I even foolishly replied to her message. Had I run, then I'd already be curled up with Vino in the comfort of my own bed." But such thoughts were futile now. Resigned, Kale lifted her head and met Sophia's expectant gaze. Upon noticing the Night Owl glance her way, the princess instantly lowered her head, her fair cheeks flushing with a delicate rose hue. "Master Night Owl, is the tea not to your liking?" Sophia asked tentatively, her slender fingers nervously tracing the rim of the delicate porcelain cup. Kale forced a faint smile and took a perfunctory sip. "The flavor is acceptable." Though the tea was indeed of exceptional quality, all she wanted was to stir in 10 spoonfuls of coffee grounds to jolt herself awake. Hearing this, Sophia visibly exhaled in relief, the tension in her shoulders easing. She drew a deep breath and spoke with solemn formality. "Master Night Owl, our earlier departure was rather hasty. I regret we did not have the chance for a proper introduction. My name is Sophia. It is an honor to meet you." With that, she extended her hand gracefully. Out of courtesy, Kale reciprocated, briefly lightly clasping her fingers. "Night Owl." That fleeting handshake marked their formal acquaintance. I truly appreciate your intervention just now," Sophia continued, her voice soft and gentle. "Had it not been for you, I would have been utterly humiliated." "You've already expressed your gratitude," Kale said, waving a hand dismissively, her tone calm, yet laced with quiet distance. "Moreover, you gave me no opportunity to decline your thanks." She paused, locking eyes with Sophia directly. "If you have something to say it plainly." Though her voice remained, even the undercurrent of dissatisfaction was unmistakable. She didn't believe for a moment that Sophia sought her out merely to offer thanks. After all, Kale had just revealed her 9th-tier light affinity, a definitive mark of a Saint Heir candidate. Even if she missed this selection, the next generation's Saint Heir would surely be hers. Such prodigies held immense allure for any faction or power. Sophia's face flushed crimson, but she swiftly composed herself, regaining her poised demeanor. She straightened her posture and declared, "Since you've spoken so frankly, I shall dispense with pretense. Master Night Owl, I require your assistance. Might I inquire about your background?" Sophia's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Kale's refined attire. "Someone of your bearing and elegance must surely hail from a distinguished noble house, one that cultivates its heirs with exceptional rigor." Kale frowned faintly. Psychologically, she had no desire to aid Sophia. Should the request prove troublesome, it might even heighten the risk of exposing her true identity. Granted, she currently needed funds, but with her capabilities, earning coin posed no challenge. There was simply no need to court such danger. "Lady Sophia flatters me," Kale replied with a light, self-deprecating laugh. Her silvery white hair swayed gently with the motion. "I am hardly worthy of the title elite." She feigned a wry smile. "I only awakened my light affinity recently. I fear I'm of little use to you." As she spoke, Kale cast a pointed glance toward the guard standing nearby. "Besides, you are surrounded by such formidable protectors. Your station, I imagine, is no ordinary one. My modest abilities pale beside even a tenth of theirs." Sophia laughed softly, elegant, composed, and lifted her teacup for a delicate sip. Sunlight streamed through the window, gilding her golden hair with a soft, radiant halo. As she set the cup down, her gaze sharpened, suddenly keen and incisive. "Master Night Owl worries needlessly," she murmured, lowering her voice. "These guards of mine are unable to perform certain tasks." She paused meaningfully, her crimson lips parting with quiet emphasis. "For instance, hunting monsters." Kale understood Sophia's implication instantly. The Adventurers Guild, the institution founded expressly for monster hunting, existed in every kingdom. In the Crow Empire, imperial decree forbade private monster hunting without official guild certification. Even royal guards were bound by this law. "I am well acquainted with the Adventurers Guild," Kale replied, unruffled. "Do you wish to hire a mercenary party to hunt monsters, and thereby obtain what you seek?" Leaning forward slightly, her sapphire blue eyes gleamed with sudden sharpness as she fixed them unwaveringly upon Sophia. "Then, what precisely do you require of me?" A flicker of admiration crossed Sophia's eyes. She elegantly twirled a strand of golden hair that had fallen over her shoulder, an act that lent her both regal grace and a touch of youthful charm. She lowered her voice further, speaking with quiet intrigue. "Or might you consider joining a specialized unit assembled for this very mission?" Her fingertip traced a flawless circle upon the tabletop. "And it bears noting, multiple units will participate. One among them happens to lack a light affinity mage." She paused, a confident, knowing curve lifting her lips. "I shall offer you a most generous remuneration." With deliberate grace, she withdrew a luminous pearlescent object from within her robes and placed it gently upon the table. Sunlight struck its surface, scattering prismatic glimmers across the wood. "Given you've only just awakened your affinity, you must be in dire need of this," Sophia said, her voice laced with subtle enticement. Kale's pupils contracted sharply. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard. Had it merely been standard big gold coins, she would have remained unmoved. But this, she could not mistake it. An experience stone. And not just any, flawless top-tier grade. Damn it, she cursed inwardly. How does she possess such a thing? For one bearing the demon heart, experience stones were near-perfect sustenance, virtually free of adverse effects. Sophia, ever perceptive, caught the flash of raw longing in Kale's eyes and allowed a faint, knowing smile to bloom. She sighed, theatrically feigning disappointment. "Alas, Master Night Owl, you yourself declared you could offer no assistance. It seems there's nothing more to be done." As she began to slide the stone back with slender fingers, Kale's hand shot out instinctively, pressing firmly over Sophia's. The warmth and softness of Sophia's skin registered a heartbeat too late. Kale realized her lapse in composure. "That cunning woman has me dancing on her strings." For the first time, Kale felt the disconcerting sensation of being manipulated, fully aware of Sophia's feigned reluctance, yet powerless to resist. The resulting frustration left her both irked and resigned. Inside, Sophia savored quiet triumph. Watching the ever-composed Master Night Owl falter so charmingly stirred a curious, intoxicating satisfaction. Yet what startled her more was the sudden, unbidden acceleration of her own pulse the moment Kale's hand covered hers. I accept," Kale conceded at last, her voice edged with reluctant resignation. A spark of victory lit Sophia's eyes, but she masked it swiftly, replying with practiced poise, "Excellent." She gently withdrew her hand from beneath Kale's, her fingertips brushing lightly across Kale's knuckles, a fleeting contact that sent warmth blooming up her own ears. "Over the coming days, Master Night Owl, I must insist we meet several times." She strove to sound strictly professional. "I need to assess your capabilities." The words slipped out, and she instantly regretted them. It sounded far too contrived, like nothing more than a flimsy pretext for further meetings. "What on earth am I saying?" she chided herself inwardly. "Why do I always lose my composure in his presence?" More unsettling still was the dawning realization that she found herself genuinely anticipating their next encounter. This unfamiliar flutter stirred equal parts confusion and bashfulness, flushing her fair cheeks anew. Kale noted Sophia's subtle shift in expression, but her attention remained riveted on the gleaming experience stone. What precisely is the nature of this mission? She pressed, steering the conversation back to substance. Sophia cleared her throat, regaining her bearings. In 2 weeks' time, within the monster wood beyond the city walls. Her voice dropped lower as she began outlining the mission details. Yet even as she spoke, her gaze kept drifting, unbidden, toward Kale. She observed how Kale's silvery lashes caught the sunlight, how her high sculpted nose carved a perfect profile in silhouette, the image of rapt attentiveness quickening Sophia's pulse once more. In brief, Sophia compelled herself to focus. 2 adventuring parties have temporarily merged their operations. Yet I alone cannot provide adequate healing support for both units simultaneously. Her fingers absently coiled a tendril of hair. Hence I require your assistance, Master Night Owl. Kale nodded pensively. The task itself seemed straightforward. Merely accompany the party and render healing support. What stunned her, however, was the reward. Sophia pledged 10 such premium-grade experience stones. This girl's resources run deeper than I imagined. Kale mused silently. In her past life's gaming world, stones of this caliber were legendary rarities. Ordinary players might spend months chasing a single one. Here Sophia offered 10, without hesitation. Agreed, Kale declared, swift and decisive, fearing Sophia might rescind the offer. The temptation was simply irresistible. Sophia's eyes sparkled, bright as scattered starlight. She rose suddenly, her gown sweeping into an elegant arc. Then, as your employer, I have one final request. She spoke with studied calm, though the faint flush at her ears betrayed her nerves. Kale arched a wary brow. What request? Please escort me around the city, Sophia declared boldly, striving for conviction. I am unfamiliar with these streets and require a guide. She paused, adding hastily, consider it early team cohesion training. The excuse was so transparent, even she couldn't believe it. Her guards exchanged bewildered glances. When had their princess ever shown such fervent interest in sightseeing? Especially after having strolled every alleyway surrounding Central Square just yesterday. Kale's lips twitched. She longed to refuse, but then her gaze fell once more upon those 10 radiant experience stones. And so she surrendered with a resigned sigh. It would be my profound pleasure, my dear employer. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the street in a warm golden hue as a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves. She walked slowly, seemingly intent on prolonging her steps to close the distance between them. Kyer slightly turned his head, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. In his past life, he had executed countless similar tasks to approach the daughters of powerful figures, extracting information through sweet words before seizing the opportunity to strike. This way he would not expose his identity nor jeopardize the mission. And this Princess Sophia before him was evidently much easier to deal with than those targets. Kyer could tell she harbored a clear fondness for his role as the Night Owl. He had initially just wanted to return to the timeline, but unexpectedly he attracted her attention. Now with the experience stones in hand, Sophia, who had initially wanted no ties, compelled Kyer to consider how to win her favor. As they passed a delicate jewelry store, Sophia noticeably slowed her pace. Her gaze was firmly drawn to a sapphire hairpin in the window, the color of which perfectly matched her dress. Do you like that, eh? Kyer keenly sensed her thoughts, and without waiting for an answer pulled her into the store. Welcome. The shopkeeper, a kind middle-aged woman, brightened upon seeing the couple. This gentleman has a good eye. This hairpin is a new arrival, and it particularly complements your girlfriend's temperament. Sophia's face flushed bright red, and her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her dress. No. Seeing this, Kyer leaned in and whispered to her, it seems we really do look like a couple. The warm breath made Sophia's ears instantly turn crimson. Then Kyer turned to the shopkeeper, revealing a charming smile. Boss, is there a discount for couples? Of course. The shopkeeper beamed. I'll give you a 20% discount. Kyer readily paid, and then personally placed the hairpin in Sophia's hair. His fingers gently brushed her golden locks, the motion so practiced it seemed he had done it 1,000 times before. It suits you very well. Kyer took half a step back to admire his tone, sincere enough that even she almost believed it. Very beautiful. These words made Sophia beam with delight, and she couldn't help but loop her arm through Kyer's, nearly pressing herself against him. Passers-by cast envious glances their way, and curiously, whether men or women, there seemed to be a glimmer of jealousy in their eyes. Mr. Night Owl. Sophia called softly, thank you. Kyer merely smiled faintly. In her eyes, making the target of the mission happy was simply part of the job. But Sophia clearly thought otherwise. She clung tightly to Kyer's arm, her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. How does he understand me so well? Sophia thought blissfully, even I didn't realize I liked that hairpin yet. He Lost in thought, Kai's long fingers naturally intertwined with hers. Let's stroll a bit further. Kai's voice was low and pleasant. If you see anything you like, I'll buy it for you. Hand in hand they wandered through the afternoon streets, but thereafter Sophia did not encounter any item that stirred her heart. As the sun dipped lower, Sophia finally halted reluctantly. She removed a brocade pouch embroidered with golden thread from her waist and solemnly handed it to Kai. This is 5 experience stones. As a deposit. The guards exchanged glances, the captain's hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. 5 experience stones were worth enough to purchase a small estate. The princess actually handed this over to a man she had known for less than a day. Kai too felt a surge of surprise, not expecting her to trust him so quickly, but it also indicated that his abilities had evidently not declined. Kai took the pouch, his fingertips, gently rubbing the exquisite patterns on it. The weighty feel made a glint of pleasure flash in her eyes. However, Sophia hesitated to let go, her delicate fingers lingering on Kai's fingertips. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing upon the sapphire hairpin nestled in her hair. Mr. Night Owl? Her voice trembled slightly. Will we meet again? How can I contact you? In the dappled light, the girl's shy and timid appearance was especially enchanting. Even though Kai had his reservations about Sophia's usual arrogance, she always kept her word. We will meet again, dear employer. Kai bowed slightly. My identity cannot be revealed for now, but I will certainly fulfill my promise. Sophia's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She recoiled her hand like a startled deer, but couldn't help but gently touch her cheek with that hand. Then, it settled. She flusteredly turned to leave, but as she stepped away, she couldn't resist looking back, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll wait for you by the fountain to the east of the city. After saying this, Sophia almost fled, leaving her guards scrambling to keep up. Kai stood in place, watching her panicked figure retreat, then contentedly tucked the pouch away. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Kai's mind. Host, you are truly a beast, toying with a young girl's emotions. Kai frowned, sneering inwardly. Just now, when I asked you to transmit, you played dead, quite convincingly, didn't you? Now you decide to show up. The system's voice immediately weakened. Host, I was just in sleep mode. And look, this counts as an unexpected gain, right? I've done well, haven't I? Kai angrily retorted in his mind, then severed the connection with the system. As the afterglow of the sunset streamed through the curtains into the bedroom, Kai finally returned exhausted to the secret manor. She gently pushed open the door, only to find Vino already awake, sitting at the edge of the bed, intently studying a tome on magic. The door creaked, slightly startling Vino. Why have you just returned now? Vino lifted her head, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. She closed the book and quickly walked to Kai's side. I encountered a small situation. Kai replied vaguely with a smile, leaning against Vino's shoulder. Let me rest for a moment. Vino had grown accustomed to Kai's playful intimacy. After gently embracing her, she began to unbutton her outer garment. But just as Vino lowered her head, her nose suddenly caught a faint, elusive fragrance, one that mixed the sweetness of roses and citrus. It was definitely not Kai's usual scent, as she had never detected this aroma in bed before. Vino's movements suddenly froze. Her fingers tightened, slightly crumpling Kai's collar. Little Kai. Vino's movements halted abruptly, her voice trembled imperceptibly. You smell like someone else. Kai abruptly opened her eyes, meeting Vino's gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through everything. Only then did she recall that Sophia had indeed been quite close to her all afternoon. Well, Kai chuckled awkwardly, just about to explain, when she saw Vino moving even closer, her delicate nose nearly brushing against her collar. It's a woman's scent. Vino's voice grew softer, a shadow of ambiguous emotions flashing in her eyes, and it's a very expensive perfume. I remember you, little Kai, wouldn't use something like this. Kai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook her head. She had underestimated Vino's keen sense of smell, but she had no intention of hiding anything. Little jealous one. Kai affectionately pinched Vino's soft cheek, the warmth from her fingertips bringing her joy. This is the fragrance of Sophia's perfume, the one who resides in my home. Don't worry, I approached her only for this. As she spoke, Kai took out 5 crystal-clear experience stones from her bosom. She deliberately waved the gemstones in front of Vino's eyes. Vino, do you recognize this thing? Vino's eyes widened in an instant. Oh, of course, she recognized these priceless treasures. She had seen it during her brother's comingafage ceremony. It was a gift from their father to him. And there was only one. Although she didn't know what it was, it must be extremely precious. But what shocked her even more was, Miss Sophia? Didn't she hate Kyle the most? Kyle lazily leaned against the window, her silver hair gently swaying in the evening breeze. What she met was Night Owl, not Kyle. A sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth. That princess is quite fascinated by my masculine guise. Vino suddenly realized, but her eyes turned slightly red. Little Kyle did this for me. Her delicate fingers tightly grasped her skirt. These are too valuable, I can't. Vino. Kyle suddenly bent down her long fingers, gently pinching Vino's petite nose. Are you being disobedient again? Her voice carried a dangerous tenderness. I said it's yours if you refuse again. Kyle suddenly brought her face closer, her warm breath brushing against Vino's ear. I will have to punish you. Vino's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She blinked in panic, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Kyle let out a triumphant laugh and suddenly fell onto Vino's lap. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall as she rubbed against her like a spoiled child. I'm so tired. I spent the whole afternoon accompanying that guy. I need to take a nap, then head to the arena tonight. Then she looked up at Vino's flushed cheeks, her eyes filled with laughter. So Vino should make good use of these experienced stones, who otherwise my sacrifice of charm would be for nothing. Vino's heart felt as if it were filled with something warm. She cautiously stroked Kyle's silver hair and gently said, Little Kyle always does this. Clearly it doesn't have to be this gentle. What does this count as? Kyle closed her eyes, her silver eyelashes casting delicate shadows under the light. She rubbed her palm against Vino's hand like a lazy cat. Isn't it only natural to treat those you care about well? Is it a... Vino softly questioned in her heart, her fingertips involuntarily trembling. She lowered her head, gazing at Kyle's sleeping face, the afternoon sunlight filtering through the sheer curtains, painting a soft outline on her exquisite profile. Under Kyle's prominent nose, her light pink lips slightly parted, breathing evenly and deeply. Vino inexplicably reached out her hand, her fingertip gently brushing against Kyle's cheek. That touch was even softer than she had imagined, as if she had touched the finest silk. This realization made her heart race, suddenly a strange warmth surging within. So, can I also be someone others care about? At midnight the bell had just struck 12, and the underground arena was already bustling with noise. Kyle and Vino, wearing familiar masks, navigated through the crowded crowd. The air was thick with the mingled scent of sweat and alcohol, and the cheers around them were deafening. Today is even livelier than last time. Vino whispered close to Kyle's ear, her warm breath brushing against Kyle's earlobe. Kyle glanced around, a smile curling at her lips. The audience was filled with a variety of people, some waving betting slips and cheering, others raising their glasses in celebration. The fight on the platform was reaching a fever pitch, blood splattering across the iron cage, drawing screams from the crowd. Let's sit here. Kyle led Vino to a conspicuous seat in the front row, directly facing the center of the platform, one of the best views in the arena. Vino curiously looked around. Little Kyle dressed up exactly like last time. Is it to wait for that girl? Kyle nodded, her long fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the chair. No rush, let's first listen to the evening's schedule. She turned her head to look at the host beside the platform, who was passionately announcing something. But Vino furrowed her brows with worry. What if she doesn't come tonight? Kyle smiled confidently, pulling out a silver coin and flipping it between her fingers. She will come. The silver coin danced skillfully on her fingertip, reflecting the light from the platform. With her personality, if she doesn't defeat me once, she definitely won't let it go. She casually watched the match, suddenly noticing a detail. The host had actually changed. The last hoarse-voiced male host was gone, replaced by a voluptuous woman. The female host wore leather that barely covered her key areas, twisting her waist on the platform, eliciting a chorus of catcalls from the audience. It seems the arena knows how to cater to the audience's tastes. Kyle said softly to Vino, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Time passed, and the duels on the field reached a fever pitch. A muscular man was violently pummeling his opponent into the ground, blood splattering across the iron cage. Finally, the poor fighter couldn't hold on any longer and fell heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. End. This match is won by Fist Dominator. The female host excitedly screamed, her voice nearly piercing the eardrums. The victor stood in the center of the platform, raising both arms to accept the cheers of the crowd. Kyle watched indifferently, noticing that this so-called Fist Dominator had a cruel glint in his eyes, clearly a bloodthirsty character with a very harsh hand. However, he was too weak. This was not a duel between experts. This guy was only at level 3 and only knew some basic combat techniques. Defeating another person was basically relying on brute strength, overpowering the opponent by a level. But given that many people on the continent don't even have magical abilities, this kind of match could be considered a divine battle in their eyes. Next, the female host's tone suddenly rose. Let's welcome the new challenger, White Rose Wendy. The crowd erupted in chaos. Booing, whistling, and mocking jeers echoed. Clearly the audience was not on board with this challenger. Kyle raised an eyebrow, looking toward the entrance of the platform. Wendy walked slowly onto the stage, her crimson hair burning like flames under the lights, her delicate features marred by obvious anger. She bit her lip, her gaze sweeping over the audience like a knife, the booze feeling like sharp stabs against her heart. Damn it, she murmured, her fists clenching unconsciously. Kyle leaned back in her seat, watching her with great interest. Oh, isn't this the little white flower who was crying for her mother after being beaten by Night Owl last time? Someone below mocked loudly. What's wrong? Do you want to come and serve your head again? I heard she couldn't even fight back last time. Is she scared? Wendy suddenly raised her head, her fiery red hair flying with her movements. Her pupils constricted abruptly, flames of fury igniting in her eyes. Shut up, she shouted sharply, her voice crisp and cold. Tonight, I will make you shut up. The crowd erupted in chaos once more. Kyle chuckled, just as expected. This girl had an unyielding spirit at her core, but what would her reaction be upon seeing her? Kyle found herself a bit looking forward to it. The referee stood between the two, trying to maintain order. Both contestants, please remain calm. Wendy had completely ignored the referee, her gaze fixed intently on the fist dominator, her right hand slowly rising, a faint red light gathering at her fingertips. The fist dominator wiped the blood from his face, grinning to reveal yellowed teeth. He looked down at Wendy from his height, exaggeratedly gesturing the difference in their heights. Little one, want me to give you 3 moves? As he spoke, he deliberately twisted his neck, producing crackling sounds. The crowd erupted in laughter. The fist dominator grew more smug, patting his solid chest. With those spindly arms and legs of yours, I could knock you flying with a single punch. Wendy stood expressionless, her fiery red hair particularly vivid under the spotlight. Her right hand slowly rose, the faint red light gathering at her fingertips. Unlike last time, she had assumed a perfect defensive stance, her gaze focused and sharp. I can't make the same mistake again. Wendy admonished herself inwardly. Every opponent deserves to be taken seriously. However, when the fist dominator's fist truly descended, Wendy was stunned. This is his full strength. That seemingly forceful fist appeared to her, as if in slow motion. The overwhelming pressure she felt during her battle with Night Owl was completely absent back, then even breathing felt difficult, and now. How could this be? Wendy's heart surged with tumult. Could it be that Miss Night Owl is actually quite strong? Not just a bottom-tier existence in the arena. In that moment of distraction, the fist dominator's fist was already within reach. But Wendy merely leaned to the side, the heavy punch grazing her hair. Instinctively, she thrust out a sword, the tip precisely resting against the fist dominator's throat. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. The fist dominator froze in place, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked incredulously at the petite girl before him, the icy sensation at his throat making him dare not move recklessly. Yet Wendy was plunged into deeper confusion. Just like that, she gazed at her sword-bearing hand so easily. One. Ding. She lightly flicked the long sword in her hand, and the fist dominator's massive body fell to the ground with a thud. At the moment Wendy's sword tip pressed against the fist dominator's throat, the entire arena seemed to be cast under a silent spell. The audience's mouths hung open, frozen in the act of shouting, beer mugs suspended in midair, even the drifting smoke rings seemed to be frozen in the air. In the front row, a burly gambler dropped his betting slip with a thud, completely unaware. He just mechanically rubbed his eyes. Am I drunk? Beside him, an old soldier wearing an eye patch suddenly stood up, his one eye gleaming with shock. This sword technique is the precise stabbing of the northern sect. No wonder she comes from a knight family. Such swordplay can also be mastered. In the second-floor box, several richly dressed noble gentlemen remained oblivious as their glasses of red wine tilted, the expensive wine dripping onto the carpet. One of them muttered, "That white rose. Wasn't she just soundly beaten by that Night Owl who appeared to be a pampered noble lady?" Several regular contestants at the edge of the platform swallowed hard in unison. A scarred, burly man instinctively touched his own throat. Damn. If that little girl used her full strength. The host stood frozen, not even noticing the whistle that fell from her gaping mouth. The medical team behind her exchanged glances, suddenly feeling their stretchers were unnecessary. Clap, clap, clap. In the dead silence of the arena, a crisp applause suddenly rang out. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to have a magical quality that everyone could hear clearly. Not bad, you've really improved since last time. That lazy and graceful tone caused the entire arena to stir in an instant. The audience turned their heads in unison, and when they saw the source of the voice, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. It's Miss Night Owl. God, when did she arrive? It's the noble who utterly defeated the White Rose last time. Wendy's body froze abruptly. That voice, the voice she could never forget in her life. Her crimson pupils constricted violently as she mechanically turned her head, her gaze piercing through the glaring spotlight, landing on the familiar figure in the front row. The silver mask glimmered coldly under the light, and the waist-length silver hair cascaded like a waterfall. That person sat elegantly with crossed legs, their long fingers clapping leisurely. Though she couldn't see the expression, Wendy could imagine the mocking smile behind the mask. Night Owl. Wendy's lips trembled uncontrollably, the long sword in her hand clattering to the ground. The figure that had humiliated her yesterday was now sitting there calmly. The commotion in the audience grew even louder. Some excitedly whistled while others began to whisper, "Now there's a good show to watch." "So are you surprised to see me?" Kyle tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with teasing. "Or do you want to have another round?" Upon hearing Kyle's words, Wendy felt a surge of anger within her. Did she want another match? Of course she did. She was eager to wash away the humiliation of the last encounter. Yet reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. She clearly remembered that sense of helplessness during their last duel, where every movement of the silver-haired girl was as precise as if she could foresee the future, while Wendy couldn't even muster a decent counterattack. "No, I won't fight you now." Wendy gritted her teeth, her voice trembling slightly. She suddenly raised her long sword, pointing the tip directly at Kyle. "But you wait for me. I will definitely become stronger. One day." Kyle raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by her reaction. It seemed that the last encounter had indeed dealt a heavy blow to this child, as she had learned to restrain her impulses. She lazily shrugged her silver hair, swaying gently with the motion. "Did I ever say I would fight you again?" "Moi." Wendy was taken aback, her hand holding the sword frozen in midair. "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Kyle's words, laughter erupted from the audience. Kyle leisurely adjusted her gloves, her tone light, as if they were just chatting. "I was merely asking if you wanted to fight, but I never said I would agree to it." She suddenly flashed a sly smile. "Moreover, I've decided not to fight you anymore. Even if you could win against me in the future, as long as I don't accept your challenge, you will never defeat me." Wendy was furious, her crimson hair standing on end as she shouted, "Are you too afraid to accept my challenge?" "Yes, I am too scared." Kyle tilted her head, laughing like a child who just pulled off a prank. "I never cared about winning or losing, but winning is certainly better. Since there is a possibility of losing in the future, as long as I don't fight, I will never lose." This brazen statement elicited a burst of laughter from the entire audience. Some clapped their thighs in approval, some whistled, while others jeered. The White Rose has been played. Vino was also amused, but soon realized something and leaned closer to Kyle, whispering, "Little Kyle, are you intentionally trying to trap her?" "You guessed it." Kyle leaned against Vino's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling against her. However, when she looked back at Wendy, her gaze suddenly turned cold. "If you're not going to fight, then get off the stage. We have so many spectators waiting." Wendy stood frozen, trembling with rage. She stared intensely at Kyle, suddenly sheathed her sword, and stormed off the stage without looking back. But before she left, everyone heard her furious scream, tinged with tears, "Night Owl, you better wait for me. I will make you fight me." Wendy's angry figure vanished at the end of the corridor, her crimson hair resembling a flickering flame in the dim light. Kyle watched her depart, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth beneath the mask. Excellent, the goal was achieved. She elegantly stood up, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. With her long fingers gently taking Vino's hand, she said, "Come, let's go find her." Edge. Vino looked up, confusion etched on her face, but still obediently followed Kyle's footsteps. "Little Kyle, what are you going to?" Kyle chuckled softly and said, "Dear Vino, I know you're confused." Her voice carried a hint of affection. "Sometimes you can't just give slaps, you also need to give a couple of candies." As the two followed Wendy's steps down the dimly lit corridor, curiously, they encountered no staff blocking their way. Those burly men either pretended not to see them or quickly turned away. Something's off. Kyle frowned slightly, her silver eyelashes fluttering gently beneath the mask. "Isn't it?" Vino asked softly. "This doesn't seem right." Kyle's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of her mask. This was too unusual. Normally, such underground arenas would be heavily guarded against strangers. The staff members either avoided Kyle or pretended not to see her. Was it because her reputation was too loud yesterday? It shouldn't be, as Winnie was merely making her debut. Defeating someone without any fame shouldn't be enough to warrant such attention from the people at the Ceres Tavern. Since she lacked strength, she had never revealed her identity. Then who else could it be? Someone powerful or with a solid background? The only thing Kyle knew was the Black Tower, which was the only organization she had encountered that ranked just below Xena. During her last visit, many tasks were completed by the Black Tower. Perhaps they had subtly showcased some of their strength and had prepped things for her. Shaking her head to dispel these thoughts, Kyle decided not to dwell on them. Since no trouble had come her way, it was a good thing for her. Whatever the Black Tower did must have been beneficial. Relying on her vague memories from a past life game, Kyle skillfully navigated through the intricate corridors. She stopped at an inconspicuous corner and confidently pushed open an iron door. How could little Kyle be so familiar with this place? Vino murmured in surprise. "It's as if she's been here many times before." And behind them, several staff members finally let out a sigh of relief. One bald, muscular man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally gone. The Lord from the Black Tower specifically instructed that this young lady should not be stopped wherever she wishes to go. "Shoo." A companion nervously looked around. "The Lord has repeatedly warned us not to mention him in front of that young lady." Opening the door, they entered the fighter's lounge with several suites displayed along both sides of the corridor. The door plates held information about each fighter, and after searching for a while, Kyle found Wendy's room. The door had just been opened and hadn't even closed yet. Standing at the doorway, Kyle made a shushing gesture to Vino. She gently pushed open the ajar door, signaling Vino to stay outside, while she quietly slipped inside. Inside the room, Wendy was facing a mirror, waving her small fists, her crimson hair bouncing with her excited movements. "Wendy, you need to give it your all," she shouted at her reflection, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "You're going to become the king of the arena. How could I be defeated by that despicable night owl?" Suddenly, she grabbed a pillow nearby and smashed it against the mirror. "That arrogant fool. Silver-haired freak. Always wearing a mask and acting mysterious. Why is that night owl so wicked?" A lazy voice suddenly sounded in her ear, causing Wendy to jump up from her chair like a startled rabbit. She spun around sharply, her crimson hair tracing an arc in the air, just as she met Kyle's smiling eyes. The annoying silver-haired woman had somehow already taken a seat beside her, casually crossing her legs. "You." Wendy's face instantly turned bright red, even her delicate ears glowed, her emerald eyes widening. "What are you doing here?" Kyle rested her chin on one hand, her silver eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Tilting her head, the red lips beneath the mask curled into a mischievous smile. "The door was open, so I naturally came in." She deliberately elongated the last syllable. "And besides, hearing someone criticize me so passionately, how could I miss the chance to show up?" "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Wendy screamed in her heart. All those embarrassing words were overheard. She was so embarrassed that her toes curled up as she grabbed a glass bottle from the dressing table and hurled it at Kyle's face. "Get out. Who allowed you to eavesdrop?" Kyle effortlessly caught the flying bottle, her long fingers gently twisting it before placing it back in its original spot. "Oh dear, this is still useful. It would be a shame to break it. Didn't you say you wouldn't fight with me again?" Wendy's chest rose and fell violently with anger, her silver teeth clenched. "Then why did you come looking for me? Are you here to humiliate me again?" Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, whether from anger or embarrassment. Kyle suddenly reached out and gently ruffled Wendy's fluffy red hair. This unexpected gesture caused Wendy to freeze. "Does it still hurt from the last injury?" Kyle's voice suddenly softened, her fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. "You are putting too much pressure on yourself," Kyle said softly, the light magic brushing over Wendy's body like a spring breeze. "Sometimes you need to relax a bit, don't you?" "Miss Klein," she paused, a smile once again curling at the corners of her mouth, which made Wendy grind her teeth in annoyance. "Actually, it's simple to defeat me. Once your level increases, you could easily crush me." "Wah. What?" Wendy turned her head sharply just in time to meet Kyle's smiling gaze. Only then did she realize the warm healing magic, that pure light energy. "You? Are you a light mage?" Wendy's voice changed pitch as she stared incredulously at Kyle. "The one who defeated me last time was actually a healer." This realization left Wendy completely flustered. She had imagined countless times what kind of powerful being would defeat her, but had never thought it would be a light mage who should be standing behind healing their teammates. Kyle was amused by her reaction, her silver bell-like laughter echoing in the room. "What? A light mage can't fight? How is that possible? You're a light mage, how could you possibly have combat power?" This completely overturned Wendy's perception. Mage, close combat, light attribute. How could these three qualities converge in one person? In her understanding, she believed the Night Owl should be a powerful, enhanced warrior. She never expected a mage to defeat her so thoroughly that she began to doubt her own strength. It seems the healing last time was quite effective. Aside from some scars, all other injuries have healed completely. Wendy instinctively touched her shoulder where a faint scar still lingered, left from their last duel. This action suddenly made her aware that she was being cared for by an enemy, and she immediately flared up. Who asked you to care?" Kyle chuckled lightly, and suddenly became serious. "Actually, I came to find you for a serious matter." Her silver eyelashes lowered slightly. "I need to form an adventurer team to accomplish a very difficult task. Right now, I'm lacking a warrior position." "Huh?" Wendy's eyes widened as she pointed at herself. "You can't be saying you've taken a liking to me." Her voice was filled with disbelief. "I can't even defeat you. How could I possibly be the one you're looking for?" "I'm just a light mage," Kyle shrugged, her tone suddenly becoming serious. "I don't know if we'll be able to get stronger in the future. Moreover, this task is extremely dangerous." The air in the room seemed to freeze. Wendy bit her lower lip, her inner conflict raging. On one hand, she truly desired to grow stronger. On the other hand, she didn't want to be led by this annoying woman. As a condition of exchange, Kyle suddenly leaned closer, her silver hair brushing against Wendy's shoulder. "I promise to fight you again later." Her warm breath brushed against Wendy's ear, "And by then you will definitely win against me easily." This promise felt like a heavy stone crashing down on Wendy's heart. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her heartbeat racing as if it would leap out of her chest. If I agree, I can get the chance for a duel. But wouldn't that make me seem spineless? But she said I would win. Ultimately, the desire to become stronger overcame her pride. As soon as the words fell, Vino walked in through the door. Like Kyle, she wore a pure silver mask, making it impossible to discern her emotional changes. However, body language is a telling thing. She nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, her fingers trembling slightly, as if she were ready to flee at any moment. You. Hello, Miss Wendy. Vino stammered, her voice as faint as a whisper. I am a friend of the Night Owl, Vino. It's a pleasure to meet you. Wendy was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. She stole a glance at Kyle, only to find him looking at Vino with a helpless expression, evidently accustomed to the awkwardness of his socially anxious friend. I see. Wendy quickly composed herself, extending her hand with a bright and friendly smile. Hello, Miss Vino. I'm Wendy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Vino stood frozen in place, her fingers still gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her gaze flickering uncertainly, as if battling the urge to extend her hand. Seeing this, Kyle gently patted her shoulder and reassured her in a voice only they could hear. Don't be nervous. Wendy has already joined our team, so there's no need to worry. Upon hearing this, Vino's tense body finally relaxed a bit. She took a deep breath and gently grasped Wendy's hand. Thank you for being willing to join us. No need to thank me. We'll both benefit from this arrangement. Wendy waved her hand nonchalantly, her bright red hair swaying lightly with the motion. But the Night Owl says you're even more formidable than her. I can't even beat her. Why are you so reserved? She made an exaggerated face, eliciting a soft chuckle from Vino. The tense atmosphere immediately lightened. Kyle quietly sighed with relief. Just as she had anticipated, despite Wendy's fiery personality, as long as she earned her approval, she would be a trustworthy ally. It's not convenient to talk here. Kyle surveyed their surroundings and lowered her voice. Since you've joined us, you should be informed of certain matters. Follow me. In the private room on the top floor of the Solaris Tavern, a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. As soon as Kyle closed the door, she eagerly removed her mask. If it weren't for fearing exposure, I really wouldn't want to wear this thing. It's so hot. Wendy's eyes lit up instantly. She had long been curious about what this ill-tempered person actually looked like. However, when Kyle revealed her true face, Wendy's expression fell in disappointment. Under the mask was an excessively delicate face, skin as white as snow, lips like a touch of rouge, looking like a pampered noble lady. The scars and battle marks Wendy had imagined were nowhere to be found. She had envisioned someone who had fought countless battles from a young age, making her loss to Kyle not feel so embarrassing. Do you recognize who I am? Kyle raised an eyebrow. Wendy stared at her for a few seconds, suddenly widening her eyes. You are from the Duke's family. Ugh. Kyle swiftly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. She cast a wary glance at the door. Do you want the whole tavern to know? Vino gently removed her silver mask, revealing her exquisite face. When those mismatched eyes were fully exposed, Wendy suddenly gasped. Vino? Vino, Wendy exclaimed while slapping her forehead. I thought this name sounded familiar. She darted her eyes back and forth between the two. One is the daughter of the Duke of Seacrim, and the other is the cursed girl of the Chrysler family. No wonder you both wore masks. Kyle released her grip on Wendy's mouth, her expression suddenly turning serious. Her silver eyelashes cast fine shadows in the light, and her blue eyes sparkled with a dangerous glint. Wendy, since you already know Vino's identity. That's right, she is known as the Cursed Girl by the world. She reached out and held Vino's slightly trembling hand. But now she is the most important person to me. Kyle continued. And you, Wendy Klein, possess the purest Klein bloodline. The honor of your family, never break an oath, is precisely why I sought you out. Kyle intertwined her fingers under her chin, her gaze fixed intensely on Wendy. She had long prepared for the worst. If Wendy reacted with disgust towards Vino like others, then, after their expedition to the north, she would sever ties with this red-haired girl. This thought made a cold glint flicker at her fingertips. However, Wendy's reaction completely exceeded her expectations. Ha ha ha. She suddenly burst into laughter, her bright red hair joyfully bouncing with her laughter. So the reason you beat me up so badly before was to test whether I was worthy of your trust. Before arriving at the arena tonight, Kale had already drafted her plans. In 7 months, the Frost Dragon would awaken and attack the Seacrim Principality, meaning they had to enhance their strength within 5 months, leaving 2 months for the final battle. She had assigned tasks to both of them. Vino lacked training and practical experience, so Kale planned to help her obtain an adventurer's license to hunt in the monster forest. Thinking about accompanying Sophia for a hunt in 2 weeks, Kale couldn't help but rub her temples. But perhaps it was for the best, as it would allow her to familiarize herself with the terrain in advance. As for Wendy, she had a family task that required her to stay at the arena for the time being. According to the original trajectory, she should be able to smoothly attain the title of King of the Arena. The timeline continued to develop according to Kale's plan. Aside from her own variables, Wendy should have a smooth path in the arena, gradually rising to the title of king of the arena. Kale and Vino would not be returning to the underground arena for the time being. In a month there would be the selection of the Saint Child, and Kale needed to raise her level. As of now, Kale was still only at level 2. Such a level would not yield any advantages in the selection of the Saint Child, as they would not only consider talent, but level and hard power were even more crucial. After explaining these plans in detail to her two companions, Kale finally let out a sigh of relief. The night was deep. She held Vino's hand as they walked out of the arena, the summer night's heat making her mast feel particularly uncomfortable. Little Kale, you've sweated a lot. Vino worriedly wiped the beads of sweat from Kale's forehead with a handkerchief. Kale irritably tugged at her collar. This wretched weather. Since transforming into a female body, she had become particularly sensitive to the sticky sweat. Silver hair clung to her neck, making her long to jump into icy water immediately. In the Seacrim Duke's mansion bath, Kale exhaled deeply, submerging her entire body in the warm water, floating with rose petals. In the misty heat, her silver hair spread like silk in the water, and the fragrance of roses gently rippled with the waves. Ah, this is what life is. Kale sighed in satisfaction. Busy with various plans these days, she could finally enjoy a moment of peace. She lazily leaned against the edge of the bath, the warm water caressing every inch of her skin, washing away fatigue and sweat. After enjoying for a while, Kale finally noticed the figure in the corner, who only dared to show half of her head. Vino curled up in a corner of the bath like a frightened little animal, her heterochromatic eyes flickering in the steam. Whenever Kale made the slightest movement, those eyes would hurriedly look away, but soon they would sneak a glance back. How should she put it? The feeling of stealing glances was strong. Little Kale is so beautiful. Vino's heart raced as if it might leap out of her chest, and she buried herself deeper in the water, exposing only her eyes. Underwater, her fingers unconsciously tangled together silver hair. Snow-white skin. What am I thinking? Just then Kale suddenly swam towards her. Vino. Kale deliberately elongated her tone, a sly smile, curving her red lips. You can't reach your back, can you? And no, it's fine. Vino panicked and retreated only to bump against the edge of the bath. Her entire face turned beet red, her heterochromatic eyes filled with panic too. Can do it myself. Before she could finish, Kale had already circled behind her. A warm hand gently pressed on her shoulder, and Vino instantly froze like a statue. Relax. Kale's voice carried a hint of laughter, her fingertips gliding softly over Vino's back. Aren't we the best partners? Vino felt blood rushing to her face, the sound of her heartbeat loud enough that it seemed the whole bath could hear it. She tightly shut her eyes, but could not ignore the gentle touch behind her. A strange sensation welled up within her. Meanwhile, Kale was also flooded with a peculiar feeling, a strong sense of defeat. Especially when helping Vino tie up her hair, Kale inadvertently caught a glimpse of Vino in front of her, then lowered her head to look at herself. Cough. Vino, what do you think of Wendy that we met today? Kale deliberately changed the subject, her fingers continuing to gently wash Vino's back. Miss Wendy is very, very cheerful. Vino's voice was as soft as a whisper, but her tone carried a rare lightness. She and little Kale, as well as the lady, do not look at my eyes strangely. Her voice suddenly lowered. They don't look at me with strange eyes. Kale could feel Vino's body trembling slightly as she stopped her movements and gently embraced the fragile girl. Fool who would dislike you. But I'm really scared. Scared that one day you will all be like others. You never will. Kale said firmly, resting her chin lightly on Vino's shoulder. I promise. Soon Kale finished washing Vino's back. She suddenly turned to face Vino with a mischievous smile. All right, now it's your turn to wash my back. Vino suddenly raised her head, panic written all over her heterochromatic eyes. But what? Kale tilted her head, droplets of water from her silver hair falling onto the surface, refracting tiny light under the lamp. I washed your back. Shouldn't you return the favor? Vino's face turned as red as a ripe apple, trembling as she extended her hand, but the moment she touched Kale's back, she immediately withdrew, as if electrocuted. I am afraid I might hurt little Kale. Kale turned and grabbed her retreating wrist, causing the water to ripple with her movement. She pressed Vino's hand against her smooth back, a playful smile tugging at her lips. It's fine, I trust you. After saying that, Kale lazily leaned against the edge of the bath, her wet silver hair sticking to her back, glistening like pearls in the misty steam. She deliberately elongated her tone. You can do whatever you want, Kale said intentionally. In reality, she didn't believe Vino would touch her now. The deliberate guidance over the past few days had made Vino remarkably obedient. Whether accepting kindness or responding to teasing, it was all in her control, or rather in what she believed to be her control. However, the next second, ugh, Kale suddenly cried out, her body jolting. She turned her head in disbelief, only to see Vino's hands slowly sliding down her back. Those usually timid hands were now surprisingly firm. Vino. Kale's voice trembled. She never expected this shy girl would suddenly become so bold. Vino's fingers lightly traced Kale's sensitive waist, her heterochromatic eyes glimmering with curiosity. She could clearly feel Kale's body quivering beneath her palm, and this sense of control made her heart race. "Little Kale." Vino's voice unexpectedly turned soft and dangerous as she leaned in closer to whisper in Kale's ear, "You're so sensitive here." The warm breath brushed past her ear, and Kale's face instantly flushed to her roots. She suddenly realized she had made a serious misjudgment. This seemingly docile little cat was actually turning the tables on her. Moreover, this was exactly what she usually did to Vino. But now it was too late to regret. After all, these were words she had spoken herself. Noticing Kale showed no intention of resisting, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Vino's heterochromatic eyes. Her fingers became boulders, sliding down Kale's sensitive waist, gently drawing circles. "Wait." Kale's voice suddenly turned weak, feeling all her strength draining away under those restless hands. Her silver hair swayed in the water with her slightly trembling body, creating tiny ripples. However, Vino seemed to have discovered a new toy, leaning in even closer. Her red lips parted as she softly whispered in Kale's ear, "Didn't little Kale say you can do whatever you want?" The warm breath sprayed against Kale's sensitive ear, causing her to tremble again. Kale had never imagined that this girl who would shy away from eye contact would be so aggressive. She felt her cheeks burning intensely, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Enough." Kale suddenly stood up, splashing water everywhere. She hurriedly grabbed a towel to wrap herself, her wet silver hair sticking to her flushed skin. I suddenly remembered I have things to do." Vino watched Kale's panicked retreat, her heterochromatic eyes shining with an unprecedented light. A delightful rush surged from the depths of her heart. So it turned out that the little Kale who always teased her skillfully was actually more easily flustered than herself. Water droplets fell from Vino's fingertips as she looked down at her hands, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. This discovery made her heart race, as if she had found an incredible secret. So it turns out, little Kale was just pretending. Vino murmured to herself, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. She recalled every time she had turned beet red from Kale's teasing, and now realized that the seemingly effortless demeanor was all a facade. Outside the bathroom, the sound of a door slamming and hurried footsteps echoed, causing Vino to cover her mouth and laugh softly. Amidst the mist, her gaze gradually turned cunning and bright, as if she had finally found the secret to counterattack. "Next time, it's my turn to tease little Kale." Vino cupped a handful of warm water, looking at her flushed but smiling reflection in the water. This thought made her both nervous and excited, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling with eagerness. She gently hummed a tune, beginning to leisurely wipe her body. After all, tonight someone probably wouldn't be able to sleep. In the room, Kyle curled up on the spacious bed, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. She tightly grasped the corner of the blanket, replaying scenes from the bathroom in her mind. Vino's fingers gliding over her waist, the warm breath sending shivers down her neck. "This is so strange," Kyle murmured, biting her lip. She had never imagined her body would be so sensitive. Such a simple touch rendered her utterly weak. What embarrassed her even more was that she had fled like a frightened rabbit. "How am I ever going to maintain my image in front of Vino now?" Kyle buried her face in the pillow, her silver hair tousled across the sheets. She had intended for Vino to rely on her, but now it seemed entirely reversed. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, clearly mocking. "It seems the host has encountered a small issue. How is it that Vino only touched you twice and you panicked?" "You're asking me?" Kyle suddenly lifted her head, as if finding an outlet for her frustration. "I wanted to ask you. It must be your doing. This body has definitely been tampered with by you." The system protested in a pitiful tone. "How could I possibly have that ability? Since you arrived in this world, have I ever provided you with any help?" The system paused. "Even the body is just a replica of your original version, only the gender has changed." Kyle fell silent. Thinking carefully, the system indeed had never given her any substantial assistance. In every sense, it was a complete waste. Whether it was dealing with the frost dragon or obtaining the demon heart, it had offered no effective help from start to finish. That means this weakness to touch is entirely her own problem. So, am I just naturally weak to being pushed down? Kyle thought despairingly as her silver hair seemed to lose its luster. Just then the door gently swung open. Vino, now dressed in pajamas, entered with her heterochromatic eyes shimmering subtly in the dim light. Kyle immediately adjusted her expression, forcing herself to sit up calmly. "Are you done washing?" She deliberately maintained her usual composure, as if the person who had just fled in embarrassment was not her. She then casually added, "I just forgot where I put those stones earlier, that's why." Vino merely smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth, not breaking Kyle's facade. As if she hadn't heard Kyle's words, Vino lightly tiptoed to the bedside, and under Kyle's vigilant gaze simply laid down in her own spot. "Good night, little Kyle." Vino said softly, though her heterochromatic eyes concealed a glint of mischief that Kyle did not notice. Kyle sighed with relief. It seemed that Vino should not have changed her opinion of her right. The library in the morning was so quiet that one could hear the sound of pages turning. Kyle and Vino had been immersed here for a whole morning. After finishing the urgent matters, Kyle could finally slow down and systematically improve her level. Additionally, she was curious whether she would not be able to increase her attributes due to the peculiar nature of light magic at the next level. As for the issue of leveling up, she didn't need to think too much about it for now. The experience stones that Sophia previously gave her were of excellent quality. These were enough to elevate her to level 3 this morning. According to the system, leveling up required 3 times the magical energy. Otherwise, using experience stones of this quality, a normal person could at least level up 4 times. However, without the reliance on the demon heart, a normal person using an experience stone in one morning would likely be overwhelmed by the surge of magical energy. She took a deep breath, placing the experience stone in her palm. As the incantation began, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, and pure magical energy slowly flowed into her body like a living creature. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, the demon heart within her chest began to accelerate, and dark golden magical energy surged through her veins. Kyle could distinctly feel that this magical energy was purified as it passed through the magic core, then injected into her limbs and bones. This efficiency was simply astonishing. If any magician were to witness the speed at which the experience stone disappeared, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in shock. Under normal circumstances, it would take a full 10 days to digest an experience stone, the first 5 days for absorption of magical energy, and the last 5 days for transformation and storage. But the crystal in Kyle's hand was dissolving at a visibly rapid rate, completely consumed within just 2 hours. Yet the level bar showed no change. As expected, it's not that simple. Kyle frowned and took out another experience stone. The second crystal dissolved even faster than the first. When the third experience stone turned to powder, Kyle finally felt the magical energy within her reach the critical threshold. Now's the time. She swiftly divided the magical energy into 2 streams, one to enhance her physical qualities, and the other to inject into the magic core to raise her mage level. When both values reached their breaking point simultaneously, an unprecedented power erupted within her. Boom! Kyle abruptly opened her eyes, a dark golden aura surrounding her. She looked down at her hands where small dark golden magical energies danced at her fingertips. Level 3. Mage. Congratulations, host, level up successful. System prompt, level increased to LV3. Current status update name: Kyle Secret Mage, 16 level, LV3 magic power, 300600 strength. 2535 normal adult male, is 10 agility. 3045 normal adult male, is 10 talent. Skill light affinity max, can control all light magic without barriers. Skill holy light technique, beginner basic healing magic, can heal a single target but with poor effect. The physique panel has improved. It seems this path is feasible. Kyle looked at the data, jumping on the system panel, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of her mouth. The magical energy from the 3 experience stones had been fully absorbed, not only successfully breaking through to level 3, but also significantly enhancing her physical qualities. This proved that her cultivation direction was correct. However, what followed was an even more terrifying demand for magical energy. 3 top-tier experience stones had barely elevated her by 1 level. At this rate, even if given 10 such experience stones, she would exhaust them within a day. But Kyle did not mind. They were just external items. If they needed to be spent, then so be it. Keeping them around was of little use. She then brought up her attribute panel, comparing it with the previous data, nodding in satisfaction. Now she finally matched Vino in panel values. Just as she was immersed in the joy of her breakthrough, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Vino's panel updated name: Vino, crest, age 16 level, LV5 magic power, 5001200 strength. 816 normal adult male, is 10 agility. 1632 normal adult male, is 10 talent. Skill: non-elemental affinity fire water, can manipulate both fire and water magic simultaneously. Newly unlocked skills: fireball technique, intermediate, condenses fire elements to create an offensive fireball. Flame shield, beginner, condenses fire elements. Ice crystal shield, beginner, forms an ice element. Protection lasting 3 seconds. Hearing the system's prompt, Kyle's newly built confidence gradually crumbled again. She gazed at Vino, who was meditating with her eyes closed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although she had been busy with registration and subduing Wendy these past 2 days, Vino's progress was simply astonishing. Kyle spent an entire morning and consumed 3 precious experience stones just to barely reach level 3. Meanwhile, Vino had already started her training this morning at level 4, and now she had even broken through to level 5. What frustrated Kyle the most was that Vino had achieved this realm purely by absorbing the free magical energy in the atmosphere without any external assistance. Even her physical data was synchronously improving. In other words, Vino had already embarked on the dual cultivation path. Is it true that I've become stronger again, Kyle? Vino opened her eyes, her heterochromatic pupils sparkling with excitement. She could clearly sense that the capacity of her magic core had surpassed a new threshold, and her entire body felt much lighter. Of course, Vino, you are a genius. Much more impressive than I am. Kyle smiled helplessly. Though she felt reluctant, she thought to herself, being a support is not bad, and Vino growing stronger is beneficial for the entire team. Kyle walked slowly to the vanity. With her level up completed, she still had to attend her appointment with Sophia in the afternoon. Vino understood Kyle's intention and also walked behind her, starting to help her get ready. The eastern district of Seacrum City was completely different from the bustling city center. The environment here was serene, primarily because the best Seacrum Magic Academy in the entire duchy was located here. Duke Tater had specifically issued a policy prohibiting other vendors from operating here apart from shops selling essential goods in order to create a good learning environment for the students. Kyle arrived at the eastern part of the city as agreed. Today she had specially borrowed an exquisite dress from her father's wardrobe, and with Vino's exquisite makeup skills, she appeared even more outstanding. At the fountain in the eastern city, Sophia had been waiting for a long time. She looked even more refined than when they first met, her makeup clearly having been meticulously done, and the cut of her dress was even more exquisite. The most striking thing was that this time she surprisingly did not bring her escort team, standing alone by the fountain waiting. Am I late? Miss Sophia? Kyle deliberately softened her footsteps as she approached from behind. Sophia turned around at the sound, her face showing a hint of fluster. No, Mr. Night Owl, I just arrived early. She said, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, her gaze avoiding direct eye contact with Kyle. Sunlight filtered through the mist of the fountain, casting a colorful halo between the two. Sophia's slightly flushed cheeks appeared exceptionally charming in the glow. That's good. I thought I was the one without a sense of time, Kyle said with a light laugh, her silver hair glimmering softly in the sunlight. She keenly noticed that Sophia seemed particularly reserved today, even the tips of her ears showing a faint pink hue, a stark contrast to her usual proud princess demeanor. Did you come to the Eastern District today to check out the academy? Kyle casually asked while subtly surveying the surroundings. The Eastern District remained as quiet as ever, with only distant laughter from the Magic Academy students occasionally breaking the silence. Sophia looked up and quickly averted her gaze, her golden lashes fluttering slightly. Not really. I just wanted to borrow some magic books, she said, her voice soft yet tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. I've already spoken to the dean in advance. We can go straight in. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. The temporary registration for the Holy Temple was set in the Duchy of Seacrum, and it was indeed understandable that Sophia had rushed from the royal capital without bringing her magic texts. Moreover, this place suited her intentions perfectly. During the countless days and nights in the game, she had explored every corner of this academy, even remembering the location of the most hidden library clearly. I am quite familiar with this place, Kyle proactively suggested, a confident smile gracing her lips. Why don't I lead the way? This way we can find the book you need more quickly. She secretly calculated that if they could conclude this meeting within an hour, she could still make it to the Adventurers Association before sunset to obtain a hunting license for both herself and Vino. This way she could directly take Vino to the monster forest tomorrow. Okay. Sophia responded softly, feeling her heart rate spike uncontrollably. Today she had deliberately dismissed all her guards, carefully selecting the most skin-flattering light gold gown, even spending a full 2 hours with her maid to get ready. But what was all this for? She herself didn't quite understand. God, what am I doing? Sophia thought to herself in frustration. As the third princess of the empire, how can I be so flustered in front of Mr. Night Owl? But when she stole a glance at Kyle's perfect profile, that fluttering feeling surged uncontrollably in her heart. Maybe I just want to spend some time alone with him. This thought made Sophia's face turn even redder, just like an ordinary girl on a date. She was startled by her own thoughts, but couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Gathering her courage, she cautiously extended her fingertip and gently touched the back of Kyle's hand. Do you have a fever? Feeling the touch, Kyle turned back in confusion, looking at Sophia's flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes. No. Sophia frantically shook her head, her golden hair flowing like a waterfall with emotion. It's a bit hot. She stammered, feeling that her excuse was terribly poor. Kyle raised an eyebrow but did not press further. She gentlemanly gestured with her hand. Shall we go then to the main library first? Sophia nodded, following half a step behind Kyle. She watched Kyle's tall figure, lost in thought. Will he think I'm strange? Is today's makeup too heavy? Does he really like this dress? Countless questions swirled in her mind, preventing her heart from calming down. As they walked through the grand archway of the academy and saw Sophia, the security guard at the entrance did not stop them. After bowing deeply, he let Sophia and Kyle in. Once inside, Sophia suddenly seemed to remember something and quietly asked, "How does Mr. Night Owl know the Magic Academy so well?" Kyle paused slightly, then casually replied, "I studied here for a while before." This half-truthful answer made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. "I see." Sophia seemed to ponder, and then her eyes lit up. "Then do you know where Advanced Light Magic Theory is located?" "I've always wanted to find this book." Kyle smiled slightly. "Of course, it's in the rare book section on the west side of the 3rd floor. However, she cast a meaningful glance at Sophia. "With your current level of magical power, would it be too early to look at this?" Kyle's question caught Sophia off guard, her golden eyes widening slightly as she looked at him with a hint of disbelief. "Mr. Night Owl." Sophia tilted her head slightly, a strand of golden hair slipping from her elegant hairstyle. "You actually don't know the most important part of the selection." She instinctively leaned a step closer. "This time it's not just about selecting the Holy Son and Holy Maiden." Sophia lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. "One of the 10 sages is likely to be present as an examiner." Kyle raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course I've heard of the 10 most powerful light mages of the Holy Temple. But what does that have to do with us?" Sophia's eyes widened in disbelief, her red lips slightly parted. "Mr. Night Owl, are you so sure you can be selected as the Holy Son?" She suddenly realized her tone was too excited and quickly lowered her voice to explain, "The 10 sages take on disciples every year after the selection. They will demonstrate high-level magic in front of the eliminated candidates. If someone can decipher the composition of the magic..." She became more and more excited, her cheeks flushing lightly. "Even if you don't get selected, there is still a chance to become a disciple of a sage and join the Holy Temple. Although it's not as glorious as being the Holy Son or Holy Maiden, it is still a rare opportunity." Kyle silently shook his head. To be honest, he had no interest in this so-called opportunity. His goal was clear: collect the rewards from the Holy Temple and leave. As for becoming the Holy Son or Holy Maiden, he hadn't even considered it. But looking at Sophia, it was evident that she viewed this as a fallback if she couldn't become the Holy Maiden. Right now, she surely didn't know that she had already signed up for the selection of the Holy Son under the identity of Night Owl. If she didn't have the chance to become the Holy Maiden, this opportunity to be a disciple of the 10 sages would become her lifeline. The problem was, she couldn't just tell Sophia, "Don't worry, I've already signed up under another identity. You'll definitely become the Holy Maiden this time." "I see. I actually overlooked such important information." Kyle deliberately sighed, a look of chagrin on his face. Sophia's eyes flashed with a hint of delight upon seeing this. She gently tugged at Kyle's sleeve, saying, "It's okay, it's not too late to know now." She secretly rejoiced, finally able to assist Mr. Night Owl. The two soon arrived at the central library of the academy. Unlike the study at Kyle's home, this place was truly a hall for magical research. Beneath the 10-meter-high dome, dozens of huge crystal orbs floated in the air, continuously flickering with bibliographic information. Students only needed to touch the crystal orbs to find the specific locations of the books they needed. The library was bustling with people, constantly filled with activity. This way, Kyle skillfully led Sophia through the crowd. She noticed many special areas around. In the transparent magic training room, students were practicing newly learned spells. In the closed meditation room, figures could be faintly seen sitting in cultivation. "I really miss this." Kyle couldn't help but sigh, recalling how he often spent entire afternoons here during his novice days. He searched for usable magic and then combined it to create powerful combos. Turning a corner, they arrived at the rare book section. Kyle accurately retrieved the book, Advanced Light Magic Theory, from the 3rd row of bookshelves. "Here's the book you wanted." Kyle handed the hefty tome to Sophia, his fingertip accidentally brushing against her palm, causing the princess to blush once again. Sophia carefully accepted the book as if it were a treasure, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Night Owl." After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage to ask, Since we're here, would you like to study together? The environment here is quite nice, so wouldn't it be good for us to read here?" As soon as the suggestion was made, Kyle found it hard to refuse. After all, he could still go to get the hunting license tomorrow. Since he was in this familiar place, why not see if there were any combat techniques suitable for him? Though he was a light mage, if he could find some practical combat techniques to enhance his warrior skills, it might compensate for his shortcomings in melee combat. "Sure," Kyle readily agreed, his silver hair swaying gently as he nodded. "Just right, I also want to find some materials." Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her lips involuntarily curled upward. She silently cheered in her heart for creating an opportunity to be alone together. They quickly found a quiet desk in the corner of the reading room. As soon as they sat down, Kyle stood up, saying, "They'll go find a few books of interest. They'll be back soon." Sophia nodded, watching Kyle's tall figure disappear among the bookshelves. She gently caressed the tome in her hands, her heart racing uncontrollably. Not long after Kyle left, just as Sophia was preparing to quietly read, a commotion arose outside the reading room. "Look, the Cape's family is here," a bespectacled boy whispered to his companion. Isn't that young Master Sate? His companion nervously shrank his neck. Last month he forced a girl who rejected him to drop out. Sophia frowned slightly upon hearing the discussions. The Cape family. She vaguely remembered this family being mentioned in her father's edicts. As a prominent family controlling the Adventurer Association of the Seacrim Principality, they indeed held considerable influence in the region. Soon 3 lavishly dressed young men swaggered in. The leading young man walked with his head held high, the golden family crest adorned with rubies on his chest, unmistakably signifying his noble status. "Move aside. Can't you see young Master Sate is coming through?" 2 henchmen shouted imperiously, rudely pushing aside the students in their way. Other students, intimidated by the Cape family's power, dared not speak out, quickly lowered their heads, and hurriedly left the area, fearing unnecessary trouble. Some clenched their books tightly, their knuckles turning white. Others deliberately took a longer route, not daring to glance this way even out of the corner of their eyes. Sophia lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes flashing with a cold disdain. As the 3rd princess of the empire, she detested such bullying behavior the most. In her view, true nobility should be like Mr. Night Owl, reserved and elegant, not coarse and ostentatious like this. Sate surveyed the reading room as usual, his folding fan swaying like a lion surveying its territory. Suddenly his gaze locked onto Sophia. The fan snapped shut with a crisp sound, and he squinted, his throat involuntarily swallowing. "Young master, that girl." Valen approached with a smirk, rubbing his hands and lowering his voice. "Shut up." Sate raised his hand to interrupt, leisurely licking his lips. Over the years at the academy he had encountered countless women, but he had never seen such a gem. Those women who threw themselves at him were either pretending to be aloof or fawning over him, unlike the one before him. Just her tranquil presence, while reading, exuded an innate nobility. Her slightly furrowed brows, gently pursed lips, and even the delicate fingers flipping through the pages were entirely different from the women he usually interacted with. Interesting. Sate unconsciously tightened his grip on the folding fan, his knuckles turning white. Such prey was worthy of his identity as the heir of the Cape family. He straightened his collar, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. This young master will personally make a move. Seeing Satyr walking towards Sophia, the surrounding students stepped back, as if avoiding a plague, leaving the once quiet reading room filled only with suppressed breaths and the rustling of turning pages. "That bastard Satyr is going to harm another girl." A boy with glasses clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. His companion tightly grasped his sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone, "Don't be foolish. Last month Ryan from the magical machinery department was forced to drop out just for glancing at him." A few girls hid behind the bookshelves, whispering with trembling voices, "That blonde girl is in trouble. Last month Lillian was forcibly taken by him." Shoo. His father controlled half of the Duchy's Adventurers Guild, and even the Academy's board of directors wouldn't dare offend them. Satyr strode through the crowd, 2 lackeys following closely behind, like hyenas. He deliberately revealed the family crest adorned with rubies, prominently reflecting blinding golden light under the sun. As he reached Sophia, he exaggeratedly bowed, dramatically opening his folding fan, the golden threads embroidered on it shimmering in the sunlight. "Beautiful lady, why are you reading here, all alone? Get lost." This single word struck Satyr like a resounding slap to the face. The entire reading room fell silent. Instantly the sound of a feather dropping could be heard. Satyr remained frozen in his bent position, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. He had never been humiliated so publicly before. Did he just hear wrong? Straightening up, he twitched his lips, forcing a laugh. "Perhaps the lady doesn't recognize me. I am Satyr Cape, the eldest son of the Cape family, my father. Did you not hear me tell you to get lost?" Sophia finally looked up, her emerald eyes filled with disgust, as if she were staring at a filthy cockroach. Her voice was soft, yet sharp like a knife, clear enough for everyone present to hear. The surrounding classmates gasped in shock. Some discreetly gave a thumbs up, while others exchanged worried glances, having seen too many fates of those who defied Satyr. A suppressed gasp came from behind the bookshelf. Heavens, she actually dared to say that. Satyr's face turned from red to pale, the folding fan in his hand snapped with a loud crack. He had never been so publicly humiliated in his life. His lackey Valen was the first to react, stepping forward and shouting, "Bitch! Do you know who you're talking to?" Sophia slowly closed her book, a simple action that inexplicably carried a sense of oppression, causing Valen to involuntarily take a step back. As she stood up, her skirt traced an elegant arc, and the aura emanating from her made Satyr suddenly realize that this girl was probably not just an ordinary noble. The air seemed to freeze. Satyr's pupils slightly constricted, a hint of unease surged within him for the first time. But soon this unease was replaced by anger. He absolutely could not lose face here, especially in front of so many people. "Very well," Satyr sneered, a flash of malice in his eyes. "It seems you need a little education on how to speak to me." He raised his hand and gestured, and 2 lackeys immediately grinned wickedly as they surrounded Sophia, one on the left and one on the right. The surrounding students turned as pale as a ghost. Some had already quietly moved towards the door, fearing they would be implicated. A few girls covered their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. It's over. She's done for. Sophia's voice was not loud, but it was piercing like an icicle imbued with undeniable firmness. Seder was taken aback for a moment, then a wicked smile spread across his face. This girl certainly had an unyielding temper, but he found this personality even more appealing. Conquering such a haughty woman would give him a twisted sense of pleasure. His gaze roamed over Sophia, without restraint, finally landing on her long straight legs, his tongue unconsciously licking the corner of his mouth. Then I will touch you. What can you do about it? He deliberately elongated his tone, his eyes glimmering with a sinister light. Grab her. If anything happens, it's on me. Sophia's face changed. Her fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her skirt. She was about to call for her guards when she suddenly remembered. She had deliberately sent them away for this outing. To be alone with Night Owl, she hadn't brought a single attendant. Oh no. Her heart sank, her fingertips grew slightly cold. Those guards she usually complained about, though they always seemed to hinder her, could easily take down such scum. But now, she was just a light mage, and no matter how skilled her healing spells were, they couldn't withstand the brute strength of 3 men. Damn it, how could she make such a foolish mistake? In the fleeting moment of her thoughts racing, the 2 lackeys had already grinned menacingly and closed in. Valen seized her wrist, his rough fingers tightening like a vice, causing her to wince in pain. The other lackey grabbed her shoulder from behind, the force so strong it felt like he could crush her bones. Let go. She struggled for a moment, but realized she couldn't break free at all. A mage's physique was inherently weak, let alone against thugs who had long followed Seder around. Seeing this, Seder let out a triumphant laugh. What? Weren't you just so tough? He leisurely stepped forward, reaching out to pinch Sophia's chin. Now you know fear. Sophia suddenly turned her head to evade, her eyes burning with anger. She had never endured such humiliation. The rage in her chest felt like it might explode, yet reality made her feel an unprecedented panic. Could she really expose her identity here? But if she revealed her identity as a princess in front of such a crowd, what if someone with ulterior motives learned of it? Then she would be in even greater danger. How many people covet the wealth of the royal family? How many would want to capture her? There was no choice. Sophia had to look around for help, but not a single person dared to extend a hand. Meeting Sophia's gaze, the surrounding students immediately lowered their heads and shifted their eyes. In the end, no one dared to step forward. Sato laughed triumphantly. He yanked Sophia's wrist and whispered in her ear, "Do you see clearly now? In this place I am the rule." His fingers greedily brushed over her delicate skin, his eyes sparkling with nauseating desire. Seder's rough fingers greedily brushed against Sophia's delicate cheek, the sticky sensation causing her stomach to churn. For the first time in her life, fear gripped her heart so vividly. Throughout her life, her father's protection had shielded her completely. Even the slightest offense would be instantly extinguished by the palace guards. But now, she bit down hard on her lower lip until the taste of blood spread on her tongue. Before departing, the worried face of the head guard appeared in her mind. "Your Highness, at least allow me to follow you secretly. I am such a headstrong fool." She closed her eyes in despair. The guard must still be waiting faithfully outside the restroom, while she foolishly slipped away through the window. "Mr. Night Owl, where is he?" But just as that thought arose, it was drowned by a deeper bitterness. What could a light mage do? How could she possibly contend with Seder and his 2 wolf-like thugs? "Young master, this girl is really something," Valen said, leaning in with a flattery that dripped with sleaziness, his lecherous gaze fixated on Sophia. "Should we just—" "Idiot." Seder slapped Valen on the head, feigning a posture as he adjusted his cuffs. "Am I the kind of person who lacks shame? I merely wish to teach this young lady what respect means." His mouth curled into a cruel arc as he leisurely ordered, "Take her to my resting place. Since this young lady does not appreciate the gesture, let her experience the Capet family's hospitality thoroughly." The 2 lackeys shared knowing laughs, lifting Sophia up on either side. She struggled desperately, but it was like a butterfly caught in a web held down firmly. "Save your strength, beauty," Seder whispered into her ear, his hot breath nauseating. "Soon, you'll have plenty of chances to exert yourself." Meanwhile, Kyle returned to the reading area with a few hefty tomes, some dust from the shelves still clinging to her silver hair. This trip had yielded great rewards, and not only had she found several rare battle technique tomes, but she had also discovered a precious manuscript on practical applications of light magic. She still couldn't resist the temptation. The collection here was obviously much larger than her home's. She had spent a little more time searching. Sophia must be getting anxious. However, when she returned to her seat, she found it empty, with only Advanced Light Magic Theory lying alone on the table. Kyle frowned, the silver lashes casting tiny shadows under the light. Suddenly, she noticed something glimmering on the floor. A delicate hairpin, the blue gemstone hairpin. Something's wrong. Kyle's gaze instantly turned cold. She crouched down, her fingertips lightly touching the floor beside the hairpin, where there were several chaotic dragging marks. The air around still held an unsettling trace of magical energy. It seemed she was taken by someone. Kyle whispered, her voice carrying a chill. She looked up, scanning the surrounding students, who stood frozen. What about that blonde girl who was just sitting here? Sir, were you accompanying that girl? A bespectacled boy stammered, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his uniform. Kyle nodded, her knuckles tightening unconsciously, the metal edge of the hairpin digging painfully into her palm. She was taken by that scoundrel satyr. Another red-haired girl suddenly chimed in, her voice laced with tears. Please come with us to tell the teacher. They went toward the family villa. If we wait any longer, it might be too late. Satyr. Kyle narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of thought flashing in her azure pupils. This name stirred ripples in her mind. In the game world, he was a notorious NPC, the only son of the Adventurers Association president, who wielded his family's power to bully others in the academy. She remembered clearly that there was a side quest in the game called Rescue the Missing Mother and Daughter, aimed at dealing with this lecherous scion. Moreover, the task was quite simple. This guy was only level 6 and had terrible attributes. Even calling him terrible was an overstatement. He was nothing more than a waste drained by wine and lust. Kyle elegantly straightened up, her long fingers gently tapping on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. For her seeking help from a teacher, that would be making a mountain out of a molehill. With her true strength, resolving such a minor problem was a piece of cake. As an employed party, it was only natural to rescue her employer when in danger. With her employer threatened, Kyle naturally thought of going to rescue her. However, at that moment, the system's voice rang out inopportunely. This is good news. Host, my suggestion is to follow this boy to tell the teacher right now. Your current identity is that of a light mage, and you do not need to rescue her at all. Even if something were to happen to her, because of that so-called satyr, it has nothing to do with you. You have no obligation to save her. Moreover, this way your combat capability as a light mage won't be discovered, and you won't attract any trouble. If you're lucky, if something happens to Sophia, shall return to the capital. You've already taken 5 experience stones without doing anything. You should think this through, host. Kyle stood still, seemingly considering the system's suggestion. The proposal was indeed reasonable. She shouldn't expose her strength, and certainly didn't need to take risks for a princess she had just met. Moreover, that princess always wore a proud and aloof demeanor in front of her, harboring hostility. It would indeed be easy to deal with this guy. The rational voice in Kyle's mind repeated incessantly, turn around and leave, find the teacher. This is the wisest choice. Let's go find the teacher quickly, the bespectacled boy urged anxiously. Kyle took a deep breath, slowly turning around, preparing to follow them away. But just as she took her first step, her peripheral vision caught the hairpin in her hand. In the sunlight, that small blue gemstone sparkled faintly, reminiscent of the light in Sophia's eyes when she received a gift that day. Sophia's blushing cheeks when she wore the hairpin, her soft voice saying thank you, Mr. Night Owl, and the shining gaze she had every time she stole a glance at her. Sorry, system. Kyle suddenly laughed softly. The laughter was light, like ice shards shattering in the sunlight, clear, yet carrying a hint of settled dust. The safety of my employer is the duty of an assassin. This principle is the same in both past and present. It is only natural. She securely tucked the hairpin into her inner pocket. The next moment, whoosh. The air was suddenly torn apart. Silver hair trailed behind her like a fierce beam of light, resembling a river of stars spilling from the night sky. Her figure moved faster than the eye could perceive, as if she had vanished into thin air, or perhaps she had been standing there from the beginning. A cold wind swept through the corridor, making it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. The Satyr family's villa-specific location in the eastern suburbs. The voice came with the wind, not loud, yet like a blade tempered by ice, sliding along the spine of every person, provoking a shiver. The bespectacled boy stood frozen, his tongue tied, east by the lakeside, the largest white stone building. It takes 20 minutes by carriage, and now it seems. That's enough. The moment the words fell, that figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing around the corner at the end of the corridor. Only the last sentence of instruction echoed clearly in the frozen air. Thanks. They'll go clean up the trash. Please, you all go notify the teacher. Inside the Capet family villa, the luxurious corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Sate Capet's once handsome face was now twisted by desire as he roughly gripped Sophia's delicate wrist, his eyes shimmering with a nauseating greed. Let go of me. Sophia struggled desperately, her golden hair disheveled against her sweaty cheeks. Her usually proud gaze was now filled with terror, yet she still clung to the last shred of dignity. Sate let out a sneer, maliciously digging his fingers into Sophia's tender skin. At this point, are you still so stubborn? He leaned closer to Sophia's ear, his hot breath making her shiver. I hope you don't beg for mercy later. 2 burly henchmen held Sophia firmly, their rough hands pressing down mercilessly on her shoulders. One of them grinned. Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time. Sate smugly licked his lips, his other hand eagerly tearing open his collar. He violently pushed open the ornately carved wooden door of the bedroom, throwing Sophia onto the large bed covered in silk sheets. You two keep watch outside. Sate ordered without looking back, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. Wait until I'm done playing. He paused meaningfully. Naturally, there will be something for you guys too. The two henchmen exchanged glances revealing lewd smiles. They discreetly exited the room, closing the door gently. One of them rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice. Following young Master Sate was definitely the right choice. This time it's top-notch material, and it looks like she's still a virgin. He, the young master, is always generous, the other chimed in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The last merchant's daughter, didn't she also let us? Their whispers were cut off by the heavy door. Inside the bedroom, Sate leisurely unbuttoned his cuffs, his gaze slithering over Sophia's trembling body like a venomous snake. Sophia curled up in the corner of the bed, her face pale, yet she stubbornly glared at this demon before her. You dare to touch me? Sophia's voice was hoarse but firm. I will kill you. I will. Despite her body trembling like a leaf, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, the pride of a royal princess still upheld her final dignity. Father, mother, who will save me? Sophia cried out in despair within her heart. Mr. Night Owl. For some reason, the image of that silver-haired man suddenly floated into her mind. Sate let out a chilling chuckle and slowly walked toward the rosewood cabinet in the corner of the room. You really are hard to tame, he remarked casually, pulling out a delicate crystal vial from the cabinet. Within it swirled an eerie pink liquid. But I prefer women who are more proactive. The moment she saw the vial, Sophia's pupils constricted suddenly. As someone who had seen much in the royal family, she knew all too well the horrors of this forbidden drug. Just a small sip could strip away all ability to resist, turning one into a puppet to be manipulated. Her breath became rapid, her chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking the back of her dress. No. Don't. Sophia's voice was as soft as a whisper, her body instinctively shrinking back until her spine pressed against the cold wall. Outside the door, the two henchmen heard the clinking of bottles inside and exchanged amused glances. The boss is going to use that good stuff again. Warren smacked his lips. That thing is so expensive. The last time the boss bought it, he was in pain. Another henchman rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with greed. Exactly, we've never even had a taste of it. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking interrupted the two men's whispers outside. Warren and his companion exchanged glances, frowning, a hint of impatience appearing on their faces. Strange who would come at this hour. Warren muttered, walking towards the door with slow, dragging steps, clearly displeased at being interrupted. Usually, besides the three of us, only the boss father comes here. But didn't the boss say his father went on a business trip? He opened the door, revealing a silver-haired man standing outside, tall and with a frosty countenance. Under the dim yellow light of the corridor, his ice-blue eyes glinted with a cold light reminiscent of glaciers that never melt sharp enough to make one unable to look directly at them. Is there something you need? Warren sized him up, his tone flippant, a mocking smile curling on his lips. Young Master Sate is busy right now and doesn't have time for guests. Kyle did not answer immediately, only slightly raised his gaze, his eyes calm to the point of danger. I'm here for the blonde girl you just took away. Her name is Sophia, and she is my employer. Now hand her over, and I will let you go. Perhaps. I won't kill you too. Warren and his companion were stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Huh, did you hear that? Warren clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up, even tears of laughter spilling from his eyes. This kid said he would let us go. Another henchman wiped his tears of laughter, looking at Kyle like he was crazy, his tone filled with disdain. Hey, silver-haired kid, are you out of your mind? Do you know whose territory this is? Dare to act wild here. Kyle did not smile. He simply stood quietly, his silver hair gleaming with a cold sheen under the dim yellow light of the corridor, like a drawn sword under the moonlight, its edge retracted yet lethal. Warren's laughter gradually ceased as he realized. The gaze of the person before him was chillingly cold, as if he were being targeted by some predator, even his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Hey, are you serious? He swallowed hard, instinctively taking half a step back, his throat tightening. Kyle did not answer. He slowly raised his hand, a faint white light gathering at his fingertips, the mark of a light mage. A light mage? Warren was first taken aback, then sneered again, his courage returning. Everyone knew that light mages had no combat power and only knew healing spells. How could they dare to come to rescue someone? Simply looking for death. With your healing spells you think you can take us on, he mocked, a proud smirk returning to his face. Kyle remained unfazed, but his ice-blue eyes narrowed slightly, as if his patience was running thin. Whether to let you go or not, I will ask once more. You think you can take her back after she's in our boss' hands? Warren scoffed disdainfully, completely disregarding the weak light mage before him. Are you sure you're not that woman's boyfriend? If we play with her and are in a good mood, it wouldn't be impossible. He hadn't finished his sentence when a sudden sharp pain shot through his chest. Warren's pupils constricted and he looked down. A dagger had been precisely thrust into his heart, without him noticing, the blade gleaming coldly, blood dripping slowly down the blade. He didn't even see how the other party had made a move. Kyle gracefully retracted the dagger, flicking his fingertips, splattering blood on the ground, his movements fluid, as if he was merely brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. Since you don't want to let her go, then you can die. Warren opened his mouth, blood surged in his throat, but he couldn't even let out a scream. He staggered back 2 steps, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his eyes still frozen in disbelief and terror. The other henchman was so scared he nearly lost his mind. Although Warren's strength was not top-notch, he was still a decent enhanced warrior. How could he be killed in one blow without even having a chance to react? Moreover, the most terrifying part was that the silver-haired man in front of him had a disturbingly calm expression while killing, as if he were merely crushing an ant, utterly unperturbed. You. His legs went soft, and he couldn't stop retreating, a trembling voice escaping his throat. Do you know the consequences of killing someone? This is in the Seacrum Academy. The Capet family will not let you go. Kyle slightly tilted his head, his silver hair falling to cover half of his cold face. Oh, he chuckled softly, his voice low and dangerous. Then they had better pray that I don't find them. Before the words finished, her figure suddenly vanished. The henchman's pupils constricted before he could react. A cold voice whispered behind him like the Grim Reaper's murmur. You probably can still live for a minute. I want you to suffer for a while longer. In the next second, excruciating pain spread from his back to his entire body. He looked down, a blood-stained blade piercing through his chest. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, helplessly watching his life ebb away, with the blood ultimately collapsing weakly to the ground, his eyes filled with endless fear and regret. Kyle slowly withdrew the dagger, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his expression as indifferent as ever, as if everything that just happened was merely an inconsequential farce. This time you need to give me several more experience stones. After killing 2 lackeys, Kyle did not linger. She headed straight towards Sator's bedroom, fully revealing her presence this time. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Since it was quicker to kill Facetiface, she naturally chose the fastest method. Inside the room, Sator poured a portion of the prohibited drug into a cup of water. The transparent liquid immediately turned slightly cloudy, but soon returned to clarity. Here, drink up. He shook the cup, his tone frivolous. Don't worry, it won't be painful. Instead, you will enjoy it. Sophia was pinned to the chair, her hands bound by magical ropes, her golden hair disheveled, and her cheeks slightly flushed with anger. She bit her lip hard, stubbornly turning her face away. Get away. Sator let out a cold laugh and reached out to grip her chin, forcing the drug into her. Do you want to drink willingly or be forced? Sophia suddenly lifted her head, her emerald eyes ignited with rage, unable to endure any longer. I am the 3rd princess of the Croat Empire. If you insist on doing this, your entire Capet family will be doomed. Her voice was icy, every word pronounced distinctly as she pulled a delicate griffin emblem from her waist, the golden insignia, shining under the light, symbolizing the supreme authority of the imperial royal family. Sator paused, his pupils constricting, clearly shocked for a moment. The griffin emblem looked exactly like the emblem of the empire, and judging by her haughty demeanor, could it be that he really caught a princess? But soon he scoffed. The princess of the royal capital came here, and his father surely received no news about it, plus she had no entourage following her. This was simply impossible. The 3rd princess. Ha. He exaggeratedly spread his hands. The 3rd princesses are all in the royal capital, and news of them coming to places like this has never been heard. Impersonating royalty. Do you know what the penalty for that is? He reached out to grip Sophia's chin, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight. Bang. The bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, slamming hard against the wall with a deafening crash. Sator jumped in fright and angrily turned to yell. You 2 useless fools. Didn't I say not to come in? However, when he saw the figure at the door, his voice abruptly halted. It was not his lackeys. Instead, it was a silver-haired man with ice-blue eyes as sharp as a knife, quietly watching him. Sophia's gaze passed over Sator, and upon seeing Kyle, her heart skipped a beat. Mr. Night Owl really came to save me. Her eyes grew slightly warm, and the tense nerves finally relaxed a bit. But in the next moment, she suddenly woke up. No, he's just a light mage. How could he possibly defeat Sator? Isn't this just asking for death? However, just as this thought crossed her mind, Kyle's figure suddenly vanished. Sator didn't even have time to react before the silver-haired man was already right in front of him. Sophia's eyes widened in shock, almost forgetting to breathe. Is he really a light mage? This thought exploded in her mind. The speed and decisiveness that Kyle exhibited were completely different from the gentle and healing image she had of light mages. Sator suddenly turned around, a glinting dagger already inches away. So fast. This was his only thought. The dagger was aimed straight at his heart, moving so quickly that he couldn't react at all. The fear of death instantly enveloped him, and he could even feel a warm wetness in his pants. However, the dagger stopped just 1 centimeter from his chest, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Moi. Kyle frowned slightly, and quickly stepped back. She keenly sensed the unusual resistance coming from the dagger's tip. This wasn't an ordinary protective spell. Without any hesitation, she lunged forward again, the dagger carving a fierce arc. This time the resistance weakened considerably. It seems something is protecting him. Kyle calmly analyzed her movements, never stopping. But such protections usually have a limited number of uses. When the third stab was thrust out, the protection had clearly weakened. At this moment, the shocked satyr finally came back to his senses, his face going from pale to flushed, a flame of rage igniting in his eyes. "You fool who doesn't know when to die," he yelled hysterically, his voice twisted by fear. "Do you know what you are doing?" Kyle stopped her movements, casting an indifferent glance at him, then looked at the bound Sophia in the chair. "Killing," she replied calmly, her tone as if discussing the weather. After a pause, she added, "Perhaps not a human." This plain answer left Seda speechless. He opened his mouth momentarily, unsure how to retort. This was within the territory of the Sikrim Duchy. Killing was a serious crime that could lead to imprisonment. And right now they were in a school. How dare this madman act so brazenly? Kyle didn't give him time to think. She noticed an amulet hanging around Satyr's neck was faintly glowing. This was providing the protection. Now the amulet's glow had dimmed considerably. Has 3 stabs almost exhausted it? Kyle sneered inwardly. It seems it's not something of high quality. She adjusted her grip, preparing to deliver the final blow. This time she aimed directly at the amulet itself. Satyr finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The silver-haired assassin in front of him was serious. He stumbled back, knocking over the tea table behind him. "Wait, do you know who I am?" "My father is." Kyle had no interest in hearing his last words. The dagger flashed like lightning, precisely cutting the chain of the amulet. The unprotected amulet fell to the ground with a clatter, its light extinguished completely. "Now," Kyle slowly approached her ice blue eyes devoid of warmth. "We can continue." The system timely displayed Satyr's panel. Kyle glanced over it briefly, a mocking curve forming at the corner of her lips. A level 6 magic power, but only 300 points. His strength and agility were even lower than those of an ordinary adult male. Truly pathetic. A waste of a mage drained by wine and pleasure who couldn't even defeat an ordinary person dares to shout before her. "Wait, hold on." Satyr's face was pale, stumbling back until his back slammed against the wall. His trembling hand reached for his neck where the amulet that had originally hung there was now on the ground. He had spent 100,000 bik to smuggle this life-saving item from the black market. But now he didn't even have time to feel heartache. The silver-haired madwoman before him was really going to kill him. Sophia sat in the chair, staring blankly at Kyle's back. His tall and slender figure, silver hair, cascading like moonlight, stood there casually, yet exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. So reliable. Her heartbeat unconsciously quickened and her cheeks flushed slightly. Despite being in a perilous situation, she inexplicably felt a sense of security, even a hint of secret happiness. "Do you have any last words?" Kyle's voice was soft, but chillingly cold. Satyr seized on the opportunity like a drowning man clutching at a straw, speaking quickly. "You, calm down. If you kill me, you won't gain anything. The Cape family won't let you go. But if you stop," he swallowed hard, forcing a smile, "I can return your woman to you. All the treasures and gold coins I've collected over the years can be yours. Just spare me." Kyle listened quietly, her eyes as indifferent as if she were listening to a boring monologue. Then whoosh! The dagger flashed coldly and precisely pierced Satyr's heart. "You've said enough last words, but I generously let you say 2 segments." She decisively withdrew the dagger, blood dripping from the blade and blooming into a dark red flower on the ground. Satyr stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling as if he still wanted to say something, but ultimately collapsed helplessly to the ground. Until his death, he couldn't finish begging for mercy. She knelt on one knee, her silver hair falling over her shoulders, the dagger precisely cutting through the knots of the magical ropes. Her fingertips gently brushed over Sophia's disheveled golden hair, the motion incredibly tender. "It's okay." These simple 3 words made Sophia's eyes instantly warm. She suddenly threw herself into Kyle's arms, her slender arms tightly wrapping around his waist. "Wow, Mr. Night Owl, I'm really so scared." Warm tears soaked Kyle's clothes, the girl's sobs muffled against her chest. The sudden embrace made Kyle tense all over. "Oh no, here it comes again." She lamented inwardly how to explain this if Vino finds out. What's worse, Sophia seemed to sense something was off. She unconsciously rubbed against Kyle's chest, the soft touch causing the girl to raise her head in confusion, her tear-filled eyes carrying a hint of innocence. "Mr. Night Owl's chest is so soft and comfortable. Completely different from what I imagined." "Ooh, I thought Mr. Night Owl exercised often." Wait. Kyle fumbled to push her away, but her grip was too tight, rendering her efforts futile. Worse yet, her body was too sensitive. Every unconscious motion from Sophia made her feel weak all over. Sophia didn't notice her embarrassment at all. Instead, she sighed contentedly because she found a comfortable position, burying her face deeper. Kyle inhaled sharply, feeling all the blood rush to her face. Her thoughts became a chaotic mess. She could feel her ears burning frighteningly, and even her breathing turned rapid. What's worse, she discovered her legs beginning to weaken. That damn sensitive physique was about to flare up again. Miss Sophia. Kyle's voice was filled with unprecedented panic. We really should leave. But Sophia suddenly lifted her head, her moist emerald eyes staring straight into her evasive gaze. Mr. Night Owl, your heartbeat is so fast. She reached out to touch her chest. No. Kyle instinctively shouted out loud. She finally broke free from Sophia's embrace. Or rather, Sophia had voluntarily loosened her grip. It was only at this moment that Kyle realized how terrible her previous state had been. Her whole body felt weak, almost unsteady on her feet. If Sophia truly had that intention, pushing her down would have been as easy as pie. This realization made Kyle inwardly vexed. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. When she lifted her gaze again, that exquisite face had returned to its customary calmness, as if the previous panic had never existed. Her eyes fell on Sophia, only to discover that the princess had unknowingly sat on the ground, her hands tightly covering her face, yet occasionally peeking at Kyle's reaction through her fingers. At this moment, Sophia's mind was in disarray. Her heart raced painfully and her cheeks burned fiercely. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. What had she just done? Like a shameless wild girl, she had dashed into Mr. Night Owl's arms and even rubbed against his chest. The thought made her so ashamed that her toes curled. She secretly scrutinized Kyle's reaction through her fingers, fearing to see disgust on that handsome face. Would Mr. Night Owl think of her as a frivolous woman? Would he distance himself from her from then on? Just imagining that scene made her heart feel as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, painful enough to almost take her breath away. What frustrated her even more was her own weakness. Clearly, as a princess of the Empire, she only cried like a helpless little girl when danger approached. In the end, she still had to rely on Mr. Night Owl to save her. How could she be worthy to stand by his side? Mr. Night Owl, are you hurt? She asked softly, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz, filled with utmost caution. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, the expensive fabric crumpling in her palm. Kyle gently shook her head. No, those three trash are not a threat to me. Her calm tone felt like a warm breeze, gently smoothing away all of Sophia's unease. Sophia unconsciously sighed in relief, her tense shoulders finally relaxing. Mr. Night Owl was not angry. This realization filled her heart with warmth. Let's clean up the battlefield first, my employer. Kyle said calmly, her silver hair shimmering with a cold luster under the dim light. I've dealt with all three of your attackers. She casually pointed at the corpse soaked in blood on the ground. Only then did Sophia come to her senses, her gaze falling on Cedar's twisted face of fear. She instinctively swallowed, a strange flutter rising in her chest. So ruthless, but for some reason, so handsome. Kyle had already crouched down, skillfully handling the corpse. She first accurately sealed the wound to prevent blood from continuing to ooze out. After calming the emotions of the deceased, she effortlessly hoisted the corpse and began searching the villa for a suitable disposal location, a sufficiently large trash bin. For Kyle, this was merely routine cleanup work. In her past life, she had dealt with countless similar scenes, each movement precise, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Watching Kyle's fluid motions, Sophia's reason gradually returned. A question became increasingly clear in her mind. Mr. Night Owl. Is he really just a light magic user? Mr. Night Owl. She hesitated to speak, her voice tinged with a hint of doubt. Kyle seemed to have already guessed what Sophia wanted to ask. Without turning her head, she continued to focus on her work. Dear employer, this is a bit beyond our contracted scope. Her voice remained calm, but carried an undeniable distance. Protecting you is my duty. As for the rest, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? After finally finding the trash bin and stuffing the three bodies inside, Kyle sighed in relief. I suppose this should warrant extra compensation. Kyle chuckled lightly. The Capet family probably won't let me off easily. Upon hearing this, Sophia felt a wave of heat and unease surge within her heart. Mr. Night Owl had offended the Capet family to protect her, which meant he would be in danger from now on. Kyle had naturally said this on purpose. She deliberately emphasized the danger to secure greater benefits. After all, with her current identity as Night Owl, she had no idea that this individual before her was the esteemed third princess of the Empire. Mr. Night Owl, there's no need to worry. She stood tall, her voice suddenly firm and confident, carrying a hint of the princess' unique majesty. I will handle everything. If they dare to come after you, make sure they come and go without a trace. Kyle feigned sadness, lowering her eyelids, her silver lashes casting a faint shadow on her face. How could I not worry? They are among the most prominent families in the duchy. Miss Sophia, can you truly resolve this? Her voice carried the perfect amount of concern. Sophia bit her lip. Her father had clearly instructed her not to reveal her identity unless absolutely necessary. But in front of the Mr. Night Owl who had saved her, she simply could not maintain her disguise. Actually, I am the third princess of the Empire. She finally made up her mind, her voice soft yet incredibly firm. Mr. Night Owl, you don't need to worry at all. As she spoke, she took a delicate griffin emblem from her clothes pocket and displayed it in front of Kyle. Kyle pretended to be astonished, her pupils slightly widening. She carefully took the token, pretending to examine it closely. Then, kneeling on one knee, her voice filled with just the right amount of shock and respect. "You are you truly Her Highness the Third Princess?" Sophia quickly helped her up. "No need for such formalities." Her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. "Mr. Night Owl saved my life. You never need to bow before me." Kyle took the opportunity to rise, secretly sighing in relief. This performance was just right, neither too contrived nor successfully prompting the princess to reveal her identity. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. Sure enough, Sophia eagerly took a delicate silk pouch from her waist and poured out 20 sparkling experience stones. "This is all I brought on this trip." She stuffed the gems into Kyle's hands as a reward for Mr. Night Owl saving me. Kyle's pupils slightly widened the moment she saw the gems, a glint of greed flashing in her icy blue eyes. The quality of these experience stones was even better than the previous ones, each containing pure magical energy. "Your Highness is too kind." Though she said this, her hands had already skillfully pocketed the gems, her movements so swift they almost left an afterimage. "Mr. Night Owl, you should leave quickly," Sophia urged, her eyes shining with determination. "I'll handle the rest." Kyle smoothly bowed. "Then I shall obey." Kyle knew very well that staying here would only add to the trouble. Those in the higher echelons of the institution would likely have some suspicions about Sophia's true identity. If they saw her together with the princess, it would complicate matters. "Host, you really earned this money too easily, didn't you?" The system's voice echoed in her mind, carrying a hint of mockery. "And that acting just now. TSK tisk, should I give you an Oscar for that?" "Heh." Kyle snorted softly, her fingers gently brushing the silk pouch full of experience stones. "System, your previous suggestion was truly foolish. For someone like the princess, you say to give up on her, but for a scoundrel like Cedar, you wanted me to befriend him." But in the hall of the Adventurers Guild, Kyle and Vino had just completed the procedures for their hunting licenses. A guild staff member was leading them towards the monster forest. As a customary practice, being a daughter of a duke, Kyle should have been personally received by the guild president Titanus. However, the old president was currently immersed in the grief of losing his son. The school claimed that his only son, Set, had died mysteriously the day before. Titanus, who had a son late in life at the age of 68, had treasured Set, born when he was 50. When the news of Set's death reached him, the usually stern president nearly fainted on the spot. As Kyle passed through the hall, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a wanted poster on the wall. It seemed that the president still did not believe his son had died of natural causes, as the body would still be returned. The knife wound on the chest was still quite apparent. Titanus was offering a substantial reward for the killer of his son, and even those who provided leads would receive generous compensation. However, she had no mind to focus on these matters. The urgent task was to complete the monster hunting mission. Moreover, more importantly, "Little Kyle." A muffled voice came from Vino beside her. Kyle turned to look, only to see Vino with her eyes lowered, her long eyelashes casting a shadow across her face. She couldn't help but sigh. Ever since they returned last night, Vino had, like last time, keenly sensed the unusual aura around her. As her closest companion, Kyle had no intention of hiding anything. She recounted the incident of killing Set and saving Sophia in detail. However, when it came to the part where Sophia had leaped into her arms, although Vino still wore a gentle smile, Kyle clearly noticed her fingertips trembling slightly. Then, it turned into what it is now. "Yesterday, she shouldn't have done anything to you, right?" Faced with this same question Vino had been asking since last night, Kyle couldn't help but facepalm. Vino was filled with an indescribable regret. Clearly there had been so many opportunities, yet she had not properly embraced little Kyle. That unfamiliar woman, what right did she have? Thinking of this, her fingers unconsciously tightened the hem of her dress. "We're both girls, it's fine." Kyle tried to console her. Vino pressed her lips together. There was something, of course there was something. Just imagining that scene made her heart feel as if it were being pricked by needles. Kyle finally saw through the thoughts of this awkward girl. She chuckled lightly, suddenly stepped forward, and wrapped Vino in her arms. "Silly," she whispered in Vino's ear, "I was the one who passively embraced her." Vino's body instantly stiffened and then softened as if melting. She buried her face deep in Kyle's shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent that belonged to Kyle. This embrace was warmer and more reassuring than she had imagined. "From now on, I can only be the one to embrace you. No one else is allowed." Vino's voice was muffled against Kyle's shoulder, carrying a bit of willful coquetry, her warm breath brushing against Kyle's neck. Kyle helplessly ruffled her long hair, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifting. Okay, they'll listen to you." "Miss Kyle, we have arrived at the monster forest." The staff member leading them stopped and respectfully reminded them. Before them lay an open area with towering ancient trees forming a green barrier. At the entrance of the monster forest, several severely weathered stone tablets leaned at odd angles in the soil, inscribed with ancient runes with words like danger and no entry faintly discernible. The air was filled with the damp scent of earth mingled with the fragrance of some unknown flowers and plants. Kyle squinted her eyes as she was extremely familiar with every inch of this forest. In the game, this place could be considered a money-making paradise. Kyle had come here many times. Behind those seemingly ordinary bushes there might be hidden poison thorn vines, and beneath that crooked tree tarantulas often built their nests. Kyle was well aware of some of the characteristics of the forest. Please make sure not to venture into the eastern part of the forest. The staff member warned, sternly pointing towards a vaguely visible misty area in the distance. It is said that it used to be a dragon's habitat, and to this day still retains the dragon's might. Even high-level monsters dare not approach. Kyle nodded subtly, outwardly acknowledging the staff member's warning, but in her heart, she had already seen through this absurd legend. What dragon habitat? It was merely a facade used by the Adventurers Guild to cover up the truth. That so-called forbidden area was actually a breeding protection zone established to maintain the ecological balance of the monsters. She was too clear about the ins and outs of this forest. If there were truly dragons, this tiny duchy would have long been reduced to ashes. Even the weakest of the 5-colored dragons, the ice frost white dragon, would have the power to destroy an entire kingdom in an instant. Not to mention that this forest lacked any conditions suitable for dragon habitation. There were neither marshes nor volcanic lava, not even a proper waterfall. Let's go, we will just circle around the outskirts. Kyle took Vino's hand and stepped onto the forest path. The scenery on the outskirts of the forest was tranquil and serene. Among the sturdy oak branches, several glowing butterflies danced gracefully, their light blue wings shimmering in the sunlight with a dreamy glow. After entering the monster forest, Kyle led Vino straight to the western side of the outskirts. This time in search of a practice target for Vino, Kyle had made ample preparations. Vino possessed both water and fire attributes, and Kyle did not want to give her too much difficulty, thus she sought out monsters that Vino could restrain. Fire-type monsters without a doubt were the best choice, as the magical cores within them and the fire elements contained in their flesh would greatly benefit Vino's training. Vino's water element also happened to have a restraining relationship. If Kyle remembered correctly, there was a precious armored giant lizard with fire attributes in this forest. After slaying this giant lizard, there would be an announcement throughout the server. At that time, Kyle had not yet obtained her hunting license and felt quite regretful for a while. Although Kyle was not very clear on the specific location, she knew the habits of the armored giant lizard well. They generally slept during the day and only came out at night. Their main food source was a common monster, Snowbloom Rabbit. This was a low-level monster, not very aggressive, with a very low-level cap. However, they had a very strong reproductive capacity. If they could find Snowbloom Rabbits, there would be a chance to discover this armored giant lizard. And to the west of the forest, there was moonlight grass, which the Snowbloom Rabbits loved to eat. After walking for a while, Kyle easily found some moonlight grass. At this moment, there was even a Snowbloom Rabbit feeding. However, upon spotting Kyle and Vino, it quickly ran away. Kyle naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. "Vino, stick close to me," Kyle said in a low voice. Following that, they encountered quite a few Snowbloom Rabbits of various sizes along the way. Although there were some size differences, the levels of these little creatures were generally not high, yet their numbers were just right, which was a clear sign of the presence of top predators. As the two walked deeper into the forest, a faint scent of sulfur began to waft through the air, and Kyle's pupils slightly contracted. This was a clear sign of fire-type monsters being active, and the concentration was quite high, indicating that the target was likely nearby. She signaled Vino to tread lightly as they silently passed through a dense thicket. The terrain ahead began to change, the flat forest ground gradually transitioning to a slightly raised small hill. The vegetation on the hill was noticeably sparser, with a few sunbaked rocks exposed. Kyle crouched down, her fingers gently brushing over the ground, feeling the residual warmth in the soil. "It's right here," she whispered, gathering a trace of magic power at her fingertip to outline a simple detection magic array in the air. The principle of this detection magic array was quite simple. It was essentially just infusing magic power. When two different magical properties encountered each other, if their strengths differed, they would damage each other. The diffused magical power would lead to the direction of another property. The magic array glimmered with a faint blue light, slowly rotating towards a natural cave behind the small hill. At the entrance of the cave lay several strands of snow-white rabbit fur and a few charred grass leaves. Kyle picked up a piece of charred leaf, rubbing it between her fingers, feeling the fluctuations of fire elements within. This purity of fire-type magic power could only belong to the armored giant lizard. She turned to look at Vino, finding her friend staring intently at the cave entrance, her light blue hair gently swaying in the warm breeze that had risen at some point. Vino's eyes sparkled with eagerness. "Are you ready?" Kyle asked softly. "This guy is not easy to deal with." Vino curled her lips into a confident smile. "Little Kyle, do you have so little faith in me?" Kyle did not actually worry about Vino's strength. With Vino's current attributes, dealing with a fire-type armored lizard was a piece of cake. However, since this was Vino's first real battle, Kyle couldn't help but feel anxious. What if she wasn't familiar with the combat rhythm and got hurt accidentally? Don't be so overconfident, Kale said with a deliberately stern face, her silver hair glimmering in the sunlight. If you get hurt, don't come asking for my help. I won't always be there to assist you. Before she finished speaking, Vino had already transformed into a blue shadow and dashed forward, her light blue hair flying behind her. Kale shook her head helplessly, a hint of fondness flashing in her eyes as she gracefully followed behind. Her steps were as graceful and silent as a feline's, but her heart was filled with doubt. Why was this girl suddenly so enthusiastic about battle? However, with herself watching over, there shouldn't be any major problems. Kale's gaze remained locked on Vino's figure, her right hand quietly gathering the light of healing magic, a pale, white glow swirling in her palm, ready to assist at any moment. The light in the depths of the cave grew dimmer, and the air was filled with the scent of sulfur. The two quickly spotted their target, a massive creature curled up deep in the cave sleeping. It was an astonishingly large fire-type armored lizard over 3 meters long, its body covered in dark red scales that shimmered like metal under the faint light. It had jagged bony plates arranged along its back, and its thick tail coiled at its side, releasing tiny sparks from its nostrils, with every breath causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly from the heat. Kale's eyes brightened. It was the first time she had seen a living magical creature since her arrival. She couldn't help but hold her breath, her fingers gently brushing over the dagger at her waist. The giant lizard before her was even more perfect than she had imagined. Its scales exhibited a healthy metallic sheen, indicating that its internal fire magic was remarkably pure. As a traveler from Blue Star, the homebody spirit within her was ablaze with excitement. This fantastical and cool creature. Kale almost felt reluctant to kill it. But before she could admire it in detail, Vino was already eagerly stepping forward. Vino, wait a moment, do you know its weakness? But before she could finish, Kale found herself frozen in place. Warning, warning. Host Vino's seal is loosening. Please resolve this issue immediately. Why does something have to go wrong at a time like this? She cursed inwardly, her light blue pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks. Her gaze was fixed on Vino, who was surrounded by a dangerous, unpredictable magical fluctuation, her blue hair flowing without wind like dark currents in the deep sea. The light of healing magic in her palm flickered, reflecting Kale's tense profile. The calm daze had almost made her forget about the existence of the seal. Now that an unexpected change had occurred, Kale's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She couldn't even imagine the consequences of the seal loosening. However, Kale's worries seemed unnecessary. Vino was unusually calm at this moment. The flowing water in her hands shot out like arrows, carving a crystalline path in the dim cave. The cold water collided with the high-temperature scales of the giant lizard, instantly creating a large cloud of white mist and emitting a hissing sound. The giant lizard awoke in pain, its crimson eyes suddenly opening wide, letting out a deafening roar as its thick tail slammed against the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Kale let out a long breath, her tensed shoulders relaxing slightly. It seemed to be just a false alarm. Vino showed no signs of losing control, but her icy blue eyes remained tightly fixed on her friend, not daring to relax for a moment. System, it seems like there are no issues, right? She inquired in her mind, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the dagger at her waist. Current fluctuation value has stabilized, but continuous observation is advised. The specific reason for the seal loosening is still under analysis. Kale pressed her lips together, her innate caution preventing her from fully relaxing. She quietly pulled up Vino's attribute panel, the data appearing before her. None of the values showed any abnormal fluctuations, but the faintly visible seal mark made her frown. Set up an emergency protocol, she whispered. If any abnormal fluctuations are detected, activate emergency teleportation immediately. Just then the battle situation suddenly changed. Kale was surprised to discover that Vino's combat instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Although it was evident that it was her first time dealing with such a fire-type armored lizard, her combat instincts were frighteningly acute. The giant lizard angrily exhaled a torrent of scorching flames, and initially Vino would use defensive magic like flame protection to withstand it. But after just a few exchanges, her dodging movements became fluid and effortless. Kale's eyes widened as she watched Vino, as if she could foresee the future, perfectly evading the giant lizard's attacks at the very moment they were about to strike. Her agility wasn't high, but she always seized the opportunity to evade the giant lizard's attacks with minimal movement. How is this possible? Kale murmured to herself. Although the giant lizard wasn't a top-tier magical creature, it was still a rare species possessing absolute advantages in size and strength. Yet now the battle situation had completely reversed. The giant lizard's every bite and tail swipe missed, while Vino's counterattacks became increasingly precise. What worried Kale even more was Vino's change in personality. Normally Vino was gentle and reserved, always speaking softly. But now, little Kale. Vino suddenly turned around, her blue hair flying in battle, her face adorned with a confident smile that Kale had never seen before. This challenge is completely easy. Her voice was loud and confident, even carrying a hint of arrogance. A beam of light burst forth from her hand, and a water column roared out, pushing the giant lizard back several meters. Kale stood frozen in place, unsure how to respond. The Vino before her was both familiar and unfamiliar. While it was indeed Vino's face and voice, the aura she exuded was entirely different. The giant lizard seemed utterly enraged, its scales glowing an abnormal red, the surrounding temperature suddenly rising. Kale immediately realized this was a sign that it was about to activate its innate skill, and she hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. It's going to." "I know." Vino interrupted her with a smile, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "It must be about to breathe fire." Kale watched in shock as Vino calmly chanted, a water barrier precisely appearing in the path of the giant lizard's flames. The explosion caused by the collision of water and fire shook the entire cave, but Vino had already slipped to his safe position. "Watch closely, little Kale." Vino shouted, her hands crossed in front of her chest, a dazzling blue light coalescing in her palms. "This is a new move I learned recently." Kale held her breath, her eyes fixed on Vino's movements without blinking. Suddenly, she spread her arms wide and a massive water tornado roared from her palms, the swirling water rushing toward the giant lizard with overwhelming force. Water dragon decimation. The giant lizard let out a terrified roar, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The violent water tornado swept it up entirely, the rapidly spinning water acting like blades ruthlessly slicing through its scales. Dark red blood quickly stained the water tornado, and the giant lizard's struggles grew weaker. Kale stood rooted in place, speechless from shock. At that moment, she realized just how little she understood about Vino's terrifying talent. The water tornado gradually calmed the giant lizard's massive body, crashing to the ground lifeless. "That was easy, my dear Kale. Very, very impressive, even a bit beyond my expectations." Kale spoke honestly. Vino walked closer, the turbulent magical energy around her gradually receding into her body. Each step she took made Kyle inexplicably tense. "Of course. Very well." Kyle instinctively took half a step back, his silver hair gently swaying with the motion. Vino's wicked smile deepened as she suddenly reached out her long fingers, gently lifting Kyle's chin. "Then you should fulfill that promise, right?" "Well, what promise?" Kyle's voice trembled slightly, and she could clearly feel the warmth radiating from Vino's fingertips. "This time I listened to you very well." Vino moved even closer, her warm breath brushing against Kyle's cheek. "And you complimented me too." Kyle's heart raced suddenly, his silver eyelashes fluttering anxiously. Although Vino was still in a state of unsealing, her mind was remarkably clear. This was the most unsettling aspect for her. Vino had never spoken to her in such an aggressive tone, nor had she ever made such blatant flirtatious moves. "A reward?" Kyle forced himself to remain calm, but his voice unconsciously trembled. "It's a reward. You said you would give it to me." Vino tilted her head, her blue hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous light. Kyle instinctively reached out, wanting to pinch Vino's cheek as he usually did to deflect the situation. But this time, as soon as her fingertips touched the air, Vino skillfully leaned back, her movements surprisingly nimble. "Little Kyle," Vino's voice suddenly lowered, carrying a hint of danger, "this won't satisfy me right now." Her gaze slowly swept over Kyle, from the tips of his silver hair to his slender waist, finally resting on his slightly parted lips. Kyle's face instantly flushed, his heart nearly breaking free from the confines of his ribs. What was wrong with Vino? This was definitely not the usual Vino. How could the gentle and shy Vino possibly tease me like this? Kyle screamed in his mind, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the hem of his clothes. Vino suddenly stepped forward, her long fingers gently caressing Kyle's flushed cheek. "Little Kyle, you really are quite pathetic." Her voice carried a hint of grievance, yet was filled with seduction. "You always tease me, intentionally or unintentionally. Do I know it all?" Kyle opened her mouth, but couldn't produce a complete sound. She instinctively wanted to step back, but as soon as her heels touched the ground, Vino wrapped her arms around her. Vino's height, towering half a head above Kyle, was particularly evident at this moment. She slightly lowered her head, her warm breath spraying against Kyle's sensitive earlobe. "This time, I will take the reward myself." Kyle hurriedly tried to break free, but Vino easily saw through her intentions. "I know all your weaknesses." Vino chuckled softly, her right hand suddenly wandering restlessly around Kyle's waist. "Up." Kyle yelped as if electrocuted, her body instantly going limp. Vino's fingertips found the most sensitive spot on her waist, causing her to lose all her strength to resist. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. How could she know this place? This damned physique. System, get the teleportation started quickly." Kyle frantically called out to the system in her mind, but received no response. The usually talkative system was now silent, as if it had died. No matter how much she called, it was like tossing a stone into the sea. Vino seemed very satisfied with Kyle's reaction, her movements becoming even more audacious. Her fingertips slowly slid up Kyle's spine. Each acupoint she passed made Kyle tremble uncontrollably. You see, Vino's voice carried a victorious delight. You clearly enjoy this very much. Kyle felt humiliated and furious, yet she didn't even have the strength to refute. Her legs were so weak that they could hardly support her body, and she completely leaned against Vino. Her silver hair lay messily on her shoulders, gently rising and falling with her rapid breaths, reflecting a faint glow in the dim cave. Her fair cheeks were now flushed with a rosy hue, even her slender neck tinted with a light pink. Let go. Let go of me. Kyle's voice was as faint as a mosquito's, trembling slightly. Vino, please don't. Don't bully me, okay? Her tone was less of a protest and more of a pleading with a sob. You said you would listen to me. Vino not only didn't let go, but instead leaned down even more gently, biting Kyle's flushed earlobe. The warm lips brushed against her sensitive skin, causing Kyle to shiver all over, nearly losing her balance. No way. Vino's voice carried a triumphant delight, her breath brushing against Kyle's ear. I haven't received my reward yet. At this moment, Kyle was completely in despair. Her body, due to her sensitive physique, had no strength to resist, and the usually boisterous system was now silent. Every movement Vino made precisely stepped on her weaknesses, leaving her both ashamed and powerless to resist. Just at this critical moment, a long-lost mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Alarm lifted. The fluctuations of the seal had disappeared, and Vino had returned to her normal state. Kyle had never thought she would so desperately long to hear the voice of the system. She was almost moved to tears. This damned system finally appeared at the most crucial moment. Vino's movements suddenly froze. She blinked, the aggression in her eyes receding like a tide, replaced by familiar gentleness and confusion. It was as if she had just awakened from a dream, and she released her hold, staggering back 2 steps, her face filled with shock and shame. I just... Vino's voice returned to its usual softness, but was clearly trembling. She clearly remembered everything she had just done, every word, every action magnified in clarity. This realization made her feel utterly ashamed. Kyle finally had a chance to breathe. She quickly tidied her disheveled clothes, her silver hair swaying gently with the motion. Although her heart was still racing, she forced herself to regain a calm expression. It's okay, Vino, Kyle said softly, her voice steadier than she had imagined. She reached out and gently patted Vino's shoulder, trying to soothe her clearly flustered emotions. But Vino was already so ashamed that she was about to cry. Her fingers anxiously twisted the hem of her clothes, her eyes slightly reddened. I'm sorry. I can't believe I did such a thing to Kyle. I simply... It's all right. Kyle interrupted her, deliberately speaking in a light tone. You lost control just now. Oh, it wasn't your intention. She paused and added, and I also have a responsibility. Ooh, I shouldn't always tease you. This statement caused Vino to look up, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. Kyle pretended not to notice her friend's abnormality, turning to approach the corpse of the giant lizard. Let's deal with the loot first. The scales and magic core of this armored giant lizard are quite valuable. She squatted down, deftly starting to dissect the giant lizard. With this action, she could finally conceal her still flushed cheeks and slightly trembling fingers. Everything that had just happened was still vivid in her mind: Vino's aggressive gaze, warm fingers, and... Kyle shook her head, forcing herself to focus on the task at hand. She skillfully peeled off the giant lizard's scales with her dagger. Vino stood quietly beside her, her gaze complex as she watched Kyle's busy back. She knew how out of line her behavior had been, and she remembered Kyle's flustered yet adorable reaction. What mattered more to her was, during that moment of loss of control, the memories that surfaced in her mind. Little Kyle. Vino hesitated to speak, her voice barely audible. Kyle replied without turning her head, her hands still busy. Vino looked at her friend's silver hair tips, and ultimately just shook her head. It's nothing. Do you need my help? Of course. In the Duke of Seacrim's mansion, as soon as Kyle returned to her room, she slammed the door shut and threw herself onto the soft bed. The calm facade she had forced in front of Vino had completely dissipated. Kyle buried her face deep into the pillow, her mind replaying the scenes from the cave. She had never imagined she would be pushed into such a desperate situation by her closest friend. That gentle Vino, usually as soft as water, had revealed such a dangerous side when the seal weakened. Kyle sat up, abruptly forcing herself to calm down, her slender fingers rhythmically tapping the edge of the bed as she began to seriously sort through everything that had happened today. Vino's performance during the battle was shockingly abnormal. Her terrifyingly precise combat instincts, her keen judgment of the monster's weaknesses, and her sudden burst of confidence. This was completely different from the gentle and reserved Vino she knew. Kyle murmured to herself, her ice blue eyes flickering with contemplation. Vino's transformation had come without any warning. Other than the battle, she could think of no other reason. Moreover, she suddenly realized that the Vino she had seen today was even closer to her character in the game. In the game, Vino was a powerful mage with a fierce and decisive fighting style. In reality, however, Vino, despite her remarkable talent, was always gentle and shy, far from her game persona. What was even more concerning was that shortly after the battle, the weakened seal had been completely lifted. Vino had immediately returned to her normal state, feeling ashamed of her earlier actions. This indicated that even in the weakened state of the seal, the usual Vino still retained her full memory and consciousness. She was fully aware of everything that had happened during the battle. Kyle took a soft breath, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against her lips. An astonishing hypothesis gradually formed in her mind, reminding her of the dual personality cases she had seen in psychology books in her past life. To protect the gentle surface personality, a stronger battle persona had subconsciously emerged. If that were the case, everything would make sense. The current Vino had accumulated too much repressed emotion from her painful past, and another assertive persona had quietly formed, temporarily suppressed by the original Vino. And the final boss Vino in the game was likely completely dominated by this assertive persona. But what made Kyle's heart race was that even the assertive persona of Vino treated her in an exceedingly unusual manner. Those affectionate gestures and aggressive gazes were clearly not how one would treat an ordinary companion. This could only mean, this is what Vino subconsciously wants to do. Kyle murmured, startled by her own thoughts, her ears flushing red beneath her silver hair. The system's voice suddenly burst into her mind, startling Kyle nearly out of bed. You dare to show up now? Kyle gritted her teeth and growled. Just now, I was almost. But the system answered seriously. You said you could handle all emergencies. Have you forgotten your previous grandiose declarations? Kyle paused, vaguely remembering that she had indeed said something similar. But she immediately countered, this situation is different. And it seems you rather enjoyed it. The system's voice teased, you weren't even serious about resisting. Kyle's face instantly flushed. She indeed remembered the strange thrill that surged through her when Vino touched her. But such a shameful matter she would never admit. What nonsense are you spouting? That was. Kyle stammered, wanting to argue, but was interrupted by a soft knocking on the door. Little Kyle. Vino's voice came cautiously from outside, sounding completely different from earlier. Madame Zina asked you to come for lunch. The system immediately sensed danger and prepared to escape. This system is going to enter sleep mode. Wait for me. Kyle's words were not finished when she felt the system's presence completely vanish. That ungrateful fellow. She took a deep breath, her fingers gently combing through her disheveled silver hair, smoothing out the creases in her clothes. In the mirror, her cheeks still bore a lingering flush. She had to splash cold water on her face again to restore her expression to its usual calm. The moment she opened the door, Kyle's heart involuntarily raced. Vino stood outside, her blue hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, her clear eyes filled with apprehension and apology. Lunch is ready. Madam asked me to call you to the dining room. Vino's voice was so soft, it was nearly inaudible. Kyle initially wanted to keep her distance, but her heart softened upon seeing her friend like this. She gently nodded, let's go. The two walked side by side down the corridor, the afternoon sun streaming through the stained glass, casting colorful shadows on the floor. Kyle secretly glanced at Vino's profile, noticing that she still wore that cautious expression. The soup smells delicious today. Kyle attempted to break the silence, her voice softer than usual. Vino's eyes immediately lit up. It's Madame Zina's signature cream mushroom soup. I saw her preparing it this morning. Her voice suddenly dropped as if recalling something. I'm sorry. I started rambling again. Kyle felt a pang in her heart. Vino, who usually loved sharing these trivial matters with her, now couldn't even bring herself to do so. Vino waved her hands in a flurry, her mismatched eyes filled with urgency. No, my lady. Little Kyer didn't. Hina puffed up her cheeks, glaring at the two girls like an angry cat. Although she tried hard to appear fierce, her slightly pouted lips only made her look cuter. Kyer quickly tugged at Vino's sleeve, and the two of them obediently picked up their utensils to start eating. Seeing this, Hina immediately broke into a smile, her mood changing with astonishing speed. She hummed a cheerful tune while serving the two. Vino, make sure to eat more meat. Hina magically controlled the fork, piling tender and juicy meat onto Vino's plate. This is made from the spoils you brought back this morning, specially enhanced with spices that boost magical power. As she spoke, she turned her attention to Kyer, her violet eyes filled with affection. My little Kyer has lost weight. Without pause, she continued to add food to her daughter's plate, quickly creating a small mountain in front of Kyer. You must finish it all. Hina winked playfully. Kyer took a bite and confirmed that her mother's cooking was indeed flawless. The perfectly roasted meat melted in her mouth, the aroma of the special sauce blossoming on her tongue. However, as she looked at the ever-growing pile of food in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Just as Kyer was struggling to finish the last few bites, Hina suddenly spoke in a light-hearted tone. Sweetheart, sometimes leveling up too quickly isn't a good thing. She elegantly sipped her flower tea. Also, when you go hunting, why didn't you tell your mother? Although Hina's tone remained lively, Kai keenly sensed the underlying question. Her silver eyelashes fluttered gently, and she immediately understood her mother's concerns. With Hina's level of 49, she could naturally see the true level of that armored giant lizard, coupled with the hunting certificate from this morning. Hina must be suspecting that they took some dangerous shortcuts, and it seemed she naturally thought of the experience stones. After all, leveling up so quickly in just a few days was indeed abnormal. Come, let mommy keep that little stone for you. Hina extended her hand palm up, still wearing a sweet smile. Kai forced a smile, though indeed nothing could be hidden from this mother. Hina was worried she might be tempted by power, overusing the experience stones and putting herself in danger. Did mom already know? Kai asked softly, her silver hair swaying gently as she bowed her head. A hint of cunning flashed in Hina's violet eyes. Why would you think I didn't know? She elegantly shook her teacup. Hand it over to me. This thing must not be misused. Do you have any of the last one left? No, Kai replied truthfully. Hina's teacup suddenly paused in midair, ripples forming in the tea. Are you saying, her voice turned unusually serious, that you used one experience stone in one go? Kai nodded. She had no reason to hide this from Hina. How many days did it take you to use it all up? Kai slowly extended a finger. 1 day, eh? Hina's eyes widened slightly. 1 hour. Hina's napkin slipped silently from her hands. She suddenly stood up, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. This usually elegant lady had completely lost her composure, grabbing Kai's wrist to check. Absorbing one experience stone in an hour was simply beyond Hina's comprehension. Kai immediately felt a pure magical energy flowing through her veins. That magic was gentle yet irresistible, as if the finest comb had groomed every inch of her meridians. Hina's fingers trembled slightly as she pulled back from Kai's wrist, her violet eyes turbulent with waves of shock. Her exquisite face transitioned from shock to disbelief, finally settling on a complex emotion. This is impossible, Hina murmured to herself, her voice as light as a feather falling. The results she had uncovered completely overturned her understanding. Kai's physique and magical capacity far exceeded normal standards, her meridians wide as rivers, and the speed of magical flow was astonishing. Even more astonishing was that the magical energy from those experience stones was absorbed at an incredible rate without causing Kai any burden. This also made Hina breathe a sigh of relief. Hina's fingertips unconsciously stroked the rim of her teacup as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She certainly knew that her daughter possessed a top-tier light attribute talent, but the situation before her had exceeded the realm of extraordinary talent. Could it be that a top-tier light attribute talent could perfectly absorb the magical energy from experience stones? Mom. Kai tilted her head in confusion, her silver hair swaying gently. Hina suddenly snapped back to reality, her face brightening with a sweet smile. Then you can keep these little stones for yourself. This decision was hidden with too many considerations. As a mother, she instinctively wanted to protect her daughter from danger, but as a magician, she understood what such talent meant. Hina's fingertips lightly tapped the table, a flicker of determination flashing deep in her eyes. However, you need to practice magic seriously these days. She suddenly spoke seriously, her voice carrying a rare solemnity. I will be right there to guide you carefully. Kai's eyes lit up. This was exactly what she had been hoping for. With only a month left until the selection at the Sacred Hall, apart from the day she would accompany Sophia on a hunt, she truly needed to seize the time to enhance her strength. If those experience stones could be used wisely, they would definitely elevate her level even further. Right now, her strength was still insufficient. Moreover, Hina proactively offered to oversee Kai's training, which Kai was more than happy about. I will, Mom, Kai said solemnly. Vino beside her unconsciously tightened the hem of her skirt, her mismatched eyes shining with excitement. Having Lady Hina's guidance was a rare learning opportunity for her. Even more thrilling was that it meant she could spend every day with Kai from now on. Hina took in the reactions of the two girls, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. She elegantly snapped her fingers, and the utensils on the dining table flew back to the kitchen on their own. Then, starting tomorrow, Hina stood up. We will see each other at the library. As she turned, the complex emotions in her eyes had not dissipated. It seemed that her daughter held secrets even she could not fathom. I can't find Tart's 2 pieces of clothing. Ooh, I wonder where they went. Hina glanced at Kai again and then waved at Aaron. Help me look for them in Kai's room. The next morning, as the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, Kyle and Vino were awakened by Sheena's magical bell. These books I prepared for you overnight. Sheena walked ahead with a lively step. You must grasp the basics within 2 days. As she turned, her skirt traced a graceful arc, her fingers lightly tapping on the classified piles of books. Kyle's light magic books are the most, but I suggest you start with this. She pulled out a tome with a gilded cover, The Essentials of Dazzling Magic, which can significantly enhance a light mage's survival ability. Sheena then turned to Vino, her violet eyes sparkling with approval. Aisha told me you have dual water and fire attributes. She precisely selected a few from the pile. These basic area spells are perfect for you: Fire Pillar and Flame Vortex. But before that, I need to test your magical power level. She then reached out and grasped Vino's wrist, closing her eyes for a moment. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Your magical power is quite impressive, even more than Kyle's. There should be no major issues. Upon hearing Sheena's confirmation, Vino felt a surge of joy. So she was already stronger than Kyle. This meant she could protect Kyle now. Aisha nodded in agreement. Miss Vino has even mastered basic water magic in these past few days. Sheena turned to Kyle, raising her eyebrows. So my little Kyle, what magic have you learned these days? Hearing this, Kyle felt as if she faced a formidable enemy. She had been busy with various matters these days and had no time to study magic. But under her mother's piercing gaze, she could only force herself to answer, Holy light spell. Is that all? Sheena exaggeratedly clutched her chest, looking greatly shocked. It seems my special training needs to be doubly strict. Sheena suddenly withdrew her playful expression, a sharp glimmer flashing in her violet eyes. You can ask me about anything you don't understand, but don't expect me to go easy on you. Once the special training officially began, Sheena seemed to transform entirely. The goals she set for the two were extremely rigorous. Master all basic magic within 2 days. This was not her deliberate attempt to make things difficult, but rather a precise judgment based on their talents. As an owner of 8th level magical talent, Sheena understood better than anyone what top-tier talent meant. At the beginning of the training, Sheena worried that such intensity would be too much for the two girls. However, she soon realized her concerns were unnecessary. The learning ability displayed by Kyle and Vino far exceeded her expectations. Each time they received a new magic book, they only needed to skim through it twice to cast the corresponding spells. On average, it took only about 10 minutes from learning to mastering a basic spell. With dozens of basic spells, they could finish learning them all in less than a day. The only limitation they faced was their insufficient magical power. After a while, they had to stop to rest. The fatigue from drained magic left them slumped on the benches, their foreheads dotted with beads of sweat. Vino's blue hair clung wetly to her cheeks, and Kyle's silver hair had lost its usual luster. Drink some magical power recovery potion. Sheena produced 2 glasses filled with a shimmering blue liquid, as if performing a magic trick. I specially formulated this. Its effect is 3 times better than those available on the market. After drinking, their magical power recovered significantly after a while, and the two continued their studies. Time flowed by like a rushing stream. Under such high intensity and high efficiency training, the two actually finished learning all the basic magic in just 1 day. As the last wisp of magical light faded, Kyle and Vino simultaneously collapsed onto their chairs, too exhausted to even move their fingers. Sheena approached with a lively step, her silver hair glowing warmly under the sunset. She clapped for the two, her face beaming with pride. It seems I underestimated both of you. Suddenly she changed her tone, her violet eyes narrowing slightly. So little Kyle, although it's somewhat hard to believe. You and Vino are both enhanced warriors, right? To this, Kyle was not particularly surprised. If Sheena couldn't see this level of strength, then that would be a problem. Yes. Upon seeing their acknowledgement, a mysterious smile crept onto Sheena's lips. Suddenly, a massive dark purple magic circle appeared behind her, the intricate patterns slowly rotating in the air. A staff inlaid with dark crystal had appeared in her hand at some point. Sheena's voice suddenly took on an ethereal and profound quality, as if it were coming from a distant darkness. My attribute is dark. A faint purple light glimmered at her fingertips, and the surrounding shadows began to move eerily. And this magic is specially prepared for you. Kyle's pupils constricted, her silver eyelashes fluttering gently. She had never thought that her always naive and carefree mother possessed such a rare, dark magical power. Dark attribute, precisely the ability Kyle had longed for. As a former top assassin, with the concealment enhancement of dark attributes, her stealth abilities would reach perfection. Those assassinations in the shadows, the silent infiltrations, would become exceedingly easy. Yet damn it, she had been given a light attribute. Instead, she should have reversed roles with her mother. Vino involuntarily took half a step back, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting the swirling shadows. Madam, your magical power is terrifying. Her voice trembled instinctively, sensing the unfathomable dark power. It was a pure and ancient darkness, entirely unlike any magic she had ever encountered. Usually when you see me retrieving objects from afar, Sheena playfully winked, a strand of shadow snaking from the corner of the wall to lift a teacup from the table. It relies on these little fellows. The shadows flowed beneath the teacup, agile, as if alive, yet leaving no trace of magical fluctuations. Upon hearing this, Kyle finally understood. No wonder Sheena was so well informed about everything happening in the mansion. These ubiquitous shadows were her eyes and ears. However, she seemed less aware of events happening outside the mansion. This relieved Kyle. It seemed she still did not know about her participation in the underground arena or the registration for the Holy Sun. Suddenly, Sheena's smile faded her hands crossed in front of her chest. The shadows in the entire training ground began to twist and writhe, gathering beneath her feet like boiling black water. These shadows coalesced into solid forms at her fingertips, arranging themselves into a precise structure on the magic circle, every line shimmering with a dark glow. I call this magic the shadow magic array. Sheena's voice held a hint of mystery. I think we will need it tomorrow. With a flick of her wrist, the shadows in the magic array suddenly surged, transforming into countless black needles as fine as hairs. The tips of these needles glimmered with a ghostly blue cold light, emitting a faint buzzing sound in the air, as if thousands of poisonous bees were fluttering their wings simultaneously. Watch closely. In an instant, hundreds of shadow needles shot forth simultaneously, producing a terrifying sound of air tearing. Swish, swish, swish. The stone walls of the training ground were instantly covered in a dense array of needle holes. Even more frightening was that these needle holes gradually corroded and expanded. The hard stone melted like butter, emitting a horrifying sizzling sound. Vino gasped in shock, instinctively grabbing Kyle's arm. Kyle also held her breath. She could imagine the terrifying scene of these shadow needles piercing through flesh and blood. Such penetrating and corrosive power if used in actual combat. Don't worry. Sheena suddenly reverted to her innocent demeanor, the magic array instantly dissipating, as if the terrifying scene had never occurred. I will adjust it to a version suitable for you. She tilted her head, her violet eyes sparkling with a gentle glow. After all, you cannot withstand the original version's power right now. On the morning of the second day of training, Xena devised a brand new plan for the two of them. She elegantly sat on the soft mat in the center of the training ground and cleared her throat. This morning we will do something different. She gently tapped the pouch by her side. While the types of magic are important, the level is fundamental. Without sufficient magical power to support it, even the most exquisite magic is merely a facade. Kyle knowingly took out her experience stone. Seeing this, Xena nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing in her violet eyes. Let me see how you absorb it. Xena moved beside Kyle, her actions gentle, yet impossible to refuse. Though Kyle repeatedly assured that she could digest an experienced stone in an hour, as a mother, Xena had to personally confirm the safety of the process. Kyle sat cross-legged, placing an experienced stone in the palm of her hand. As she closed her eyes and focused, the experienced stone gradually emitted a soft glow with strands of magical power seeping into her body like flowing water. Xena watched the process intently, her fingertips ready to cast a protective spell. An hour later, when the last trace of magical power was absorbed, Xena immediately grasped Kyle's wrist. Her magical power meticulously explored every vein in her daughter's body, and only after confirming that there were no abnormalities did she breathe a sigh of relief. You can continue. Xena nodded, but suddenly pinched Kyle's cheek. But do pay attention to your Bodis reactions at all times. Kyle smiled helplessly and turned to Vino. She pushed a few experience stones toward her friend. You should try too. There was a hint of concern in her tone. After all, it was Vino's first time encountering this fast-track method. Xena turned to Vino knowingly. Come, I will teach you the correct method. Her slender fingers gently wrapped around Vino's palm. It is not about forcibly absorbing, but rather guiding the magical power to flow naturally. Under Xena's patient guidance, Vino gradually grasped the trick. However, she still couldn't compare to Kyle. Without a demon's heart, Vino had to be cautious with this foreign magical power. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could lead to chaotic magical energy, potentially causing internal injuries. However, with Xena around, such incidents clearly wouldn't happen. The training ground was surprisingly quiet throughout the morning, with only the faint hum of magical energy flowing. When the clock struck noon, Kyle slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems I should reach level 4 by tomorrow. She contentedly moved her wrist. But upon seeing the 4 crystals on the ground that had turned into ordinary stones, she couldn't help but smile wryly. The consumption speed was truly astonishing. Seeing this scene, Xena muttered softly to herself, what a spendthrift girl. Her violet eyes were filled with helplessness. Experienced stones of this quality are at least 30,000 BIC each on the market, and they are hard to find. She recalled the embarrassment of her youth. When she first obtained an experienced stone, it took her half a month to muster the courage to fully absorb it, meticulously calculating every ounce of magical power. And now Kyle had squandered 4 in just one morning. Truly unaware of hardship. However, seeing her daughter's obvious progress, a look of gratification appeared in Xena's eyes. She turned to Vino. You did well too, you've absorbed 1/5 already. Vino's cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. Though her progress was not as fast as Kyle's, it was still much quicker than natural cultivation. It's lunchtime. Xena suddenly clapped her hands and announced, her expression instantly becoming lively. But immediately after, she revealed a sly smile. In the afternoon, we will train to enhance warrior skills. She deliberately elongated her tone. You must hold on. Remembering the terrifying shadow magic array from the previous afternoon, Kyle and Vino swallowed in unison. The afternoon sun was just right, and Kyle changed into a set of form-fitting night gear. Vino also donned a light blue training outfit that Xena had prepared for her. After putting on the training outfit, she could feel her body moving more easily. It was evidently specially made by Xena. Xena looked at the two girls' outfits with satisfaction. Then let's begin. She elegantly snapped her fingers, and a familiar dark purple magic array suddenly appeared behind her with complex patterns slowly rotating and emitting a dim light. The training method is quite simple. Xena's voice suddenly turned serious as she took out two rings inlaid with dark gray stones from her bosom. These rings are made from magic sealing stones and can temporarily block your magical power from flowing out. When Kyle took the ring, she felt a chill touch her fingertips. She gazed at the exquisitely crafted silver ring, the dark gray magic sealing stone gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Magic sealing stone. Kyle furrowed her brow slightly. In her previous life in the game, this material only appeared in abundance in one place: the Imperial Prison. It was a special or used to imprison high-security magical criminals, effectively blocking the flow of magical power. But this ring before her. Her gaze scanned the intricate magical patterns on the ring's surface. This was no simple embedding of the magic sealing stone. Every line had been meticulously designed to retain the magic sealing effect without completely severing the wearer's connection to magical power. A craftsman capable of creating such equipment must at least be at the master level. Where did Mom get something like this? Kyle's thoughts raced. Given Xena's strength, acquiring a few pieces of magic sealing stone shouldn't be difficult, but a ring crafted so carefully. Unless she knew some reclusive forging master, or Mom broke into a prison. Focus on training, little Kyle. Xena's gentle yet unyielding voice interrupted her thoughts. Kyle looked up to meet her mother's violet eyes, which seemed to see through everything, causing her heart to tighten. Xena always seemed to easily see through her thoughts. This thing is used to enhance your agility. Xena turned to Vino, carefully helping her put on the ring. Remember, do not attempt to use magic for defense. That way you can achieve the best results. As the ring was worn, Kyle immediately felt her magical power bound by a certain force, as if encased in an invisible shackles. She tried to gather the simplest light sphere, only to discover that her magical power could not be released at all. Little Kyle, are you ready? Xena's voice suddenly came from a distance. Kyle looked up to see her mother already retreating to the other end of the training ground, the shadow magic array slowly rotating beneath her feet. Before she could respond, a pitch-black shadow spike suddenly shot out from the magic array, moving so fast it nearly tore through the air. Kyle instinctively sidestepped with the reflexes of an assassin. The shadow spike grazed her cheek, the gust of wind it created stinging her skin. So fast. Kyle was secretly astonished. She turned to look at the stone wall behind her and found that the shadow spike had only left a shallow dent on the wall, unlike the terrifying corrosive effect it had caused yesterday. Xena nodded in satisfaction. It seems the intensity has been adjusted perfectly. She elegantly snapped her fingers, and the shadows on the ground suddenly twisted and transformed, coalescing into a comfortable lounge chair. Xena lazily reclined on it, her silver hair cascading down like a waterfall. You two practice on your own. She somehow conjured a cup of steaming flower tea. Taking a contented sip, the magic array will randomly launch shadow spikes, and the frequency will gradually increase. Remember, Xena suddenly sat up straight, a sharp glint flashing in her violet eyes. No magic allowed. Rely entirely on your physical reactions. If you get hit too many times. She revealed a sweet smile. There will be no dessert tonight. Kyle and Vino exchanged glances, simultaneously assuming defensive postures. In the next moment, 3 shadow spikes simultaneously attacked from different angles, the sound of their passage through the air sharp and piercing. Kyle did not dare to slacken her efforts, immediately rolling nimbly to evade. Vino demonstrated astonishing anticipation, just like in their previous combat state. She always managed to avoid the shadow spikes with minimal movement. To the left, Kyle suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Vino swiftly turned, narrowly dodging a sneaky shadow spike. The two stood back to back, their breathing gradually becoming labored. Xena lay on the shadow lounge chair, seemingly indifferent, yet she observed every movement of the two with keen eyes. Her fingertips gently tapped on the teacup, and the rhythm of the shadow magic array changed accordingly. The angles of the shadow spikes became increasingly tricky, and their speed escalated. Not bad, Xena softly praised as she watched Kyle elegantly evade a triple strike with a graceful side flip, while Vino displayed agility that contradicted her demure appearance. But then she mischievously increased the output of the magic array, and the number of shadow spikes suddenly doubled. Vino let out a soft exclamation as a shadow spike grazed her arm, leaving a scorch mark on her training outfit. Kyle immediately positioned herself in front of her friend. Keep up with my rhythm. Xena watched the two's tacit cooperation, unable to help but smile. She gently swirled her teacup, the assault from the shadow magic array, alternating between fierce like a tempest and stealthy like a venomous snake, perfectly simulating various dangerous situations from actual combat. As the sun gradually tilted to the west, the figures in the training ground continued to weave and dodge tirelessly. Xena had unknowingly sat up straight, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. These two children are growing at an astonishing speed. After training ended on the second day, although the two were utterly exhausted, the results of their training were clearly visible. Kyle checked the system panel and was astonished to find that his agility attribute had increased by 2 points. This seemingly minor improvement held great significance. Unlike the attribute growth that comes with leveling up, this enhancement gained through training directly influences growth potential. Just like the expansion of a magical capacity, the higher the base value, the greater the increase obtained with each level up. For instance, if your magic value is 400, it would increase to 600 after leveling up. However, if your current magic value is 500, the next level might only increase it by 250, bringing it to 750. A body like Sate's, drained by indulgence, results in a pitiful increase with each level up, making him an easy target for Kyle, who was of a lower level. Xena gracefully retracted the shadow magic array, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Kyle couldn't help but admire his mother's training method. Those shadow spikes were always maintained at just the right level of intensity. Whenever Kyle and Vino seemed to adapt, Xena would subtly increase the difficulty, either by speeding up the pace or changing the angle, ensuring that the training remained at the most challenging state. Though they occasionally got scratched by the shadow spikes, the power was always kept within a safe range. After training, Kyle only needed to cast a simple holy light spell to heal these minor surface wounds. "You performed well," Xena's voice suddenly rang out. She had appeared before them without them noticing, holding a delicate piece of parchment. The parchment was filled with a detailed training plan, the handwriting so neat it looked like it was printed. "Follow this plan for the next few days." Xena handed the parchment to Kyle. On the morning of the third day, practice basic magic. In the afternoon, agility training. On the fourth day, absorb magic in the morning and practice basic magic in the afternoon. Kyle and Vino huddled together to review the plan, discovering that their upcoming days were fully scheduled with 3 training methods alternating in a cycle. Although they expected it to be quite grueling, neither of them voiced any objections. They were already convinced of Xena's teaching abilities. The days ahead would surely be busy. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, nearly half a month had passed. Kyle sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, his eyes tightly shut. He held the last experience stone between his long fingers. This was the last piece of what Sophia had initially given him. Over the past half-month, under Xena's strict guidance, Kyle had exhausted all his experience stones. Meanwhile, even with Xena's careful instruction, Vino had only managed to absorb more than half of her second experience stone. Kyle faintly sensed that this last experience stone was the key to breaking through level 6. As magical energy continuously surged into his body, he clearly felt that invisible barrier loosening. As the last trace of magic was absorbed, the experience stone crumbled to dust and slipped through his fingers. The familiar system notification finally echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, level up successful." System notification level increased to LV6. Current status updated. Name Kyle Seacrum. Age 16. Level LV6. Magic value 6001600. Strength 3570. Average adult male is 10. Agility 45 15120. Average adult male is 10. Talent skill light affinity max. Can manipulate all light-based magic without obstruction. Current available skills: basic light magic, holy light, group, healing, dazzling light. Advanced light magic, intermediate, holy light, beginner. Kyle slowly opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his ice blue gaze. He could clearly feel the surging magic within him and the overall enhancement of his physical attributes. The devilish training over the past half-month had not been in vain. His agility attribute had significantly improved with an additional 15 points. Breaking 100 in agility was something he had never dared to imagine before level 10 in the game. Yet, relying on the heart of the demon and the rigorous training, Kyle had somehow achieved it. Kyle was confident that if he encountered Sate again, even with a talisman, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Clap, clap. Looks like little Kyle has grown stronger again. As soon as there was a stir from Kyle, Xena walked over to him. She clapped her hands while walking. "It's just luck. Besides, I've used so many resources. If my strength didn't see a significant leap, that would be a problem." Kyle bitterly smiled as he turned the empty pouch in his hand. Over 20 experience stones. Even if he treated them like candy, he couldn't consume them that quickly. Kyle finally understood what the system meant by hell difficulty. The tripled magic resource consumption was burning through real gold and silver. Over 20 stones, even if they could be bought on the market, would cost nearly 1,000,000 bic. Even Duke Tart, with his sewing machine on fire, only earned a little over 200,000 bic in a year. Yet Kyle could spend Tart's entire year's savings in just one morning. However, without relying on the magic provided by the experience stones, Kyle's leveling speed was extremely slow. Although his absorption of free-floating magic was already considered very fast compared to others, the amount absorbed over half a month was equivalent to several experience stones. But having experienced the benefits of the experience stones, there was no turning back. It was easier to fall into luxury than to return to frugality. Moreover, she needed a lot of money to prepare for the Northern Territories. She dared not spend the little money she had left recklessly. Sina seemed to notice Kyle's concerns, but she was helpless. Having seen Kyle absorb magic so quickly, she had begun to sense something was off. Although she also had a bit of a side business and had saved quite a bit, she had already invested a lot of resources dealing with those troublemakers. Now the money she could use was only about 200,000 BIC at most. The rest would have to wait until she dealt with those troublemakers before she could allocate it. However, Sina gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled out a black gold card from her sleeve, waving it in front of Kyle. The card shimmered with a subtly luxurious glow, its edges adorned with intricate magical patterns. There is 1 million BIC stored in here. This is the black gold membership card of the Selrez Tavern. All expenditures are discounted by 20%. Presenting this card, the staff will prepare the best quality experience stones for you. Kyle's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. This, wasn't it the Selrez black gold card that countless players in her past life had coveted? It was said that there were no more than 20 of these cards issued across the continent, and they could fetch exorbitant prices on the black market. She never expected that Sina could get her hands on something like this. Mom. Kyle was so moved that her voice trembled as she carefully took the card, fearing it would suddenly disappear. It's nothing much. Sina proudly lifted her chin, pinching her daughter's cheek. Of course I have to spoil my own daughter. I have plenty of these things. She deliberately put on a look of a nouveau riche, making Kyle unable to hold back her laughter. Suddenly Kyle had a bright idea. Since her mother was so capable, why not? She pretended to be shy and scratched her head. Mom, since you have so many, do you have any extra cards? As soon as the words left her mouth, Sina's smile froze. What? Was this child planning to fleece her own mother? Sina narrowed her eyes dangerously. Little Kyle. Her voice suddenly grew serious, carrying the unique elegance of nobility. Even the canaries in the castle know to find their own food. You can't always expect your mother to feed you. Sina pretended to calmly adjust her sleeve. And didn't you say you have something to do this afternoon? Sina suddenly seemed to remember something. Hurry up and go, don't keep them waiting. Kyle glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was almost time to meet Sophia. She solemnly pressed the black gold card against her chest and then took Vino's hand. Let's go, I still need to get ready before heading out. Watching the two girls dash off, Sina finally let go of her dignified facade and leaned against the ornate pillar with a long sigh. She took out a silk pouch embroidered with dark patterns, the few remaining gold coins jingling inside. This little ancestor. Sina shook her head with a wry smile, lightly tapping the deflated pouch. When it comes to spending money, I still have the boldness of my younger days, but earning money later. After a sigh, Sina helplessly smiled again. On the stone steps in front of the Adventurers Guild, a golden-haired, noble girl sat with her chin resting on her hand. Sunlight danced on her exquisite hairstyle, and the luxurious silk of her skirt spread out like a blooming golden rose. However, her slightly pouted lips and the occasional tapping of her shoe revealed her restless mood. 10 steps behind her, 2 adventurer teams that had temporarily merged stood quietly waiting. The leader, a yellow-faced man named Cly, wore 2 copper badges on his chest, and his thick fingers unconsciously rubbed the handle of his battle axe. The other 9 one-star adventurers either leaned against the wall or cleaned their weapons, but all their gazes unconsciously drifted toward the conspicuous young lady. Boss Cly, the young archer, poked the sturdy man's arm with an arrowhead. Who exactly is Miss Sophia waiting for? The sun is about to roast my leather armor. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his caramel-colored eyes glancing at Sophia. Cly snorted through his nostrils. She said she's waiting for a light element mage. The healers from our group are all on a mission in the northern border. He nodded towards Sophia. This time it's someone personally sought by that lady. Rant followed his gaze. Sophia was idly fiddling with the sapphire pendant on her chest. Every time footsteps echoed at the guild entrance, she would suddenly look up. But upon seeing the newcomer, her enthusiasm waned, her emerald eyes dimmed, and she continued to look down, counting the moss in the gaps of the stone slabs. The creator is truly unfair, Rant murmured, staring at the girl's side profile that glowed softly in the sunlight, to have such a beauty as a bodyguard, and still be stood up. Before he finished speaking, the female warrior Lena, carrying twin swords, leaned closer to Rant, a knowing smile on her bronze face. She deliberately lowered her voice and gently poked the young archer's side with the hilt of her sword. Silly boy, this isn't just waiting for an ordinary teammate. Her gaze swept over the anxious Sophia on the steps. Did you see that? Every time someone passes, she tenses up and clenches her fists. Clearly she is waiting for someone she cares about. Rant pouted, his eyes filled with skepticism. If I had such a beauty thinking about me, he fiddled with his bowstring, I'd definitely be waiting at the guild entrance 3 hours in advance. That guy is letting Miss Sophia wait so long, it's simply wasting a precious opportunity. Oh. Lena suddenly squinted her eyes, lightly tapping Rant's calf with her scabbard. You wouldn't have feelings for Miss Sophia, would you? Rant's face instantly turned red, stammering, what? No way. He stole a glance at Sophia's side profile, glowing golden in the sunlight, his voice growing smaller, but with conditions like Miss Sophia, it wouldn't be normal not to be moved. Before he could finish, a tall figure suddenly appeared around the corner of the street. Sophia jumped up as if under a spell, her emerald eyes instantly brightened. She lifted her skirt and rushed down the steps, her golden hair creating a dazzling arc in the air, waving her hands continuously. Mr. Night Owl. Kyle's outfit today was completely different from the last time. She had specially changed into a neat combat outfit. Though it was borrowed from her father Tart's wardrobe, it unexpectedly looked remarkably heroic on her slender frame. The dark leather armor tightly wrapped around her waist, and her silver hair was tied into a high ponytail with a leather strap, swaying lightly behind her with each step. You're here. Rant stood on tiptoe to look. I'd like to see who this person is. God. The female archer Amy in the team covered her mouth, completely unaware that her quiver had slipped off her shoulder. So handsome. Even the usually composed Lena gasped. The combat outfit accentuated her waistline sharply like a knife, the tightly bound ponytail revealing a section of her neck that was dazzlingly white. Although it was male armor, it was worn with an astonishing sense of beauty. Lena, your eyes are practically popping out. Rant suddenly jabbed the female warrior's armor with a sarcastic tone. Isn't he just a pretty boy? With such delicate skin, I bet he'll be crying for his mother later. Rant, you can't just slander someone just because they stole the spotlight. But Lena. Before he could finish, Sophia had already swept to Kyle's side like a golden whirlwind. The girl grasped his leather bracers with both hands, her emerald eyes shimmering with moisture. I thought you wouldn't come. Sorry, something held me up. Kyle's voice, however, was unexpectedly gentle. She instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but Sophia clasped their fingers together tightly. It's great that you're here. Sophia tilted her head back, sunlight dancing on her eyelashes, about the life-saving grace from last time. It is my honor to save the lady. Kyle slightly bowed, performing a courteous gesture. The girl's ears turned instantly red, resembling ripe pomegranate seeds. She hurriedly turned to introduce Kyle, her golden hair brushing against his armor. This is Mr. Night Owl, the light element mage I hired. And pointing to the adventurer team, this is the temporary team formed by Captain Kleiss Silver Axe and Deputy Captain Lena. Kyle observed the two with slight scrutiny, discreetly pulling up a panel backstage. Kleiss was a level 12 enhanced warrior, while Lena's level was slightly lower than Kleiss. Only level 9. The rest of the members had levels lower than these two, mostly below level 10. Kleiss stepped forward, his rough hands cupping in salute, his battle axe swaying slightly behind him with his movement. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Night Owl. His booming voice caused the dewdrops on the treetops to fall with a soft clatter. I am Kleiss, iron anvil scraping by with the silver axe. Kyle nodded slightly, her silver ponytail swaying with the motion. I've heard much about you. Her intentionally lowered voice carried just the right amount of rasp. She remembered this person in front of her, this NPC in the game who had quite a reputation in the Adventurers Guild. Captain Kleiss' iron wall defense is quite famous in the Adventurers Guild. Kleiss raised his thick eyebrows, surprise flashing across his bronze face. Oh, Mr. Night Owl knows about my crude techniques. He patted his 2-star copper badge on his chest, the metallic clink crisp and pleasant. But compared to you noble mages, we rough folks can only rely on brute force to make a living. Kyle's lips curved slightly beneath her mask. She noticed that while Kleiss' words were humble, his posture remained in a wary state, ready to draw his battle axe at any moment. He was a seemingly hardy, yet cautious veteran. This is Deputy Captain Lena. Kleiss stepped aside to give way, our team's most skilled swordsman. Lena stepped forward, her bronze fingers lightly touching her forehead in a brief salute. Her gaze lingered on Kyle's waist for a moment. Mr. Night Owl, your outfit. Lena's scabbard lightly tapped the ground. Doesn't seem like a mage, but rather like a ranger who frequently roams the dark alleys. Kyle's eyes flickered slightly as she calmly replied, it's just for work. Hey. Rant suddenly interjected. Why are you saying so much? If we don't leave soon, it'll be dark. His eyes were filled with impatience and his fingers incessantly fiddled with the bowstring. Kleiss' large hand heavily patted Rant's shoulder, nearly knocking the young man off balance. What's the hurry? Then turning to Kyle, he put on a hearty smile. Mr. Night Owl, please don't mind. Rant is just a newcomer and doesn't understand the rules. Shall we set off now? Kyle nodded slightly, stepping back half a pace to clear the path. This action maintained distance while giving due respect to Kleiss. Due to Kyle's slight delay, the team, after a brief introduction with others, set off at Kray's commanding shout of depart, entering the monster forest. Even in the afternoon, a thin mist enveloped the forest, filled with the earthy scent of wet soil and the fresh fragrance of plants. As a fragile light magic user, Kyle and Sophia were naturally placed at the safest rear of the team. The female archer Amy and the young Rant flanked them, forming the last line of defense. Amy, agile and robust, had her long bow slung over her back and a full quiver. Rant, on the other hand, seemed somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing at Sophia. The team advanced in a strict hunting formation. The most experienced Krays and Lena acted as the vanguard, cautiously cutting through obstructing vines while scouting for any movement ahead. In the middle were two defense warriors wielding massive tower shields like moving fortresses, protecting the flanks of the team. A few elemental magic users were safely sheltered in the center, ready to support at any moment. Kyle quietly observed the formation, nodding in approval. Kray's arrangement was appropriate, balancing offense and defense, a standard configuration for an experienced adventuring team. As they walked, she whispered to Sophia, beside her, confirming the goal of this expedition. Sophia needed 4 pure light magic cores for leveling up, so they needed to hunt 4 specific light magical creatures. Mr. Night Owl. Amy slightly leaned towards Kyle and Sophia, wearing a gentle yet serious smile. And Miss Sophia, please be sure to stay close behind us. She gently patted her bulging quiver, her tone firm. This forest is fraught with dangers, and the 2 light magic users are the core protection of our team. But rest assured, this guy beside me and I will do our utmost to ensure your safety. As she spoke, she lightly nudged the somewhat distracted Rant with her elbow. Rant snapped back to attention, straightening his back and awkwardly responding, "All right. With us around, you can focus on casting spells without worry." He tried hard to appear reliable, but the casualness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Kyle slightly nodded, deliberately softening her voice to sound warm and smooth with a hint of the dependency expected of a fragile mage. "Then I shall rely on you, Miss Amy and Mr. Rant. As light magic users, we truly aren't adept at direct combat. Self-defense is already a challenge, and we can only depend on you all." This show of weakness was exactly what Kyle wished for. She couldn't wait to hide her true abilities and fish for experience comfortably. Watching the imposing figure of Krays and the steady steps of Lena ahead, Kyle felt quite satisfied. This team was well configured and seasoned, more than capable of handling the magical creatures in the forest's outskirts. All she had to do was play the role of the fragile light mage, fish for experience comfortably, and easily earn 5 experience stones. Was there a better deal in the world? Sophia, hearing Kyle's deliberately weak remarks, couldn't hide the smile creeping up her lips beneath her lace gloves, her shoulders slightly shaking. She stealthily drew closer to Kyle, brushing against the sharply defined ear adorned with powder. "Mr. Night Owl." Her voice was as delicate as a wisp of silk, filled with playful tremor. "You really do play the part of the fragile one so well." Sophia's emerald eyes sparkled with shared understanding. She knew better than anyone that this fragile light mage beside her was someone capable of taking lives with ease. With him around, she felt secure even in the most dangerous depths of the forest. She even leaned in closer, her slender hand naturally wrapping around Kyle's arm, smiling innocently upwards. "We are indeed quite weak, aren't we?" This intimate scene fell into Rant's eyes like hot oil splashing into a fire. The young archer's eyes ignited with jealousy, and he couldn't help but sarcastically retort, "You have the guts to hug and cuddle now, but don't wet your pants when you actually see a monster." "Rant." Amy scolded sharply, giving him a fierce glare, then turned to Kyle and Sophia, bowing apologetically. "I'm sorry, he speaks faster than he shoots. I was just trying to remind you." Rant defended himself, his eyes sharp as knives directed at Kyle. Kyle pretended not to hear, her icy blue eyes filled with a knowing amusement as they swept over Rant's flushed face. "Hi, you little brat. When I was making my moves, you were still drinking milk." She scoffed inwardly, but maintained a calm exterior. Deliberately lifting her slender fingers, she casually brushed aside a playful strand of golden hair from Sophia's cheek, her fingertips grazing the girl's slightly flushed earlobe. "Your hair is a mess." Kyle's deliberately lowered voice carried a touch of lazy magnetism. Sophia's ear tips instantly flushed red, resembling ripe cherries. She shyly lowered her head, but her fingers tightened their grip on Kyle's arm. This intimate gesture only fueled the fire, making Rant seethe, nearly crushing the bow handle. At that moment of subtle tension, Krays suddenly halted, raising his large hand. This was a signal of caution. The team instantly entered battle mode, the shield warrior's massive shield crashing to the ground, and the magic user's staves glimmering with faint light. Kyle instinctively shielded Amy behind her, her gaze scanning through the crowd. In a clearing of the forest, a creature radiating gentle, holy light stood elegantly. It resembled a deer, but was much larger than ordinary deer, with its snow-white fur flowing with a pearlescent sheen. Most peculiar was the antlers on its head. They were not flesh and blood, but rather crystallized light, pure and flowing. Every angle refracted a rainbow of colors in the morning light, dyeing the surrounding mist into a dreamy spectrum. Light prism deer, Amy exclaimed in a hushed voice filled with unbelievable joy, and it's an adult specimen. Its magic core will surely meet Miss Sophia's requirements. The light prism deer seemed to sense the human gaze, its crystalline antlers shimmering with light, alertly raising its head. A pure and overwhelming aura of light instantly spread, silencing even the insects in the forest. Christ's battle axe was the first to pierce the mist. The heavy steel giant axe felt weightless in his hands, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it aimed directly at the deer's forelegs. Almost simultaneously, Lena's figure flashed out from the side, like a specter, her twin swords crossing to form a deadly X targeting the creature's long neck. Roar! The light prism deer let out a clear bell-like cry, its antlers suddenly erupting with blinding brilliance. Dozens of light arrows instantly materialized, shooting like a torrential downpour towards the charging warriors. The sturdy shield bearers roared as they stepped forward, their tower shield crashing into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. The light arrows exploded in brilliant bursts against the steel shield, numbing the arms of the shield bearer. At that moment, as the light arrows were blocked, Amy's arrow was already released. 3 enchanted arrows formed a triangular pattern to seal off the monster's retreat, their precision taking one's breath away. Rant was not to be outdone. He turned sideways while drawing his bow to showcase his most heroic angle, the arrow whistling sharply as it aimed for the deer's eye. Watch me. The light prism deer elegantly tilted its head, its light antlers barely grazing the deadly arrow. But just at that moment, when the old strength had waned and the new strength had yet to rise, Christ's giant axe was upon it. With a shrill sound of the axe's blade tearing through the air, a line of blood blossomed on the snow-white fur. The light prism deer let out a pained cry, Lena's twin swords coiling around it like venomous snakes. Thud. The blade accurately sank into its throat. The light prism deer's crystalline pupils suddenly dilated, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, its glowing antlers quickly fading into a grayish-white crystal. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, flowing seamlessly. Although they inflicted no harm on the light prism deer, Rant still gracefully lowered his bow, the feathers on his chest still quivering. He deliberately tossed his bangs aside, then impatiently turned to look back. Surely Miss Sophia was amazed by his shot right. What he saw sent chills down his spine. 20 paces away, Kyle was lazily leaning against a tree trunk. Sophia was almost entirely pressed against him, her emerald eyes shining remarkably, her fingertips curling around a strand of Kyle's silvery hair. Kyle, wearing black leather gloves, casually toyed with a leaf, making it flutter in her fingers like a butterfly, causing Sophia to stifle her laughter with her hand. The earlier life-and-death struggle felt like a distant memory to these two. The magic core is intact, Praise exclaimed, pulling out the luminous crystal from the deer's head, his deep voice filled with joy. Lena shook off the blood from her sword, her gaze sweeping over Rand's rigid figure, shaking her head in helplessness. Amy excitedly ran to Sophia, presenting proudly, "Miss, look. The first one is." Her voice cut off abruptly as she noticed Sophia absent-mindedly responding with a hum, her gaze still glued to the leaf swirling in Kyle's fingers, as if that priceless magic core was less interesting than a mere leaf. After stowing away the radiant core of the prism deer, the team took a brief moment to regroup. The battle was swift and decisive. The prism deer barely had time to mount any semblance of resistance before it fell, its magic robe untouched by dirt. Clear directed his team to sever the antlers. The crystals of light, though inactive, remained excellent alchemical materials. The entire process was efficient and silent, with only the muted sounds of sharp blades slicing through sinew echoing in the woods. Kyle leaned lazily against an ancient tree, allowing Sophia to toy with the silver clasp of her combat attire while calmly assessing the cooperative ability of the entire team. Before the proficiently coordinated and vastly superior team, led by Clear, the 7th grade prism deer, truly could not stir up any waves. Claire's precise angles of force when he swung his axe, Lena's deadly timing with her dual swords, and even Amy's 3 arrows that sealed off any escape routes, all proved that this team was trustworthy. A barely perceptible smile graced Kyle's lips. She thought to herself that perhaps they could finish early today and still make it home in time for Xena's starlit pudding. The team set off once more. Clear was indeed an experienced old adventurer, his familiarity with the forest nearly rivaling Kyle's knowledge of the game map from his past life. He led the team through the woods, purposefully heading towards areas that could potentially harbor light-based magical creatures, the sunlit slopes, the valleys with flowing springs, or the roots of ancient trees draped in glowing moss. His steps were steady as he periodically cleaved through obstructing vines with his battle axe, his sharp gaze scanning the environment for any signs. For instance, patches of bioluminescent fungi that had been nibbled, strange hoofprints on the ground, or the unusually dense fluctuations of light elements in the air. However, the scarcity of light-based magical creatures far exceeded expectations. Even with Claire's seasoned experience after visiting several theoretically rich spots, he had only startled a few ordinary glowbirds and scared off a couple of timid moonlight rabbits, yielding nothing else. As the sun began to shift, the light spots in the forest elongated. Kyle was rather pleased with the leisurely pace. She engaged Sophia in casual conversation, and under Kyle's deliberate guidance, they naturally began discussing how Sophia had handled the aftermath of killing Set. Sophia's method of handling the situation had truly been the best choice available after weighing the options. It turned out that she initially did not intend to hand over Set's corpse. However, after hearing her out, the principal had knelt down with a thud, tears and snot flowing as he pleaded with Sophia to ensure the body was given to him. If Set went missing at school, Tatas would undoubtedly turn the Seacrum Academy upside down. Even knowing that his son had perished due to his involvement with the princess, he would not rest. Sophia would inevitably leave, while Tatas had always been in the Seacrum Duchy with countless ways to take revenge on the principal. The principal would no longer be able to uphold his position and would certainly be held accountable along with many others, including the director and possibly even classmates. So in the end, Sophia's heart softened. She could not implicate so many innocent people and decided to hand over the body. By the end of it, an indescribable guilt filled her heart. "I'm sorry, Mr. Night Owl. I couldn't keep my promise and ended up handing over the body." She raised her face, genuine worry in her eyes. "Tatas is definitely searching for you furiously." Hearing this, a barely perceptible curve appeared on Kyle's lips. "Tatas, coming for me." She scoffed inwardly, not to mention her mother's unfathomable level 49 strength. Just the identity of her father, Duke Tat, was enough for that old man to drink a cup of tea. If he dared to step into the Duke's manor, it would be merciful if her father didn't tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. Yet she showed no signs of this on her face. Her hand, clad in black leather gloves, naturally lifted, carrying a soothing intent as it gently rested on Sophia's soft golden hair, the motion tender, as if brushing against a feather. "How could I possibly blame you?" Kyle deliberately infused her voice with a gentle understanding, even tinged with just the right amount of helplessness. "Kind as you are, it was merely beyond your control. As for Tatas," she paused as if suppressing some heavy emotion, "if he truly comes looking for me, I will do my utmost to survive." She cleverly used the phrase "do my utmost," hinting at a sense of tragic helplessness. Indeed, just as Kyle had anticipated, Sophia's emerald eyes suddenly widened, her eyelids reddening, instantly crystalline tears trembling on her long eyelashes, as if they would roll down at any moment. It seemed she had made a tremendous decision as she grasped Kyle's wrist tightly, urgently saying, "Come back to the capital with me. I will protect you, I promise. From now on, you will be my..." The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement and shyness. "Personal night, how about it?" Kyle felt no stirrings within her heart, even wanting to laugh. A personal night. This little princess romanticism truly knew no bounds. She slowly withdrew her hand, the movement carrying a deliberate sense of distance and weight, her voice dropping low, filled with the clarity of helplessness. "Sophia, one cannot forever rely on the wings of others for shelter. If I keep running, where can I escape to? Should I live my life like a rat in a sewer, hiding from place to place?" This rejection, imbued with a sense of self-sacrifice, was like the last straw. Sophia suddenly lowered her head, her petite nose turning bright red, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She bit her lip tightly, struggling to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, but a few crystalline droplets eventually disobediently fell onto the back of her tightly clenched hand, leaving a small dark stain. Kyle looked at the golden head bowed low and the slightly trembling shoulders, her teasing thoughts dwindling as she felt it had gone too far. She sighed silently, her gloved fingertips gently brushing Sophia's cheek, carefully wiping away the hot tracks of her tears. "Do you know?" Kyle's lips curved upwards, her tone taking on a hint of light-hearted teasing. "Legend has it that the tears of the prism deer can turn into real diamonds. If you continue crying, we might not even need to toil to find the magic core. We could just strike it rich." This sudden jest, imbued with a bit of clumsy goodwill, pierced through the gloom in Sophia's heart like a beam of light. She was initially taken aback, then could not help but laugh out loud. Her emerald eyes sparkled again, still glistening with moisture, but the heavy guilt seemed to have been considerably lightened by this joke. She playfully punched Kyle's arm, her tone reproachful. "Mr. Night Owl, what nonsense are you spouting?" This brief, yet warm interaction, seen from a distance by Lant, took on a completely different flavor. From Lant's perspective, he only saw the elegant and beautiful Miss Sophia, with her head lowered, shoulders shaking, silently shedding tears, and then that annoying night owl approached her. Immediately, Miss Sophia was amused. This transformation seemed to him more like Night Owl was sweet-talking and covering up his own faults. Surely, he must have said something outrageous that made Miss Sophia cry. An opportunity. A perfect chance to expose this pretty boy in front of Miss Sophia while showcasing his own reliability and care. In an instant, the pent-up anger within Lamp, born from waiting and jealousy, found its outlet. He abruptly stood up from the tree he had been leaning against, an expression mingling righteous indignation and concern on his face, striding boldly towards Kyle and Sophia. "Hey, Night Owl!" Lance's raised voice of accusation shattered the forest's fleeting stillness. All eyes snapped toward him, Cray ever vigilant, and Lena, who had been wiping her weapon. Lance strode forward in quick, purposeful steps, halting before the two. His gaze locked onto Sophia, his tone urgent and laced with self-righteous conviction. "Miss Sophia, are you unharmed? Did this man utter some vile words that wounded your heart?" He puffed out his chest, then swept a defiant glare toward Kyle. "I knew it. What good can possibly dwell in a coward who hides behind shadows? Does he think charm alone entitles him to torment Miss Sophia? And worse, he is nothing but dead weight." Lance's voice swelled with mounting fervor, as though he had seized irrefutable proof. "How long have we been in these woods? During the hunt, has he lifted a finger? He's clung to Miss Sophia like a useless shadow, wasting everyone's time. In my view, he's nothing more than a hollow charmer, relying solely on his face to deceive." Kyle flinched ever so slightly at the sudden accusation. Clung to Sophia? A wry, absurd doubt flickered across her mind. Had it not from the very beginning been Sophia who grasped her wrist and drew her into conversation? Does this man wear his eyes on his backside, or is he simply foolish? An ineffable wave of disgust rose within Kyle. Had Sophia's prior defense and warmth toward her not been unmistakable? Was this fool willfully blind? Or did he truly believe volume and vehemence alone could invert truth into falsehood? Nearby, Amy and Lena both felt their hearts lurch. Lena muttered under her breath, "Oh no, this reckless boy's lost his senses again." They knew Lance's impulsiveness and his jealousy all too well. Trouble was inevitable. Yet Sophia, the very subject of his outburst, merely blinked her beautiful eyes in gentle confusion. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze lingering for a moment on Lance's flushed, agitated face, as if straining to recall. Then, with pure, unfeigned bewilderment, she asked clearly, "Sir, may I ask, who are you?" The air froze. Lance's righteous indignation stiffened, doused as if by glacial water. His chest locked mid-puff, his pointing finger hung, suspended in midair, his entire being petrified. He had introduced himself to Sophia several times before, yet she didn't even know his name. Upon hearing this, Kyle's lips curved upward, impossible to suppress. Evidently, the princess's attention had been wholly fixed upon Kyle herself. The introductions offered by Amy and Lance had slipped in one ear and out the other. Kyle had originally intended to let Amy and Lena handle the matter, but now a far more intriguing solution occurred to her. Kyle tilted her head ever so slightly, feigning genuine effort to recollect. She paused deliberately, letting the uncertainty settle rich and real. "Who are you?" Her tone was flat, like addressing a stone by the roadside, utterly devoid of malice, yet surgically precise in dismantling the last shreds of Lance's fragile dignity. "Wait, brother." Lance stood utterly dazed, overwhelmed by sheer absurdity. Had he truly failed to introduce himself? No, that couldn't be right. He distinctly recalled this Night Owl saying just recently something like, "We rely entirely on Lance's protection from here on." How could he not know his name? At that very moment, Amy and Lena rushed forward, desperate to contain the situation. Kyle turned smoothly toward the approaching women, her voice warm, familiar, and crystal clear. "Sister Amy, Sister Lena, please escort this stranger away. I am but a light mage. What if he lashes out and harms us?" That crisp, affectionate address struck like a final, decisive hammer blow. Lance understood instantly. She was mocking him deliberately, cruelly. Her expression guileless, her words devastating. Amy faltered, momentarily stunned, yet instinctively apologized. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Night Owl. He's our team's archer, Lance. Just a bit hot-headed." She hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Kyle nodded, as if startled, her face carefully arranged into a perfectly calibrated expression of alarm. In one swift motion, she seized Sophia's wrist and darted behind Lena and Amy as though seeking sanctuary. Peering out from behind Lena's broad shoulder, she leaned forward and whispered, voice trembling with feigned apprehension, "Sister Lena, can someone like him truly remain in our party?" Lance's face flushed deep purple, his teeth ground audibly. He glared murderously at Kyle, cowering behind others, his hatred so intense it seemed almost tangible. Yet beneath Cray's stern, unyielding gaze, he could only spit hard onto the ground and stalk away, though his parting glance burned with silent, venomous promise, "You'll pay for this." Watching that look, so raw, so comically aggrieved, Kyle finally exhaled in quiet satisfaction. Evidently, exceptional beauty was no blessing. It only attracted fools like him. Sophia remained wholly bewildered throughout. Only after Lance vanished into the trees did she blink slowly, murmuring softly, "What a peculiar man." Then, as if recalling something vital, she gently tugged Kyle's sleeve. "Oh, Mr. Night Owl, do you remember that strange amulet on Seth?" "Moi." Kyle let out a soft, thoughtful murmur. Of course she remembered the protective amulet that had bought Seth precious seconds. Indeed I do. Sophia's expression grew grave. Truth be told, I meant to raise it earlier, when we spoke of Seth. I've never seen its like before. Why bring it up now? Kyle asked, outwardly calm. To her, it was merely an ordinary enchanted capacitor, a magical artifact unique to the Dwarf Empire. Its core function relied upon a rare mineral known as experience stone, or alternatively, mana stone, used to store and discharge magical energy. This craft emerged directly from the dwarves' historical plight. Their collective magical aptitude fell markedly below the human average, and over centuries their territories had been steadily eroded by human expansion. To counterbalance this disadvantage, they forged an alternate path, one of ingenuity rather than innate power. Leveraging their peerless expertise in mineral extraction and precision craftsmanship, they elevated external mana storage into a distinct and formidable discipline of arcane engineering. Thus, in Kyle's former life, within the game world, such dwarf-forged capacitors imported by sea into the duchy were common, whereas readily available at port markets. Sophia lowered her voice, emerald eyes clouded with concern. I suspect someone in the Duchy of Seacrim is smuggling these in from the Dwarf Empire. She met Kyle's gaze, her jade green eyes earnest. I don't recognize it, not its form nor its name. But relations between the Dwarf Empire and our Crow Empire have been strained for years. Official trade has long since ceased. Such artifacts cannot possibly be produced within Seacrim. They demand the innate mastery of dwarven artisans alone. She paused, then added a crucial detail, her fingertip tracing the shape of the mark in the air. Moreover, the amulet bore an engraving, a dwarf factory serial number, 116. 116? Kyle's expression shifted, subtly but unmistakably, as a ripple of astonishment stirred within her. In the game, the cheap capacitors she purchased bore similar dwarf factory serial numbers, yet theirs began in the tens of thousands. 116, a three-digit number, so early in sequence, was utterly unprecedented. She'd never encountered it nor seen any mention of it in game forums or archival threads. Could this artifact be newly invented, newly manufactured? The thought struck her like lightning. Her mind raced, sifting through fragmented knowledge of the game's chronology. For first-generation players, the main storyline commenced 1 month before the Frost Dragon assault on the duchy. During the brief, fragile peace preceding that calamity, in-game lore text had hinted obliquely at a subtle easing in the long-standing tensions between the Dwarf Empire and the Crow Empire, suggesting certain restrictive trade barriers had begun to soften. Kyle's thoughts accelerated, weaving the fragments together. In this tangible living now, however, the Frost Dragon assault lies far ahead. The two empires remain locked in hostility, and all official trade remains frozen. For a dwarf-forged artifact bearing such an early serial number to appear within Crow soil defies logic. Indeed, it should be impossible. So that was why Sophia didn't recognize it. Sophia immediately took out the dim talisman. I studied this thing for several days after bringing it back, she said, somewhat dejectedly, playing with the talisman. I had a guard wear it and another attack him, but it showed no defensive effect at all. It doesn't work at all. She looked up at Kyle in confusion. Could it be that Sate activated it using some method? If it truly could function, it would at least provide some means of protection before we light mages learn the light shield spell. After hearing Sophia's attempts and confusion, Kyle became even more convinced that his guess was nearly correct. I've seen something similar before, Kyle said in a calm tone, as if discussing a common matter. I know how to use it. Really? Sophia's eyes lit up instantly, her voice filled with excitement. Mr. Night Owl, do you know how to activate it? That's great. However, Kyle changed the subject, extending a hand. I need you to provide a spirit stone. A spirit stone? Sophia blinked in confusion, instinctively countering. Isn't that a precious mineral used to assist cultivation and enhance strength? Can it be used for this? She looked at Kyle with a hint of inquiry and barely concealed worry. And what about your own spirit stone, Mr. Night Owl? You didn't sell it, did you? This thing can't be sold casually. It's very important for enhancing strength. Kyle's expression stiffened slightly, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. She certainly couldn't say that she had absorbed all her spirit stones herself. That would be too astonishing. Ahem. I left mine at home and didn't bring it out. That's good. Sophia obviously sighed in relief, seeming very worried that Kyle had wasted precious cultivation resources. She didn't ask any further questions and quickly took a spirit stone from her storage bag, handing it to Kyle. Kyle naturally accepted it without objection. She skillfully explored a very concealed tiny bump on the edge of the talisman with her fingertips while simultaneously injecting a trace of subtle magic. Click. With a soft sound, the exquisite outer shell of the talisman popped open, revealing an equally sized spirit stone inside. Only it had turned gray and dull, its magic depleted. Kyle deftly took out the new spirit stone provided by Sophia, precisely fitting it into the empty slot, closing the talisman and returning it to her. try wearing it again. Sophia obediently strapped the talisman back onto her wrist. In an instant, a layer of faint golden energy membrane that was almost invisible suddenly appeared around her, only to vanish instantly. The talisman itself then regained a warm glow. It worked, Sophia exclaimed in surprise. This thing has limited defensive ability. It can probably only withstand 3 attacks. Kyle pointed at the talisman and explained, after each activation it needs to have the spirit stone replaced and recharged like just now. Based on the serial number and effect, it's a relatively basic model. The method to open it is quite simple. You just inject a trace of magic into this recess. She pointed to a tiny, nearly invisible indentation on the edge of the talisman. 3 chances, neither too many nor too few. In critical moments, it's still a form of protection. Sophia curiously felt the sense of security brought by that invisible magic, as if wrapped gently by a transparent shield. Her face radiated joy, and then, as if recalling something, she added, "By the way, I actually found another similar item at Sate's. The principle should be similar, right?" As she spoke, she took out a small metal wrist guard from her storage bag. Kyle's gaze fell on the wrist guard, and he nodded instinctively. If it comes from the same factory, the mechanism should. Her voice suddenly stopped. The wrist guard was designed with a robust appearance and sharp lines, most notably featuring a micro-cannon embedded on the outer side of the wrist. Kyle's pupils suddenly constricted, his breathing paused, and even his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Could it be? Has it been produced so quickly? In an instant, a scene from a heart-stirring battle in the game flashed before her eyes. The rusty red desolate plains where a dwarven army faced an overwhelming tide of orc warriors. The individual combat strength of the dwarven soldiers was far inferior to that of the strong orc warriors. This should have been a brutal war of attrition. However, the battle concluded with the dwarves' overwhelming victory within just half a day of fighting. The proud charge formation of the orcs crashed against an invisible iron wall in front of the dwarven line, paying a heavy price, yet making no progress, while the casualties on the dwarven side were minimal. The core that tipped the scales of war was the epic-making magical weapon, the magic cannon, secretly developed by the dwarven race at great national cost. Those heavy fortress-like artillery arrays required just 1 round of volley to unleash a tidal wave of energy that could erase the orcs' most elite troops along with the land they stood upon. Even a level 40 formidable warrior appeared as fragile as paper before that devastating torrent of energy, instantly turning to dust. And at this moment, the cold micro-cannon on Sophia's wrist guard, with its exquisite structure and that unique and familiar energy circuit mark, was clearly a prototype and miniature of that terrifying war machine. "Miss Sophia, Mr. Night Owl, it's time to depart." Captain Clay's deep and loud shout was like thunder, instantly interrupting Kyle's surging thoughts. "All right, Mr. Clay," Sophia immediately responded, carefully storing away the dangerous wrist guard. Kyle quickly collected his thoughts, suppressing the tumultuous waves within him, and nodded discreetly as the two followed the regrouped main force. As they advanced, Kyle deliberately lagged half a step behind Sophia, lowering his voice and speaking with unprecedented seriousness. "Miss Sophia, that wrist guard is extremely dangerous. Its power may far exceed your imagination." He intentionally emphasized the words, "far exceed." "Really?" Sophia was both surprised and curious. "But it's so small." "Power is not related to size." Kyle interrupted her, recalling the structure he saw inside the wrist guard earlier. "I saw that its firing core needs to be filled with 3 spirit stones simultaneously to activate once." 3, eh? Sophia gasped. The magic contained in 1 spirit stone was considerable, 3 activated simultaneously. The energy that would erupt in an instant. She finally realized that Kyle's mention of danger was not an exaggeration, and her curiosity grew even stronger. Then, how powerful can it really be? Just as Sophia was pressing for answers, Clay, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped, raising his battle axe to signal the team to be quiet. His sharp gaze was locked tightly on a clearing in the woods covered by giant glowing ferns, a grin of excitement spreading across his face as he lowered his voice. "I've found the target. It's a luminous beetle, and it's a giant specimen." He pointed to the center of the clearing, where a huge beetle the size of a grinding disc with a shell that flowed like liquid gold was gnawing at the glowing fungi. Every slight movement it made left faint golden trails in the air. "You'll know soon enough." The moment they discovered the luminous beetle, the squad reacted swiftly, immediately halting their steps and entering a state of combat readiness. Kyle intended to use the previous strategy, blocking the beetle's escape route with arrows, while he personally delivered the fatal blow. "Archers, prepare to shoot," Kyle commanded in a low voice decisively. Amy and Rant immediately knocked their arrows, aiming the sharp tips at the likely escape routes of the beetle. Kyle gripped his battle axe tightly, his muscles tensed, ready to strike. However, just as they were about to launch their attack, boom! A deafening sound erupted from behind the squad without any warning. A devastating magical beam tore through the air, targeting the largest luminous beetle. The beetle seemed to sense the deadly threat, its golden shell flashing brightly in an attempt to defend itself. But the beam had arrived. Amidst the piercing hissing sound, the hard golden shell was penetrated as easily as thin paper. The beam pierced through the beetle's massive body, leaving behind a terrifying blackened hole that emitted smoke. The beetle's glow extinguished in an instant, crashing to the ground devoid of breath. Kyle staggered back a few steps from the tremendous recoil before steadying himself, his arm holding the wrist guard, tingling smoke curling from the cannon's mouth. Silence enveloped the clearing. Everyone, including Kyle and Lena, stood petrified, gaping at the smoking carcass of the beetle before incredulously turning to the light mage holding the smoking wrist guard in the back. Kyle frowned slightly. She had detected that beetle. It was a level 10 magical creature. The power of that shot far exceeded expectations. To instantly kill a level 10 magical beast, one would need a level 15 being to withstand it. She had thought they would need to coordinate with the squad for a while, but it turned out to be so easy. A chilling thought crossed her mind. It was right to quickly eliminate Set last time. If given the chance to pull out that thing and ambush while the system was in hibernation, she would likely be in grave danger. Sophia's mouth opened slightly, still immersed in the shock brought by the devastating beam. Kyle swallowed hard, his rough voice filled with incredulity. Mr. Night Owl, what kind of magical weapon is this? After living half a life, this was the first time Kyle had seen something so. He struggled to find the right words to describe the terror of that moment. Lena fixed her gaze on the wrist guard in Kyle's hand, her eyes sharp, while Amy instinctively took half a step back. The power of that last shot was enough to make the entire squad feel threatened. They would have to be cautious even when facing that kind of luminous beetle. Rant was in the worst shape. His face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down. Looking at the beetle corpse that had been easily penetrated and recalling his earlier provocation, a bone-chilling fear surged through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. If that shot had hit me. That thought suffocated him, his legs going weak. The remaining jealousy was completely crushed by fear. Kyle keenly caught sight of Rant's dazed expression. A hint of malicious amusement quietly arose. She casually raised her wrist, the still smoking miniature cannon slowly pointing in Rant's direction. Hey. Rant jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice changing pitch. Mr. Night Owl, what are you going to do? Don't do anything stupid. He frantically waved his hands as he retreated, almost tripping over a tree root. Kyle pretended to just notice, exclaiming innocently, "Oh dear," as she slowly moved the cannon away. "I slipped and accidentally pointed it at you. Don't be afraid, okay?" The light tone carried unabashed mockery. Then she turned to Kyle, who was still in shock, explaining in a tone that suggested it was perfectly natural and a bit, mages are weak, just a little trick. As light mages, we are physically frail and must rely on external objects for protection, right? So, we all carry some powerful weapons. She even shrugged. This is called a bit powerful. Kyle's mouth twitched internally, mocking. If light mages had such toys, what were they, the adventurers relying on blades and axes, supposed to do? Miss Sophia and this Mr. Night Owl could wipe out the forest with just the two of them. Just as Kyle was choked into silence by Kyle's nonchalant explanation, a low, dense, and spine-tingling sound of flapping wings approached from afar like muffled thunder, echoing from all directions, growing louder and faster. The air seemed to tremble in response. Kyle's experienced face changed drastically, the previous shock and mockery replaced by a strong sense of crisis. He abruptly looked up towards the source of the sound, his pupils constricting, almost shouting, "Not good. The swarm. Run." Everyone looked over to see countless piercing golden lights surging from the shadows in the distance, gathering into a devastating storm sweeping towards them. The enraged swarm of luminous beetles surged forth. Thousands of fist-sized luminous beetles rushed towards the squad like a golden tidal wave. Damn it, Kyle cursed. That one we just killed was the mother beetle. He had thought the scale of the swarm was limited and that the squad could handle it. These little beetles were only level 2 or 3, but such a terrifying number was beyond their capability to withstand. Kyle frowned, positioning herself in front of the group. She was also secretly assessing. The swarm tactic, activating overload, might carve a bloody path, but the cost would be too great. It was not worth trying. She was prepared to make a move with Sophia at any moment. Just then Rant stepped forward, a hint of calm smile on his face. "Captain Kyle, why panic? It's just a bunch of little bugs." Lena and Kyle looked at him as if he were crazy. "I kept a low profile earlier to avoid revealing my strength." Rant spoke with a deliberately calm tone, secretly feeling ecstatic. This was the opportunity for his hard-practiced ultimate move, the luminous starburst arrow, to shine. "Looks like it's time to strike." He elegantly notched an arrow, the bowstring instantly drawn into a crescent moon. Luminous starburst arrow. With a clear shout, he released his fingers. In an instant, the bowstring quaked violently. The moment an arrow was released, it split and transformed into dozens of dazzling energy arrows like gorgeous fireworks suddenly blooming in the night sky, trailing long light tails covering the swarm's front line. Swish, swish, swish. The light arrows accurately struck the swarm, exploding into small halos, creating an extremely dazzling visual effect. Sophia tugged at Kyle's sleeve in astonishment. Mr. Night Owl, look at that. Mr. Amy seems to have a way. Kyle's mouth twitched. Mr. Amy. Sophia hadn't even remembered Rant's name. Well, she had to admit this trick had a full effect, and it really looked impressive. Perhaps this guy really had some hidden talents. The other team members' eyes also ignited with a spark of hope. They were saved. However, this hope lasted only an instant. Those seemingly magnificent energy arrows, upon striking the beetle's hard, smooth golden shell, surprisingly, made a series of dense yet crisp ding-ding sounds like rain hitting rocks. Not to mention penetration, not even a crack was left. The beetles that were hit merely swayed slightly from the impact, slowing down a bit, but continued to charge forward fearlessly. That grandiose, luminous starburst arrow had failed to even break the shell of the outermost small beetle. What? Rant's calm demeanor instantly froze, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. His proudly honed ultimate move was so easily defeated. The team members, who had just been filled with hope, felt their spirits plummet to the depths. The atmosphere of despair was more suffocating than the buzzing of the swarm. Kryle's face turned completely dark, roaring, "Stop dawdling. Rant, get back here. Prepare to escape." The golden tide of beetles was already within reach. The wood mage and fire mage in the team reacted swiftly. The wood mage thrust his staff into the ground, causing countless robust vines to suddenly sprout, forming a green barrier. The fire mage followed closely behind, pointing his staff, and flames instantly ignited the vines. Boom! The burning vine wall erupted with thick smoke and heat waves, temporarily pushing back the surging swarm of insects. Taking advantage of this gap, Lant finally crawled back to the edge of the team, but his arms and legs had already been torn by several fierce little beetles, bleeding profusely and causing him to wince in pain, instantly becoming a burden that needed care. Amy calmly shot out several precise fire arrows. With a few puffs, they exploded on a few beetles attempting to bypass the fire wall, momentarily delaying them. Without turning her head, she urgently shouted, "Mr. Night Owl, Miss Sophia, quickly treat Lance's wounds." Kyle's expression remained utterly unfazed. Save him. What a joke. She had no ties to these people. Her reward was still pending, and she certainly didn't want to risk herself for a fool. In the face of crisis, preserving oneself was the best strategy. However, the kind-hearted Sophia had already acted. She stepped forward without hesitation, raising her petite staff, and a soft, pure white light instantly enveloped Lance's gruesome wounds. This was the basic spell, Holy Light. The wounds visibly stopped bleeding and healed at an astonishing rate under the glow. "Mr. Amy, are you all right?" Sophia asked with concern, her gaze clear. Amy. Lance's expression of pain was swiftly replaced by shock and deeper embarrassment, but looking at Sophia's sincerely worried eyes, a wave of profound emotion surged in his heart, and his voice choked as he said, Thank you, Miss Sophia." Kyle showed no interest in this scene. Her mind had sunk into her thoughts, rapidly communicating with the system. Activate the feasibility of emergency teleportation. The cold mechanical voice responded immediately, command confirmed. Host, you can activate emergency teleportation at any time with just a thought. Coordinates locked to the Adventurers Guild. Kyle felt slightly reassured, but looking at the densely packed golden tide of insects before her, which was temporarily held back by fire, yet growing more agitated, a wave of frustration and envy surged within her. If only Vino were here. She recalled Vino's flame shield, or that terrifying area spell water dragon strangle, capable of slaughtering giant beasts. With Vino's profound magical reserves, dealing with such a large number of low-tier insects would probably be a matter of one area spell clearing the field. And what about herself? Aside from a spell that could blind enemies for a few seconds, she truly couldn't produce any effective magic at the moment. It's so frustrating. Kyle shook her head. Fortunately, Clay's team had rich experience, and the retreat route was clear and orderly. Although Kyle had a teleportation trump card, disappearing out of thin air at this moment would be too shocking and unwise. Suppressing her thoughts, she followed the team as they weaved through the dense forest. Along the way, she also slid a dagger from her sleeve into her palm. Several fast-flying beetles broke through the blockades, screeching as they charged towards Sophia. Kyle's gaze sharpened, and her figure shifted. Whenever a beetle showed its head, her dagger struck out with precision like a venomous snake's tongue. With a few soft puffs, the cold glint flashed, and several beetles attempting to close in were instantly pierced through their cores, their feeble bodies glowing with a faint golden light as they fell helplessly. Her movements were clean and swift, without a trace of excess. If Sophia gets hurt, I won't feel secure taking the reward for this commission. A thought flashed through Kyle's mind as her dagger struck again, pinning another cunning beetle to a tree trunk. The team fled in a disheveled manner under the relentless pursuit of the insect swarm. Despite the mages providing cover and Amy's arrows causing disturbances, people were still being clawed or bitten by the beetles' cries of pain and suppressed moans rising continuously. Clay's arm was slashed open with a deep wound exposing bone, while Lena's armor had several new dents. Everyone was injured, looking miserable. Ultimately, relying on their familiarity with the terrain and a strong will to survive, they narrowly escaped the boiling golden nightmare and dashed into a turbulent stream, the cold river water temporarily blocking the water-averse insects. Confirming they were temporarily safe, Sophia immediately raised her staff, and the gentle white holy light rippled out like water waves, enveloping all the injured teammates. The warm light caressed the wounds, stopping blood flow, reducing inflammation, and accelerating healing. The pain in everyone's bodies quickly eased, and their pale faces regained some color. Huff! Clay panted heavily, leaning against a slippery rock, looking at the rapidly healing wound on his arm. He glanced at Kyle, the only one in the team, completely unharmed, calmly wiping her dagger, his gaze complex. Doubt surged in Clay's heart. How could this be possible? Under the chaotic pursuit of the insect swarm, he had been injured, and even Lena's armor had dents. Yet this light maid showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Her neat combat outfit remained pristine, not even a tear. This could not possibly be explained by luck. Kyle keenly caught the inquisitive gaze from Clay. It seemed she had been noticed. A slight chill ran through her heart, but her expression remained calm and composed, silently returning the cleaned dagger to her sleeve. After a brief rest, Clay approached Sophia with a serious expression, observing the swarm of insects still circling across the stream, radiating blinding golden light, and with deep apologies, he bowed slightly and said, "Miss Sophia, I am terribly sorry. The insect swarm is entrenched and unyielding, and the day is getting late. It seems today's mission cannot be completed. For safety, Sake, we may have to spend the night in this forest." Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Sophia was initially taken aback, but then a difficulto content, intensely joyful light instantly lit up her emerald eyes. She tried to maintain a dignified demeanor, but her slightly rapid breathing betrayed her inner excitement. Spending the night with Mr. Night Owl in the forest, together for a night. This thought was like a stone thrown into her heart's lake, creating enormous ripples within. Her eyes lowered, long eyelashes quivering slightly as she tried to hide her nearly overflowing joy, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but rise. When she raised her head again, her cheeks were already tinged with a lovely blush, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light, fixed intently on Kyle, as if everything around her had blurred, leaving only that silver-haired figure. However, Kyle, locked on by this fiery gaze, felt entirely different. "It's over." Kyle's face, hidden beneath a thick layer of foundation, instantly fell, and she let out a silent wail in her heart. "I can't go back. Vino must be worried sick." She could almost imagine Vino's anxious expression at home. Even more unsettling was Sophia's reedy gaze, as if locking onto her prey. The expectations and some emotion she was reluctant to delve into in that gaze sent a shiver down her spine. A mix of helplessness, annoyance, and a hint of fear surged in her heart. She hadn't flinched even in the face of the overwhelming insect swarm, but now she felt chilled by a single girl's gaze. Instinctively, she slightly turned her body to avoid that overly fiery gaze, her mind filled with just one thought: this night would likely be more difficult to endure than facing the swarm of insects. As the sky darkened, a wisp of smoke rose by the small river at the edge of the monster forest. Kyle looked at the people gathered around, eating and drinking, and sighed silently. The mushy food that the Cray team had prepared from their rations failed to ignite her appetite. After getting used to the delicious meals meticulously cooked by Xena, this blob of substance left her at a loss. Sophia, however, was extremely hungry and soon finished her share completely. Kyle stared at her portion of paste, but ultimately did not touch it. She would rather go hungry than settle. "Mr. Night Owl, why aren't you eating?" Sophia noticed the untouched food in front of Kyle and asked with concern. "I'm not hungry," Kyle replied flatly, brushing it off. She would rather starve than eat this. She resolved in her heart that when the night was deep and quiet, she would sneak out to hunt for some wild game. Capturing a few tasty monsters in the monster forest would be a piece of cake. After everyone had their fill, the Cray team began to set up tents. Looking at the few small tents available, Cray rubbed his hands and with an apologetic tone started to distribute. "There are limited tents, so we'll have to squeeze together. They'll share with Rant." He pointed at the young archer, who immediately made a distressed face. "Amy and Lena will share one tent." The two female team members nodded. This arrangement seemed reasonable. However, the ominous feeling in Kyle's heart surged to its peak. Sure enough, Cray turned to her, and Sophia, the regret on his face deepening, his gaze even slightly evasive, as he could not bear to meet Kyle's eyes then. "It seems we can only trouble Mr. Night Owl and Miss Sophia to share a tent." As soon as he finished speaking, Sophia immediately chimed in, her tone carrying just the right amount of helplessness and a hint of barely concealed excitement. "Oh dear, there's nothing we can do, Mr. Night Owl. It seems we will have to make do tonight." While she spoke, she casually glanced at Rant, her eyes flashing a quick warning. Rant, who had just opened his mouth to say something, was instantly silenced by that glare, as if his throat had been grasped and all words were choked back. He could only lower his head in frustration, his toes grinding the grass beneath him. Huh. A wry smile crept onto Kyle's lips, and she could see it clearly. Cray's drifting gaze and Sophia's overly reasonable response. It was evident that this was a sunshine strategy planned meticulously by Sophia. Perhaps during dinner just now this princess had already casually expressed her willingness to look out for the reliable Mr. Night Owl to Captain Cray. Sophia slightly lowered her head, her cheeks glowing charmingly in the firelight. Finally, she could be alone with Mr. Night Owl. Even if it was in a tent, the immense happiness washed over her heart like a warm current, making her almost unable to suppress a laugh, and she had to desperately maintain her outward calm. For this moment, she even hastily finished that unpalatable mush. Everything was worth it. What could Kyle say? Refusal would only seem deliberate, and besides, she would sneak out to find food later anyway, so compliance it was. She nodded expressionlessly, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. This reluctant appearance fell in Rant's eyes, making him feel disdain and bitterness. Getting the good deal while pretending to be aloof, what a show of false high-mindedness. How shameless. Of course he dared not utter a word of it. The tent distribution was completed, and as night deepened, the group, having just escaped and rested, was not yet sleepy, so they gathered around the campfire. Cray cleared his throat, attempting to liven the atmosphere. "Ahem, the long night is upon us. How about we tell some stories?" "No thanks, boss." Lena was the first to protest, rolling her eyes. "You've told that same story about how you took down the two-headed ogre and fought your way out of a goblin horde so many times that my ears are about to sprout calluses." The other team members also showed expressions of "please spare us." Cray's old face turned even redder in the firelight. He straightened his neck, lowered his voice, and spoke in a deliberately mysterious tone. "Today is different. I'm not talking about those fighting and killing stories. Let's tell a tale that's been passed down for a long time in our monster forest, a true story." He deliberately paused, his murky eyes scanning the crowd to ensure he had everyone's attention, then spoke in a voice filled with a chilling aura, almost a whisper. "Legend has it, deep within this ancient forest resides a strikingly beautiful woman." His voice dropped even lower, as if afraid of disturbing something. "She only appears at night, wearing a dress as white as moonlight, so beautiful it takes one's breath away." Amy instinctively hugged her arms and inched closer to Lena. Even the usually carefree Lena stifled her smile. Cray licked his dry lips and continued in that eerie tone, "But do not be deceived by her beauty. She specifically preys on young and handsome men who spend the night in the forest." His gaze seemed to casually sweep past Rant and Kyle. "Some say they have heard her singing at night, and that song can steal a person's soul. Those who are targeted by her will follow her in a daze, walking into the darkest parts of the forest. And then," Cray took a sharp breath, his voice trembling slightly, "they never return. The next day, not even a body is found. Only the place where they slept will leave behind a faint, cool fragrance like moonlight flowers." A sudden cold wind blew just then, causing the campfire to flicker wildly, and the shadows danced as if something was indeed lurking in the surrounding darkness. Amy let out a small scream, clutching Lena's arm tightly. The others held their breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. Kyle quietly listened, her brow slightly furrowed. Cray's description reminded her of a certain creature. She silently communicated with the system in her mind. "It sounds like the behavior of a succubus. However, succubi usually prefer to drain energy rather than make their victims completely disappear." Analysis correct, host. The system's mechanical voice responded in her consciousness. "Succubi are a subtype of demon, and their core behavior is to siphon the life essence of young male beings to strengthen themselves." Demons. Kyle's heart stirred, a thought flashing through her mind. Do succubi have a demon heart within them? If so, she could get one for Vino. She thought to herself. "Host, your thinking is overly optimistic." The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of exasperation in its electronic tone. "Only the rare egg demon is set to definitely drop a demon heart. Other demons, even high-level ones, have only a low probability of producing one. As for succubi," the system paused for a moment, as if retrieving data from the database. "They are at the lower end of the demon hierarchy and are themselves the targets of high-level demons. Although they are more numerous than other demons, their very existence is highly adept at concealment, making encounters extremely rare." It continued to emphasize, however, "It should be noted that the demon heart you possess is a treasure that would drive succubi and other low-level demons insane." Targeted. Kyle murmured, "Generally, succubi in games do not exceed level 15, and they usually drain energy from ordinary men. If she were to encounter one, she could easily deal with it." Clear watched as the others were frightened by his story, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Noticing Claire's mischievous smile, Lant immediately protested. You can't be deliberately making up a story to scare us, can you? Hey, don't talk nonsense. I have evidence. Haven't you noticed that several young adventurers in our guild have gone missing inexplicably? That's why I say, unless absolutely necessary, we should never camp outside. Lance scoffed, mercilessly exposing. I've asked the registration desk. All those who registered to go out returned on time. You're just making things up to scare us. As soon as Lance said this, Lena and Amy, who were still somewhat anxious, breathed a sigh of relief, and then realized, casting disapproving and reproachful glances at Clear. Lena shot Clear an annoyed glare. Exactly. Amy, let's go, time for bed. Listening to the captain's nonsense is just a waste of feelings. Amy nodded repeatedly, pulling Lena to get up and head towards their tent. Boss, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I've had enough. Lant also angrily threw down a remark and immediately slipped into the tent designated by Clear. In an instant, only Clear remained by the campfire. He opened his mouth wanting to argue, but could only watch the backs of his teammates, finally dejectedly slumping his shoulders, letting out a heavy sigh into the flickering flames, his face filled with frustration. At that moment, a figure silently came to sit beside him. It was Kyle. Captain Clear. Kyle's voice was calm and emotionless. About what you mentioned earlier regarding the member of the Pillar Adventure team who didn't return all night and came back the next afternoon looking satisfied. What exactly happened? Clear was somewhat surprised to look up, not expecting this mysterious night owl to inquire about this. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed after being exposed, mixed with a seriousness in recounting the real experience. This is true. It was about a month ago. The archer named Little Knife from the Pillars team. They were delayed in their task on the outskirts of the forest and had to camp outside. The next morning during assembly, Little Knife was missing. The Pillar team was frantic, searching for him for most of the day until they found him by a small lake quite far from the camp at noon. At that time, he looked as if he had lost his soul, still drooling. When he finally came to, he said it seemed he had a dream of a beautiful woman, and when he woke up, he was right there. And after that, that kid had been like he was drained by a wife. He couldn't muster any energy for days. I just said, that's enough, that's enough. Thank you, Captain Clear. Kyle calmly interrupted him, stood up, and walked straight toward the tent. Clear was taken aback, mouth agape. The brilliant follow-up remark his wife even disdained him stuck in his throat. He watched Kyle's swift departure, helplessly clicking his tongue. This young man didn't even listen to the most exciting part. Inside the tent, Sophia, who had been waiting somewhat bored, was gently bouncing her toes. The moment Kyle lifted the curtain and entered, her heart skipped a beat. Kyle didn't even glance, directly going to the left side, where Sophia had left space, lying down neatly with his hands crossed over his abdomen, ready to fall asleep at once. Edge. Sophia's voice carried a hint of subtle urgency and disappointment. Mr. Night Owl, are you going to sleep already? Kyle replied shortly with his eyes closed. Of course, he wasn't sleeping. His mind was rapidly communicating with the system, analyzing Claire's words. She was now almost certain that the demon forest really concealed a succubus. If it existed, then it must be hunted. Kyle's heart was cold. A succubus is also a demon, and its death could provide him with strength. This risk was worth taking. At that moment, Sophia, cautiously, like a tentative little cat, gently shifted her body closer to Kyle. The space inside the tent was already narrow, and the distance between the two instantly shrank. Mr. Night Owl. Her voice was very soft with a hint of a whiny tone, particularly clear in the silent tent. Could you wait a little longer before sleeping? I want to talk to you. In the darkness, her emerald-like eyes sparkled as they gazed at Kyle's blurred silhouette. Kyle helplessly opened his eyes, turned his head, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. We talked during the day in the forest, didn't we? It's just that I want to discuss topics that are only meant to be talked about at night. As a lone man and woman with the night deepening, Sophia's phrase topics meant for the night set off alarm bells in Kyle's mind, instantly associating it with certain unspoken directions, causing his cheeks to tense slightly in the dark. No way. In the end, it was Kyle who became lewd. Sophia wasn't thinking along those lines at all. She seemed to have opened a long-stored box of emotions, her voice carrying a self-reflective frustration. Mr. Night Owl, do you think I'm very useless? What makes you say that? Kyle relaxed slightly following her words. It's just the literal meaning. Sophia's voice lowered. Actually, I feel a bit petty. Oh. Kyle's voice revealed no emotion. Do you remember that Miss Kyle with the level 10 talent? Yes, I remember. Her voice remained steady. My father wanted me to become the saintess of the temple since I was little. Sophia's voice was filled with confusion and disappointment. But compared to her, I am so far behind. A few days ago, she was still training consistently. I just realized that I couldn't even match her in effort. That's why I really disliked her. I hated her so much. It was as if she was venting a deep-seated guilt. Actually, she did nothing wrong. She even took the initiative to talk to me, but I just can't help but dislike her. Am I very bad? She sniffed, her voice carrying a deep fear for the future. I want so badly to become the saintess. If I fail this selection, I would have to wait another 10 years, 10 years. I'm so scared of failing. Scared of disappointing my father. She paused for a moment as if finding a more specific outlet for her emotions, her tone taking on a bit of a wronged accusation. And, in these days aside from meeting you, I've hardly been happy at all. Kyle fell silent for a moment. After several encounters, Sophia seemed to have shed the proud and arrogant shell she had upon their first meeting, revealing a girl who was deeply insecure and fearful. She reached out and gently patted Sophia's shoulder, her gesture imbued with an almost awkward sense of comfort. A level 9 light affinity talent is useless. Kyle's voice was low and steady like a stream quietly flowing through the forest. Then wouldn't 99% of the people in this world be considered useless? Miss Sophia, you should never underestimate yourself. If you cannot compare to that girl named Kyle, she slightly tilted her head, her gaze drifting towards the deep forest, then it doesn't matter. Failure is something that permeates throughout life. You have never truly experienced setbacks since birth, so even a minor disappointment feels exceptionally heavy. What gives you a moment of ease is not me. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Perhaps it is just that your attention has been diverted while being with me. Those burdens weighing on your heart have temporarily been forgotten. You are far from the royal capital, away from the wings of your parents, and have come to this unfamiliar place feeling lonely and lost. That is the root of your unhappiness. Sophia stared blankly at Kyle, her emerald eyes swirling with complex emotions, as if she had come to a realization. Is it really like this? Kyle's gaze turned towards the distant swaying shadows of the trees, her voice calming, carrying a hint of an imperceptible distance. I once knew someone, she slowly began, deliberately obscuring the subject, who was born without knowing who their parents were, like a rootless floating weed struggling for survival in the mud. Hunger, cold, and the bullying of others were the colors of his childhood. Later he was fortunate enough to meet a master who took him in. That master treated him very well, taught him to read, taught him principles, and gave him a roof he could call home. That brief period of time was perhaps the only light in his life. Kyle's voice was calm, as if recounting a story unrelated to herself, but Sophia keenly sensed the cold pain buried beneath that calm. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Kyle's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the hilt of the dagger at her waist, the leather making a faint sound of friction. His master died before he reached adulthood, before his wings had fully grown, and even before he could repay that kindness. He died. Sophia gasped, unable to imagine the despair that must have brought. As the imperial jewel raised amidst countless affections, she touched the cruel edges of fate for the first time, so directly. She looked at Kyle, who had silver eyelashes drooping, hiding the emotions that might have leaked from her eyes. What happened next? Kyle fell silent for a few seconds. Later, she slightly tilted her head, seemingly wanting to end this topic. He could only rely on himself, struggling to survive. Her words abruptly halted as she realized she had revealed too much. The story of this, he ultimately clashed with the background that the identity of Night Owl should possess. So, Miss Sophia, she turned back to the princess, her voice returning to its usual calmness. Your current sense of loss and sadness may be seen as a luxurious happiness in the eyes of someone who has truly been tempered by despair. After finishing, Kyle spread that usual smile again, as light as the breeze drifting through the forest. After hearing all this, do you still feel useless? Sophia broke into a smile, her eyes curving, sparkling like fragmented stars in the dim night. No, Mr. Night Owl, her voice became lively. You speak so wisely. Then let's go to bed early. We need to get up early for hunting tomorrow morning. Sophia obediently responded, wrapping herself tightly in the soft blanket, her breathing quickly becoming even and long. The night was deep and the forest was serene. Confirming that Sophia had sunk into a dream, Kyle's figure blended into the shadows of the night, quietly leaving the camp. With a few leaps, she landed on a gnarled branch of an ancient towering tree several hundred meters away from the camp. The thick branch bore her weight, and the lush canopy completely concealed her. From here, looking down, the monster forest unfolded beneath the silvery moonlight, a deep sea of dark green, with only a faint orange glow remaining from the campfire in the distance. Host, the system's voice tinged with a metallic mockery echoed in her mind. You excel at comforting little girls. With just a few words you have the girl completely persuaded. Kyle, now dressed in her night gear, sharply scanned the dark forest below, her voice as cold as ice. Shut up. Tisk, the system seemed not to have heard the warning, continuing to speak on its own. That he you mentioned earlier, is it? If you guessed the answer, then keep your mouth shut. Kyle interrupted without hesitation. Now I must find a way to lure that succubus out. She ignored the system and took a deep breath of the cool air in the forest, slowly closing her eyes. Her spirit sank into her body, deliberately, trying to sense the dark core of the demon buried deep within her chest. Thud! A deep and powerful heartbeat resonated like an echo from the abyss, suddenly reverberating within her. It was not a physical heartbeat, but a pulse of pure energy. This invisible wave emanated from her center like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, silently, yet violently spreading outward in ripples. How far can this wave travel? Kyle calmly asked in her consciousness. Enough to cover the entire monster forest. The system's response was precise and swift. Moreover, the special frequency you are deliberately emitting can only be clearly perceived by those with demon bloodlines. With confirmation, Kyle no longer hesitated. Her thoughts focused. The dark core within her chest began to pulse steadily, like the beating of a war drum, continuously and forcefully. Buzz! 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 The invisible ripples continuously spread out, stirring the energy tides that ordinary people could not perceive in the silent night. Time flowed in the soundless throbbing. The silver moon hung high, its cold light spilling over the forest sea. Finally, from the thick shadows below Kyle came faint, chilling, rustling sounds. It sounded like countless tiny claws crawling on dry leaves, or something soft and slippery moving quietly against the tree trunk. The sound grew closer and clearer, more intense and dense, gradually merging into a disturbing undercurrent. It's here. Above the treetops, Kyle suddenly opened her eyes. Her ice blue gaze lit up in the darkness, sharp as a drawn blade, precisely locking onto the source of the shadowy movement below. The moment Kyle locked onto his target, boom, 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 the demonic heart within his chest suddenly thudded like a war drum. Faced with the succubus, Kyle showed no signs of hesitation. The overload mode activated instantly, and scorching energy surged throughout his body. The dagger held in a reverse grip gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Her figure, tightly wrapped in night gear, seemed to merge with the darkness. Under the frenzied enhancement of overload mode, her agility skyrocketed to a shocking value nearing 200. This was the speed of a top-tier warrior above level 15. Just as she was about to transform into a tearing shadow of the night and pounce. Ugh! An invisible, yet piercing force suddenly stabbed into her mind like a cold steel needle. Before her eyes, illusions surged, opulent palaces, sweet fragrances, soft bodies entwining around her, and seductive whispers that reached deep into her hidden desires. The mental seduction of the succubus. However, this overwhelming tide of desire only stirred a slight ripple in Kyle's consciousness. Buzz. Deep within his chest, the higher-grade demonic heart emitted a low and majestic pulse. A cold will born of bloodline suddenly awakened. It was like an invisible maw greedily and efficiently devouring, crushing, and transforming the invading mental energy into pure energy. The chaotic illusions burst like popped bubbles, and Kyle's consciousness regained its icy clarity. Charm attack. Heh! Kyle's lips curled into a chill, mocking smile. She instantly changed her strategy. Her figure, once tense like a leopard, suddenly relaxed. The sharp glint in her eyes faded, replaced by a deliberately crafted daze and confusion. She slightly shook her head as if still resisting the dizziness. The hand holding the dagger quietly dropped, her footsteps becoming unsteady as if pulled by invisible threads. She blankly walked towards the source of the mental attack, into the shadow's deepest depths. Parting a few clusters of drooping ferns, the moonlight reluctantly cast a silver glow. Kyle's gaze penetrated the shadows of the forest, locking onto the alluring figure leaning against the ancient tree. The moonlight outlined a breathtaking curve, dark purple hair cascading down, with vertically slit eyes sparkling with alluring pink light, a tail adorned with heart-shaped bone spurs swaying dangerously. Bat wings folded, glimmering with cold light. She stood barefoot on the ground, her red lips curling into a cruel and determined seductive smile as she watched the bewitched Kyle step closer. Inside, the succubus was actually boiling with ecstasy. She had just sensed that soul-shaking wave deep in her lair, the demonic heart. The aura of an upper-tier demon suddenly descended upon this forest, nearly sending her into a panic, wanting to flee 1,000 miles away. But this terrifying aura remained stagnant, not moving an inch. Under immense fear, a thread of uncontrollable greed and luck took root. She suppressed her instinctive dread and cautiously crept closer. The result was almost unbelievable. Its source turned out to be a human with a demonic heart pulsing within, yet whose energy response was not particularly overwhelming. How could a human possibly possess a demonic heart? She was filled with doubt, nearly convinced that her perception was mistaken. Yet at this moment, the alluring and deadly wave was clearly emanating from this silver-haired human, and he had so easily fallen into her seductive trap. A heaven-sent opportunity. Ecstasy nearly overwhelmed her reason. As long as she devoured this demonic heart, no, even if she merely fused a part of it, she would gain unimaginable evolution. Her heart raced with excitement, yet her face maintained the enchanting demeanor, red lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Her voice laced with hooks. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you, lost one. Her words abruptly halted. In the previous moment, the prey, whose gaze was dazed and steps unsteady, without warning transformed into the most deadly hunter. That silver-haired figure exploded forth like a spring compressed to its limit. The air was ripped apart with a piercing shriek. A silver cold light instantly crossed the last few steps between them, aiming directly at her vertically slit eyes that sparkled with pink light. Quick. Too quick. So fast that thought couldn't keep up. The seductive smile on the succubus face was instantly replaced by sheer terror. She almost relied on her instinctive response to danger as a succubus, her body twisting at an extreme angle to lean back forcefully. Zzz. The cold blade, accompanied by a nauseating slicing sound, grazed her cheek. Excruciating pain followed. Blood splattered like ink under the moonlight. A complete right arm covered in fine scales belonging to the succubus was cleanly severed at the shoulder by that silver light spinning into the air. What a pity I didn't hit your head, the next strike won't miss. Ugh. The severed arm brought a pain sharp enough to tear the soul. The succubus' exquisitely beautiful face twisted in an instant, extreme fear, sending her soul into chaos. Hunter. Prey. The roles were completely reversed in an instant. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. She didn't even have time to think. Her remaining left hand swung out violently, a pink, intensely mental impacting magical barrier forming in haste, while her bat wings flapped frantically, her body retreating recklessly. However, Kyle's figure was like a disease that clung to her bones. That silver light ignored the hastily formed barrier, tearing through it like a hot knife, through butter, maintaining its speed, without the slightest delay, carrying the intent to freeze her soul, aiming straight for her horrified head. Buzz. The mithril-forged dagger accurately struck her blocking left arm at the moment of contact. Oh! The succubus let out a heart-wrenching scream that distorted her voice. The natural restraining power of mithril against dark creatures erupted the contact point, feeling as if a red-hot iron was pressed down upon it. Scales instantly charred and curled, flesh sizzling with a zzz sound. Excruciating pain, mixed with the corrosive sensation of holy energy, made her entire soul convulse. Stop! Stop! The succubus screeched, her voice twisted by pain and fear. I surrender. Don't kill me. They'll do anything. Her remaining bat wings flapped desperately, trying to create distance, her eyes filled with desperate pleading. Kyle's movements showed no signs of slowing, the cold dagger hovering just an inch from the succubus' forehead, the sharp chill nearly piercing her skin. Surrender. Kyle's voice was flat and devoid of emotion. If I truly fell under your charm and fell into your hands, would you let me go just because I surrendered? Her ice blue eyes pierced through to the succubus' twisted face from pain. The demonic heart beating within me is an irresistible temptation for you. You must kill me to obtain it. The succubus' vertically slit pupils contracted into thin lines due to extreme fear. So, you went to such great lengths to set a trap to lure me out, just to kill me? No. Kyle's voice remained as calm as ever. A flicker of incredulous hope crossed the succubus' eyes, then why? I didn't go to much trouble. As her last question fell from her lips. Swish. The hovering dagger transformed into a silver line tearing through the moonlight. The last thing the succubus saw in her eyes was that cold, merciless glint. Her aberrant head flew high up, dark purple blood tracing a tragic arc under the moonlight. The headless body convulsed, collapsing limply to the ground. After killing the succubus, Kyle did not pause for a moment. With a thought, the overload mode was instantly deactivated. The raging power that burned through his veins receded like a tidal wave, and a familiar sense of weakness surged back, though it was far less overwhelming than last time. She stood in place, her breathing only slightly hurried, her figure still as upright as a pine tree. After the enhancement of my constitution, the side effects have indeed diminished. Kyle calmly assessed his condition, his gaze sweeping over the body of the succubus on the ground, which still emitted a faint aura of darkness, his heart undisturbed. Pity. Such emotions would not arise in a foe who sought her life and coveted her heart. The fate of this succubus was purely a consequence driven by greed. If she had chosen not to approach, she could have remained safe. TSK tisk, host, the system's mocking voice chimed in at the right moment. You really don't understand the value of cherishing beauty, do you? Such a captivating succubus, just like that, killed, not captured to serve as a warm bed slave. What a pity. She wanted my life to carve out my heart. Kyle's voice was as flat as stating an established fact, showing no hint of emotional fluctuation. Should I keep her waiting for her to stab me in the back? The system laughed somewhat mischievously. I begin to doubt, host, were you really a man in your last life? To face such a level of temptation and remain as resolute as iron to kill without hesitation. Kyle could not be bothered to respond to this trivial jest. Man. Woman. In her past life of carrying out missions, a target was simply a target with only the distinction of elimination or not. Gender and appearance had never been factors for consideration. Enough chatter. She interrupted the system's incessant rambling, her gaze returning to the succubus corpse. What can I gain by absorbing her? This succubus is not high in level, only level 12. The system became more serious, but the demon bloodline is a great boon for your demonic heart, providing a considerable amount of pure energy, enough to enhance you significantly. Level 12. Kyle nodded thoughtfully. She had formed a rough estimate of her own power. Considering her current attributes, equipment, and combat experience, if she employed ambush and strategy, she might stand a chance against an enemy around level 15. Of course, the premise was that the opponent underestimated her, just like this succubus. Without further hesitation, Kyle crouched down, extending her gloved hand to press against the succubus' still warm but rapidly cooling body. Buzz. The moment her fingertips touched the corpse, the demonic heart within her chest erupted with an intense beat, as if it had caught the scent of blood. An irresistible greedy suction erupted from Kyle's palm. Hiss. Visibly rich, ink-like energy mixed with wisps of the succubus' unique pinkish-purple spiritual residue. It madly siphoned from the succubus' corpse, surging up her arm and rushing into her body. The demonic heart acted like an endless black hole, efficiently and greedily devouring this source of similar but weaker power. With each powerful beat, Kyle's own aura surged higher. Congratulations, host, level up successful. System prompt level increased to LV8. Current status updated. Name Kyle Supreme. Age 16 years. Level LV8. Magic power 16002. 400. Strength 70100. Average adult male is 10. Agility 120180. Average adult male is 10. Talent skills. Light affinity max. Can control all light type magic without barriers. Charming body. The succubus innate skill upon acquisition will intentionally or unintentionally release an aura that attracts the attention of other opposite or same sex, with greater attraction to the opposite sex. Current usable skills. Basic light magic. Holy light group. Heal. Dazzling light. Intermediate. Holy light magic. Beginner. Charm magic. Beginner. To think I jumped 2 levels. Kyle could hardly hide her surprise, feeling the surging new power within her body. The efficiency of the demonic heart in absorbing similar power exceeded her expectations. A mere level 12 succubus could provide such rich rewards. No wonder in the abyss high-level demons always feast on their lower-level kin. The speed of enhancement is truly astonishing. Good news, host. The system's voice carried a hint of excitement. It seems you not only absorbed the succubus, but also inherited 2 of her powerful innate skills. Hearing this, Kyle immediately focused on her status panel, only to notice the 2 additional descriptions. Where is the good news? Her voice instantly chilled, layered with clear displeasure. Kyle had always pursued a low-profile approach, lurking in the shadows, yet now within her, there was an additional passive skill resembling a human-shaped hormone launcher. System, why didn't you clarify that there would be such a side effect before the absorption? The system let out a sly laugh. Absorbing demon essence inherently carries a probability of randomly acquiring some of its innate traits. This is an uncontrollable variable. Moreover, its tone elongated, carrying a hint of mischief. Just say this wave isn't a great deal, right? Increased strength and agility plus 2 skills for free. Kyle felt a darkness before her eyes, a sense of frustration rising. But in a moment of thought, a spark of inspiration cut through that gloom. Charm magic. Could it truly allow for the control of others? Recently, Kyle had found it somewhat difficult to manage Vino. These 2 side effect skills, perhaps they could indeed come in handy. Host, this line of thought is excellent. The system relishing the drama, using the succubus skills against that Vino. To fight fire with fire. That's an idea. Kyle nodded, thinking it could be worth a try. However, the immediate priority was to fill her stomach. The magic power provided by the succubus could not serve as food. With a thought, Kyle vanished from the spot. The morning sunlight pierced through the mist in the forest, dispelling the lingering dampness of the night before. The Cly team readied themselves once more, their objective clear, to find the glimmering beetle from yesterday and obtain the light-type magic core. Not long after the team set off, as they traversed a low-lying forest tangled with vines, Cly suddenly halted in his tracks, a look of immense surprise erupting on his rugged face. My goodness! His loud voice was filled with incredulous excitement as he pointed ahead. Look, 2 light-type magical creatures. They're trapped in the vines. Before them, between several sturdy ancient trees, resilient dark green vines formed a natural cage, ensnaring 2 fairly large magical creatures in the center. They struggled futilely, becoming more entangled. Cly could hardly believe his good fortune as he broke into a wide grin. We've barely set off. It seems the gods are favoring us today. He rubbed his rough hands together, excitement evident on his face. The task is within reach. What incredible luck! A light prism deer and a luminescent giant rat. It appears they were careless and stumbled right into this vine nest. Cly quickly assessed the situation, calling to his teammates, Amy, Lena, quick. While they're trapped, take them down. Be careful not to damage the magic cores. The archer Amy and the warrior Lena immediately moved forward, their actions swift. The battle was without suspense. The 2 trapped magical creatures were unable to move, serving as easy targets for the team members, and soon they lost their lives under the onslaught. At the back of the team, Kyle lazily yawned, his silver ponytail swaying gently with the motion. He crossed his arms, watching with indifference as Cly and the others excitedly cut open the magical creatures' bodies to extract the two intact magic cores, radiating a soft glow, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Only he knew that this windfall scene was merely a masterpiece from his leisure time last night. He had no desire to waste the entire morning accompanying the team as they aimlessly searched for magical creatures in the woods. So after dealing with the succubus and satisfying his hunger, he helped the team solve the target issue, finding these two light-type magical creatures, cleverly trapping them, with vines fabricating the scene as if they had accidentally stumbled into it. Watching Cly's unabashed joy and his unwavering belief in good fortune, Kyle's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile. Very well, the effect was achieved. In the long history of the magical creature forest, such unfortunate creatures falling into vine traps happened frequently. Even seasoned veterans like Cly could not find any flaws. However, standing beside Kyle, Sophia's gaze shifted thoughtfully from the two already deceased magical creatures cleverly entangled in vines to Kyle, who was lazily yawning beside her. A glimmer of insight flickered in her emerald-like eyes, carrying a barely perceptible curiosity. She slightly tilted her head, her voice lowered to a whisper like a feather brushing past Mr. Night Owl. Did you do this? Kyle's yawning action paused momentarily, his silver eyelashes lazily fluttering as he glanced at Sophia. His voice was muffled as if he had just woken up, and then he carelessly added, who knows? Probably. Yes. Sophia. She looked at Kyle's nonchalant and unbothered demeanor, momentarily unsure how to react. The Cly team swiftly retrieved the magic cores from the light prism deer and the giant rat, then quickly returned to the site of yesterday's battle to collect the magic core from the glimmering beetle they had already slain. As the four magic cores radiating pure gentle light lay heavily in Cly's rough palm, the experienced adventurer captain could not help but show a hint of dreamy bewilderment on his face. Is this it? He murmured to himself, his rough fingers fiddling with the smooth crystal core. Yesterday afternoon I worked so hard to obtain two, and today I wake up to find them for free. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel that sense of unreality, ultimately attributing it to the favor of the goddess, breaking into a broad grin. Time to call it a day. Back to the city. The team quickly set off on their way back to Seacrum City, even managing to catch breakfast that day at the Adventurers Guild. At the entrance of the guild, Sophia called out to Kyle, who was preparing to leave. Her fair hand opened, revealing 10 pure translucent experience stones radiating a strong magical energy, seemingly of even better quality than the last time. Mr. Night Owl, this is your reward for this time, and the other 5 are for what you said last night. Sophia's voice was cheerful, but a hint of reluctance lingered deep in her eyes. Kyle's icy blue eyes swept over the 10 gems, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing across his face. Sophia had given him a few extra, and he unceremoniously reached out to take them, his movements smooth and natural. Thank you, Miss Sophia. Watching Kyle put away the gems, Sophia's fingers unconsciously twisted her skirt, her voice tinged with a hint of cautious anticipation. Will we meet again? Just as Kyle was about to turn away, she slightly tilted her head. We will. I promise I will be there on the day of the temple selection. After saying that, she no longer lingered, turning sharply to blend into the flow of people on the street. Deep in a quiet alley, confirming no one was around, Kyle quickly slipped into an inconspicuous abandoned warehouse. Moments later, the warehouse door creaked open, and the figure that stepped out was no longer the silver-haired, cold-faced Night Owl. The youthful demeanor belonging to Kyle Seacrum reemerged. However, there still lingered a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in her brow, along with a sense of urgency to return. She needed to get back quickly. Kyle calculated in her mind, quickening her pace a bit more. Having been out all night, Vino was probably worried sick. Pushing open the door to her home, the palace was eerily silent, too quiet to be normal. Kyle felt a slight weight in her heart as she walked straight to her bedroom. Opening the door, Vino sat motionless on the edge of the bed, dressed only in a thin nightgown, barefoot on the floor, staring blankly out the window. Her once glorious blue hair was now dull and disheveled, covering half her face. Hearing the noise, she abruptly looked up. She saw those bloodshot eyes and the sunken eye sockets. Kyle understood. Vino had actually been awake all night. Kyle's heart suddenly tightened. An intense, an almost absurd sense of guilt instantly engulfed her. Much like a husband who had stayed out all night, faced with his wife, waiting in silence, unable to escape. Her throat felt dry, her voice hoarse. I'm sorry, Vino, I came back late. Where have you been? Upon seeing Kyle, all the fear and grievances that Vino had accumulated throughout the night burst forth like a flood, her voice cracking with tears as she exclaimed, Do you have any idea how worried I was about you last night? I was so scared. Before she could finish, she suddenly sprang up from the edge of the bed like a startled fawn, stumbling as she rushed towards him. She was half a head taller than Kyle, yet at this moment she disregarded everything, opening her arms wide and enveloping Kyle in a fierce embrace, bringing with her the icy breath of the night dew. The force of her embrace made Kyle nearly stagger. The faint scent of grass and wood belonging to Vino instantly enveloped him. The slender body of the girl trembled violently in his arms, and her scalding tears quickly soaked his shoulder. The arms that held her tightly carried a sense of desperation, as if a drowning person were clinging to a piece of driftwood. Kyle stood frozen in place. That heart honed by countless missions to be as hard as iron suddenly felt a flicker of, loosening in the midst of such an unreserved, fervent embrace and weeping. A long-lost feeling of being cared for like a faint electric current penetrated through layers of defenses. Because she could sense genuine concern from Vino. The last time someone made her feel this way was her master. Vino's warm tears seemed to carry a burning temperature that caused a dull ache deep within her heart. In the years following her master's death, she had long since grown accustomed to bearing everything alone, used to not being expected or worried about by anyone. But at this moment, Vino's fear and reliance were so real, so intense that she could not ignore them. Kyle did not move, allowing Vino to hold her tightly, feeling the tremors of her body and the force that seemed almost capable of crushing her. Time flowed amidst the suppressed sobs and tight embrace. After a long while, Kyle gently patted Vino's back, the gesture carrying a barely perceptible awkwardness in its comfort. "Dear Vino," her voice was very gentle, "are you feeling better now?" Vino's body stiffened slightly, then, as if she had finally exhausted all her strength, her taut shoulders slowly relaxed. She moved her head, buried in Kyle's neck slightly, emitting a muffled sound thick with emotion. Kyle could clearly sense the deep-rooted fear within her, the fear of losing. This feeling was so familiar, like icy tides that instantly pulled her back to that rainy night when her master passed away, kneeling in despair at the muddy grave until dawn. Kyle gently pushed Vino back a bit, allowing her to stand up straight, but still supporting her by the arm, calmly recounting the events of the previous night. "This was a temporary situation, and I didn't have time to tell you. I'm sorry for worrying you." Vino raised her head, her mismatched red and blue eyes still glistening with tears, staring intently at Kyle. She desperately wanted to believe every word Kyle said. However, the vague description of being in the same room as Sophia pierced her most sensitive and fragile nerves like a poisoned thorn. The countless dark speculations that had festered during the long wait of the previous night surged once more. Only I could have little Kyle. This thought twisted like the most stubborn vine, wildly entangling and tightening in her heart. Her gaze, her smile, her embrace could only belong to me. Vino lowered her eyelids, the long blue lashes hiding the surging possessiveness and a hint of chilling gloom beneath. Warning: Vino's seal is fluctuating violently. Emotional energy has exceeded the critical point. Host, quickly find a way to suppress it. Kyle's heart jolted. Though she was extremely reluctant to use such means, she had no choice at this moment. She immediately summoned the power she had gained after absorbing the succubus last night. Charm spell. An invisible wave of calming and seductive spiritual energy instantly spread from her like a gentle net, quietly enveloping Vino, whose emotions were on the verge of losing control. Vino, Kyle's voice intentionally softened, carrying a peculiar rhythm that could smooth out the creases of the soul. "Look at me, relax. Don't get agitated, just breathe." Vino's tense body trembled suddenly, as if washed by an invisible warm current. The turbulent shadows of rage in her eyes dissipated and calmed at a visibly rapid speed, as if illuminated by sunlight. Effective. Host. The charm spell has taken effect. Emotional energy is receding. The system joyfully reported. Vino indeed appeared to have calmed down. She lifted her head, her mismatched red and blue eyes refocusing on Kyle's face, but deep within that gaze something more complex and profound seemed to have settled. A scent indescribable, yet uniquely characteristic of Kyle wafted into Vino's nostrils. Looking at Kyle, who was so close and exquisitely doll-like, Vino instinctively swallowed. A strong, almost instinctual impulse surged wildly in her heart. Kyle seemed like the most exquisite dessert cake, exuding an enticing aroma. Perfect and flawless, radiating a deadly allure. I want to devour her piece by piece. This thought, filled with a chilling sweetness and sense of satisfaction, instantly filled the heart of Vino, which had just been calmed. The invisible ripples of the charm spell spread out. Vino clearly sensed the force attempting to soothe and entice her, brushing lightly against her taut nerves. However, for her at this moment, this was not soothing at all. It was in fact the deadliest catalyst. Vino used all her strength, her nails digging deeply into her palms, relying on that sharp pain to barely maintain the last thread of precarious clarity. The Vino before her seemed to have finally calmed down, at least on the surface. Kyle breathed a secret sigh of relief, her taut nerves slightly relaxing. Yet deep in her mind, the dangerous alert from the system, signaling the loosening of the seal, still rang out, preventing her from feeling truly at ease. Vino slowly raised her head, her mismatched red and blue eyes gazing deeply at Kyle, that look containing some indescribable undercurrent. Her voice was hoarse from the immense emotional upheaval, but extraordinarily calm. "Little Kyle, am not sad anymore. She paused for a moment as if gathering strength before clearly stating, but you have to promise me one request. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained a gentle demeanor. What request? Tonight, Vino's gaze locked firmly on Kyle, each word deliberate. I want to see Wendy one more time. Her voice carried an undeniable firmness, even revealing a hint of urgent desire. And I really want to try. Test my current strength. This kind of request. Kyle's mind raced. See Wendy. Test strength. This seemingly reasonable request hid Vino's emotions, which had just been forcibly suppressed and were almost out of control. Were they really stable now? The system's alarms still echoed in her ears. But at this moment, refusing would clearly provoke her again. In the blink of an eye, Kyle made her decision. She broke into a flawless, comforting smile, gently stroking Vino's somewhat disheveled blue hair, her voice light, as if agreeing to the most ordinary request. Of course, that's fine. She spoke casually with a hint of indulgence. Whatever my Vino wants to do, I'll accompany you. No matter how many times you want to go, I'll be there with you. After Kyle agreed to Vino's request, Vino merely curled the corners of her lips, her heterochromatic eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth of emotion. Then we'll wait until tonight. She spoke softly, turning to leave the room, leaving behind an exterior that seemed calm, yet concealed turbulent undercurrents. As the door gently closed, Kyle finally relaxed her taut nerves, silently exhaling a long breath. A thin layer of sweat even formed on her back. She never expected that a mere brief outing with no fixed return would provoke such a violent and nearly uncontrollable reaction from Vino. Ultimately, it was her own oversight for not clearly communicating the time. However, this incident also made her realize an unavoidable truth: Vino's reliance on her had grown so profound that it was becoming hard for her to manage. If she hadn't timely employed the newly mastered charm technique to forcibly calm Vino's emotions, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The overwhelming possessiveness in Vino's eyes, which seemed ready to consume everything, left Kyle feeling a sense of lingering dread as she reflected. It seems I truly need to study and master this charm technique well. Kyle rubbed her brow, pondering privately. The ability she had gained from the succubus, though troublesome in its side effects, was utterly negligible as long as she could control Vino. Mental exhaustion surged like a tide. After a fierce battle with the succubus in the monster forest last night, she had hardly slept. Thinking of having to accompany Vino to the Tyrius tavern later, she decided to take a good rest for a while to replenish her energy. She threw herself onto the soft bed, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, her heavy eyelids immediately closed. This skill to fall asleep quickly is actually somewhat useful. Night fell, and the lights began to shine. Kyle and Vino donned their magical masks to conceal their identities, once more blending into the unique atmosphere interwoven with clamor and desire at the Tyrius tavern. Navigating through the familiar corridor filled with the scents of alcohol and sweat, they skillfully arrived at Wendy's dedicated room. A knock on the door was immediately met with the sound of brisk footsteps from within. The door swung open abruptly, revealing Wendy's energetic little face. Her signature fiery red hair resembled a small sun ablaze, and her eyes sparkled when she saw the two at the door. Kyle, Vino, she exclaimed excitedly, her voice bright and clear. What wine brought you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come for a while last time you left? With her hands on her hips, her small face was filled with curiosity and unabashed joy. Kyle's voice came through the mask, tinged with a hint of helpless laughter. It was Vino's request. Vino's request. Wendy blinked her big eyes, curiously looking at the silent Vino beside her. Vino stepped forward. Yes, I am here to test my strength. She clenched her fists slightly, speaking with a hint of nervousness. I haven't had a proper match with anyone in a long time, and I feel I need a real battle to verify my abilities. Looking for someone to spar with. Testing your strengths. Wendy was taken aback for a moment, then her face broke into a huge grin, bouncing on the spot like a firecracker. Wow, you came at just the right time. Tonight is a big night. She puffed out her little chest, proudly pointing her thumb at herself. And I have won every match these past few days. I am the undisputed champion. Champion? Kyle caught the key term and asked. Yes, champion. Wendy nodded vigorously, her red hair bouncing with the motion. Tonight, Her Highness the Queen will be attending to watch. So we are holding a special last one standing arena challenge. Wendy's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with fervor for battle, and she turned her gaze eagerly towards Vino. Kyle said before that your strength is only above hers. I really want to have a good fight with you. Then you'd better find a way to stay alive. Kyle's lips curled slightly beneath the mask. Even the peak state of Paladin Wendy in the later stages of the game couldn't last 10 minutes against an unsealed Vino. Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. The Queen. This title instantly captured Kyle's attention. In the game's background lore, there were indeed legends of a mysterious queen circulating in the underground arena of Seacrum City. It was said that only the core members of the Sears family were qualified to be stationed in important strongholds like Tyrius Tavern. This queen was elusive, her whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Those who had seen her only remembered a cold mask, the true face beneath it never revealed. Some bizarre rumors even suggested that beneath the mask could be an ugly old woman, which was why she needed to keep concealed. Kyle's curiosity was piqued as she truly wanted to see what this legendary queen looked like. Oh dear, time is running out. Wendy glanced at the magical clock on the wall, exclaiming, "We need to hurry." Kyle and Vino had already changed into their night gear before heading out, and Vino was wearing the combat training outfit that Xena had given her. Kyle expertly helped Vino complete her registration for the competition, and the three of them quickly made their way to the raucous main hall of the arena. As soon as they entered, the deafening roar of the crowd hit them like a physical wave. Due to the Queen's visit tonight, the massive circular stands were packed, and the cheers, shouts, and whistles of the crowd merged into a boiling sea, the air slightly distorting with fervor. In the center of the arena stood a seductive female host dressed in shiny attire, using her powerful voice to stir the atmosphere. When her voice echoed through the amplification magic, it reached a new climax. Now, let us welcome our 56th consecutive victory champion, the undefeated White Rose. 1. DY. The spotlight instantly shone on the entrance of the contestant passage. Wendy took a deep breath, her face breaking into a confident and dazzling smile, like a true warrior striding towards the center of the arena and waving to the ecstatic audience. "Wendy, have you really gotten this strong?" Vino gazed at the small figure under the spotlight, seemingly radiating boundless power, and a flicker of genuine surprise flashed in her heterochromatic eyes beneath the mask. 56 consecutive victories represented absolute strength and glory in itself. "Oomph." Wendy heard Vino's murmur, lifted her chin proudly, and deliberately turned her head to glance provocatively at Kyle. Kyle simply raised her hand calmly, lightly clapping in time with the crowd. "Wendy, you truly are amazing." Her voice came through the mask devoid of much emotion, but the acknowledgement was genuine. Watching Wendy bask in her glory, Kyle felt no ripples in her heart. Everything was as expected. If Wendy, who might become a paladin in the future, couldn't shine and earn respect even in a place like this, then her past gaming titles should have been forgotten. "Thank you, esteemed guests, for your enthusiasm tonight." The central enchanting host's voice soared, pushing the atmosphere to a peak once more. "Now, let us invite the supreme ruler of Tyrus, the esteemed queen herself, to personally announce the rules of tonight's last one standing." The arena fell into sudden silence. All the clamor was abruptly extinguished as if choked by an invisible hand. Even the air seemed to stagnate. A pure white beam of light suddenly illuminated the exclusive observation platform at the highest point. A figure emerged in the light beam. She wore a pure white ceremonial gown tailored sleekly and elegantly, without a single extraneous decoration. It seemed to absorb all surrounding light, mysterious and profound. Her frost-like white hair was neatly styled into a simple bun, revealing a smooth forehead and elegantly curved neck. Her face was covered by a smooth, unadorned white mask with only a hint of perfectly shaped, light-colored lips visible. Without uttering a word, merely standing there, an invisible, suffocating awe and cold aura enveloped the entire boisterous arena. Kyle's gaze was instantly drawn to the figure on the platform. Her brows furrowed slightly beneath the mask. The Queen. An indescribable sense of familiarity surged through Kyle's nerves like an electric current too swift to grasp its source. She was certain she had never seen this queen before, yet that posture and temperament evoked a hazy impression like viewing flowers in a fog. A clear and chilling voice resonated through the magical amplification, echoing over the silent arena without a hint of warmth. "The rules are simple. The champion defends the title while the challengers attack. The victor becomes the new champion and receives 20% of the current accumulated prize pool. The defeated leave the stage while the victor continues to accept challenges from the next challenger until no one dares to challenge or the current champion voluntarily forfeits. The one remaining on the stage will enjoy all the remaining prize money exclusively." Her voice was calm and unyielding, yet carried undeniable strength. "Then let the battle begin." The pure white mask slightly turned towards the center of the arena where Wendy stood. "By the hands of White Rose, Wendy, as the first champion." As her words fell, a massive magical hourglass illuminated at the edge of the arena, and fine sand began to flow. The icy pressure enveloping the arena seemed to dissipate for a moment, and the repressed fervor exploded like a detonated powder keg. The thunderous cheers and shouts once again drowned out the arena. Wendy, filled with fighting spirit, stepped boldly into the center of the arena. Yet Kyle's gaze remained firmly fixed on that pure white figure on the platform. Beneath the cold white mask, those eyes were actually gazing back at her with intensity. In an instant, Kyle's heart plummeted. Beneath the mask's eye holes was white hair, and those violet-like, deep-set eyes. On the platform, Xena's breath suddenly caught behind the mask. White hair, and those blue sapphire-like eyes staring at her through the mask. No way. This absurd and horrifying thought exploded simultaneously in the minds of both mother and daughter. After a brief and intense gaze, Vino was the first to look away as if Kale were merely an inconsequential shadow among the crowd. She moved with an elegant aloofness, turning directly towards the luxurious observation room made of one-way vacuum glass, suspended high above the arena. Seated on the throne in the center, she seemed isolated in another world. Watching his mother intentionally ignore him, Kale's brow furrowed slightly beneath his mask. Still pretending. Those violet eyes, and that iconic moonlight silver hair, so similar to his own. Could there be another person like her in this world? But the doubt passed quickly, and Kale soon felt a sense of absurdity and amusement. No wonder her level had seemed ridiculously high before. It turned out his own mother was an executive at the Trash Tavern. This realization instantly dissolved the distance brought by her queen status, replaced by a subtle teasing lightness. TSK. This soft life is so unexpectedly fitting, yet perfectly in line with expectations. On the throne behind the vacuum glass, Xena appeared to calmly observe the chaotic arena below, yet her heart was far from tranquil. How could little Kale be in a place like this? Wearing that kind of night suit? A strong wave of shock and the ensuing anger surged within her chest. Is that brat from the Black Tower responsible for this? How dare he bring my precious daughter to this mixed underground arena? Her gaze sharpened like a knife, instantly locking onto Kale below, especially the magical mask concealing his face. And looking at Kale's appearance. It seems he is registered as a contestant here. Xena's slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the throne's armrest. The cold metal could not suppress her rising anger. Wait until tonight's match is over. Black Tower, you better watch out. Amidst the deafening roar below, Vino calmly stepped onto the stage. Her training outfit accentuated her upright posture, and the unique red and blue heterochromatic eyes behind the mask locked firmly onto the small figure across from her. White Rose Wendy. Please welcome tonight's first challenger. The host elongated his tone, his gaze sweeping over the swirling water and leaping sparks in Vino's hand codename. Duality. The crowd erupted. Duality. A newcomer. Never heard of it. Challenging White Rose. What a joke. Miss Winnie has a winning streak of 56. Exactly. White Rose has no rivals. Hey, you don't understand, do you? A voice chimed in. A month ago, White Rose actually suffered a crushing defeat. Impossible. Why is it impossible? It was that Night Owl. Too bad he hasn't shown up. Look at this girl's mask style. It's identical to Night Owl's. Xena's gaze sharpened slightly. Duality. Just stood with Kale wearing the same mask. It's Vino. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Wendy winning against Vino. She had no expectations, as Vino was her disciple. Wendy's eyes burned with fervent flames. The high-intensity battles of recent days had miraculously propelled her to level 7. She discovered that the more she challenged strong opponents, the more her body could unleash its potential. Vino. A being stronger than Kale. This will be her unprecedented sharpening stone. Miss Vino, Wendy said, her voice trembling with excitement as she assumed a fighting stance. Please don't hold back. Let me see just how great the gap is. Vino said nothing, withholding strength. She certainly would. After all, during her last battle with Kale, Wendy was no match, and if she went all out, Wendy would likely get hurt. The match begins. The host's voice pierced through the chaos. Buzz. Almost simultaneously as the words fell, Vino moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a casual push of her right palm forward. Water flow control. A warm, gentle stream of clear water surged forth like a nimble jade ribbon, instantly wrapping around Wendy's waist. Wendy felt an irresistible gentle force wash over her, lifting her feet off the ground in an instant. She couldn't even react in time, her shocked expression frozen on her face as she was enveloped by this gentle, yet domineering water flow. Swiftly sending her off the edge of the stage, she landed steadily on the soft cushion below. Time seemed to freeze. The thunderous clamor abruptly ceased, as if someone had gripped its throat. In the vast arena, tens of thousands of spectators could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, watching in disbelief the Duality, standing calmly on the stage, as if she had merely brushed off a speck of dust. Then glancing down at White Rose Wendy sitting on the soft mat, dazed and seemingly unaware of what had just happened. One move. No, it didn't even count as a move. Just a wave of her hand. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Tens of thousands of gazes swept back and forth between the Duality, standing still like a chasm, and the bewildered White Rose below, the air thick with an incredulous suffocation. Kale stood not far away, his expression behind the mask completely unfazed. This outcome did not even stir a ripple in his heart. Kale walked over and gently lifted Wendy. I told you so. Kale's voice came through the mask, plain and unremarkable. You can't win against her. Wendy looked up at Vino. There was no disappointment in her eyes, but rather a peculiar clear light that shone after being struck by a higher peak. She shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness, yet remarkably candid. It seems the gap is far greater than I imagined. I didn't even have time to entertain the thought of resistance. The White Rose champion of 56 consecutive wins was thus lightly sent off the stage. For a moment, no one in the vast arena dared to challenge again. The fervent atmosphere just moments ago had turned into an awkward silence filled with whispers. In the observation room at the highest point, Xena's pure white mask slightly turned towards the quiet stage below, arranged for a few people. Her voice, transmitted through internal communication magic, clearly reached the guards standing nearby, cold, yet laced with an undeniable command: go and spar with duality. Remember, just a touch, no lethal force. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard bowed and swiftly retreated to convey the orders. Soon the host's voice resonated again through the amplification magic filled with professional enthusiasm, attempting to reignite the atmosphere. It seems our Miss Duality's strength is profound. Even the undefeated White Rose fell to her in a single move. Who else among the brave dares to challenge this newly risen peak? Before her words fell, several figures stepped forward from different contestant passages as if they had been waiting for a long time. They walked with steady steps, their eyes sharp as eagles, exuding the fierce aura of seasoned warriors, clearly not ordinary hot-blooded newcomers, but rather experienced masters carefully selected by the arena. Look, it's Iron Wall Baron and Shadow Snake Kasha. Godskull Crusher Grum is here too. The audience erupted into even louder cheers. The appearance of these seasoned champions reignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Kale scanned the system panel displaying levels between 10 and 15. A wheel battle. Although Vino could win, it would still consume considerable energy over time. The battle began. The first to take the stage was Iron Wall Baron, known for his defense. Vino's gaze was calm as she waved her hand. A condensing stream of water struck the shield like a heavy hammer. Bang! With a dull thud, Baron staggered back several steps, the shield humming. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he did not concede, roaring again to organize his defense. Vino's water flowed with alternating ferocity like a hammer and softness like a rope, continuously striking and probing. The two sides exchanged blows back and forth. The arena was filled with deafening roars. After dozens of exchanges, Baron was cleverly pushed off the edge of the stage by the water flow during a fierce impact, landing unsteadily and appearing rather disheveled. The audience erupted in thunderous applause for Baron's tenacity and for Vino's impressive control of the match. Next, Shadow Snake Kasha took the stage. Like Baron, Kasha fought with Vino for a long time. In the end, Vino seized a fleeting opening and gently sent Kasha off the stage with a flowing stream of water. The audience watched breathlessly, exclaiming in excitement. Finally, the last to take the stage was Skull Crusher Grum. He followed the same pattern as the previous two. 3 battles, each fiercely contested. Vino showcased remarkable combat wisdom. This exhilarating fighting also sent the audience into a frenzy, making the name Duality echo throughout the arena. However, while others saw a resounding victory, Kale looked up at the special room, where Xena was smiling in relief. These veterans, though they seemed fierce in their attacks at crucial moments, there would always be a slight delay, or opening appearing just right. They were holding back, and it was done in an extremely skillful and inconspicuous manner. After the defeat of 3 veteran powerhouses, several other experts deemed formidable by the audience stepped onto the stage one after another to challenge. Each new face that appeared sparked another wave of enthusiastic cheers and anticipation from the audience. However, in Kyle's heart, there was no suspense left for the upcoming battles. No matter who took the stage, there was only one possible outcome. Vino could not lose. She was even too lazy to continue watching. Kyle reached out and gently patted Wendy, who was watching intently, on the shoulder. "Give me your room key." Her voice, coming through the mask, sounded somewhat disinterested. "Moi." Wendy reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the arena, her eyes filled with confusion. "Aren't you going to watch Vino's match? Those last few matches were so exciting. Didn't you see?" She clearly had not noticed the exaggerated performances of those experts. Kyle did not explain, nor did she need to spoil Wendy's enthusiasm. At least she was genuinely enjoying it. She simply replied. Taking the room key that Wendy handed over, Kyle turned and left the raucous main hall of the arena, shutting out the boiling waves of sound. She headed straight to Wendy's room, which was filled with a youthful atmosphere and cluttered with various training equipment and snacks, throwing herself onto the small bed covered with a soft blanket. As her body sank into the soft fabric, the laziness on Kyle's face instantly faded, replaced by an unusually serious expression. "System," she directly asked, in her mind, her tone cold. "What is the ceiling status for Vino's battle this time? Why was there no obvious sign of loss of control like last time?" "Host, you are mistaken." The system's voice carried a metallic calmness. Since she stepped onto the stage and began to engage with Baron, the energy fluctuations of the seal have remained in a loosened state. The monitoring data has never returned to a safe threshold. "What a..." Kyle suddenly sat upright in bed, her movements fast enough to stir up a gust of wind. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Her voice was suppressed with anger. because the system's comprehensive judgment is that this loosened state has not reached the loss of control critical point. The system analyzed calmly compared to the previous incident with the armored giant lizard. Vino's performance in this battle has remained at a highly calm state. Her attack patterns were precise, her energy output stable and controllable, and she had not exhibited any destructive tendencies that exceeded the current battle requirements. Not in line with the definition of loss of control. Kyle repeated the system's words, and she suddenly understood. It turned out that last time in the demon forest when she was forcibly embraced by Vino, trapped by that uncontrollable power and surging emotions during that sudden attack. This damned system was watching coldly from the side. And because Vino hadn't truly destroyed everything around her, it was deemed safe, not exhibiting strong destructive power. Kyle almost laughed in anger. For her personally, wasn't that destruction strong enough? A wave of intense embarrassment and fear surged in her heart. She finally understood why she had subconsciously run to Wendy's room. She was hiding from Vino. After experiencing the last incident with the armored giant lizard, she instinctively wanted to avoid Vino, who might be at the peak of unstable emotions after the battle. This damned system simply does not understand what another form of loss of control means. I don't know, meow. I'm going to sleep now. Kyle slumped back onto the bed, weakly, her mind in disarray. Uncontrollably flashing through her mind was that scorching possessive breath filled with destructive desire. She irritably turned over on the bed, burying her face into the soft pillow. No, she couldn't continue to be passive like this. She forced herself to think calmly. If Vino really transformed back into that state, then she would first use the charm technique to hold her off. Gritting her teeth, she made her decision. Just then, creak, the door was gently pushed open. Kyle's body instantly stiffened. Her heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand abruptly stopping its rhythm. She slowly turned her head, a hint of despair in her premonition. At the door stood Vino's silhouette. She had already removed her mask, revealing a delicate yet expressionless face. Her long hair fell down, a few strands sticking to her sweat-soaked neck. She was still wearing her training outfit, which even had a few scorched marks and water stains from battle. However, what made Kyle's scalp tingle was those eyes. Her heterochromatic eyes at this moment resembled burning flames so deep they seemed to draw in the very souls of others. Within them swirled an almost frenzied focus of possessiveness, so heated it was twisted, and a hint of cold, betrayed grievance. My dear, Kyle. Vino's voice was soft, carrying a strange, chilling tenderness. She stepped forward slowly, gently closing the door behind her, the sound of the lock echoing sharply in the silence. She walked to the side of the bed, looking down at the stiff Kyle with a gaze filled with unsettling undercurrents. You? How can you? Why are you hiding from me? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with a wounded accusation, yet gradually took on a dangerously sweet tone. Oh. Her gaze slowly swept over Wendy's small bed covered with a soft blanket and slightly cramped, and a knowing smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Oh, so you specially found a good spot for me. Before her words fell, Vino leaned down, her hands gently pressing on Kyle's shoulders, pushing down. Kyle felt a gentle yet overwhelming force coming through, causing her body to instantly lose balance and heavily sink into the soft mattress. Damn it. Kyle's mind was ringing alarm bells, a chill spreading in her heart. She finally clearly realized that her act of hiding in Wendy's room was simply walking into a trap, voluntarily stepping into a smaller, more inescapable prison. Wait, this is Wendy's. Kyle was just about to speak, trying to stabilize Vino with words or to immediately cast the charm technique. However, Vino's movements were faster than hers. Vino's body leaned in one leg, crossing over Kyle's waist, firmly kneeling on her, completely trapping her in the narrow space below. At the same time, one of Vino's hands, like a nimble and precise predator, instantly climbed to the most delicate and defenseless spot on Kyle's waist. Her fingertips, carrying a slight warmth from training, precisely pressed on that soft flesh, giving it a gentle knead. Oof. A sensation that was hard to describe, a mix of intense tingling and strange electric currents exploded from her waist, like a lit fuse sweeping through Kyle's limbs and body. All her strength seemed to be instantly drained, her body involuntarily trembling violently, emitting a short and suppressed whimper, her whole being like a puppet with its bones pulled out, utterly soft. Even her fingertips had no strength. How could this be? Kyle felt humiliated and furious. How had Vino become so skilled already? Vino leaned down, her exquisite, yet possessively sick face magnifying infinitely before Kyle's eyes, her red and blue heterochromatic pupils clearly reflecting Kyle's panicked expression. Her warm breath brushed past Kyle's ear, her voice low and filled with a chilling tenderness. Don't try to resist me. That voice was as light as a whisper, filled with a lover's lingering affection. Vino tilted her head slightly, her heterochromatic pupils like the abyss locking onto prey, gleaming with a sickly yet focused light. Her tongue slowly licked over her slightly dry lower lip, leaving a hint of alluring moisture. The reward from last time. Her voice dropped, carrying a hint of heart-stopping sweet demand. I haven't received it yet, right? Now's the time. Kyle grasped that fleeting moment of pause, her spirit instantly tensing. The power of the charm technique surged like invisible tendrils trying to penetrate the layer of fervent fog in Vino's eyes, forcefully soothing the boiling emotions. Buzz. An invisible wave of spiritual energy rippled outward. Vino's body visibly stiffened for a moment. The madness in her eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of hazy mist, showing a brief moment of confusion and blankness. Effective. Kyle's tense nerves instinctively relaxed a bit, seizing this fleeting opportunity to attempt guiding with words, her voice carrying the unique, relaxing rhythm of the charm technique. Relax. Vino. However, moi. Kyle's guiding words abruptly halted. The layer of mist in Vino's eyes was instantly pierced by even more intense flames. She leaned in with the speed of lightning. In Kyle's horrified gaze, that sickly, possessive face suddenly magnified. Following that, a soft touch filled with an irresistible force blocked Kyle's slightly parted lips. This was not a gentle touch, but a declaration and invasion filled with predatory intent. Kyle's mind went completely blank. She could clearly feel Vino's fiery breath, feel her almost greedily seizing the breath between her lips and teeth. Vino's tongue forcefully pried open her lips, which had loosened in shock, exploring without restraint. Kyle instinctively tried to turn her head to avoid it, her hands attempting to push away the body pressing down on her. Yet her struggles seemed so pale and powerless against Vino's explosive strength, like a moth caught in a spider's web, futilely flapping its wings only to be ensnared tighter. This long and suffocating kiss seemed to drain all the air around. Time lost all meaning. Kyle could only passively endure, feeling the oxygen being gradually seized, a burning pain in her lungs, her consciousness blurring at the edge of asphyxia. Vino's kiss bore a destructive focus and satisfaction, as if she aimed to suck Kyle dry. Uncertain how long it had been, just as Kyle felt she was about to completely suffocate and faint, Vino finally reluctantly slowly released her grip. The sudden influx of cold air into her lungs caused Kyle to cough violently, her chest heaving as she greedily gasped for breath. Her cheeks flushed bright red, her sapphire-like eyes misty with physiological tears filled with bewilderment and weakness. Delicious. Kyle certainly understood that the source of that predatory kiss lay in the uncontrollable seal within Vino. But the crux of the matter is, tonight's proposal to test strength at the arena was initiated by Vino herself. She had created a perfect environment where she could legitimately lose control and trap Kyle in a corner undisturbed. At this moment, after those two long and suffocating encounters, Kyle still felt unsteady. Her long hair lay disheveled across Wendy's pillow, and the lingering flush on her cheeks resembled the evening glow spreading to her ears and slender neck. She could even feel the lingering burning sensation of Vino's touch on her slightly aching lips. Vino. Kyle's voice was soft, carrying a sense of fragile survival, as if she had exhausted all her strength just to utter these words. Can you let me go now? For some reason, she dared not look into Vino's eyes, instinctively tilting her head towards the bed's inner side, leaving Vino with a delicate rosy profile and a small, elegant swan-like neck. This appearance, disheveled, flushed, unsteady in breath, soft in voice, evasive in gaze, and yielding in posture. The ultimate shyness and vulnerability that had never appeared on Kyle before felt like a bucket of scalding hot oil suddenly poured over the smoldering fire in Vino's heart. Boom. Vino felt an impulse even more intense and uncontrollable than during the battle surge up. Seeing Kyle in such an enticing, vulnerable state, a wave of strong regret surged within her. Why did I only kiss her twice? This thought, with its destructive allure, instantly occupied all her mind. Accompanying this was an unprecedented desire that nearly threatened to engulf her. I really want to tease her a bit more. To see her flustered, to see her powerless to resist, to see her usually calm blue eyes reflecting only my image glimmering with water just for me. What would it be like to make her cry? This alluring thought, like the sweetest poison, made Vino's blood boil. However, just as this wicked thought was about to turn into action, Vino gasped sharply as if burned by the horrifying illusions in her mind. She jolted away from Kyle, as if electrocuted, staggering back several steps until her back hit the cold wall. What was I thinking? A wave of immense shock and the accompanying guilt instantly overwhelmed her. How could I harbor such horrible thoughts about little Kyle? She is the most important person to me. She took me and protected me, gave me a home. She trusts me so much, even indulging my recklessness. And what about me? I am using her trust, taking advantage of her tolerance for my uncontrolled state to do such things to her, and even wanting to go further. Vino's face instantly turned as white as paper. A strong sense of self-loathing coiled around her heart like a cold, venomous snake, making her want to slap herself hard. Vino, you truly are a piece of work. You're nothing but a monster. As the oppressive feeling abruptly disappeared, Kyle finally found her breath, supporting her slightly weakened body as she slowly sat up. Her long hair fell messily over her shoulders, her head lowered, and her hands unconsciously smoothed the wrinkled fabric of her clothes, her movements somewhat stiff. Having just experienced that heart-stopping encounter, if Kyle's head was clear, she would have completely, thoroughly, and vividly confirmed a fact she had perhaps sensed before, but was unwilling to think deeply about. Vino's feelings for her absolutely were not some sort of sisterly affection. However, what frightened and shamed Kyle even more was, after that suffocating encounter, after Vino finally stepped back feeling guilty, deep within her heart, she strangely felt a stir of unfulfilled excitement. She actually found this feeling quite nice. No, impossible. This realization plunged Kyle into an icy abyss as the blush that had just faded from her cheeks flared up once more, even more than before. I am truly so useless. She harshly despised herself in her heart. The pride and self-esteem of being a top assassin in her past life, having weathered countless storms, were now crushed. She was actually made to feel so utterly defeated and disoriented by Vino, this seemingly innocent little girl. Just as Kyle's heart was filled with shame and anger, determined to regroup and reclaim control. Knock, knock, knock. The clear sound of knocking abruptly rang out, breaking the suffocating silence in the room and Kyle's chaotic self-criticism. Outside, Wendy's energetic and oblivious voice called out, "Vino, Kyle, come out. Don't dawdle. The Queen is about to award the dual extremes to tonight's ultimate victor. Hurry up." This sudden urgency felt like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Kyle and Vino both trembled simultaneously, awakening from their respective chaotic and dangerous thoughts, instinctively looking at each other. Their eyes briefly and awkwardly collided in the air. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Kyle was the first to avert her gaze, taking a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, her voice carrying an affected calm. "Let's go, Vino." Vino's body visibly stiffened for a moment as she lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper, filled with anxiety and uncertainty. "You aren't mad at me?" Her heterochromatic eyes cautiously lifted like a little dog waiting for judgment after making a mistake. Kyle's gaze fell upon Vino. A thought instantly entwined around Kyle's heart. A perfect, gentle smile, warm as a spring breeze, slowly blossomed on Kyle's face. "Of course I'm not mad at you, Vino. I know this is all due to the changes in your battle state, and not your intention. Do you know?" Kyle's voice carried an almost enchanting softness, clearly reaching Vino's ears, piercing into her heart. "I will accept everything about you." Kyle did not say more as she supported herself to sit up, and then slowly stood up. Although her clothes and hair were still somewhat disheveled, and the flush on her cheeks had not completely faded, she stood very steadily. She calmly extended her hand towards Vino, who was frozen against the wall. Her voice returned to its usual coolness, but with a hint of warmth. "Still need to tidy ourselves up. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The glamorous hostess lifted her skirt and dashed toward the icy throne inside the vacuum glass observation chamber, her face alight with unrestrained elation. Tonight's broadcast has been nothing short of explosive. The betting turnover shattered all records. 40,000 Bix pure profit. We've struck gold. You must descend at once to present the award to Bipolar. Her voice trembled faintly with excitement, brimming with the eager pride of one seeking commendation. Yet upon the throne sat a figure clad in pure white, motionless statue still. "Your Majesty." The hostess's jubilation froze. Puzzled, she called out again, this time with cautious hesitation. No reply came. The pristine white mask remained silently fixed upon the vast, now empty arena below, as though sealed off from all external sound. At that very moment, Sheena's mind was engulfed in an unprecedented tempest. A mother perpetually anxious for her daughter's safety, she had instinctively cast a wisp of shadow magic the moment Kale slipped away, silent, unseen, trailing him to ensure his well-being. That wisp slipped through the threshold of Wendy's chamber, projecting every detail within, unfiltered, unvarnished, directly into Sheena's consciousness. An overwhelming sense of absurdity struck Sheena like a sledgehammer. "I truly am utterly foolish." So this tender, vibrant cabbage, growing in her own home, did not in fact follow the conventional path of romantic inclination. No wonder young Kale had insisted, absolutely insisted, on bringing Vino home. Best friend. All mere pretense. This was clearly a long-simmering infatuation. A tumultuous wave of emotion churned within Sheena's chest. Shock, incredulity, and the strangely prickling indignation of a mother watching her prized cabbage being claimed by another. Even more staggering, more bewildering, more bittersweet, was the revelation that her daughter, this seemingly aloof, frostily untouchable cabbage, stood utterly subdued, even overpowered before that girl Vino. "Vino, The same Vino who always bowed her head in Sheena's presence spoke in hushed, trembling tones and flinched like a startled fawn, never daring to meet Sheena's gaze. How dare she? How could she? With such near predatory boldness forcing herself upon her daughter. Beneath the immaculate white mask, Sheena's violet eyes blazed with near incandescent fury. Her fingers clenched white-knuckled upon the throne's armrest, strained so fiercely the cold metal seemed on the verge of warping. A razor-sharp aura of killing intent spilled forth uncontrollably, so palpable that the guards standing nearby shivered involuntarily, holding their breath in terrified silence. No, if I stormed down now and slaughtered that girl, young Kale would hate me for life. This thought, cold and sobering as ice water, forced Sheena to rein in her near-unleashed rage. Wait. Sheena's thoughts galloped wildly in a new direction. Just now, though Kale had been overpowered, hadn't her resistance been notably subdued? In fact, hadn't she even soothed Vino after Vino regained composure? Could it be they'd already? Of course. Otherwise, how could Kale possibly tolerate such audacity from Vino? The fire in Sheena's eyes vanished, replaced instantly by a dawning, almost gossipy spark of realization. That scene moments ago was less a one-sided assault and more akin to playful sparring between lovers, albeit with Vino's methods leaning decidedly toward the intense end of the spectrum. A nearly imperceptible curve tugged at the corner of Sheena's lips beneath her mask. So that's how it is. Kale enjoys being taken by force. Does she harbor such a predilection? If this is what she truly desires. In an instant, Sheena shifted, from furious matriarch to devoted shipper, her maternal pragmatism effortlessly recalibrating. Her mind raced ahead. Vino's talent was undeniable, but perhaps she needed gentle refinement. Yes, perhaps Sheena ought to find an opportunity to mentor her, guiding her toward greater tenderness and consideration toward Kale. Or arrange private moments for them. Or perhaps, just as Sheena's imagination soared, already contemplating enchanted aphrodisiacs or atmospheric enchantments, the entrance to the competitor's corridor below stirred. Kale emerged, calmly listening with quiet amusement as Wendy animatedly recounted her bipolar triumph. Achoo! The sharp, resonant sound cut cleanly through the corridor's lingering din. Kale rubbed her nose, slightly irritated where the mask's edge had chafed, her sapphire blue eyes flickering with mild bewilderment as she murmured softly. Strange. I feel a sudden chill. Is someone scheming against me? KLA. Vino immediately stepped closer, her heterochromatic eyes wide with concern. Are you coming down with something? Her voice held a subtle tremor, her very being poised as if Kale's slightest discomfort were her own unforgivable transgression. Kale turned. Beneath her mask, her lips curved into a perfectly measured, gentle smile, her voice soft, soothing. Not at all. She deliberately softened her tone, imbuing it with quiet reassurance. Through the narrow apertures of her mask, her gaze locked precisely onto the dense, suffocating guilt and self-loathing swirling in Vino's eyes. Clearly, Kale's deliberate display of acceptance and understanding had seeped deep, like a refined toxin, into Vino's fragile, vulnerable psyche. Guilt, Vino. A silent, icy laugh echoed in Kale's mind, her outward expression remaining tender, serene. Savor your guilt deeply. I accept all of you, even your near-predatory trespass. Then tell me, can you still summon the resolve to wound me? Can you reach for me again with those hands burning with possessive hunger? Forgive me, Vino. Since you were the one who first breached the boundary and ignited this perilous game. Don't blame me now. Kale exhaled slowly, silently, drawing breath as if reclaiming every molecule of air stolen from her just moments before. She regarded Vino, not as a peer, but as exquisite prey ensnared within a web of her own meticulous design. Vino pinned beneath Kale's gentle gaze, flushed deeper, instinctively bowing her head. Her hand rose nervously, raking through her sea blue hair as she stammered, thick with apology and awkwardness. Kale, I'm so relieved you're all right. She paused, then, summoning courage, lifted her eyes. Her mismatched irises shimmered with a blend of yearning and tentative hope. So, since everything's fine, I feel I haven't quite tested my limits today. Her voice dwindled, childlike in its unsatisfied longing and quiet expectation. Tomorrow, may we return to the arena for another test? Kale's expression beneath the mask froze, utterly comically rigid. What? She nearly convinced herself she'd hallucinated. Aquino, where is your remorse? Your self-reproach? Your mortification? Who moments ago curled into a corner like the world had abandoned her, spitting venom at her own soul. Now you dare ask for another round. Remorse. Vino was remorseful. Gazing at Kale's faintly swollen lips, and recalling her own feral devouring kiss, her very soul recoiled in shame. Yet, that profound scorching guilt now bloomed, like fertile soil, into an even more irresistible, intoxicating craving. The softness of those lips, the crisp, subtly sweet scent clinging to her breath, the delicate tremor in Kale's frame as she was held captive, those stifled, breathless whimpers. Every sensation was branded into Vino's senses, potent, lethal, and utterly inescapable. I want to taste her again, just once. Even if afterward I drown in deeper guilt, even if I scourge myself in hellish penance. It would be worth it. As Vino and her companions reached the center of the arena, the floating glass observation room at the highest point silently opened. A figure clad in a pure white robe emanating an invisible authority gracefully ascended the exclusive floating staircase step by step towards the center of the arena. Sina stood before her, fastening a thorn badge crafted from secret silver onto her chest. A certificate of 10 consecutive victories tricks you, acknowledges your strength. Then she presented a shimmering golden card, platinum membership card, permanent 10 discount on all affiliated businesses. The earnings from tonight have been deposited into this card. Vino respectfully accepted the card, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wendy beside her stared at the golden card, her eyes sparkling. Supreme card. Earnings. Vino has struck it rich. You must treat us. Vino tightly gripped the warm golden card. Money. With money she could buy things that little Kyle liked. Or create more opportunities for solitude like today. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Kyle, who stood quietly on the edge of the crowd. Sina elegantly turned to face the roaring Colosseum, her voice amplified by magic echoing clearly in every corner. Let us give the loudest cheers for the ultimate victor. Dual extremes. Dual extremes. Dual extremes. The deafening roar erupted, instantly sweeping through the Grand Colosseum like a tsunami. Tens of thousands of spectators waved their arms fervently, shouting Vino's title. Magical light effects exploded in the dome, illuminating every excited face. Vino stood at the center of the arena, basking in the unprecedented cheers and glory that were solely for her. Her heart thumped violently, in her chest blood surging. Is this the attention of the masses? Is this the pinnacle of victory? In that dark, oppressive home, she had never felt such pure fervor and recognition. An indescribable warmth welled up in her eyes, causing her nose to tingle. Kyle had quietly come to her side, gently patting her shoulder. His voice remained clear and gentle amidst the chaos. Vino, can you hear it? This cheer, this glory is all for you. You have won to enjoy this moment to the fullest. Vino suddenly turned her head to look at Kyle, then vigorously nodded, her lips curving into a radiant smile, glistening with tears. Meanwhile, at the distant end of the continent, deep within a remote canyon shrouded in perpetual mist, stood an ancient magical castle built from massive obsidian and twisted amethyst. On the terrace of the castle's highest tower, a girl with lavender hair leaned lazily against the railing. She wore a pointed, wide-brimmed wizard hat adorned with star patterns, and beneath the shadow of the brim, her purple starry eyes were playfully teasing a black cat perched on her shoulder. The girl's slender fingers gently scratched the black cat's chin, and the cat comfortably narrowed its golden vertical pupils, producing a purring sound. Aichi, what do you think? The girl spoke with an ethereal and melodious voice tinged with nonchalance. After today's meeting with the other 3 old geezers, they confidently claimed to sense that guy seems to have awakened a bit of energy. Is this reliable? She poked the black cat's damp nose. Though those guys aren't lacking in perception, they can sometimes be a bit jumpy. The black cat, Aichi, seemed to understand, stopping its purring and looking up, its golden eyes glimmering with mysterious light in the dimness of the magic tower, letting out a soft meow. The girl gazed at the swirling mist in the distance, a playful smile gracing her lips. If it's true, it could be interesting. After being silent for so long, is there finally some movement? She lightly flicked the brim of her hat, a tiny purple spark flaring at her fingertip, almost like a star suddenly extinguished in the night sky. Should we go see the excitement ourselves? She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Meow. The black cat on her shoulder tilted its small head, seemingly confused. Then it suddenly jumped down from her shoulder, alarmed. It anxiously darted around on the smooth obsidian table, even arching its back and transforming into a spiked lizard form, hissing threateningly at the void. Seeing the black cat's intense reaction, the girl sighed in resignation, resting her elbows on the table, supporting her chin in her palms, and lazily leaning down. All right, Aichi. She extended her other hand, gently tapping the black cat's puffed-up little head. You do have a point. Should I go find her again? If it turns out like last time? She pouted, her voice tinged with lingering fear. I might end up losing my life there. The girl's eyes glinted mischievously as an idea popped into her mind. How about sending a clone instead? Aichi paused, its restless pacing lifting its small head, its golden vertical pupils seriously studying the girl for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this plan. Then it gracefully leaped back onto the girl's warm shoulder, rubbing its small head against her cheek, letting out a short and clear sound of agreement. Meow. Sigh. The girl let out a long sigh, her tone filled with reluctance. I'm afraid I'm going to lose another precious clone. That guy is truly, brutally ruthless, killing without a word. She was so friendly 100 years ago. Complaining to herself, she raised her slender fingers and elegantly drew a complex rune made of purple starlight in the air. As the last stroke of the rune was completed, ripples spread through the space behind the girl. Light coalesced, and a shadow, identical in shape, attire, and demeanor to her, slowly emerged, standing quietly beside her. The only difference was that the clone's gaze appeared slightly vacant, lacking the lively and cunning starlight of the original. The girl turned her head to her clone, making a funny face at the black cat on her shoulder before waving at her clone with a jokingly casual tone. Go, make it quick and come back. Remember, the primary objective is to confirm the information, don't stir up trouble. If you can. She paused, lowering her voice. If you can come back alive. No, Vino. Kyle's tone was resolute and non-negotiable, and through the dim light of the carriage her tightly furrowed brows could be seen. I really cannot accompany you to the arena anymore. The selection of the sacred hall is just around the corner, and every day is crucial. I cannot waste any more time. Vino lowered her head pitifully, her sea blue hair cascading down to cover half of her face. She had just pestered for a long time, feeling like a clingy piece of candy, but Kyle's attitude remained as unyielding as a cold rock. All right, she replied in a muffled voice, her tone thin as a mosquito's buzz. Filled with deep disappointment, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her training outfit. Seeing Vino in such a state, Kyle felt a slight sting in her heart, as if something had gently pricked it. She certainly knew what Vino longed for, not just the battle, but also that opportunity for solitude that allowed her to lose control. But it was precisely this loss of control that instinctively made Kyle feel shame. The deeply rooted male soul within her roared, she would never allow herself to be the passive party, suppressed and plundered. Even if she was destined to be eaten by Vino, she must seize the initiative. At the very least, she couldn't let her have her way. Just as Kyle was grappling with her inner turmoil, looking at Vino's pitiful expression, that flicker of heartache almost swayed her decision. Warning. Detected hyperenergy threat unit. The system's piercing alarm blared in Kyle's mind like thunder. Energy fluctuations exceed detection threshold. Spatial coordinates locking. Distance rapidly shortening. Speed uncalculable. Extremely dangerous. Host. Immediately distance yourself from the current location. Repeat. Immediately distance yourself. The alarm, filled with unprecedented fear, instantly drowned out all of Kyle's thoughts. Extremely dangerous. Above the carriage that Kyle was riding in, the space twisted and rippled like a water surface disturbed by a stone thrown in. A slender figure floated, her long, deep purple hair moving as if ignited by an unseen flame. What was most unsettling were her eyes. Where pupils should be, there now blazed a piercing, soul-piercing pale purple light. This radiance, like a tangible spotlight, instantly pierced through the fragile wooden roof of the carriage, accurately locking onto the interior. Her cold gaze seemed capable of penetrating all obstacles, sweeping directly over the positions of Kyle and Vino as a voice devoid of emotion echoed clearly in the silent night. Target has been located. Coordinates confirmed. Still within the territory of the Seacrim Duchy, spatial coordinates shifted. New discovery: an unknown female entity exists beside the target. Energy response weak but questionable. Deep within a hidden palace protected by layers of magical barriers, a figure seated on an obsidian throne elegantly lifted a white porcelain cup filled with a crimson tea, exuding an unusual fragrance. Just as she brought the cup to her lips, the message from her avatar exploded within her consciousness. Puffed. The witch's main body suddenly spat out the tea. For the first time, intense emotional fluctuations appeared on her stunning face. Pure, incredulous shock. Impossible. Her voice carried a rare sharpness just because of her red and blue dual pupils. That is a symbol of disaster. It is the mark of a curse. How could there still be someone willing to accept her in this world? Even let her stay by their side. Her eyes flickered with uncertain light, as if she had heard the most absurd joke in the world. Current strength assessment of the target. The avatar's cold voice continued, devoid of fluctuation. Surface data is extremely low, almost no threat. However, deep scanning shows significant signs of instability in the energy structure sealed within her, with active energy leaking. The energy unsealing rate exceeds the expected model predictions. The voice of the avatar paused, as if making a more precise judgment. Preliminary conclusion: the female entity beside the target is highly correlated and very likely the key variable triggering and accelerating the unsealing of her seal. On the throne, the witch's frowning brows slowly relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of understanding. She gently set the porcelain cup aside on the black jade table. I see. She murmured to herself, a ghostly light swirling within her purple pupils. That nirvana magic she cast back then actually succeeded. Even it allowed her to survive under such dire circumstances, only at the cost of her memories being completely obliterated. After a moment of contemplation, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes was replaced by icy determination. Listen, her voice regained its emotionless authority, commanding, piercing through space, embedding itself into the core of the avatar's consciousness. Attempt to contact and assess that key variable, that girl. If conditions allow. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Bring her back to me. At any cost. I need to know how she influences that monster. Command confirmed. Prioritize capturing the key variable entity. The avatar's cold voice responded, devoid of any waves. Those eyes floating in the night sky, radiating piercing purple light, resembled a venomous serpent locking onto its prey, penetrating the fragile roof of the carriage, fixated with a malice that could freeze souls firmly pinned on Kyle. At the moment the command was issued, boom. A bone-chilling, almost thought-freezing terror pressure descended like a tangible icy net. The entire carriage let out a groan of unbearable weight. Kyle felt her heart clutched by an invisible icy claw as suffocating despair instantly engulfed her. System, scan the target. Kyle roared in her consciousness. Warning. Target energy level exceeds detection threshold. Insufficient permissions. Analysis failed. Only basic information can be displayed. Natasha, avatar state, LV78. Natasha. This name exploded in Kyle's mind like thunder. The Starry Sky Witch, Natasha, the most mysterious and ancient witch in the game's background. Her main body's level reaches a terrifying 85, one of the pinnacle existences of this magical continent. A true tab-level powerhouse who controls the powers of the starry sky, capable of manipulating celestial phenomena at will. Her actions are cryptic, her motives a mystery, and she is one of the ultimate bosses that even top players in the late game must treat with caution. She is indeed after Vino. A chill filled Kyle's heart. With her current strength, she felt that in the opponent's eyes she might not even be considered an ant, completely unworthy of attention. Reality confirmed her thoughts. The Natasha avatar floating in the air casually reached out with her left hand, which was not holding a staff, towards the carriage below, as if dismissively. Buzz. A terrifying and irresistible force instantly enveloped the entire carriage. The heavy carriage, along with the horses pulling it, bizarrely floated, as if losing their weight. The wooden structure emitted a painful, twisted groan. In the next second, the carriage disintegrated like a paper box torn apart by an invisible, giant hand. Wood chips flew. Kyle and Vino felt their bodies lighten as if bound by invisible ropes, completely unable to resist, forcibly pulled out from the wreckage of the shattered carriage. Suspended in midair, exposed under Natasha's cold, destructive purple gaze, Kyle looked at the terrifying purple figure radiating overwhelming pressure, now so close. In her mind, she urgently urged the system to activate teleportation. The gaze of the Natasha avatar swiftly swept over Vino, who was bound by the force, her face still showing shock and instinctive hostility, the purple light flickering slightly, as if confirming something. Then those icy purple eyes firmly locked onto Vino. Stabilize for now. The avatar's emotionless voice sounded as if stating an unimportant fact. Immediately after, her finger precisely pointed at Kyle. You are the target. My main body will take you away. Host, there should be no need to activate teleportation. Highest level alert. The ceiling structure within Vino has completely collapsed. Energy torrent fully released. Uncontrollable state. Extremely dangerous. Buzz. Just as the Natasha avatar's voice fell, a terrifying aura far more violent and primal than the Natasha avatar erupted suddenly beside Kyle. From Vino. Boom. An invisible shockwave exploded in a circular fashion centered on Vino. The air emitted a sound of overwhelming pressure. The invisible force binding the two of them shattered like fragile glass. Vino floated in the air, her deep-sea blue hair lifted and wildly swirled by a furious storm. She slowly raised her head. Those dual-colored red and blue pupils were like the burning gates of purgatory. The left eye was a fiery red like molten lava, consuming all. The right eye was an abyssal ice blue, freezing souls. Pure destruction and extreme cold, two utterly opposing, yet perfectly intertwined, terrifying energies surged and roared around her. The space itself cried out in distortion under the pressure of this force. Those eyes aflame with the fire of destruction locked onto the Natasha avatar that had just pointed at Kyle. Who do you say you want to take away? Her voice was light, but the killing intent threatened to spill out. Boom. Before she finished speaking, the space behind Vino suddenly twisted and tore apart. A massive crimson claw obscuring half the night sky, pure energy woven from lava and ice crystal, struck at the Natasha avatar with a crushing force. The Natasha avatar's icy purple pupils suddenly contracted. She sensed a destruction power far more terrifying and primal than her main body had anticipated. She rapidly formed seals with both hands, surging purple magic power burst forth, coalescing into a heavy shield resembling a small nebula inscribed with intricate starry sky runes. Main body, it's unstable now. Help, I think I'm dying. Crack. The starry shield capable of withstanding legendary spells fractured with horrifying speed upon contact with the crimson claw. It held for barely half a second. Bang! The shield exploded, scattering purple light shards across the sky. The crimson claw, with a crushing momentum, completely enveloped and grasped the Natasha avatar's diminutive figure. Deep within the distant palace, the main body of Natasha, seated on the obsidian throne, elegantly lifted a second cup of crimson tea. As the last image transmitted before the avatar was completely crushed and its distorted scream exploded in her consciousness, her stunning face showed not a hint of surprise or anger, but slowly curled into a sickly sweet smile. The crimson tea gently swirled in the cup. The task was completed quite well. She took a small sip as if evaluating a trivial consumable dying in the right place. I didn't expect. Her voice carried a hint of playful astonishment. Your reverse scale actually turned into that girl. In the night sky, the crimson claw tightened fiercely, puffed, like crushing a ripe berry. The Natasha avatar, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, was obliterated without even managing a semblance of resistance. The level 78 avatar in front of the furious Vino was like an ant, unable to last even a minute. The energy aftermath swept through the night sky like a hurricane, dispersing the blood mist. Vino floated at the center of the storm, her red and blue hair wildly dancing, the aura of destruction burning around her like tangible flames. She coldly gazed at the dissipating remnants of the avatar, not a shred of emotion in her eyes. Another avatar. Her icy voice carried a hint of anger from being toyed with, but don't think. I can't catch you. She suddenly lifted the crimson claw that had just crushed the avatar, reaching out towards the dispersing, yet not fully faded purple energy and bits of starlight. Buzz. An arcane force enveloped those fragments. In Vino's burning, dual-colored eyes, countless tiny data streams flickered and analyzed like a river of stars. In an instant, she seemed to catch a faint, exceedingly weak soul link wave that spanned endless space. Got you. She tore through the void with her empty left hand, ripping apart an irregular space rift. Shoo! Deep within the rift lay a bizarre, chaotic space current. Without hesitation, Vino thrust the crimson claw, composed purely of destructive energy, boldly into that violent space rift. Inside the obsidian palace, Aichi, Natasha's main body, lifted her teacup and smiled lightly at the black cat standing in the shadow. The cost of the intelligence obtained this time is steep, but it's still not. Smack! Her words abruptly stopped. A gigantic claw burning with crimson and ice-blue flames, purely made of energy, suddenly shot out from the space beside her. Damn that space system. I was cautious enough to use a clone. How could I still get slapped from a distance by that bastard? Natasha covered her painfully burning left cheek and staggered up from the cold ground. Ignoring the agonizing pain, she stumbled towards the shadow in the corner of the palace. Aki, she cried hoarsely, her voice filled with an unprecedented panic. There lay the little black cat, crumpled like a bag of rags in the corner, its breath faint, utterly unconscious. Aki, no. Natasha's pupils suddenly constricted, an overwhelming rage 100 times stronger than the pain in her cheek instantly shattered her reason. She suddenly looked up towards the void where the giant hand had disappeared, letting out a hysterical scream. Vino, you heartless bastard. You hit me. That's one thing. What did Aki do to you? She was just standing here. I was just concerned about you. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Is this how you treat your only friend? Huh. In the empty palace, only her furious echo collided and dissipated against the cold walls. The space had long since returned to normal, as if the earth-shattering slaps just now were merely her illusion. Her roars, her questions sank into silence like a stone dropped into the ocean, receiving no response. Natasha felt as if all her strength had been drained. Her body swayed as she leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid down to the ground. Looking at the unconscious Aki, then at the palm of her hand, the clear imprint bearing the extremes of destruction and extreme cold flickered beneath her skin, waves of pain striking her. Woo! The anger she had barely held onto was instantly drowned by immense grievance, tears quickly misting in her eyes as she hugged her knees, burying her face in them, her shoulders trembling slightly, her voice breaking. Bastard. Vino, you bastard. 100 years ago you left me without a word. Nirvana, turning into this ghostly appearance. Now I came to find you with good intentions, and this is how you treat me. Hitting me. Woo. It hurts so much. Natasha grew more and more wronged, feeling increasingly miserable. The night wind scattered the purple remnants of mist. Vino hovered in the void, her crimson, demonic claws dissolving into specks of light. She gazed at her pale hand, whispering into the wind. Nirvana is not yet complete. Forcibly using it is still too much for me. Below, Kyle knelt on one knee, looking up, unable to suppress a gulp. System, her consciousness tightened. Is the seal truly lifted? Is it out of control? The seal has been lifted, but Vino is currently in an extremely rational state and is not in a state of losing control. Kyle tentatively called Vino. The figure in the air suddenly descended. Vino steadied herself, her icy wrath in her heterochromatic gaze fading. Kyle, are you okay? That guy has already been chased away by me. She carefully observed Kyle, confirming that Kyle was unscathed. Her tense little face relaxed slightly. Looking at Vino's familiar gentle smile, filled with concern and a hint of fear, Kyle's tightly strung heart finally began to loosen. She secretly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, even with the seal lifted and her powers restored, she seems still to be that Vino. However, as this thought just arose, the system's alert tone rang out again, warning high-level energy dispersing from Vino's body is being forcibly consolidated. Energy levels are rapidly decreasing. The consolidation mode is exceptionally efficient, far exceeding estimates. Vino's smile deepened, a nearly indulgent radiance within it as she extended her hand, her fingertips naturally brushing away the disheveled silver hair from Kyle's forehead. Little Kyle, her voice was soft, yet had an extraordinary penetrating power reaching deep into Kyle's heart. Do you know? After Nirvana, during these muddled years, the happiest thing was meeting you. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening instantly. A strong sense of unease seized her. What? Vino, what are you talking about? Vino's gentle smile deepened, and the complex light in her heterochromatic eyes seemed to see through Kyle to a distant past. Just now, the brief revival of power also brought back some fragmentary memories. Her voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Though incomplete, they are clear enough. She paused, her gaze locking onto Kyle, asking each word deliberately. Have you heard of the Ice-Fire Sorceress? Ice-Fire Sorceress. Forgotten game memories surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Legend has it that a terrifying existence once appeared in the magical continent, controlling flames that could burn everything and ice that could freeze souls. Her power so great it brought despair. She was cruel by nature, rampaging everywhere, committing every evil deed, turning every place she passed into scorched earth and icy wasteland. 100 years ago, nearly all the top powerhouses on the continent united, paying an unimaginably heavy price, finally killing her in a battle that darkened the skies and turned rivers red with blood. It is said that that battle was extremely fierce. Countless legendary figures fell, and the methods of that sorceress were described as extraordinarily cruel and terrifying. There were records of her eating human flesh and using human skulls as cups for tea. Kyle's face turned pale, instinctively nodding. She looked at Vino's heterochromatic eyes, which contained endless water and fire power, and an absurd thought uncontrollably arose. Could it be? Vino let out a very light, infinitely mocking cold laugh, as if she had seen through Kyle's thoughts. History has always been written by the victors. Her voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried a desolate understanding of the world's affairs. In the end, my previous self ultimately could not defeat them all. She slightly lowered her eyelids, long eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. In the end, at the last moment, I activated a forbidden magic that should not exist in this world. Phoenix Nirvana. She raised her eyes again, her gaze refocusing on Kyle. With the power of Nirvana, I was able to be reborn from destruction, but the price was... She gently touched her forehead, the complete obliteration of memory. Like a blank sheet of paper. Just now, the brief revival of power forcibly tore open part of the seal on memory imposed by the Nirvana magic, allowing me to glimpse some fragments of the past. Vino's brow slightly furrowed, as if enduring some pain. Her voice carried a weight. But this forcible breakthrough also caused the already incomplete Nirvana process to develop irreversible cracks. She took a deep breath, the night wind stirring her deep-sea blue hair. When her heterochromatic eyes looked at Kyle, they were filled with unprecedented seriousness. According to the trajectory of Nirvana, I was supposed to completely unseal my power and regain full memory 3 years later, and then... Her voice paused slightly, a glint of icy sharpness flashing in her eyes, to complete the overdue reckoning that has waited 100 years. But Vino's gaze suddenly became incredibly gentle as she stared at Kyle, as if she was the only source of light in the entire world. I did not expect that during this muddled rebirth, like a blank sheet of paper, I would meet you. Her voice was soft, yet carried a rock-solid determination. I would meet someone willing to accept me, to protect me, even to love me. You must have noticed too, Kyle. Her heterochromatic eyes clearly reflected Kyle's figure. In this body there exist two me. One is the Vino standing in front of you now, existing because of you. The other is the Ice-Fire Sorceress sleeping deep within the power belonging to the past. Her fingertips pressed slightly, the posture displayed during the previous battle crushing everything that was the power of the Ice-Fire Sorceress. This body carries the souls of both of us. As for Natasha, she is the woman from just now. A complex glint flickered in Vino's eyes. She wanted to take you away, so I had no choice but to suppress her clone. But that person, she is not inherently bad. She might just be too eager to find back the Ice-Fire Sorceress who fought alongside her in the past. She just mistook the person. Vino's words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the sealed game memories in Kyle's mind. All clues connected in that moment. Why did the character Kyle Seacrum die 3 years later in the original game timeline? Why did a bloody storm sweep across the continent after that time point, with countless forces being purged by the ice-fire sorceress with thunderous methods? So that's it. 3 years later was precisely the time when the Nirvana magic's final unsealing was set to happen. It was the moment when the personality of the ice-fire sorceress completely awakened, took over the body, and began the reckoning of old blood feuds. And the Kyle in the original timeline was probably just treated as inconsequential dust by the awakened ice-fire sorceress, casually erased from existence. Her death was merely a trivial footnote to the sorceress' revival and return to the world. And in this life, Kyle's gaze fell upon the girl in front of her, tightly holding her hand, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. The ice-fire sorceress of this life is the one who would wait for her all night, because she hadn't returned, who would rush into her arms crying at the slightest grievance, who would cautiously call her little Kyle, the timid, cowardly, yet pathologically possessive Vino. Vino gently embraced Kyle. This embrace was no longer filled with the predatory dominance of before, but rather full of cherishment. Her chin lightly rested on Kyle's soft hair top. The premature, forced unsealing interrupted the process of nirvana. Her arms tightened slightly. My strength has been permanently weakened. Perhaps I will never return to my former peak. Moreover, this unstable state is likely to last a very long time. Kyle's body stiffened slightly in Vino's embrace. This sentence should have been her gospel. What was her initial goal? Was it not to survive? To not be killed by this ice-fire sorceress in the future? Even in some hidden corner of her heart, she might still harbor the ambition to defeat her. Now, with Vino's strength permanently weakened, although she remained a top powerhouse capable of intimidating the vast majority of threats, it was sufficient for her and Kyle to live safely in this perilous world. What ice frost dragons, abyss lords? As long as they were not the top-tier numerous old monsters attacking with Vino by her side, she could almost walk sideways. But why? Why, upon hearing Vino say such words as never able to return to the peak and needs to last for a long time? Her heart felt as if something had blocked it fiercely, and instead of a shred of relief or joy, it was heavy, suffocating her. Then, Kyle's voice was somewhat dry, carrying a difficulty even she herself was unaware of. What about your revenge? Vino fell silent for a moment, yet did not release Kyle from her arms. Her voice was soft, yet held a sense of resignation that came from seeing through worldly affairs. In my current state, I no longer have the ability to complete that century-old revenge. She paused, as if feeling Kyle's breath in her embrace. Perhaps hundreds of years later, when I gradually recover. But by then the enemy will have long turned to dust, and revenge would lose its meaning. She slightly lowered her head, her warm breath brushing against Kyle's ear, her tone carrying a peculiar kind of relief, entrusting all of her future to it. But Kyle, she said softly, I still have you, don't I? I still have you. This sentence was like a dull knife coated in poison, slowly cutting into Kyle's heart. She looked at the almost pure relief in Vino's eyes, and a sharper, stranger pain suddenly seized her. It was not fear nor relief, but a kind of indescribable suffocation and heaviness felt for Vino. At that moment, Kyle was suffering for her. Buzz. The space beside Kyle suddenly twisted violently without warning. A miniature wormhole barely large enough for one person to pass through instantly formed, emitting an unstable, ghostly light. Immediately after, a figure enveloped in a large, tattered black robe, as if breaking free from some restraint, awkwardly fell out of the twisted wormhole. Cough, cough, cough. The figure in the black robe seemed to have expended tremendous effort, staggering a few steps before barely stabilizing, emitting a violent and aged cough, like a broken bellows. She supported her waist, gasping for breath before raising her head to anxiously scan Vino and Kyle with pale blue eyes hidden in the shadow of her hood. Upon seeing the two standing there unharmed, the figure in the black robe seemed to unload a 1,000-pound burden, breathing a sigh of relief. A hoarse voice filled with the relief of survival after a disaster echoed in the silent night sky. Fortunately, I made it. She gasped, her voice full of fatigue and a kind of indescribable satisfaction. Vino's pupils shrank suddenly. At the moment the miniature wormhole appeared, the dormant ice-fire power within her surged awake like a startled beast. Her red and blue hair moved without wind, and a destructive aura instantly shielded Kyle behind her. Wormhole. Time leap. Vino's voice carried an unprecedented shock and gravity, her heterochromatic eyes firmly locked onto the figure in the black robe. Centuries of experience told her that such magic involving the essence of time had long surpassed the mundane limits, reaching a forbidden domain she had never touched even at her peak. Who are you? Each word was imbued with the intent to annihilate all things. Relax, Miss Vino. The voice of the figure in the black robe remained hoarse and aged, but exuded a strange, calming power, seemingly unperturbed by Wino's terrifying pressure capable of crushing space. Her emaciated hand emerged from the robe, cradling a small crystal vial containing a liquid flowing like stardust. "I can help you," she said, to return to the state before the seal was forcibly torn apart. Before the words fell, she uncorked the vial and drank the dreamlike liquid in one gulp. Gulp! At the moment the liquid entered her throat, an indescribable wave of life suddenly erupted from her withered body. Ugh! The figure in the black robe emitted a low moan that was both painful and relieving. A miracle occurred. The skin wrinkled like tree bark, visibly transformed, becoming plump and smooth. Her hunched back slowly straightened. Beneath the voluminous black robe, the once withered body filled out with youthful curves. Most astonishing was her voice. Once a raspy, aged sound, now washed clean by a clear spring, quickly becoming melodious, imbued with the unique magnetism of a young woman. In the blink of an eye, the figure standing before them was no longer the nearly deceased old crone, but a tall, mysterious woman hidden beneath the black robe. Only her pale blue eyes remained bright as ever, even adding a touch of depth. "Why should I trust you?" Wino's vigilance not only did not diminish, but instead spiked to its peak. Her voice was like a polar wind. Time, magic, age-reversing potions, insight into her condition. The methods displayed by this existence were bizarre and unfathomable, far exceeding her comprehension. In this moment, when her strength had not yet returned to its peak, facing an opponent capable of easily traversing time, she dared not let her guard down for a second. Any careless move could lead to irreparable consequences. Facing Wino's overwhelming killing intent and questioning the figure in the black robe, only lightly sighed. She did not answer directly, but once again reached into her robe. This time she did not pull out a vial, but a sword flowing with a gentle, yet incomparably pure golden light. The sword was long and of an ancient style, devoid of any complex decorations, yet the flowing golden light seemed to embody the order and sanctity of the universe's beginning. Just exposed to the air, the chaotic spatial energy and Wino's dissipating ice-fire power were smoothed and purified by an invisible force. The woman in the black robe holding the golden sword did not point it at Wino, but slightly directed the sword's tip towards Kyle, who was sheltered behind Wino, with a gentle motion. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a deep resonance seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul. Kyle felt an irresistible wave of drowsiness wash over her consciousness like a tide. Her eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and her vision was swiftly engulfed by darkness. Wino's furious shout and the last clear words from the figure in the black robe became her final perception before sinking into the dark. "She cannot know yet. When you realize who I am, you will roughly understand the reason." Consciousness sank like into an endless deep sea. After an unknown period, Kyle was awakened by a familiar soft touch. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her blurry vision gradually coming into focus. What came into her sight was the familiar ornate ceiling. This was her bedroom. Outside the window, the faint morning sunlight was filtering through the sheer curtains. She was lying on her soft bed, by the bedside. Wino was leaning over the edge of the bed, soundly asleep, her breathing steady and long. On that delicate face, there was still a trace of lingering fatigue, but the deep sharpness and faint brutality that once came from the revival of power had completely vanished. Her curled position by the bedside resembled that of a small beast once fearful of abandonment and in need of protection. Kyle stared blankly at the defenseless, sleeping face before her. Did it succeed? Did that mysterious woman in the black robe truly reseal Wino back to her previous state? Ding! A light sound startled her to suddenly lift her head. The bronze figurine on the wall had unknowingly loosened from its hook and was now hitting her forehead. Kyle gasped, covering the painful spot. She bent down to pick up the figurine, and illuminated by the sunlight outside, she finally saw the words on it. "Do not wait until you lose to understand how to cherish." What does this mean? Were these words engraved on the statue before? Kyle's fingertips brushed over the inscription on the bronze ornament, his brows furrowing. She was utterly convinced. Yesterday, this ornament hanging on the wall was still as pristine as new, without a single mark. "Oh!" The startled exclamation beside her interrupted her thoughts. Wino, who had been sound asleep at the edge of the bed, was jolted awake and lifted her head abruptly. But when her gaze met Kyle's, she let out a short, surprised squeak like a startled rabbit, instinctively shrinking back. Kyle's heart tightened, and he immediately leaned closer, his voice laced with concern. "What's wrong, Wino? Did you have a nightmare? Or are you feeling unwell?" She reached out to check Wino's forehead. However, Wino recoiled as if scalded, clutching the thin blanket tightly to her chest, her delicate face rapidly flushing a vivid red. She anxiously lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Kyle's gaze. "No, it's nothing." Wino's voice was barely above a whisper, heavy with nasal tones and an indescribable embarrassment. "It's just, last night. You were too proactive. And so impressive. It startled me. Kyle's outstretched hand froze in midair, the concern on his face instantly solidifying. His mind struck blank, as if hit by a heavy blow. A massive, almost tangible question mark slowly rose above her head. Proactive. Impressive. Last night, she had clearly been knocked unconscious by that mysterious woman in the black robe, sleeping soundly until dawn. What had she been proactive about? What was impressive? The system's suppressed laughter echoed in Kyle's mind inappropriately. Host, it seems that friend of the time system not only reset the seal, but also helped enrich Miss Vino's memories about last night. Is the seal really reset? Kyle questioned immediately upon hearing the system's voice. Reset confirmed the method surpass your imagination. The system responded with unwavering certainty, then shifted its tone to a teasing manner. As for what happened last night, heck, cannot say that one specifically instructed me that revealing it now would spoil the fun. When the time comes, you'll naturally. The system's voice abruptly cut off, returning to its previous state of silence. Kyle, infuriated, could only grit his teeth in frustration. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, and turned her gaze back to the blushing Vino, whose face seemed ready to smoke. Vino. Kyle tried to make his voice sound calm and harmless, laced with coaxing. Last night, after we got home, what exactly happened? She needed to know what ridiculous script that bastard in the black robes had forced upon Vino. Vino's body trembled violently, and she quickly stole a glance at Kyle, her gaze lingering on his slightly parted lips for less than half a second before swiftly darting away, as if scalded. It's just, we took the carriage home, right? Vino's voice was tinged with a suffocating sense of shame. After we got home, you started to undress me. She couldn't continue, suddenly burying her burning face into the thin blanket on her knees, muffled sounds escaping her. My clothes off. Kyle was utterly dumbfounded. Undress? What kind of absurd, vulgar plot was that crazy bastard in the black robe concocting for her? What? She must be insane. A wave of inexplicable rage surged through Kyle. Restraining the urge to curse, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. And then she wanted to hear just how absurd it could get. And then Vino buried her head in the blanket. Then, little Kyle, used your mouth to help me. Her voice grew increasingly faint until it almost turned into a whisper, yet the embarrassment was unmistakable. Boom. Vino felt as if 100 fireballs had exploded in her mind. The fragments of last night's forced, intense, and detailed memories surged uncontrollably, particularly the sensation of Kyle's soft lips. Horrifyingly vivid. Little Kyle, you big idiot. She could no longer bear the overwhelming shame leaping up from the edge of the bed. Not daring to glance at Kyle again, she hastily covered her burning face with the blanket and stumbled out of Kyle's bedroom. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Kyle bewildered in the room. What? Did I become proactive? Perhaps that desire for a counterattack was imposed upon you by that one. Kyle was on the verge of going crazy. System. You give me. Hey, instead of being angry here, why not hurry and chase after her to see? The system interrupted, its tone urging with a hint of amusement. Shut up. Kyle growled, but her actions were faster than her thoughts. She quickly wrapped a morning robe around herself, disregarding her appearance, and yanked open the door to rush out. The corridor was empty, with no sign of Vino anywhere. Kyle hurried downstairs, heading straight for the dining room. At this time, Vino would surely be at the table, and Xena was probably enjoying breakfast. However, in the vast dining room, only Sophia sat alone, as if she never typically dined with Kyle. Usually she would finish her meal alone in her room. Today, the imperial princess had already finished breakfast, holding a cup of floral tea and sipping it slowly, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Kyle rush and wrapped in a morning robe with disheveled hair, her face visibly flushed, she awkwardly set down her teacup. Good morning, Miss Kyle. Sophia's voice carried a hint of nervousness. Morning, Miss Sophia. Kyle didn't expect Sophia would greet her, forcing a smile as she anxiously scanned the dining room. Have you seen my mother? Sophia shook her head in confusion. No. When I arrived, I was the only one in the dining room. After a moment's hesitation, she added softly, Lady Xena seems to have left quite early. Kyle's heart sank. Vino wasn't in the dining room, and Xena wasn't either. She turned around, nearly flipping the entire residence in search. Garden, library, training ground. All were empty. Vino seemed to have vanished into thin air. At the same time, in the top-level study of the residence, morning light filtered through the half-open curtain, seams casting slants on the dark gray carpet. Vino stood awkwardly in the center, her hands tightly wringing the corners of her clothes, her head lowered, revealing a flushed cheek among her sea-blue hair. Madam, did you call for me for something? Xena reclined lazily on the window ledge rather than sitting behind the desk, holding a steaming cup of red tea. Her violet eyes were sharp like needles, fixed on Vino. Vino, she said, her voice calm yet piercing, do you like Kyle?